the edges of the target, but never approaching the governance center's practitioners directly. On the 13th day, it moved south again, not toward the compound, but away from the governance center, toward a position that the elder's map indicated was approximately equidistant between the governance center and the compound. Han Weijian's frustration has changed, Chen Ryu said, when the elder reported the movement. She had been thinking since the visit. When we met her, she had a genuine grievance. The audit project unfunded, the institutional access inadequate, the knowledge she had without the institutional capacity to use it effectively. Now she has the elder's records, a cooperative relationship with the household, and a realistic path to completing the audit. She paused. Her frustration has not been erased, but it has direction now. A genuine grievance with direction is different from a genuine grievance without it. The patriarch needs the without direction version, the frustration that has nowhere to go. We gave it somewhere to go, Liangchen has said. Yes, and the giving was genuine. The household has material that advances the audit. The audit is worth advancing, and Han Weijian deserves the support. Chen Ryu looked at the tracking map. The patriarch is running out of approach vectors faster than I think it expected to. She paused. But it is not giving up. It is reassessing. Elder Fan Yulan said. The transition window is approximately 7 weeks out. The patriarch's reassessment takes time. If it is still reassessing when the transition window closes, when the seedling of heaven's mature integration is complete and the bond network reaches its designed stable state, the window of opportunity for an internal approach closes permanently. She looked at the household. 7 weeks. Continue being exactly what you are for 7 more weeks. 7 weeks, Wei Liangchen said. He looked at the bond network, warm in all 7 channels. We can do that. Elder Fan Yulan spent 3 days after Han Weijian's departure running intensive tracking analysis. Not just the patriarch's position, but its movement pattern over the past 6 weeks, looking for the behavioral indicators that in previous cases had preceded either retreat or the deep approach. The pattern she found was the one she had described as most ambiguous. The patriarch was in reassessment mode, which could end in either outcome depending on what the reassessment concluded. The factors the historical record suggested the patriarch weighed in reassessment were straightforward. Whether the approach vectors that had been closed could be reopened by a different method, whether the household's internal bonds had vulnerabilities that external relationship work had not revealed, and whether the transition window provided sufficient time for a new approach sequence to succeed. She presented her analysis to the household with the specificity and honesty it required. The transition window is approximately 7 weeks, she said. The time required for the patriarch to develop and execute a new approach sequence from scratch is typically 8 to 12 weeks in the historical cases. The math is in the household's favor. She paused. But the historical cases also show that the patriarch can compress its approach sequence when it is dealing with a household whose vulnerabilities are well mapped. The perimeter assessment that is beginning suggests the patriarch is now building a detailed map of the household's current state. She looked at the tracking log. It knows this household better than it has known any previous target at this stage. It has been watching for 6 weeks. It knows the 7 bonds are complete. It knows the formation has been recalibrated. It knows the community connections are genuine and extensive. She paused. What it is determining now is whether there is anything inside those bonds that it can use. Whether the genuine complications that every genuine relationship eventually develops are present and addressable in the time remaining. And they are not, Liangchen has said. They are not, the elder confirmed. The transparency inventory addressed everything that was there. The bonds are at full integration. The managed distances were resolved. The unaddressed things were addressed. She looked at the household. I have been doing this for 11 years. I have never told a household that its bonds are genuinely clear of the specific kind of vulnerability the patriarch targets. I am telling you that now, based on 11 weeks of observation. She paused. Continue. And the household continued. And the patriarch at the perimeter found nothing it could use, and continued looking, and found nothing still. 1 week at a time. Do not let the patriarch's presence change what you are or how you live together. The best thing you can do for the next 7 weeks is continue being exactly what you have been. Wei Liangchen looked at the household. 7 people around the table, the same table they had been gathering at since the 2nd month, when the gatherings had become the household's primary shared ritual. 7 people who had shown up, every day, to be genuinely present to each other and to the work they were doing together. 7 weeks, he said. We have been doing this for 8 months. 7 more weeks is nothing. 7 more weeks is not nothing, Yao Sufan said, from the end of the table. Every week is something. But yes, we can do 7 more weeks. We will do them exactly as we have done all the others. She picked up her knitting with the decisive movement of a woman who has made a decision and is enacting it. Together, genuinely, without performing. That is all, and that is everything the transition window requires. What Elder Fan Yulan had called the reassessment phase lasted 12 days after Han Weijian's departure, during which the patriarch remained at its intermediate position, moving only the few li in either direction that her tracking instruments registered as non-directional assessment motion. On the 13th day, the pattern changed. The intermediate position had been equidistant between the governance center and the compound. The new position moved south, not toward either target, south, away from the governance center, away from the district. The movement was 2 li the first day, 3 the next. The elder tracked the movement and said nothing for 48 hours after she first registered it. She wanted to be certain before reporting. On the 15th day, she reported. She said, the governance center approach vector is closed. Han Weijian's situation has changed in a way the patriarch's monitoring registered. The specific change, the combination of material support for the audit project and genuine institutional relationship with practitioners who care about the same problems, has given Han Weijian's frustration the direction it needed. The patriarch cannot use a genuine grievance that has somewhere genuine to go. Chen Ruoyu. How does the patriarch know the change happened? The elder. It monitors the chi field signatures of relational states in practitioners who are within its current range. The shift from frustrated without direction to engaged with purpose produces a specific chi pattern change that its monitoring registers. The patriarch watched Han Weijian change states and concluded its approach vector was closed. Lianxia. Then it is running out of vectors. The elder. It has been running out of vectors since the second month. What is significant now is the rate. 7 approach vectors closed in 9 months. The remaining transition window is shorter than the time the patriarch typically needs to develop a new approach from scratch. She looked at the household. The mathematics are in our favor, but the patriarch is not predictable when it is running out of time. She paused, which is why the final week requires the household's most careful and complete presence. The patriarch's unpredictability at the end of its approach sequence was well documented in Elder Fan Yulan's tracking records. In 3 of her 11 cases, the patriarch had attempted a final direct action in the last week before the transition window closed. In all 3 cases, the household's formation had held and the action had failed. But the attempts had been real, and the household, knowing this, prepared to meet whatever the patriarch might attempt in its remaining time. Chapter 71. The Shan family's authentication process reached its critical phase in the 7th month's final week, and they asked the household for assistance. Not with the cultivation itself. The 3 bonds the Shan family had completed were genuine and functioning, and their household art had its own character and its own development path. What they needed was specific institutional knowledge. The household's experience with the Continental Registry's documentation requirements for arts with formation anchors that were not standard single-practitioner installations. Chen Ryu spent an afternoon with the Shan family's correspondents, reviewing what had been submitted and what remained to be submitted. The documentation gaps were specific and addressable, not fundamental problems with the art's legitimacy, but gaps in how the art's non-standard aspects had been described to the registry. The registry's documentation framework was designed for the most common types of authenticated arts, and the Shan family's art had 2 aspects that required description outside the standard framework. She drafted supplemental documentation for the Shan family in 2 days, with Zhao Cunming's input on the formation aspects. The drafts were in plain language, clearly organized, designed to communicate the art's nature accurately to registry practitioners who might not have extensive household cultivation art expertise. Xiao Yin helped review the drafts for clarity, reading them as someone who had not been present for the Shan family's cultivation development and asking questions wherever the text assumed more familiarity than a registry practitioner would have. His questions produced 6 significant clarifications. The Shan family received the completed drafts with genuine gratitude. The correspondence that came back a week later, the documentation has been accepted, the authentication assessment is scheduled, produced a particular warmth in the household's morning gathering. Not the warmth of having done something strategically useful, but the warmer warmth of having watched something genuinely good become more likely to survive. This is what the network is for, Zhao Cunming said quietly. What the boundary chapter is designed to eventually build. A household cultivation arts community where arts that are genuine can survive because other genuine arts support their survival. He paused. We are a long way from that. But this is the beginning of the shape of it. The Shan family's authentication was confirmed in the 8th month's 2nd week. A formal notification from the Continental Registry that the household art had been assessed, the documentation reviewed, and the authentication granted. The notification came by formal letter, with the same institutional language that Wei Liangchen's household had received in its own authentication. But the Shan household had sent word to the household the same morning it arrived, before the official notification had reached the compound. The young practitioner who had asked about bond sequence clarification sent a short message. It came through. All documentation accepted. Thank you for the supplemental drafts. We could not have done the filing correctly without them. Wei Liangchen read the message to the household at the morning gathering. The response around the table was the warmth of people who have watched something good become more certain and are genuinely glad about it. Not for strategic reasons, because a genuine household cultivation art had navigated the authentication process correctly and was now in the institutional record with the protections that record provided. That household had done the actual work. The bonds were theirs, the cultivation was theirs, the decision to build their household art correctly was theirs. What the household had provided was institutional knowledge and documentation skill, the specific resources that should be available to every developing household art through an adequate institutional support framework, and were not. This is what Han Weijian's audit is for, Chen Ryu said, so that the next Shan family does not need a household with a registry officer in it to get the supplemental documentation right. She paused. We were fortunate. They were fortunate to find us. Institutional support should not depend on who you happen to know. No, Yao Sufan agreed. It should not. The conversation turned, as conversations about the Shan family naturally did, to the coordination session and the network it was beginning to build. The Shan practitioners had specifically asked, in their congratulatory message, whether the coordination sessions would continue. They had found the first one useful and believed a second would be more useful still, with the direct experience of the authentication process fresh and specific questions to ask about what came next. They should continue, Wei Liangchen said, without needing to consider it. Once every 2 months, perhaps. Whatever cadence allows genuine conversation rather than obligatory reporting. He looked at Chen Ruoyu. You have the institutional knowledge that the coordination sessions need. Yao Sufan has the cultivation wisdom. Zhao Zuming has the formation expertise. He looked around the table. Every person here has something specific to offer that developing household arts need. The coordination sessions are not a charitable project. They are a community resource that every person here has contributed to building. He paused. Let's continue building it correctly. One genuine relationship at a time, for as long as the household stands. The cultivation coordination sessions had become the household's most significant ongoing external commitment by the 8th month. Not in terms of time, which was one afternoon every 6 weeks, but in terms of what they represented for the household's relationship to the broader cultivation community. The sessions drew practitioners from increasingly distant parts of the region. The Shan family's household had told 2 of their cultivation contacts about the sessions, who had passed word to others. Han Weijian had mentioned the sessions in her professional correspondence with regional governance practitioners, 2 of whom had written asking if the sessions were open to attendance. Bao Meiqing had referenced the sessions in her pre-framework advocacy correspondence as an example of the kind of genuine household cultivation community that the current institutional framework failed to support. The household had not sought this growth in the sessions' reach. It had happened because what the sessions offered was genuine, and the cultivation community could tell the difference between genuine and performed. Zhao Zunming, reviewing the coordination session history at the household's end-of-month documentation review, said, each session in the series produces participants who become resources for the next session's participants. The Shan family's authentication experience is useful to the Min family's authentication preparation. Lin Fenghua's third bond experience is useful to the Mountain District practitioners' third bond navigation. The household's experience is the foundation that makes the network possible, but the network is already developing capabilities that go beyond what the household alone can provide. He looked at the household. This is the cornerstone of heaven's eventual function made manifest, one session at a time. Wei Liangchen said, document every session. Not for the household's records only, for Pei Jinghao's case study, for Han Weijian's audit, for the cultivation scholarship that will eventually need to describe what a mature household cultivation art community looks like from the inside. We are building something that has not been documented before. Document it, because what this community becomes will matter to every household cultivation art that follows. The documentation project that Wei Liangchen initiated, record every session, document the community of practice as it develops, became the household's ongoing contribution to what Pei Jinghao was calling, in his Northern Archive correspondence, the most significant new primary source documentation on household cultivation arts in decades. Every session generated records, attendance, topics addressed, specific questions raised, and what the household's experience had offered in response, outcomes, including authentication successes, bond formations, technique developments that could be traced back to the session's discussions. The records were maintained by Chun Ryu, who brought the same institutional precision to the coordination session documentation that she brought to the household's cultivation logs. By the third session, the documentation was detailed enough that Pei Jinghao had written asking to include excerpts in the case studies appendix. The household had agreed. The community of practice was becoming part of the permanent record, and what it would become, in the years ahead, was something the household could now begin to imagine. Chapter 72 The Bond Network's behavior during the 8th month's first week produced something Wei Liangchen had not experienced before and needed Zhao Cunming to help him understand. During the morning calibration, the daily assessment of the network's resonance quality across all 7 channels, 2 channels showed a pattern that the calibration instruments had not recorded previously. The Pillar of Heaven and the Network Building chapter, which were the 2 structurally oriented chapters, were registering a new form of resonance with each other. Not simply the standard bond resonance multiplication that occurred across all 7 channels simultaneously, but an additional resonance specifically between those 2 channels. As if the 2 structural members of the household had begun developing a direct channel between their functions, separate from but additional to the broader network resonance. The formation's structural anchors are integrating with the sutra's structural chapters, Zhao Cunming said, when Wei Liangchen described what the calibration had shown. He was looking at the calibration log with the focused attention he brought to formation anomalies that were interesting rather than concerning. Wei Bashan's Pillar of Heaven function and my Cornerstone of Heaven function are both structural in nature. One provides internal vertical stability, the other provides external horizontal boundary. They are the 2 members of the household whose chapter functions are most directly complementary in architectural terms. He paused. The bond network is developing specialized channels between complementary functions. This is not in the sutra's design documentation, or rather, it is in the design documentation as a predicted late-stage development, but the documentation says it typically appears at the 12-month mark. He looked at Wei Liangchen. We are at 8 months. The specialized channel is 3 to 4 months ahead of schedule. The seedling of heaven is accelerating everything, Wei Liangchen said. Yes, the cultivation path orientation function is not just orienting practitioners to each other. It is orienting complementary technical functions to each other. Zhao Cunming opened his notebook. I need to document this completely, and I need to check all 7 channels for early-stage specialized resonance. If the structural pair is developing early, the other complementary pairs may also be developing. He looked up. Can you spare Xiaoyan for the next 2 days? Take him, Wei Liangchen said, and tell me what you find. The calibration anomaly that Wei Liangchen had identified, the unexpected specialized channel resonance between Wei Bashan's chapter technique and the 7th chapter technique, became the focal point of Zhao Cunming's analysis for the following week. He was not alarmed by the anomaly. Formation anomalies fell into 2 categories, those that indicated structural problems and those that indicated structural development beyond the installation's original parameters. After 40 years of formation work, he could distinguish between the 2 with reasonable reliability. This anomaly was unambiguously in the 2nd category. The 2 structural chapters' functions were developing a direct complementary relationship that the network's growth made natural. The formation's original design had not specifically anticipated this development, but that was consistent with what Zhao Cunming now understood about the sutra. The design documents described the expected development path, but the specific form the development took in a given household was shaped by the specific people in that household. And the specific form here was a more efficient structural integration than the design had projected. Let me describe what I'm seeing in the instruments, he said to Wei Bashan, when the 3-way conversation he had scheduled with Wei Liangchen and Wei Bashan began. Wei Bashan had been brought in specifically because the 6th Sutra chapter's output was the anomaly's source, and Zhao Cunming needed Wei Bashan's interior perception of the technique to verify what the instruments were showing from the outside. The structural stability chapter's structural stability function is producing a sustained resonance that the boundary formation chapter's range function is orienting to. Not borrowing from, orienting to. The extension chapter is using the central stability technique's structural output as a reference frame for its boundary definition. The boundary is more precisely located relative to the interior structure as a result. It feels like that from the inside, Wei Bashan said. He had the specific manner of a practitioner describing technical function without the vocabulary of cultivation theory. Precise, because he was describing what he actually experienced rather than what the theory said he should experience. The technique has a quality of knowing where the center is that it did not have before. Not that it didn't know before, but the knowing was a separate operation. Now it is continuous. The center is always in the technique's awareness without requiring a separate orientation check. That is exactly what the instruments show, Zhao Zunming said. He wrote it down with careful precision. The pillar technique has become a continuous structural reference for the cornerstone technique's operation. This increases the boundary definition's precision and reduces the energy overhead required to maintain the definition. He paused. The practical implication is that the formation's boundary can be maintained at current precision with approximately 8% less of Zhao Zunming's cultivation output, which is available for other purposes. The range extension, Wei Liangchen said. Yes. Zhao Zunming's expression was as close to pleased as it ever got. The specific expression of a formation practitioner who has found that a system is performing better than its design specifications. The efficiency gain from the specialized channel resonance directly enables the range extension to the Su family compound without requiring additional cultivation input from me. The energy that would have been consumed in boundary maintenance is available for extension work. He looked at Wei Liangchen. The network's development is solving the engineering problem it would have eventually needed to solve anyway. In advance, Wei Liangchen looked at the calibration instruments and the formation's measurement outputs with a quality of attention he was still learning to bring to the technical aspects of the household's cultivation work, the formation, the channels, the sutra's structural architecture. He was getting better at reading it. 6 more months, and he would understand it with something close to fluency. The sutra is very well designed, he said. Remarkably well designed, Zhao Zunming confirmed. For whoever designed it to have anticipated the specialized channel development as a late-stage outcome, that requires understanding of household cultivation art architecture that I am not aware of anyone else in the historical record having possessed. He closed his notebook. I would very much like to know who designed it. He paused. Perhaps, someday, we will be able to find out. The specialized channel investigation had a personal dimension that Zhao Zunming had not fully anticipated when he designed it. For most of his formation career, his relationship to the cultivation arts he worked with had been professional. He understood their technical function. He installed and maintained the formations that supported them. He developed genuine respect for the practitioners who cultivated them. But the formations themselves were technical systems. He was not inside them. He could read them from outside, with instruments and expertise, but the subjective experience of being inside a formation's channel was not available to him through his formation practitioner's access. Being part of the Supreme Family Sutra's bond network had changed this. He was not simply reading the formation from outside. He was a channel in the network, the cornerstone of Heaven's anchor, and the specialized resonance investigation required him to examine his own technique's output with the same instruments he had previously used only on other practitioners' techniques. The self-examination was more informative than he had expected. He found 3 aspects of the cornerstone of Heaven's current function that his previous self-assessment had not identified, because the previous assessments had been subjective. Practitioner self-reporting, which he knew from his documentation work, was systematically less accurate than instrument measurement. The instruments showed his technique operating at 94% of what the design documentation projected for the 8th month of a complete household. 6% below projection. He told Wei Liangchen, I am developing slightly slower than the design projects. The gap is not significant. 6% at this stage means a delay of approximately 2 weeks in reaching the full design specification at the 12-month mark. But I want you to know because the documentation should be accurate about my technique's development relative to the others. Wei Liangchen said, Is there something that would close the gap? Zhao Zunming, the formation work. More time in direct formation interaction, specifically in coordination with Wei Boshan's structural technique output. The specialized resonance development between our 2 channels is producing efficiency gains. The more time we spend working in coordinated formation mode, the faster the resonance develops. The recalibration accelerated my technique's development by approximately 2 percentage points. Regular coordinated work sessions with Wei Boshan will close the remaining gap. Wei Boshan, from across the table, said, When do you want to start? Tomorrow morning, Zhao Zunming said. If that is convenient. Wei Boshan nodded once. I'll be at the formation anchor at dawn. Chapter 73 Zhao Zunming and Xiao Yan's 2-day investigation of specialized channel resonance produced a comprehensive picture of where the bond network was in its development and where it was heading. The structural pair, pillar of heaven and cornerstone of heaven, was the most developed, with measurable specialized resonance that the calibration instruments could now register consistently. The perceptual pair, wind veil and heartlink sight, showed early-stage specialized resonance that was not yet measurable by the instruments, but that both Meihua and Chunryu could perceive when they paid direct attention to their interchannel relationship. The Vanguard Surge and the Hearthstone Barrier showed no detectable specialized resonance yet, which was consistent with the design documentation's suggestion that combat and stability functions integrated more slowly than structural and perceptual functions. The Seedling of Heaven showed specialized resonance with all 6 other channels simultaneously. Not a single complementary pairing, but a general network function, which made sense given the technique's role as the household's cultivation accelerant. The network is organizing itself, Zhao Zunming told the full household at the evening gathering where he presented the findings. Not randomly, in the pattern the sutra's design anticipated. The specialized channels are the network's late-stage development, the stage beyond basic bond resonance multiplication, where the network begins to function as an integrated system rather than 7 channels operating in coordination. He paused. This is what genuine household cultivation arts were always designed to become. The 7 chapters, at maturity, become something more than 7 chapters functioning together. They become a unified system with its own integrated character. He looked at the household. We are watching it happen, which means we have something else to document, because I do not believe this has been documented before in a functioning household at this stage of development. Meihua said, what does it feel like, from the inside, to be part of a system that is integrating like this? Yao Sufan answered before anyone else could. It feels like home. She said it simply, without elaboration, and the words sat in the room with the specific weight of an accurate description that needed nothing added to it. The full picture that Zhao Zunming and Xiao Yan's investigation produced was the most complete developmental map of the Supreme Family Sutra's architecture that had been created since the sutra's original design. They presented it to the full household at the evening gathering on the 2nd day of the investigation, with both practitioners contributing simultaneously, Zhao Zunming the structural measurements, Xiao Yan the interior perception, in the specific collaborative mode they had developed during the Seedling of Heaven documentation work. The household gathered around the table and listened with full attention, because what was being described was the household itself at its current developmental stage, and understanding it clearly mattered for every decision the household would make in the weeks ahead. The Vanguard Surge and Hearthstone Barrier's slow specialized resonance development was the most significant finding. In the design documentation, the combat chapter and the stability chapter were described as complementary, but with an integration timeline that was longer than any other pairing. The design documents suggested this was intentional, reflecting the principle that genuine readiness, the combat chapter's function, and genuine stability, the stability chapter's function, needed to develop independently to their full forms before they could integrate productively. An integrated readiness stability function that formed too early would be a compromise of both, not a genuine synthesis. Lianxing and Yao Sufan are not integrating slowly because their bond development is slow, Zhao Zunming explained. They are integrating slowly because the art's design correctly recognizes that their complementary functions need to reach their individual mature forms before the specialized resonance between them will be useful rather than limiting. He looked at Yao Sufan, then at Lianxing. In practical terms, both of you continue developing your respective techniques without trying to develop the interchannel relationship. The art will develop it when the time is right. Lianxing, who had been listening with the focused attention he brought to technical information about his own cultivation, said, how long? The design documentation suggests approximately 2 months after the perceptual pair's specialized channel reaches full development, Zhao Zunming said. If the perceptual pair, the Wind Veil and Heartlink site, follows its current development pace, their full specialized channel resonance will be established in approximately 6 to 8 weeks. He paused. The Vanguard Surge and Hearthstone Barrier integration would follow at the 10 to 12-week mark. The 2 practitioners exchanged a glance, the specific glance of 2 people who have been recently told something about their interchannel relationship and are finding the technical context for it informative. The perceptual pair's specialized resonance, Meihua said. What does it produce when it fully develops? Zhao Zunming consulted his notes. The design documentation describes it as relational clarity, the perceptual functions of the 2 techniques becoming directly complementary, each able to read the relational landscape from its specific perceptual angle in a way that is unified rather than 2 separate perspectives operating in parallel. He paused. In plain language, the Wind Veil reads the external relational field, the Heartlink site reads the internal relational field, and the specialized channel makes those 2 readings directly integrated. One continuous field of relational awareness rather than 2 separate readings that the practitioners interpret independently. He regarded the perceptual pair. What you can currently perceive separately, you will eventually perceive together. That will change how I do my work at the gate, Meihua said thoughtfully. Considerably, Chen Ruoyu agreed. She looked at Meihua across the table. Something is coming, and we will be ready for it. The perceptual pair's specialized resonance was the development that both Meihua and Shunryu found most interesting to observe in themselves, and they discussed it in the specific ways that two practitioners whose techniques were developing a direct channel discuss things, with the precision that came from being able to feel what they were describing from the inside. Meihua said, "It is not that I can feel what you perceive with the heart-link sight. I cannot. But I can feel when you are perceiving something. The quality of your attention changes in a way the wind veil registers as a specific shift in the relational field. When you are reading an institutional situation carefully, the quality of your attention has a texture that is different from your attention at rest. Shunryu, and I can feel when the wind veil has registered something external. Not what you registered, the fact that you registered something. It comes through the developing channel as a quality of shifted awareness that tells me your perceptual function has encountered something worth noting before you have processed what it is." Meihua, so the channel is not sharing our perceptions. It is sharing our attention states. Shunryu, at this development stage, when the specialized resonance is fully developed, the relational clarity that Zhao Cunming described from the design documentation, I believe the channel will share more than attention states. But building from attention states is the right developmental sequence. We have to establish the shared awareness before we can establish the shared content. Meihua, that is how the wind veil's perimeter sensitivity developed. I was aware that something was approaching before I could distinguish what it was. The awareness came first, then the content. Shunryu, exactly. The perceptual pair is developing in the same sequence as the individual techniques developed. Awareness first, content second, integration third. They sat with this for a moment. Two practitioners who were, for the first time, in a developing technical relationship with each other that was separate from but continuous with the bond network's broader resonance. And they could both feel it developing between them, something new and clarifying. The developing perceptual channel between the wind veil and heart-link sight was the most delicate of the specialized resonances because both techniques were perception-based rather than structural or action-based. Structural techniques could be calibrated with instruments. Perception-based techniques required the practitioner's own interior reports, which was why the transparency practice the household had built was so central to this specific channel's healthy development, and the development, progressing steadily, would produce something neither practitioner could yet fully imagine. Chapter 70 for the Min family practitioner. The one who had attended the coordination session and described the problem of the third bond, contacted the household in the 8th month with a development that she wanted to discuss in person. She arrived on a Thursday and brought the news directly. The third bond had formed. She had not been looking for it when it happened. She had been focused on the cultivation session she ran every morning, the practice that kept the two-bond art functioning at its current level, when she had noticed that the art's resonance quality had changed in a way she did not immediately understand. The change was the same recognition Wei Liangchen had described at the coordination session, not discovery, recognition. The third bond had been there before she named it, and the naming made it legible. Who? Wei Liangchen asked. She described the person, a neighbor of many years, a practitioner in a different cultivation lineage whose presence in her household had been a given of her daily life for so long that she had stopped seeing it as a choice. The bond had formed because it was genuine, and it had always been genuine, and the art had been waiting for her to stop managing around the question of what the relationship actually was and simply let it be what it was. That is always how it works, Yao Sufan said, from across the table. She had heard hundreds of cultivation histories in her decades as a community elder in the district's cultivation network, and she had recognized this pattern immediately. The bond you need is already present. The art finds it. What the art requires from you is to stop managing around it. She looked at the practitioner with the specific warmth she brought to people who had just gone through something significant and needed someone to acknowledge that it was significant. How does the art feel now? The three-bond resonance. The practitioner described it in the tentative, searching language of one who has just gained access to something they have not had language for before. She was not yet fluent in her own technique's vocabulary. She was beginning to build the vocabulary from the inside, from what she was actually experiencing. She would get there. Yao Sufan listened with complete attention. Then she said, "Come back when you have had a week with it. I want to hear how it develops. Bring your notes." Lin Fenghua nodded and left, and the household watched her go, and knew that what she was building would become something real, something that would, eventually, need the same support that the newly authenticated household had needed and received. The Min family practitioner, her name was Lin Fenghua, which the household had learned at the coordination session, and which Wei Liangchen made a point of using in correspondence, and when she arrived, came back 3 weeks after the coordination session with the distinct quality of a cultivator who has been thinking carefully since the last meeting and has arrived at something. She sat at the main hall table with the household's core group, Wei Liangchen, Yao Sufin, Mei Hua, and Chun Ryu, who were the four most directly relevant to her situation, and she described what had happened. The third bond had formed cleanly. The recognition, as Yao Sufin had described it, had been unmistakable, the art's warmth telling her something that was already true rather than something new. The recognition being, as Yao Sufin had said, not discovery, but acknowledgement. The third bondholder was a practitioner named Chu Mingji, who had been Lin Fenghua's closest cultivation peer for 8 years, someone she had practiced alongside, shared resources with, corresponded about cultivation theory with, and consistently managed around the question of whether the relationship was the kind the art required because naming it as such would have felt presumptuous. I managed around it for 8 years, she said, because I was afraid that naming it as a bond would be asking for something Chu Mingji had not offered and might not want to offer. She paused. I told her what I had been managing around. She had been managing around the same thing. She paused again. She had been wondering for 3 years why I had not said anything. Yao Sufin's expression was the expression of a person who has heard this story many times in its essential structure and who finds it both inevitable and poignant each time. 8 years, she said. 2 practitioners managing around the same thing simultaneously. Yes, Lin Fenghua said. When I understood that, the managed distance felt like a waste of 8 years. She paused. Except that it was not a waste, because the relationship was developing during those years. The genuine quality was developing even when we were not naming it. The naming did not create the bond. It allowed the bond to be acknowledged, which allowed the technique to recognize it, which allowed the art to register what had been there. She looked at Yao Sufin. Is that accurate? The bond was there before the naming. Yes, Yao Sufin said. The art does not create bonds. It recognizes them. What you were managing around for 8 years was already a genuine bond. The art had known it since the beginning. What changed when you named it was your ability to access what the bond had always been offering. She paused. The waste is not the 8 years. The waste is whatever years remain in any genuine bond that has not been named and acknowledged. Those are the years where the technique sits at the edge of recognition without being able to step through. She looked at Lin Fenghua steadily. How does the 3-bond art feel? Lin Fenghua sat with the question for a moment, sitting with it in the actual way, feeling what she was feeling before she tried to describe it. Richer, she said. Not bigger, richer. As if the same space has more in it than it did before. More depth, more resonance between what is already there. She paused. And what Yao Sufin described, the second bond clarifying the first, I understand that now. The third bond has clarified both. I see the first bond differently than I did before the third formed. As if the third gives me a new angle on something I had been looking at from only 2 positions. She looked at the household. What you all have, 7 angles. 7 ways of seeing everything the household is and does. She paused. I cannot imagine it. But I am beginning to imagine it. And I intend to build toward it, one genuine bond at a time, until I can. Lin Fenghua's 4th bond formed in the same way the third had formed, not through effort, but through recognition. The art perceiving what was genuine and acknowledging it clearly enough that the practitioner could not continue managing around it. She wrote about this in her correspondence with the household after the event. The art recognized the 4th bond before I understood what I was experiencing. I had been in a cultivation exchange with the practitioner, a session we held regularly as cultivation peers in adjacent districts, and I noticed a quality in the exchange that I did not immediately name. The quality persisted across the following week. Then one morning in the exchange, I understood what I was feeling. The art had been registering the bond for 3 weeks before I had language for it. This timing, the art perceiving before the practitioner named, is consistent with how all 4 of Lin Fenghua's bonds had formed. The art was ahead of her conscious recognition each time. She was learning to read what the art was registering more quickly, and she credited the cultivation coordination sessions with accelerating that learning. Zhao Zuming noted this in the household's cultivation development records with the specific interest of a formation practitioner observing a practitioner develop the capacity to read their own technique more accurately. The development of technique reading accuracy in a practitioner is independent of the technique's own development, he wrote, but the 2 are correlated in genuine household arts. As the technique becomes more sophisticated, the practitioner who must read it accurately from the inside must also develop greater perceptual sophistication. Lin Fenghua's rapidly developing technique reading capacity is not a personality characteristic. It is a response to the technique's demands. The household forwarded Zhao Zunming's note to Lin Fenghua with the household's permission notation. She wrote back, This is the most useful description of what has been happening in my cultivation practice that I have encountered. I did not know what to call the development. Now I know what to call it and what it is for. Thank you for the documentation, for the sessions, for building what makes this kind of knowing possible. Chapter 75. The 7th week of the countdown to the transition window's close brought a development the household had not predicted. Zhao Cunming determined that the boundary formation needed recalibration. Not because anything was wrong with the formation. It was functioning at full capacity, as the daily maintenance checks confirmed. The recalibration requirement came from the bond network's accelerated development. The specialized channel resonance between the 6th chapter and Zhao Cunming's chapter technique was producing structural effects that exceeded the formation's original design parameters, not by much, and not in ways that compromised the boundary's integrity, but enough that the formation's response characteristics were no longer perfectly calibrated to the network's actual output. The formation was calibrated to the network's projected state at 8 months, Zhao Cunming explained, during the morning gathering where he presented the finding. The network is developing ahead of schedule. The formation needs to be recalibrated to the network's actual current state. He paused. This is, technically speaking, good news. The formation is receiving more than it was designed to handle at this stage, and it is handling it without failure. But I need to adjust the anchor calibration to prevent the excess from creating harmonic stress in the formation's secondary structures. How long does the recalibration take? Wei Liangchen asked. 2 days. 3, to be certain. Zhao Cunming looked at his notes. I want Wei Bosshan involved. Wei Bosshan's chapter technique's current output is the primary source of the calibration stress. I need him to hold the formation's central stability while I adjust the boundary anchors. Wei Bosshan, from the other end of the table, said, Tell me what you need me to do. Be present at the formation's central anchor for 2 full days. Hold the 6th sutra chapter at its current resonance level without fluctuation. Zhao Cunming looked at him. I know what I am asking. 2 days of sustained formation work is not trivial. I have done harder things, Wei Bosshan said. He said it without drama, in the way he said things that were simply true. Tell me when to start. The recalibration project brought Wei Bosshan and Zhao Cunming into a working relationship that was qualitatively different from what they had previously developed. Before the recalibration, their relationship within they had been primarily functional. The 2 structural members of the bond network were aware of each other's roles and cooperated in the formal context the household's cultivation work required. Calibration sessions, formation maintenance reviews, the monthly structural assessments that Zhao Cunming ran for the full household's benefit. It was a professional relationship within the household's bond network, genuine but not yet fully developed in the way that the bonds between other household members had developed. The recalibration required something different. 2.5 days of sustained, coordinated work in which each practitioner's performance depended on the other's accuracy. Zhao Cunming needed Wei Bosshan to hold the structural stability chapter at a specific and precisely maintained resonance level, not the natural fluctuation that a practitioner's cultivation technique produced without active control, but a deliberate, sustained hold that required constant attention and active adjustment throughout the working day. Wei Bosshan needed Zhao Cunming to work quickly and accurately at the boundary anchors so that the period of active hold was as short as possible without compromising the calibration's precision. They found, over the 2.5 days, that their working relationship was more natural than either had expected. Wei Bosshan had the quality that made long-sustained cultivation work possible. The deep-rooted endurance from a practitioner who had spent decades building structures that lasted, who understood what it meant to commit to something for as long as the thing required. Zhao Cunming had the quality that made precise formation work possible, the methodical, unhurried accuracy of one who did not move faster than the work required and did not ask the work to move faster than was sound. You knew your mother, Wei Bosshan said, on the 2nd evening, when the day's calibration work was complete and they were sitting in the late light of the formation room before the evening gathering. He had been thinking about this for weeks, and the extended time together had given him the space to say it. I knew her as my mother, Zhao Cunming said. I did not know her as the practitioner who spent 22 years preparing this household. I understood them to be the same person only after I found the letter. He paused. But the practitioner she was, precise, methodical, willing to commit to something for as long as it required. I recognize her in what she did. Because those are the qualities this kind of work requires, and she did this kind of work with uncommon excellence. He looked at Wei Bosshan. You knew her differently than I did. I knew the person who made those choices, Wei Bosshan said. Not the plan itself, the person inside the plan. The one who understood what the sutra was meant to become and was willing to spend her life building the conditions for it. He paused for a moment. She would have been glad to see this, he said. The two of us, here, doing this work together. Zhao Cunming remained silent. After a pause, he said, yes, I believe she would. They sat in the formation room as the evening light faded and the formation's boundary held steady around them, and neither said anything further, and it was enough, and the formation held steady around them, patient as the household it served. The recalibration's 2.5 days had left Zhao Cunming with a clearer understanding of his own technique's output than years of self-assessment had produced, because the calibration instruments gave him objective feedback on what his subjective perception was reporting. This was, he realized, the inverse of Xiaoyan's situation. Xiaoyan had interior perception of a technique, the seedling of heaven's orientation function, that external instruments could only partially measure. Zhao Cunming had exterior instrument capability that could measure his own technique more accurately than his interior perception alone. The two situations were complementary, and the complementarity pointed towards something the design documentation had described as a long-term household capability, formation and technique cross-validation, in which the household's interior perception and the formation's external measurement provided different types of evidence about the same reality, and the combination was more accurate than either alone. He brought this observation to the household at the evening gathering that concluded the recalibration period. The household's response was to recognize what he was describing as already operational in practice. Each cultivation session produced interior perception reports from the practitioners and formation measurement records from Zhao Cunming, and the two were routinely compared in the cultivation development reviews. What Zhao Cunming was articulating was the explicit theoretical framework for something the cultivation household had been doing from practical necessity. Meihua said, "You are describing why the transparency practice produces better cultivation documentation than individual practitioner self-reporting. The practitioner reports what they experience. The formation reports what it measures. The combination is more accurate than either alone." Zhao Cunming, yes. And the cultivation coordination sessions extend this to the broader community. When Lin Fenghua describes her bond formation experience, and we compare it against what the formation registered during her visit, we are doing cross-validation that no single household can do alone. The community of practitioners sharing their interior experiences, combined with the formation measurement capabilities the household provides, creates an evidence base that is more accurate than anything the individual practitioners could produce independently. He paused. The design anticipated this. The sutra was designed to be a community resource, not a private one. The formation network is the infrastructure that makes the community's cultivation validation possible, and the household, 1 year into its existence, was becoming exactly that. The sutra's design had anticipated this exactly, not the specific people who would form the household, but the structure of what a household needed to become over time. The formation custodian and the structural practitioner in genuine relationship, working together toward the same goal. This was what genuine bonds produced that forced bonds could not. The specific kind of trust that made two practitioners willing to refine each other's work, and that refinement, continued over time, was itself a form of cultivation that the sutra had always been designed to produce. Chapter 76. The recalibration took 2.5 days. Wei Boshan stood at the central formation anchor for 14 hours on the first day, 12 hours on the second, and 6 hours on the morning of the third, holding the central stability technique at a steady resonance level that the formation's adjustment could work around without the structural instability that fluctuation would cause. He ate at the anchor site, rested in a chair beside it during the intervals Zhao Cunming identified as safe, and maintained the sustained cultivation work with the characteristic quality of endurance he had developed in his decades of structural practice. Not forcing, not straining, simply holding what needed to be held for as long as holding was needed. The household arranged itself around the recalibration. Liangchen increased his perimeter patrol schedule, running the Vanguard Surge's awareness function in extended mode to compensate for the formation's temporarily reduced responsiveness during the calibration adjustments. Meihua maintained the wind veil at its highest operational sensitivity. Xiaoyan tracked the network's resonance quality through each adjustment phase, providing Zhao Cunming with real-time feedback on how the network was responding to each calibration change. Elder Fenyulan increased her tracking frequency during the recalibration period. The formation's temporary adjustment state was not the household's most vulnerable moment. The boundary held throughout, but it was the moment when the patriarch's tracking instruments would register a different quality in the formation's output, and she wanted to know immediately if the patriarch responded to that signal. It did not respond. The patriarch remained at its intermediate position, equidistant between the governance center and the compound. The tracking instruments showed no anomalous movement during the 2.5 days of recalibration work. When Zhao Zuanming completed the final calibration adjustment on the morning of the third day, he stood at the boundary anchor and ran the formation's full diagnostic sequence. Every measurement returned values that were not only within acceptable parameters, but precisely at the values his recalibrated design required. Complete, he said. Wei Boshan stepped back from the central anchor with the care of someone releasing something he has been holding for a long time. He looked at his hands. He looked at Zhao Zuanming. How does it read? Better than it has ever read, Zhao Zuanming said. The formation is now calibrated to the network's actual current state rather than its projected state. It will need recalibration again when the network advances further. He paused. But right now it is perfect. Wei Boshan looked at the formation anchors around the compound with the professional attention of a structural practitioner looking at work that has been done correctly. He nodded once. The nod from a practitioner who has done something difficult and is satisfied with the result. Then he went inside to sleep. The recalibration's success was not immediately obvious to the household members who had not participated in the technical work. What they noticed was subtler. The compound felt different, in a quality that was difficult to name but not difficult to perceive once they had perceived it. Mei Hua noticed it first. She was standing at the gate doing her morning perimeter assessment 3 days after the recalibration was complete, running the wind veil through its standard sensitivity check, when she realized the formation's response to her technique's perimeter reading had changed quality. The wind veil had always been able to communicate with the formation. The two systems were designed to work together, the barrier's external sensitivity informing the formation's internal response. But the recalibrated formation was responding with a precision that the pre-recalibration version had not produced. She reported this to Zhao Zuanming during the morning calibration. The formation is now calibrated to the network's current state, he said. The current state includes the wind veil's developed perimeter sensitivity, which was not the sensitivity level I calibrated to in the original installation. He paused. The original installation was calibrated to a wind veil at its initial capability. The recalibration was calibrated to a wind veil at its current developed capability. The formation is now an 8% better partner for your technique than it was before. It is, Mei Hua confirmed. She was looking at the formation anchors with the specific attention she brought to systems she was learning to understand technically. It is listening differently. Not more precisely. This distinction, not more precisely, became the way the household described the recalibration's effect across all 7 channels. Each technique found the formation more precisely responsive to its specific current capabilities. Not more powerful, not more supported, but more accurately partnered. The formation meeting each technique at its actual current development level rather than its initial installation level. This is also documentation, Zhao Zuanming told Pei Jinghao in the next correspondence exchange, describing what the household had observed. The formation should be recalibrated periodically as the household's techniques develop, not once and maintained indefinitely. The installation is the beginning of the formation's relationship to the household. It is not the end. I will add this to the case study, Pei Jinghao wrote back. The formation's ongoing development in relationship to the household's techniques is an area I did not have documentation for. This fills a significant gap, and the documentation continued, growing toward the completeness that the household's full story required. Wei Boshan's observation of the formation's improved response was different from the other household members' observations because he was one of the formation's primary inputs. For Mei Hua, the recalibration changed what the formation could do for her technique. For Wei Boshan, the recalibration changed what his technique could do for the formation. A relationship he had been developing since his arrival in the household, but that the pre-recalibration formation had been responding to with a slight lag. The lag had been small enough that Wei Boshan had not identified it explicitly. It had manifested as a quality of his technique that he had attributed to the adjustment period of a new formation relationship. The way any practitioner adjusted to a new formation took time, and some adjustment was expected to remain through the early months. But after the recalibration, the lag was gone. His technique's structural stability output and the formation's structural response were synchronized in a way they had not been before. This synchronization changed the quality of what he could do in formation work. Where before his contribution to the formation had been technically correct but not fully integrated, after the recalibration it was integrated. The formation receiving his output as a direct structural input rather than an external contribution that the formation's response system had to translate. He told Zhao Zuanming, I can feel the difference. Not in the technique, in what the technique is contributing. Before the recalibration, the formation was using what I provided. After the recalibration, the formation is working with what I provide. The distinction is the distinction between a formation that is responding to a signal and a formation that is in conversation with a source. Zhao Cunming wrote this in the household's calibration records with the note. Wei Basan has accurately described the difference between pre-integration and post-integration formation participation. The formation is now in direct structural conversation with the pillar of heaven technique rather than translating its input through the standard response protocol. This is the intended state of a formation at full calibration with its household. It took longer to achieve in Wei Basan's case because his integration into the household occurred after the formation's initial installation. It is achieved now, and what had been technically correct was now fully integrated, in the way that correct and integrated were different things. The conversation about the formation's improved response continued into the evening gathering, where each household member reported what they had noticed in their own cultivation work. The conversation had the quality of people discovering, together, that something they had been doing separately had been improved in a way they could now see clearly only because they were comparing notes. And comparing notes was what the household did, every day, because the household's full picture required all 7 perspectives to be complete. Chapter 77. With 4 weeks remaining in the transition window, the Hollow Patriarch made what Elder Fin Yulan described as an unusual movement. It left its intermediate position and moved directly to the compound's perimeter, not to the gate, not to any specific point, but in a slow arc around the boundary, approximately 30 meters outside the formation's detection threshold. The movement was not an approach. It was an assessment. The behavior, the elder told the household, of an entity that has exhausted its available approach vectors and is now conducting a direct reconnaissance of what it is facing before deciding on its next course of action. Is it going to try direct contact? Liangchen asked. The historical record suggests not, the elder said. The Patriarch is an indirect entity. It does not engage household arts directly. It works through the access vectors that genuine complications provide. Direct engagement would require it to act outside its method, and it has not done that in any case in the historical record. She paused. What the perimeter assessment suggests is that the Patriarch is evaluating the formation directly, reading its current state, its strengths and gaps, the quality of what it is facing, in preparation for a different kind of approach than it has tried previously. She looked at the household. The deep approach I described earlier, access vectors inside the household's internal bonds rather than its external relationships. The perimeter assessment is the Patriarch determining whether the bonds are as solid as the external relationship work suggests. What does it find when it assesses the formation? Wei Liangchen asked. A recalibrated formation in perfect alignment with a fully developed bond network in which the internal bonds have all been addressed, resolved, and integrated, Zhao Cunming said, before the elder could answer. He said it not as a boast, but as a technical report, a formation custodian describing the state of his installation. It finds nothing to work with. The managed distances were addressed. The unaddressed things were addressed. The bond quality is at full baseline. He paused. There is nothing for it here. Wei Liangchen's response to the perimeter assessment was the most testing moment the household had faced. Not because the Patriarch's presence at the compound's edge was directly threatening. The formation was at recalibrated peak performance. Elder Fin Yulan's tracking confirmed that the entity was conducting reconnaissance rather than approach, and the household's defenses were in the best state they had ever been in. The testing was internal. The specific discipline required to continue doing exactly what they had been doing, without modification, in the presence of an entity that was observing everything they did and looking for any gap it could use. The temptation in such a moment was to become slightly more careful, slightly more measured, slightly more aware of how things appeared rather than what they genuinely were. The temptation was subtle enough that a household less practiced in genuine transparency might not have recognized it. The evening gathering on the first day of the perimeter assessment had a slight quality of performed normality, not because anyone was consciously performing, but because the awareness that something was watching created a subtle pressure toward presenting a curated version of the household rather than simply being the household. Yao Sufin named it at the gathering, in the direct, specific way she named things when naming them was necessary. We are being slightly more considered than we usually are, she said. I can feel it. The Patriarch is at the perimeter and we are aware of it being there. The awareness is producing a slight quality of, not performance, but self-consciousness. We are being the household while slightly aware of being observed. She set down her knitting. The Patriarch reads genuine relational state, not performed relational state. The self-consciousness is exactly the kind of internal quality it is looking for, because self-consciousness produces slight distances. She looked at the household. We need to let go of it. Not by pretending the Patriarch is not there. By trusting that what we are is enough. Not enough to look good under observation. Enough to be what we are regardless of observation. Wei Liangchen felt the accuracy of this in the bond network as soon as she said it. The slight tension that had been present since the morning's calibration report of the perimeter assessment, the quality he had attributed to appropriate vigilance, but that Yao Sufin was correctly identifying as something more subtle and more corrosive, dissolved when she named it. The naming was the action. There was nothing further to do. The patriarch will find nothing here, he said, because there is nothing here for it. Continue. The gathering continued in its ordinary character. The slight self-consciousness did not return. The patriarch continued its perimeter arc and found what it found, which was exactly what the household was, and nothing the patriarch could use. The household's consistent behavior during the 3 days of the perimeter assessment was the most significant demonstration of the sutra's design principle that Wei Liangchen had witnessed. The principle was simple. The household's best defense is being exactly what it is. The complexity was in actually being exactly what it is while something is watching, looking for any gap between what the household appears to be and what the household actually is. Yao Sufin had named the gap when she perceived it on the first evening. The naming had closed it. The household had continued. On the second day, Xianxia trained at dawn in the practice courtyard with the same disciplined attention he brought to every morning training session. The patriarch was at the compound's western boundary at the time. The training was not a performance for the patriarch's benefit. Xianxia trained because the morning training was his practice, and his practice was what he did. On the third day, Yao Sufin made tea at the kitchen preparation space at 7 hours past midnight, as she had made it every morning since the household's first month. She did not think about the patriarch at the compound's eastern boundary. She thought about the tea. The household was exactly what it was. Not performing being exactly what it was. Being it. Zhao Zuming's formation instruments recorded all 3 days. The formation held steady. The network resonated in all 7 channels plus the developing specialized channels. No internal quality changes. No fluctuations in bond signature quality. No evidence of the kind of managed distance or unaddressed complication that the patriarch's method required. When the patriarch moved south on the 4th day, the formation instruments recorded the movement. The household noted it at the morning calibration. And the patriarch to the south noted what the perimeter assessment had found and began to revise its models one more time. The household's consistent ordinary behavior during the perimeter assessment was not effortless. It required a specific kind of discipline. Not the discipline of maintaining a difficult practice, but the discipline of not overthinking what you were doing. Xianxia named this in a brief conversation with Wei Liangchen on the 2nd day. The temptation is not to perform the household. The temptation is to think about whether you are performing it. The moment you think about it, there is a quality difference. The thinking is itself a gap. He paused. The right practice is to simply do what you do without meta-awareness of doing it. Wei Liangchen, how do you practice that? Xianxia, the same way you practice anything. You notice when you are doing it wrong, you stop, and you do it correctly. Each time you notice and correct, the correct version becomes more natural. The meta-awareness decreases. He returned to his training. Wei Liangchen returned to his cultivation session. The patriarch continued its perimeter arc. The household was exactly what it was, and the patriarch, reading it, found nothing to work with and continued its assessment of a household that had no gaps to offer. Chapter 78. The perimeter assessment continued for 3 days. The household held its normal routine during the 3 days. Morning calibration. Individual cultivation sessions. Evening gatherings. The coordination correspondence with the Shan and Min families. The documentation review with Pei Jinghao's supplemented case study. Zhao Zuming's ongoing monitoring of Xiao Yan's technique's mature integration pace, which was continuing to advance ahead of schedule. Elder Fin Yulan tracked the patriarch's perimeter movement with hourly precision. The entity moved around the boundary in a pattern that was neither random nor patterned in a way the elder had seen before. It was sampling, she thought, testing different points of the boundary for the quality of resonance that indicated internal complications. Not probing the formation itself. The formation had no gaps for the patriarch to probe. Reading the network. On the 3rd evening, the patriarch's movement changed. It held position at the compound's eastern boundary, the boundary nearest the district's practitioners, nearest the Shan family compound and the Min family's residence, nearest the network of genuine relationships that the family household had been building, and it remained there for 6 hours without moving. It is reading the network's outward connections, Chen Ryu said, when the elder reported the stationary position. The connections to the Shan family, the Min family, the Su family, Bao Meiqing, Han Weizhen, the coordination session participants. The patriarch can read whether those connections are genuine or strategic. It is determining whether the household's community engagement is real or a defensive performance. What does it find? Meihua asked. What we are, Wei Liangchen said. He looked at the eastern boundary, in the direction of the people this household had been building genuine relationships with, because those people were worth genuine relationships. It finds exactly what we are, which is not what it needs to find. He paused. Continue, everything is normal. The answer to the patriarch's assessment is not to do anything differently. The answer is to already be what we are. The 3 days of the patriarch's perimeter assessment were the longest 3 days the household had experienced since the night the jade slip shattered. Not because anything alarming happened. The formation held. The tracking instruments showed no advance. Elder Fenyolan's monitoring was continuous and thorough. What made the 3 days long was the defining quality of sustained attentiveness that the situation required. Not alarm, not preparation for action, but the sustained presence of a household that was being exactly what it was, continuously, while being observed by something that was looking for any gap. The household managed it by doing what it always did. Zhao Zuming ran his formation maintenance checks. Yao Sufan did her morning practice. Lianqing had trained. Chun Ryu worked on the institutional correspondence. 2 letters to Bao Meiqing, 1 to Han Weijin, a follow-up with the Shan family about the coordination session logistics. Wei Boshan did the structural survey he had been planning for the compound's eastern outbuilding, which needed a minor repair before winter. Meihua maintained the gate and the perimeter monitoring. Xiao Yin documented the 5th chapter's development status for the week and sent the documentation to Zhao Zuming for the household's cultivation record. Wei Liangchen ran the morning calibration each day with the same precision he had been bringing to it for 8 months. He ran the transparency inventory he had developed after Elder Fenyolan's question about unaddressed things. The brief daily check-in with his own perception of the bond network's quality, noting anything that felt slightly different from its baseline, addressing it directly, if anything did. Nothing did, for 3 days. On the 3rd evening, the patriarch moved from the eastern boundary to the compound's gate, the specific entry point, not a random perimeter position, and held there for 1 hour before moving to the south. Elder Fenyolan tracked the movement and reported it at the morning gathering of the following day. It was reading the gate, she said. Specifically the gate, the entry point where external practitioners enter and the wind veil's perimeter sensitivity is concentrated. She paused. What it found there was a developed, recalibrated perimeter technique in full alignment with the formation, maintained by a practitioner whose bond with the household is clear and without managed distance. She looked at Meihua. It found you at your best. Meihua received this with the specific quiet of a cultivator who has been told that their work was adequate to what the moment required. Good, she said. That is what I was trying to be. And the eastern boundary held clear, and the patriarch moved south, and the household understood that what Meihua had maintained for 3 days had been the household's strongest defense. On the 2nd evening of the perimeter assessment, the household had a gathering that was different from their usual gatherings in one specific way. Elder Fenyolan participated actively rather than observing. She had been present at many gatherings, increasingly present over the months, but her participation had been primarily as a resource. She answered questions about the tracking data, provided context from the historical record, offered assessments of what the patriarch's behavior indicated. The gatherings were the household's space, and she had treated them as such. On the 2nd evening of the assessment, after the day's tracking report, she said, I want to tell you something about what I observe, as someone who has been watching from outside for 2 months. The household listened. I have been tracking 14 households facing this threat. In each case, the household I observed was, in some sense, less than itself during the approach period. Not dramatically, not collapsed or in conflict, but slightly contracted, slightly more careful than natural, slightly more aware of itself as something being observed and potentially threatened. The contraction is understandable, but it was also, in each case, the thing the patriarch found most useful. She paused. This household is different. Over 3 days of direct perimeter assessment, the patriarch at your boundary, actively reading your internal state. I have not observed any contraction. The household is exactly itself. Not performing being exactly itself. Actually being it. She looked at the gathering. In 11 years of tracking work, I have not seen this before. The household sat with it quietly. Meihua said, it is because we know that being ourselves is the right answer. Not as a strategy. Because it actually is the right answer, and we believe that, and so we do it. The elder said, yes. That is what I observe. And it is, in my 11 years of experience, very rare, which is why I want you to know it. What you have built here is something I have never seen before. The 2nd day of the perimeter assessment produced no changes in the formation's readings, no anomalies in the bond network's baseline resonance. and no indications that any internal complications had developed that the patriarch's assessment might have identified. Zhao Cunming ran 3 additional calibration checks during the second day, at morning, midday, and evening, beyond the usual daily calibration. Not because the standard calibration had produced anomalous results, but because the formation's readings during an active perimeter assessment were more valuable data than the readings during ordinary operation, and he wanted the complete dataset. Each of the 3 additional checks confirmed the formation at recalibrated optimal, the bond network at full resonance, the 7 channels plus developing specialized channels all at their actual quality, without managed distances or unaddressed complications. The dataset was clean. The household was exactly what it was. The Elder's tracking instruments confirmed the same from the exterior. The Patriarch reading a boundary and finding nothing to work with, which was exactly what the interior calibration showed it would find. A household at full integration, nothing managed around, nothing unaddressed, the Patriarch's assessment complete, and its conclusion unavoidable. Chapter 79. On the 6th day after the perimeter assessment began, Zhao Cunming registered a change in the formation's reading that required immediate analysis. The cultivation accelerant's cultivation path orientation function, which had been developing in measurable increments each week, had jumped. Not a gradual advance, a step change. The orientation function had moved from its previous 74% development level to 91% in a single calibration cycle. The jump was not harmful. The formation registered it as a clean transition, not a destabilizing surge, but it was unexpected in its magnitude. Xiaoyan, when Zhao Cunming reported the measurement, was still. He said, "I felt it. Yesterday evening, during the cultivation session. I did not know what to call it. Something clarified. The sense of where each person is in their cultivation arc became very much clearer, very suddenly. Like a lens coming into focus." He looked at Zhao Cunming. "Is this the event the design documentation predicted for the transition threshold?" Earlier, Zhao Cunming said. He was reviewing the design documentation simultaneously. The design documentation describes a similar event, a rapid integration phase, as part of the transition window's close. But the predicted timing in the documentation is at week 12 of transition window development. We are at week 9. He looked at Xiaoyan. The integration is 3 weeks ahead of schedule. He paused, which means the transition window close is also 3 weeks ahead of schedule. He looked at Elder Fin Yulan, who was present at the calibration. The window closes in approximately 1 week, not 4. The Elder looked at her tracking instruments. The Patriarch was still at the eastern boundary. 1 week, she said. The Patriarch is running out of time faster than either of us calculated. She paused. This is either very good news, or it changes what the Patriarch will do in the next 7 days. She met Wei Liangchen's gaze. Maintain full formation readiness. Something is about to happen, and I cannot tell you yet whether it is the Patriarch retreating or the Patriarch attempting something it has not tried before. The jump in the orientation technique's orientation function produced immediate practical effects that Xiaoyan reported to the household the following morning. The development tracking I do each morning, he said, has been measuring the orientation function's precision, how clearly I can perceive each household member's position in their cultivation arc. Before yesterday evening, the precision was good enough to register general direction. That person is in a consolidation phase. That person is in an active advancement phase. That person has a technique development event approaching. After last night's development, the precision is different, not just directional. I can now register specific quality as well. Not their stage or their next event specifically, but the texture of where they are. Like, he paused, searching for the right description. Like the difference between knowing someone is in a room and knowing how they are in the room. Not just present, but their specific state of being present. Zhao Cunming, who had already reviewed the calibration data, confirmed this. The orientation function has moved from positional awareness to qualitative awareness. The previous 74% development level was registering cultivation arc position. The 91% level is registering cultivation arc quality. He paused. The design documentation predicts that the full 100% development, which is the transition threshold event, will produce integrated cultivation arc communication. Each household member's cultivation development will be visible to every other household member through the integration chapter's function, in a quality that allows the household to support individual development specifically rather than generally. What does that mean practically? Liangchen asked. He was asking from the position of a combat practitioner who thought in operational terms. What does this capability enable? It means, Xiaoyan said, that when a household member is approaching a significant cultivation development, an advancement event, a technique breakthrough, a stage boundary crossing, I will know it in enough time for the household to provide optimal support for that development. Not reactive support after the event happens, but proactive support as the development approaches. He paused. And Zhao Zunming can adjust the formation's resonance configuration in advance to support the specific development, rather than making standard configuration adjustments after the fact. 1 week to full integration, Elder Fin Yulan said. She had been tracking the calibration data alongside the patriarch's movement pattern, watching both with equal attention. 1 week until the transition threshold. The household has been building toward this since before it existed. She looked at Wei Liangchen. How do you want to approach the final week? Wei Liangchen looked at the household. The 7 people who had built something genuine together, who had faced what needed to be faced and addressed what needed to be addressed, and continued doing what they did in the face of an entity that had tried every available method to find a gap in what they had built. The same way we have approached every other week, he said. By being exactly what we are. Nothing more and nothing less is required. And 1 week from now, whatever comes, the household will meet it as exactly this. Zhao Zunming's response to the orientation function's rapid development was to initiate an emergency calibration sequence. Not because anything was wrong, but because the formation needed to be precisely adjusted to account for the new development level before the following morning's cultivation sessions. The emergency calibration took 90 minutes and produced calibration readings that were better than any the formation had produced since its installation. The orientation function at 91% was producing household resonance patterns that the formation was designed to support, but that the previous calibration had not been optimized for. The new calibration brought the formation into full alignment with the household's actual current state. Xiaoyan sat with Zhao Zunming through the calibration, observing with the orientation function's current capabilities and providing real-time feedback on how the household's cultivation state was responding to each calibration adjustment. This was the first time the orientation function had been used as a live calibration tool. The first time Xiaoyan's interior perception of the household's cultivation state had been directly integrated with Zhao Zunming's exterior formation measurement. The integration was efficient. What would have taken Zhao Zunming 4 hours of iterative adjustment with instrument measurements alone took 90 minutes, with Xiaoyan's interior feedback supplementing the instruments. The calibration was more precise than the previous recalibration had been, because the previous recalibration had used instruments only. Zhao Zunming said, "This is what the design anticipated. The seedling of heaven's orientation function was not designed to be only a cultivation support function. It was designed to be the household's internal calibration instrument, the mechanism by which the household knows its own cultivation state with precision that exterior instruments alone cannot achieve." Xiaoyan. So the technique's mature function is not just cultivation development support. Zhao Zunming. The cultivation development support is the visible function. The calibration capacity is the structural function. The visible function develops the household. The structural function ensures that the formation can support the development accurately. Both are needed for the transition threshold event to produce the stable state the sutra is designed to reach. Xiaoyan, 1 week. Zhao Zunming, 1 week. And then the transition threshold. And then the sutra becomes what it was always designed to become. Xiaoyan's experience of the orientation function's jump was described in detail in the household's cultivation log the following morning, filling 4 pages with specific perceptions that Zhao Zunming had asked him to record before the sharpness of the experience faded. The core of the description was the distinction between positional awareness and qualitative awareness. Before the jump, knowing where each household member was in their cultivation arc, approximately, in the way you know the approximate location of a sound source. After the jump, knowing the quality of where they were, the texture of it, the specific character of each person's current cultivation state in the way you know the specific voice of someone you are close to. Zhao Zunming, reading the description, wrote in the formation notes, the orientation function at 91% development is producing what the design documentation called extended cultivation field awareness. The remaining 9% is the integration threshold, the point at which the extended awareness becomes continuous rather than active, available as background perception rather than requiring conscious attention. When the threshold is crossed, the household will have unified cultivation field awareness as a permanent feature of its shared experience rather than a developed technique, Xiaoyan actively maintains. And 1 week from now, that permanent background awareness would begin, changing what the household could know about itself forever. Chapter 80. The household went into what Elder Fin Yulan called the final week posture. Not alarm, not defensive contraction, but the recognizable quality of full and sustained attention that a household in a significant moment required. The formation was at recalibrated peak performance. The bond network was resonating in all 7 channels plus the developing specialized channels, with the 5th Sutra chapter's orientation function at 91% and advancing visibly. The external relationships, the Shan family, Min family, Su family, Bao Meiqing, Han Weizhen, Pei Jinghao, were genuine and had been maintained genuinely throughout the transition window, closing the external approach vectors one by one as the household did what it was designed to do. Wei Liangchen ran the morning calibration with more precision than usual, not because the calibration showed anything concerning, but because precision was the right response to a significant moment. Each channel registered at its actual quality. The foundational current beneath all 7 channels was stronger than it had been at any previous calibration, not by the measurement instruments, which were not calibrated for the foundational current directly, but by the marked quality of resonance that Wei Liangchen had learned to read in the 8 months since the household's formation. 7 channels, Meihua said at the morning gathering, when Wei Liangchen reported the calibration results. All at baseline or above. The specialized channel resonance between the structural pair is now registering on the instruments without Xiao Yan's supplemental sensitivity. She paused. We are ready. We have been ready, Zhao Zuming said. The readiness is what we have been building for 8 months. Then we are still ready, Meihua said, with the slight directness that was her characteristic when someone said something that required precise agreement. Which is what we need to be for 1 more week. 1 more week, Lianxing has said. He said it with the quality of a person who knows the timeline and is fully prepared to meet it, without excess tension and without false reassurance. Just accurate confidence about what can be done and what the household has already become. 1 more week, and then whatever the patriarch intends to do in the time remaining. We meet it as exactly what we are. The final week before the transition threshold began with the household doing what it had always done. The morning calibration, the individual cultivation sessions, the evening gathering, the coordination correspondence, the ongoing documentation work. Elder Fan Yulan had installed a continuous tracking configuration that would alert the household immediately if the patriarch moved from its current intermediate position. The configuration ran in the background while the household operated normally, which was exactly how it should run: awareness without disruption, vigilance without distortion of the household's natural life. Shun Ryu sent the quarterly correspondence to Han Weizhen on the first day of the final week. Han Weizhen's response arrived on the second day, with the specific efficiency that characterized her professional communication: a brief acknowledgement, 2 questions that required specific information from the household's case documentation, and a note that the audit's first draft was now being reviewed by the Regional Administration Center's Institutional Review Committee. The review would take 4 to 6 weeks. Han Weizhen's expectation was that the committee would request revisions. Her plan for the revision process included additional documentation from the household's case, specifically the formal consent letter for attributed case documentation. She would send the consent form when the committee's review was complete. Wei Liangchen read the letter at the morning gathering. The audit was moving through the institutional process. The case study Pei Jinghao was writing was in preparation for a final review with the household before submission to the Northern Archives scholarly series. The Shan family's authentication was complete. The Min family's 3-bond art was developing. The Su family was having the internal conversations that the 7th Sutra chapter extension required. The household's community was real and was growing. This is what we have built, Zhao Zuming said. He was looking at the map of the cultivation community here that Shun Ryu kept on the study wall. The map that had been growing since the first month, each new genuine relationship added as a mark with a note about what the relationship was. The marks were numerous now. Not a network built strategically, but a network that had grown from genuine engagement with genuine people over 8 months of genuine work. Every mark on that map is a person or institution that chose to build something real with this household, because what we are made the choice worth making for them. He paused. That is the sutra's mature design working as designed. A center of genuine connection from which genuine bonds extend outward. He met Wei Liangchen's gaze. Your mother would recognize this. She would, Wei Liangchen said. And the bond network's foundational current moved through all 7 channels with the deep, quiet persistence of something that had been built correctly and would continue to be built correctly, 1 day at a time, for as long as it existed. The final week began. The household was ready, and whatever came next would find them exactly what they were, which was, in every way that mattered, exactly what was needed, and the transition threshold was 1 week away, and the household was exactly ready. The final week's first morning calibration was different from every previous morning calibration in one specific way. It was the first calibration where all 7 channels, all 3 developing specialized channels, the formation's full structural response capability, and the orientation function's 91% development were simultaneously present and mutually supporting. Wei Liangchen ran the calibration with the full household present, unusual because the standard calibration was a two-person exercise. Wei Liangchen running the network assessment, and Zhao Cunming reading the formation's corresponding output. The full household's presence was not required technically. It was appropriate. Each person took their channel's reading position. Zhao Cunming at the formation instruments. Xiao Yin with the orientation function active. Mei Hua at the wind veil's perimeter position. Lian Xinghe in the practice courtyard with the vanguard surge at its standard morning readiness level. Chen Ruyu with the heart-link site's relational attunement in active mode. Yao Sufan with the Hearthstone barrier's stability function at its morning baseline. Wei Boshan at the central formation anchor. The calibration ran for 40 minutes. The readings were the best the household had produced in 9 months of daily calibration work. Zhao Cunming read the results. All 7 channels at baseline or above. Structural specialized resonance registering at instrument detectable levels. Perceptual pair specialized resonance at 72% development. Orientation function at 91% and showing active development consistent with continued advancement. Formation alignment at recalibrated optimal. He paused. Bond network foundational current at the highest level I have recorded in 9 months of daily measurements. He set down his instruments. The household was ready. Not becoming ready. Not almost ready. Ready. The specific, complete readiness of a system that has been built correctly over 9 months and is now at the threshold it was designed to reach. 1 week, Wei Liangchen said. The household is ready for 1 more week. And then the transition threshold. And then whatever the patriarch intended, faced by exactly what the household was. Exactly what it had been building for 9 months. Exactly what it would continue to be. The bond network's foundational current at the start of the final week was the strongest reading the calibration instruments had produced in 9 months of daily measurement. Not by a significant margin, 4.3% above the previous highest reading, which had been recorded 2 weeks prior. But the direction of change was clear and had been clear since the 4th month, consistently increasing every week as the household deepened and developed. The foundational current was the aspect of the sutra's resonance that all 7 channels shared beneath their individual functions. It was not measurable by technique-specific instruments. It was measurable by the formation's foundational response layer, which Zhao Cunming had designed specifically to register it during the installation. The current was the sutra itself, in its most fundamental expression, not wind veil or hearthstone barrier or any of the 7 chapters, but the living connection between 7 genuine people in genuine relationship with each other, deepening with each honest conversation and each addressed complication and each genuine moment of being exactly what they were. The instrument readings gave it a number, but the household knew what it was from the inside. The specific feeling of 7 genuine people in genuine relationship with each other, deepening every day, building towards something that had never existed before and would not be diminished. Previous context story 76. My family cultivation art requires a full household. Part 1, Step 5. Story so far. The Supreme Family Sutra's bond network is 9 months into its development. The seedling of heaven's orientation function reached 91% development in an early jump, and the transition threshold, where the bond network reaches its designed stable state, is now 1 week away, rather than the projected 4 weeks. Zhao Cunming discovered the cornerstone of heaven is a network-building technique designed to create a formation network across multiple genuine household arts, not just a single boundary extension. The household established coordination sessions that have become a growing community of practice. The Shan family completed authentication with household support. Lin Fenghua's Min family art reached 4 bonds in 4 months, from 3 to 4, after resolving an 8-year managed distance. And the Su family is having the internal conversations that will eventually enable the cornerstone of heaven extension. Han Weijin from the Regional Governance Center visited and is using the household's documentation for a regional audit that will support a permanent institutional support framework for household cultivation arts. The Hollow Patriarch completed a direct perimeter assessment of the compound over 3 days and found no viable approach vectors. The formation at recalibrated optimal, the bond network at full quality, no internal managed distances or unaddressed complications. The Crimson Leash's community mapping practitioners are present in the district, but failing to build genuine relationships because the community's discernment is working. The recalibration also improved Wei Boshan's technique efficiency and strengthened the pillar cornerstone's specialized channel resonance. Elder Fin Yulan confirmed she believes the household will survive the transition window, which is now 1 week from closing. Chapter 81. The transition threshold arrived on a Wednesday morning in the household's 9th month, during the dawn calibration. Wei Liangchen was running the standard daily assessment. Each channel, in sequence, foundational current at baseline, when the seedling of heaven's orientation function completed its final development. The completion was not dramatic. There was no surge, no dramatic shift in the bond network's character, no visual manifestation. What happened was that the orientation function, which had been developing in measurable increments since the 5th month, crossed from 91% to 100% in the space between one breath and the next. The effect was immediate. The bond network did not feel different. It felt more itself than it had ever felt. The foundational current, which Wei Liangchen had been learning to read for 9 months, became the clearest and most present thing in his perception, not louder, not stronger, but completely legible in a way it had not been before. Every channel at once, each distinct and each also part of the whole more than the sum of its channels in the specific way that genuine things exceeded their descriptions. Xiaoyan, who was in the practice courtyard when the threshold was crossed, felt it from the inside. 7 cultivation states, each specific and vivid, as continuous background awareness. He stood still in the morning light for several minutes, simply being in the experience of what the technique had become, before he walked to the calibration room, where Wei Liangchen was standing with the calibration instruments and a very quiet expression. It happened, Wei Liangchen said. Yes, Xiaoyan said. I know. Zhao Cunming arrived 3 minutes later, having registered the formation's response to the threshold event from the formation room. The instruments had produced readings that had no precedent in 9 months of daily calibration data. Not anomalous, not distressing, but entirely outside the range the instruments had been calibrated to measure. The formation had responded to the transition threshold event the way a structure responds to the completion of its final component. Everything slightly more stable, slightly more coherent, the whole system settling into its designed final state. He stood at the calibration instruments for a moment, reading the outputs. The transition threshold has been crossed, he said. Not as a question, as a technical observation, precise and complete. Yes, Wei Liangchen said. The bond network is now in its fully developed form, Zhao Cunming continued. He was reading the instruments as he spoke. The seedling of heaven's full orientation function is active. The specialized channel resonances between the structural pair and the developing perceptual pair are registering at levels consistent with the network's stabilized state. He paused. The transition window is closed. He met Wei Liangchen's gaze. The hollow patriarch's window of opportunity is gone. The calibration instruments registered the event in a cascade of measurements. The formation's sympathetic response first, then the bond network's internal coherence reading, then the channel-by-channel verification that every technique in the 7-part structure had responded to the orientation function's completion with the incremental shift in operational quality that the design documentation described as the threshold effect. Wei Liangchen recorded each reading in sequence, working through the instrument panel with the methodical precision he had developed over 9 months of daily calibrations, because the readings would be part of the household's permanent documentation and would matter to whoever came after them. He was not fully present in the recording, which was not like him. His hands were doing the work, but some larger portion of his awareness was simply resting in the experience of what the bond network had become in the space between one breath and the next. The 7 channels, each distinct, each carrying its practitioner's particular cultivation signature and the particular quality of the genuine bond between that practitioner and the household. It had always been present. He had been reading it daily for 9 months, but reading a thing in development and reading that same thing in its completed form were genuinely different experiences. The development was a process. The completed thing was a presence. Zhao Cunming finished his preliminary instrument readings and turned to Wei Liangchen. I need to send word to Elder Fin Yulan. She will want to know the threshold reading time. He paused. The formation instruments confirmed the transition to stable state. The calibration instruments confirmed the bond network's completion. Both are consistent with the design documentation's description of a successful threshold crossing. He spoke precisely, because precision was how he processed significant things, and this was the most significant development he had documented in his formation work in 20 years. We have succeeded, Xiaoyan said. It doesn't feel like succeeding. It feels like arriving somewhere that was always where we were going. Yes, Wei Liangchen said. He understood exactly what Xiaoyan meant. Arriving is not the same as achieving. Achievement is about the effort. Arrival is about the place. The household gathered over the next 20 minutes, called by the formation's response which each practitioner had registered in their own way at the moment of threshold crossing. Meiwei had been at the perimeter monitoring station and had felt the wind veil's relational field perception clarify by a distinct notch. Yao Sufin had been preparing breakfast, and had registered the Hearthstone barrier settle in a way that was subtly and definitively different from its pre-threshold operational quality. Liangchen had been running combat form exercises in the outer courtyard and had stopped mid-form because the Vanguard Surge had responded to the threshold event with an immediate recalibration to what it clearly considered its proper operational baseline. Shun Ryu had been in the archive reading correspondence and had felt the Heartlink site's awareness of the household expand by a precise, unmistakable increment. When all 7 were present in the calibration room, the calibration instruments registered the full 7-channel reading at a level none of them had seen before, because the full 7-channel reading at post-threshold quality had not previously existed to be registered. Wei Liangchen said, "The transition threshold has been crossed. The Supreme Family Sutra is in its complete, designed form. Every one of you is part of what that means." He paused. He had thought about what he might say at this moment, during the final weeks of anticipation, and had prepared nothing because what needed to be said would only be clear when the moment was actually present. "Thank you for everything you brought to this. All of it. The difficult weeks and the ordinary weeks and the weeks when we didn't know whether we were navigating correctly. All of it brought us here." The calibration room held what had just been said in the way that rooms hold things that are true and specific and do not need expansion. Then Zhao Tsunming said, returning to the instruments, "I need to document the reading sequence for the archive." And the household, appropriately, laughed. The warm, genuine laugh of people who recognize each other's way of being in a moment and love it exactly as it is. The threshold had crossed. The bond network had completed. The transition window had closed. The formation instruments would continue to register the stable readings for as long as the household maintained the morning calibrations, which they would. The practice was too deeply established to end with its developmental purpose. The practice would continue as the household's daily confirmation that what had been built was well and continuing. Wei Liangchen stood at the calibration instruments for a long time after the others had dispersed. He read the instruments again, not because the readings had changed, but because reading them was how he confirmed, for himself, that something real had happened. The numbers were the numbers. The threshold was real. The completion was real. The morning was very clear. Wei Liangchen walked from the calibration room to the practice courtyard, where the morning light was coming over the compound wall in the way it had been coming for 9 months. The same light, a different household, receiving it, and more itself than it had ever been. Chapter 82 Elder Fun Yolan's tracking instruments registered the transition threshold event at the same time Zhao Tsuming's calibration instruments registered it. She had been in the tracking room since dawn. She had maintained continuous tracking through the final week, sleeping in short intervals with the instruments set to alert her to any movement in the patriarch's position. When the formation's response to the threshold event registered on her instruments, she was awake and watching. The patriarch's response was immediate. It moved, not toward the compound, away from it, north-northwest, in the direction away from both the compound and the regional governance center, toward the open cultivation territory that bordered the district to the north. The movement was not urgent. It was measured and deliberate. The movement of an entity that had reached a conclusion and was acting on that conclusion with the characteristic patience of something that had been doing this for centuries. Elder Fen Yulan tracked the movement for 4 hours before she reported to the household. At the morning gathering, the full household present, she spread the tracking log on the table and said, "The Hollow Patriarch has withdrawn from the district." The table was quiet for a moment with the specific quiet of 7 people absorbing news they had been working toward for 9 months. Permanently, Xianxia asked. The historical record suggests, for this household, yes. The Patriarch does not re-engage households that have successfully crossed the transition threshold. The bond network at full maturity is not accessible to the Patriarch's method. The managed distance access requirement is gone. The household in its stable state is what the Patriarch cannot work against. She closed the tracking log. "I will continue monitoring for 30 days, which is the standard protocol after a confirmed withdrawal. If no reapproach movement registers in 30 days, the case is closed." She paused. "I do not expect reapproach movement." Wei Liangchen looked around the table. 9 months of building. Every transparency conversation and morning calibration and coordination session and institutional engagement and addressed complication, culminating in this morning's quiet moment in the calibration room. "Thank you," he said. To the elder, specifically, and then to the household, because the thanks belonged to everyone in it. All of you. Every day of this. Thank you. The household received this in the way genuine things were received in a genuine household, completely, without deflecting, letting it be what it was. And it was enough. And the morning continued. She gave them 3 days before she came. In those 3 days, the elder had maintained continuous tracking protocol, had verified the patriarch's withdrawal trajectory with 4 separate instrument systems, had compared the withdrawal signature against the 11 historical precedents in her tracking archive, and had prepared a written analysis of what the confirmed withdrawal meant for the household going forward. She came with documentation because documentation was how she honored significant events, and this event was as significant as any she had documented in 11 years of tracking work. The household received her in the main receiving room, the same room where she had first presented the tracking instruments and the threat assessment 9 months ago. The same table, the same 7 faces, but the nature of what was in the room was entirely different. 9 months ago, the household had been a household in formation, vulnerable to a threat it had not yet fully understood, receiving documentation of a danger it would have to spend the next year navigating. This morning, the household received documentation of the navigation's successful conclusion. Elder Fan Yulan spread the tracking logs on the table in the same way she had spread the initial assessment. The gesture was probably not deliberate, but it had the quality of a considered parallel, and the household recognized it. The Hollow Patriarch's withdrawal began within 6 minutes of the transition threshold event, she said, which is consistent with the historical record. In 3 of the 11 cases I have documented, the Patriarch's response to threshold crossing was immediate withdrawal. In the other 8, the Patriarch remained in the area for between 24 and 72 hours before withdrawing. In those cases, I believe the Patriarch was verifying the threshold crossing was genuine before committing to withdrawal. The immediate response in your case suggests the Patriarch assessed your threshold crossing as unambiguous. She paused. This is consistent with the quality of your documentation and your preparation. The Patriarch had been conducting a full perimeter assessment for 3 days. It knew exactly what the household's state was when the threshold was crossed. There was nothing to verify. Wei Liangchen said, "What do we do now?" In terms of the tracking work. 30 days of standard withdrawal verification protocol, the elder said. After 30 days without reapproach movement, I file the case as resolved in the tracking archive. The household's case will be added to the 12 that have successfully crossed the transition threshold under monitoring. She paused. Out of 63 cases where I have confirmed patriarch targeting of a household cultivation art in development. She said the number carefully, because it deserved to be said carefully. Your household is one of 12 that survived the threshold. 12 out of 63. The room was quiet with the weight of that number. Zhao Tsuming said, the 51 that did not survive. What happened to the practitioners? They continued their lives, the elder said. Some continued cultivating individually. Some formed new relationships. Some of the genuine bonds persisted as ordinary relational connections without cultivation function. The practitioners did not cease to exist. The household arts did. She looked at the table, which is its own kind of loss. A genuine household cultivation art represents something that cannot be fully reconstructed, the specific confluence of these practitioners, this household, these bonds, this technique. When it is lost, something irreplaceable is lost. She met Wei Liangchen's gaze. Which is why I have maintained this tracking work for 11 years, despite the fact that 12 out of 63 is not an encouraging ratio. The 12 that survive are not consolation for the 51 that did not. They are the reason to continue. Lianqing has said, we will document everything, so that the next household that faces this has more to work with than you had when you started. You already have, the elder said. The case study Pei Jinghao is preparing, the household's own formation documentation, the coordination session records. It will be the most complete documentation of a successful navigation of the Patriarch's targeting that exists in any archive. She paused. I intend to add a chapter to my own tracking archive, drawing on all of it. The 11 historical cases lack the detail your case provides. The community will be better served going forward. The morning continued, and the 30-day countdown began. That afternoon, Wei Liangchen wrote individual letters to each of the 6 households in the coordination network, informing them of the transition threshold crossing and the Hollow Patriarch's confirmed withdrawal. He wrote each letter specifically, not a circular, a genuine letter to each household in language that reflected the specific relationship and the specific context each had. The Shan family received a note about their own arts development milestone, now that the primary threat to the coordination network's supporting household had been resolved. Lin Fenghua received acknowledgement of the Min family arts contribution to the community that had made the household's survival possible. Practitioner Shi Wei received a brief, direct note. The household has crossed the transition threshold. The Hollow Patriarch has withdrawn. The work we have been doing together has mattered in more ways than you may know. Each letter was received and answered. Each answer was the answer of a practitioner who had been part of something genuine and who understood, having heard the news, that what they had been part of had succeeded. The morning continued. and the 30-day countdown began. On day 30, Elder Fin Yulan sent a final tracking report. Case resolved. No reapproach movement in 30 days. The withdrawal confirmed as permanent for this household. Filing complete. The household received this with the quiet acknowledgement that matched its weight, and then the second year began its long approach. Chapter 83. The 7 days following the transition threshold had a different quality from the 9 months preceding it. Not dramatic different. The household continued the morning calibrations, the evening gatherings, the coordination session correspondence, the formation maintenance work, the cultivation sessions. The same rhythm, the same practices, the same people. What was different was the quality of continuity in the bond network, the sense, in every cultivation session and every morning calibration, that the network had completed its development and was now operating as its designed final form rather than as a system in the process of becoming its final form. Xiao Yin described this best in his cultivation notes for the week. The orientation function at full development does not feel like a developed technique. It feels like a permanent feature of how I perceive the household. I do not activate it to know where each person is in their cultivation arc. I simply know, continuously, the way I know where my hands are without thinking about them. The technique has become part of my perceptual background rather than part of my active cultivation practice. Zhao Cunming documented this as one of the most significant findings of the household's cultivation records. The transition from active technique orientation to passive background orientation is what the design documentation describes as the seedling of heaven's fully integrated state. The technique is no longer something the practitioner does. It is something the technique is, continuously, as part of the household's shared perceptual infrastructure. The practical implications for formation maintenance were significant. Zhao Cunming's formation monitoring work, which had required hourly instrument readings during the pre-threshold period, could now be done on a daily schedule. The transition threshold event had stabilized the formation in a way that reduced its day-to-day variation to within a range that daily monitoring was adequate to track. He described this in a letter to Pei Jinghao as the formation completing its primary function. The formation exists to support the household's development to the transition threshold. Having reached the threshold, the formation's primary function is complete. What remains is maintenance of the stable state, which is a different and less demanding task than supporting active development. The household was complete. Not finished. A household cultivation art did not become finished, only more fully what it was over time. But complete. All 7 bonds at their genuine quality, the network in its final form, the formation aligned and calibrated to that state. Complete. Meihua wrote in her perimeter monitoring log, on the 7th day after threshold, the Wind Veil's relational field perception continues to develop in ways I did not fully anticipate from the design documentation. The documentation described the post-threshold state as stable, not as actively developing. But what I am experiencing is not the absence of change. It is change of a different kind. Before the threshold, the technique was developing toward its designed functional capacity. After the threshold, the technique is deepening within its functional capacity. The distinction matters. I am not becoming able to do something I could not do before. I am doing what I could do before with a quality of precision and completeness that was not previously available. Chun Ryu wrote in her correspondence log, on the 5th day, the HeartLink site's awareness of the household's internal relational field has a texture I did not have vocabulary for before this week. Not more awareness, clearer awareness. As if the threshold crossing removed a persistent low-level interference pattern I had been working around for 9 months without knowing it was there, because it had always been there, and I had calibrated to it as normal. Without it, I can read what is actually present rather than what is present filtered through the interference. I need to recalibrate my assessments of what I was perceiving in the pre-threshold period against what I am now certain was actually there. Zhao Cunming made an entry in the formation records on the 3rd day. Formation energy consumption is down 22% from the pre-threshold average. This is consistent with the design documentation's prediction that the formation's primary development support function concludes at the transition threshold, leaving only the maintenance function. The maintenance function requires significantly less energy than the development support function. I adjusted the formation's energy input parameters to the post-threshold maintenance range, which will extend the formation's operational cycle and reduce the household's energy expenditure. What these individual records documented, collectively, was what Xiao Yin had described in his initial cultivation notes. The techniques had become part of the practitioner's perceptual backgrounds. The changes happening in the week after threshold were not changes in what the techniques could do. They were changes in how the practitioners could be with what the techniques were doing, more completely, more naturally, with less of the conscious management that active development had required. Wei Liangchen sat with this for several evenings in his own cultivation notes, trying to find the accurate description. What he arrived at was, we spent 9 months becoming the household the technique required us to be. Now we are that household. We do not need to maintain it through effort. We simply are it. The maintenance that remains is the ordinary work of genuine people being genuine with each other, not because the technique requires it, but because it is who we are. The technique shaped us into the household it needed. Now it runs on who we are. The morning calibrations continued, as they would continue for as long as the household existed. But their character had shifted. Where the pre-threshold calibrations had been assessments of a developing system, reading for progress, for complications, for gaps, the post-threshold calibrations were confirmations of a stable system. Reading for continuity, for ongoing health, for the quality of function well maintained. Different work, done in the same ritual, with a different kind of attention. On the 7th day, Wei Liangchen wrote to Elder Fan Yulan, the household is well. The post-threshold period is different from what I anticipated, in ways that are all positive. The techniques have settled into something that feels like who we are rather than what we do. I am grateful for the entire 9 months, including the difficult parts, especially the difficult parts, because they tested the genuineness of what we were building and found it genuine. Please continue the monitoring. We are glad of your continued care. The elder replied the same day. Monitoring continues. 30-day count at 7. No anomalous movement. Continue the morning calibrations. A long-term record of a genuine household cultivation art in post-threshold operation will eventually change what practitioners understand as possible. On the 14th day, Xianxia ran the combat form exercises that he had been running every morning since the household's first month. The forms were the same forms. He had not changed the sequence, had not altered the technique, had not introduced new elements. What was different was entirely in the quality of what he was doing them from. The household's complete bond network in its stable state as continuous background, the vanguard surge operating from the specific quality of security that a genuine completed household art produced in the practitioner whose technique protected it. He described it to Zhao Zuming afterward. I have been training readiness since I was 16 years old. I have trained it in many contexts, from many foundations. I have never trained it from this foundation before. He paused. The vanguard surge is different when it is protecting something that is complete. Not more powerful, more certain. The certainty is new. Zhao Zuming documented this. The certainty quality Lianxia described was not in the design documentation under any direct heading, but it was consistent with what the design documentation described as the combat readiness function of a genuine household art at stable state. A technique embedded in a complete and stable household is a technique that knows what it is protecting. That knowledge changes the quality of the protection. The post-threshold period continued. Week by week, each practitioner finding their own version of the same discovery, that they had become, in the completed household, someone slightly different from who they had been before the completion. Not dramatically different. Precisely different, in ways that mattered, as if the completion had been waiting, all along, to reveal what it meant to be itself. Chapter 84. The Crimson Leash's practitioners left the district 1 week after the transition threshold. They did not leave visibly. There was no announcement, no confrontation, no formal withdrawal. They simply ceased to appear at the district's cultivation market, the monthly coordination meeting, the informal cultivation community gatherings. They had been present without announcement, and they departed without announcement, in the manner of an institutional strategy being quietly discontinued. Shen Ryu confirmed the departure through her registry contacts and through direct observation at the cultivation market, where she had been tracking the Crimson Leash practitioners' attendance since their arrival. They are gone, she told the household at the morning gathering where she reported the confirmation. All three, the community mappers and the independent assessor who attempted the gate access. None of them have been observed in the district in the past 4 days. Their intelligence will have reached the Crimson Leash's institutional decision-makers, Elder Fan Yulan said. She had been analyzing this in the week since the transition threshold. The community mapping practitioners could not have failed to notice the threshold event. The chi field change it produced was perceptible at the district boundary. The Crimson Leash will know the household has crossed the threshold, and the Crimson Leash's institutional calculus will have determined that a household at its stable mature state is not a viable target for the strategies available to them. She paused. They do not compete with things they cannot defeat. The decision to withdraw was, in all probability, made within hours of the threshold event. Lianxia has said, will they try something else? Something longer term? The historical record suggests no, the elders said. The Crimson Leash's method depends on household arts that are still in development. Arts whose internal complications can be cultivated into access vectors. A completed household at stable state has no such vulnerabilities available to the Crimson Leash's approach. They will redirect their resources to other targets in earlier development stages. She paused. The household should monitor for renewed interest if any of the bond network's practitioners face significant external stress in the coming years. Stress can produce the kind of managed distances the Crimson Leash would look for. But there is no acute threat. Wei Liangchen said. We will continue as we have been continuing. The Crimson Leash's departure does not change what we do or how we do it. He looked at the household. We build genuine relationships. We address genuine complications directly. We maintain the network with the transparency the network requires. That continues regardless of what the Crimson Leash does. Yes, the household said, in their several different ways. And meant it. The effect on the coordination sessions in the months that followed was subtle but significant. Practitioners who had been slightly guarded in their sharing, slightly careful about what they revealed about their own household art's vulnerabilities, were less guarded after they understood what had been working against them and why it had failed. The understanding that their community's discernment had been their protection produced a specific kind of trust in that discernment. If genuine relationships had been the reason the Crimson Leash's mapping had found nothing to work with, then genuine relationships were not just a cultivation value. They were also the mechanism of genuine community security. Wei Liangchen named this at the next coordination session, not with any particular emphasis, but with the precision the observation deserved. The Crimson Leash found nothing here, because genuine relationships produce exactly the kind of community that predatory institutional approaches cannot penetrate. You built that community, not us you. The households in this network, building genuine cultivation relationships, maintained by genuine practitioners who developed real discernment about what genuine cultivation looks like. That is what community protection looks like from the inside. Lin Fenghua said, I thought the protection was the household's formation. I did not know it was also us. Both, Wei Liangchen said. Formation support and community support. Neither is sufficient without the other. He looked at the session participants. We build both. We always have. The statement settled in the room with the quality of things that were true and recognized as true. The Crimson Leash had left the district having found nothing, and the district's practitioners understood, now, why that had been the case, and what their own genuine work had contributed to making it so. The departure had an additional effect that Qianru noted in her institutional records and then brought to the household. It clarified who was genuinely engaged with the coordination network and who had been attending with other purposes. 3 practitioners who had appeared at the coordination sessions during the Crimson Leash presence in the district did not appear after the Crimson Leash departed. 2 had given general reasons for their initial attendance. Their non-return after the departure was not proof of anything, but it was information. Qianru said, I am not characterizing their reasons. I am noting the correlation. Their attendance coincided with the presence. Their non-return coincides with the departure. She paused. The coordination sessions are open to any practitioner who is genuinely engaged. We will not preemptively exclude anyone on the basis of suspected affiliation, but I will note the pattern. Elder Fin Yulan, consulted by letter, wrote back. The correlation you describe is consistent with the Crimson Leash's operational pattern of using affiliated practitioners as observation resources in target communities. The affiliated practitioner's role would have been to report on the community's social dynamics, who was connected to whom, what the actual relational quality of the sessions was, whether the household's engagement was as genuine as it appeared from outside. The departure of the institutional strategy would trigger the withdrawal of its observation resources. This is the expected pattern. Does it concern you that we were being observed? Wei Liangchen asked Qianru. No, she said. What they observed was exactly what it appeared to be. The sessions were genuine. The relationships were genuine. The household operated with full transparency throughout. Whatever report the observers sent, it would have been an accurate description of a community that was exactly what it claimed to be. She paused. Being observed is not a threat if what is being observed is genuine. It is only a threat if the observation reveals something that was being concealed. Wei Liangchen said. We had nothing to conceal. Precisely, Qianru said. And the Crimson Leash knows that now. The coordination sessions continued without the non-returning practitioners, which meant they continued without any particular change in quality or character, because the practitioners who had not returned had not been contributing to the genuine quality of the sessions in the first place. The sessions were what they had been. The community was what it had been. The network remained alive and genuine and continuing. The absence of the Crimson Leash practitioners also allowed Qianru to do something she had deferred during their presence, a direct assessment of the coordination session's actual composition, free of the managed observation quality she had been navigating. In the 2 sessions following the departure, she documented which practitioners were genuinely engaged, asking real questions from their own cultivation experiences, contributing specific observations, building connections with the other practitioners present, and which were still in an exploratory phase, testing whether the sessions were what they appeared to be. The genuinely engaged practitioners were, as she reported to the household, the majority. The exploratory practitioners were smaller in number and were, in her assessment, in the process of becoming genuinely engaged. Their questions were becoming more specific, their observations more rooted in actual cultivation experience, their connections with other practitioners more substantive. The coordination session's culture of genuine engagement was doing what genuine culture did. It shaped the behavior of participants toward the genuine quality the culture valued. The culture is self-reinforcing, Chen Ruyu said. Practitioners who engage genuinely make it easier for other practitioners to engage genuinely, because they model what genuine engagement looks like. She paused. We do not need to teach the culture. We need to maintain the space where the culture can operate, and then trust what the culture, genuine and self-sustaining, produces on its own. Chapter 85. The first cultivation coordination session after the transition threshold had a different character from the previous sessions. The Shan family practitioners came back with their 4-bond art now developing at the pace that genuine arts developed at. The rate Lin Fenghua had demonstrated was achievable when the pathway was clear of managed complications. They brought questions about the 5th bond rather than the 4th, which was a qualitative shift in the conversation. They were not navigating the early formation challenges anymore. They were navigating development. Lin Fenghua brought news of the Min family art's 5th bond, which had formed in the 2 weeks since the coordination session. She described the formation with the specific vocabulary she had been building since the 3rd bond. Accurate, precise, recognizably shaped by months of paying careful attention to what she was actually experiencing rather than what the cultivation theory texts said she should experience. Yao Sufan listened with the appreciation of a practitioner who recognized good self-reporting and who had been hoping to hear it from Lin Fenghua specifically. The Mountain District practitioner, whose name was Practitioner Shi Wei, described his 4th bond situation. He had identified the 4th bond's possible person but had not yet named it. The managed distance was present and visible to him, which was different from the situation Lin Fenghua had described. He could see the managed distance clearly. What he was navigating was not ignorance of it, but the specific difficulty of naming something that had been unnamed for so long that naming it felt like a presumption. Yao Sufan said, "The naming is not a presumption. The art has already recognized what the bond is. The naming is simply honoring the art's recognition." She looked at Shi Wei directly. The 7 years you have spent developing a cultivation relationship that the art clearly intends to be a bond have not been a mistake. They have been building the relationship toward the quality the bond requires. The naming acknowledges that the building is complete enough to name. She paused. Name it, as soon as you return home. Not as a request for something from the other person, as an acknowledgement to yourself of what is already real. Shi Wei was quiet for a moment. Then he said, "Yes, I will." The session continued. After it ended, Su Manling stayed for a brief private conversation with Wei Liangchen. She told him, the second conversation with her nephew had been better than the first. The 3rd conversation was scheduled for next week. And for the first time, she had begun to understand that what she was doing was not conflict resolution. It was building, from genuine acknowledgement, the foundation that the household's cornerstone of heaven extension would eventually require. The session itself was different in a way Yao Sufan articulated best in her notes afterward. The previous sessions had been organized around the question of how to develop. This session was organized around the question of what development looks like when it is working. The shift was not in the agenda. There was no formal agenda, but in the quality of the questions the participants brought. They were asking from experience rather than from anticipation. They had navigated things and had outcomes to report and were now asking the next questions rather than the initial ones. Lin Fenghua's description of the 5th bond's formation occupied a substantial portion of the early session. She had not previously spoken about her cultivation experiences at this level of detail with practitioners outside the household itself. Her previous session contributions had been careful, tentative, shaped by uncertainty about what level of precision was achievable in her self-reporting. The 5th bond's formation had changed something in how she related to her own cultivation knowledge. She now knew what she was describing well enough to describe it fully. The 5th bond had formed differently from the 4th. The 4th had been recognized, already present as a genuine connection, missing only the acknowledgement of what it was in cultivation terms. The 5th had been built, in the more active sense of building, a relationship that had genuine potential for a genuine bond, but that required specific development work to reach the quality the bond required. She had done that work over 3 months, with the coordination session conversations and the household's ongoing guidance, deliberately cultivating the relationship toward the quality she could now perceive clearly. The fifth bond is newer, she said. The fourth was 17 years of genuine relationship that had not yet been named as cultivation. The fifth is 3 months of deliberate cultivation. They feel different, not in the quality of genuineness, but in the relationship history. The fourth has depth that comes from 17 years. The fifth has clarity that comes from being built consciously. She paused. I am learning that both are genuine. Genuineness is not contingent on how long the relationship existed before the cultivation work began. What makes it genuine is what it actually is, not when it started. Zhao Zuming had been listening with the specific attention he brought to accurate technical description. He said, "Your account is consistent with what the design documentation suggests about the sutra's middle bonds. They tend to develop through one of two pathways: recognition of existing genuine relationships, or deliberate cultivation of relationships with genuine potential. Both pathways produce equivalent bond quality if the relationship is genuinely what the art requires." Which means, Meihua said, looking at Lin Fenghua, that the sixth bond can be approached deliberately from the beginning. You do not need to wait to discover who already qualifies. Lin Fenghua looked at her with the expression of someone who has just received permission they did not know they needed. I had been waiting, she said. I thought the recognition pathway was the correct one because it worked for the fourth bond. I did not know building was equally valid. Both are correct, Yao Sufan said. The art does not specify the pathway. It specifies the quality. Shiwei's progress report followed Lin Fenghua's. The naming had been done. The conversation had happened the day after the session where Yao Sufan had advised him. He described it with the economy of someone reporting a significant event that had also been, in execution, simpler than anticipated. He had said the true thing directly, without performance or qualification, and the other person had received it without drama, had said they had known, had said yes. The bond had formed 3 days later. 3 days, Zhao Zuming noted. The design documentation suggests the bond forms when the genuine connection is acknowledged on both sides. Your account confirms the timing pattern. He paused. For the archive? Shiwei smiled. Of course. For the archive. Su Manling's update was the note on which the session ended. She was not reporting a bond formation. She was reporting a conversation that had gone differently, better, than the previous ones. Her nephew had stopped being defensive and had become, genuinely, curious. Not about whether the managed distance was real, which he had stopped contesting, but about what addressing it correctly would require from him. The question had shifted from resistance to engagement. She did not know what the outcome would be, but the conversation had become real. That shift, Wei Liangchen said, is not a small thing. The shift from resistance to engagement is usually most of the work. Yes, Su Manling said. I am beginning to understand that. The session closed with the specific quality of sessions where genuine things had been said and genuinely received. The coordination network was alive. The walk home from that session was, for Su Manling, the walk of someone who had just begun to understand the difference between working towards something and moving inside something. The sessions had been working toward. Something had shifted. She was inside it now. She would not have been able to say exactly when the shift had happened. That was typical of genuine shifts. They were only visible in retrospect, once you were already on the other side of them. She was on the other side. What was on the other side was surprising in its completeness. Chapter 86 Pei Jinghao submitted the complete case study to the Northern Archives Publication Committee in the week following the transition threshold. The final version was 240 pages, with the households reviewing additions and Zhao Zuming's technical appendix, Elder Fan Yulan's analytical framework for the Hollow Patriarch's method, and the cultivation coordination session documentation that Chen Ryu had maintained since the first session. It was the most comprehensive documentation of a household cultivation arts development from initial bond formation to transition threshold completion that existed in the Northern Archives collection. Pei Jinghao's accompanying letter to the publication committee described it as documentation of a household cultivation art that operated not only as a cultivation technique for 7 practitioners, but as a community resource for the broader cultivation ecosystem in which it was embedded. The case study's primary finding is that genuine household cultivation arts develop in relationship to their communities, and that this relational development is not incidental to the art's cultivation function. It is part of how the art reaches its design mature state. Wei Liangchen read the letter at the evening gathering and then set it down and said, "He got it exactly right." Meihua said, "He got it right because he documented what was actually here, not what household cultivation arts are supposed to be." Yes, Yao Sufan said. That is what good scholarship is. Seeing what is present rather than what the theory predicts. The household sent a formal acknowledgement to the Northern Archive, confirming the case study's accuracy and authorizing publication. The submission proceeded through the committee's review process, which Pei Jinghao expected would take 3 to 5 months. In the meantime, the case study existed. In the archive's pre-publication materials, accessible to the scholars who worked there, beginning to circulate in the way that significant scholarship circulates before its formal publication. Within 2 weeks of the submission, 3 scholars had requested access to the pre-publication materials. 2 were cultivation scholars interested in the sutra's technical documentation. The third was a practitioner whose household cultivation art had failed 4 years ago, who had found Pei Jinghao's preliminary abstract in the archive's weekly summary, and who wrote to the archive asking if the case study was available because, "I want to understand what we were missing. I want to know what a household art needs to survive. I want to know if what we were doing could have been saved with different understanding." Pei Jinghao forwarded the letter to the household with a note. "I believe this is why the case study matters. Not the scholarship. This." The household received Pei Jinghao's letter at the evening gathering, and there was a quality of stillness after Wei Liangchen finished reading it aloud. Not silence. The household's gatherings were rarely silent. Stillness, which was a different thing. The quality of people who have just heard something that requires a moment to be properly received before any response can be genuine. Zhao Zunming said, "The scholar who lost his household art 4 years ago. He found the preliminary abstract in the archive's weekly summary and wrote in immediately." He paused. The documentation reached someone it was meant to reach before formal publication. That is unusual. The archive circulates pre-publication abstracts to practitioners on request, Chen Ryu said. If he is registered as a practitioner with cultivation household history, the abstract's topic would have been flagged to him automatically. She paused. He did not have to search for it. It found him. Wei Liangchen read the letter again, more slowly. The phrase that stayed with him was, "I want to know if what we were doing could have been saved with different understanding." The past conditional, could have been. The practitioner was not asking whether it could be saved now. He was asking whether it had been necessary to lose. This was, Wei Liangchen thought, one of the most painful questions a practitioner could ask. The grief of a household art lost was real. The additional grief of suspecting the loss might have been preventable. That was a different weight, sitting alongside the first one, requiring its own acknowledgement. He wrote back to Pei Jinghao the same evening. "Tell the practitioner that the case study will be available in full through the archive's regular access process within 5 to 6 months. Tell him that the household is willing to correspond directly if he has questions about the experience the case study documents. Tell him, specifically, what you are carrying is not just grief about what was lost. It is grief about the understanding that might have changed the outcome if it had been available earlier. That understanding is now being made available through the case study and through everything else the household is building. It cannot go back and help your household, but it will help other households. You are part of that too." The practitioner who lost something and wanted to understand why is part of why the documentation exists and why it matters. His letter to Pei Jinghao was the evidence that the documentation was already doing what it was meant to do. Mei Hua said, "Do we know his name?" "Not yet," Wei Liangchen said. "If he responds, we will." He did respond, and his name was Kai Yunpeng, and the household had no way of knowing, when Wei Liangchen sent that letter to Pei Jinghao, that the practitioner on the other end of that correspondence would become one of the most significant relationships the household would build in its second year. Pei Jinghao forwarded the household's response. Kai Yunpeng read it twice. Then he wrote back, not to Pei Jinghao, but to the household directly. That letter would arrive in the 10th month. In the meantime, the case study moved through the publication committee's review, and Pei Jinghao wrote to the household at the end of the month. "The committee has accepted it for review. The process will take 3 to 5 months. I believe it will be published. I believe it will matter. I am grateful you let me document it." The publication process itself was, in the ways that publication processes are, slower than anyone involved would have preferred. The committee's review cycle ran on institutional time rather than the time any individual practitioner would choose. But the materials were in the committee's hands, and the committee's acceptance of the submission for review was itself a meaningful institutional act. The Northern Archive had agreed that the case study was worth the committee's time, which was a determination that not all submitted materials received. Zhao Zunming, who had the most experience navigating scholarly publication processes among the household's practitioners, reminded the household of this. "The committee's review is not a formality," he said. "It is an active process of evaluating whether the case study meets the archive's standards for documentation quality, scholarly rigor, and significance. The acceptance for review means the preliminary assessment was positive." He paused. "We should not read the timeline as uncertainty about the outcome. We should read it as the institutional process functioning as institutional processes function, Shunryu said. And in the meantime, the pre-publication access requests are already producing the effect the publication will eventually produce more broadly. The scholars who have accessed the materials are engaging with the case study's findings. The knowledge is moving. Knowledge moves at the speed of genuine relationships, Wei Liangchen said. Always has. He paused. Pei Jinghao's letter to us was a genuine relationship being honest about what it had produced. We will respond in kind. The response they sent that evening acknowledged what Pei Jinghao had given them. Not just documentation, but the specific act of seeing something clearly and describing it accurately. That act was its own kind of cultivation. They told him so directly, and then added, "The practitioner who found your abstract, his letter is worth documenting separately. May we include it in the archive record of correspondence related to the case study?" Pei Jinghao agreed. And so the record was kept complete, the beginning of a documentation whose full significance neither of them could yet fully anticipate. Chapter 87 Han Weijian's audit reached its first institutional review in the 10th month. The review committee included 6 practitioners with various institutional affiliations, of whom 2 were sympathetic to the audit's findings, 2 were resistant, and 2 were genuinely undecided. The hearing lasted 4 hours, and Han Weijian had told the household in advance that she expected it to be challenging, not because the documentation was inadequate, but because institutional change encounters resistance from people who have invested in the current system's adequacy. The household was not present at the hearing. It was a governance institution process, not something the documented case could attend. Shunryu received Han Weijian's summary the following day by express correspondence. The summary was 3 pages of precise institutional prose, which Shunryu translated for the household at the morning gathering. 2 committee members had accepted all 3 of the audit's primary findings without reservation. 2 had accepted 2 findings and contested the third, the one documenting the hollow patriarch's institutional exploitation vector, which they characterized as lacking sufficient verification of the entity's existence as a specific causal factor rather than a descriptive pattern. 2 were undecided about the second finding, but accepted the first and third. The pattern on the patriarch finding is expected, Elder Fan Yulan said. What the committee accepted was the institutional pattern documentation. What they contested was the attribution of the pattern to a single entity. Han Weijian anticipated this and structured the finding to stand independently of the attribution. The institutional failure is real regardless of what causes the pattern. She paused. The finding will survive the committee's challenge. What happens next? Wei Liangchen asked. The committee requests revisions to address their concerns. Han Weijian makes the revisions. The audit proceeds to the second review, which is the formal institutional acceptance stage, Shunryu said. If the second review accepts, the audit becomes an official governance document with institutional authority behind its recommendations. She paused. The revisions required are manageable. Han Weijian will request the household's input on the patriarch-related finding revision, which will require the household's continued cooperation. She looked at Wei Liangchen. We continue cooperating. The audit is worth completing. Indeed, Wei Liangchen said. Continue. Shunryu spent the 2 days after the hearing reviewing Han Weijian's summary in detail, and then she wrote a careful response to Han Weijian identifying 3 specific pieces of additional documentation the household could provide that would address the committee's concerns about the hollow patriarch attribution finding. The first was Elder Fan Yulan's 11-case historical tracking archive, specifically the cross-case analysis that documented the consistent pattern of institutional pressure coinciding with the patriarch's targeting activity. The pattern documentation was the evidence the committee was asking for. They wanted to see that the attribution was not based on a single case's interpretation, but on a multi-case pattern analysis conducted by a tracking practitioner with 11 years of documented experience. The second was the household's own timeline documentation, cross-referenced against the institutional pressure events, the registry delays, the formation expert referral challenges, the authentication complexity questions. Each institutional event that had created vulnerability in the household's development period corresponded, within a narrow time window, with documented increases in the patriarch's approach activity. The correlation was not proof of causation, but it was the kind of systematic documentation that institutional committees found compelling. The third was a specific case from Elder Fan Yulan's archive, the fourth case, which had failed, where the institutional pressure had been extensively documented by the practitioners involved, and where the patriarch's method had been most clearly visible in the way it had exploited the specific institutional vulnerabilities created by that pressure. The fourth case was the clearest example of the mechanism the committee was questioning. Han Weijian received Shunryu's proposed additions and replied within 3 days. These are exactly what the revision requires. I will incorporate all 3 with your explicit authorization. Please confirm the household's consent to include Elder Fan Yulan's archive materials. Elder Fan Yulan authorized the inclusion without hesitation. The archive exists to document the pattern, she told the household when Chen Ryu consulted her. The committee's skepticism about attribution is understandable. The pattern documentation is the appropriate response to that skepticism. If the committee reviews the 11 cases and still contests the attribution, they will at least be contesting a thoroughly evidenced finding rather than a single case inference. She paused. I do not expect them to contest it after reviewing all 11 cases. The revision process took 3 weeks. Han Weizhen submitted the revised audit to the committee on the last day of the 10th month. The second review was scheduled for the 11th month, 6 weeks away. The audit is proceeding, Chen Ryu told the household at the gathering following Han Weizhen's submission confirmation. The committee will have what it needs to accept the complete finding. The institutional change this will support is real. It is worth every week of continued cooperation. Wei Liangchen looked at the table and then said something he had been thinking for several weeks. When the audit produces its institutional framework, it will help households we will never meet. Households that are in development right now, facing the same vulnerabilities we faced, without the exceptional access to formation expertise and registry knowledge that we happen to have. He paused. That is what the documentation is for. Not for us. For them. He met the table's gaze. Continue. The following week, Chen Ryu sat down with Han Weizhen for a 3-hour working session at the Regional Governance Center, the first time they had met face-to-face since Han Weizhen's initial audit visit. The purpose was the revision to the Hollow Patriarch attribution finding. Specifically, developing the language that would present Elder Fan Yulan's 11-case documentation in a form that the committee's skeptical members would find compelling without requiring them to accept the full claim of a specific ancient entity. Han Weizhen's approach was careful and effective. Present the pattern as a pattern, attribute it to a systematic institutional mechanism rather than to a named entity, and reserve the named entity attribution for the supplemental documentation available to committee members who wish to engage with the more specific claim. This way, the core findings stood on the institutional pattern documentation, which was unambiguous, and the Hollow Patriarch attribution was present as additional material for practitioners willing to examine it directly. Chen Ryu worked through the drafts with Han Weizhen over the 3 hours, providing precise feedback at each point where the household's documented experience was directly relevant. Not just technical accuracy, substantive input from the perspective of practitioners who had been inside the situation the audit was documenting. Han Weizhen said, at the end of the session, I have audited 12 governance inadequacy cases in 7 years. This is the first case where the documented parties provided input that improved the finding rather than just confirming the record. She paused. Most cases involve practitioners who are relieved the audit is happening and willing to cooperate with whatever the auditor needs. You are providing specific, substantive input about what the finding needs to say in order to be correct. That is not the same as cooperation. It is participation. Chen Ryu said. The household has spent 9 months learning to document its own experience accurately. Applying that skill to the audit revision is what genuine participation looks like. She paused. We are not just subjects of this audit. We are part of how it becomes a document that will help other households. Han Weizhen made a note of this formulation. It appeared, 3 weeks later, in the audit's introduction. The documented case cooperated fully with this review as active participants rather than passive subjects, providing substantive input that improved the accuracy of the findings. This quality of participation is itself evidence of the institutional framework this audit recommends. The revision was submitted. The committee received it. The second review was confirmed for the 11th month. The institutional process was moving. The documentation was solid. The outcome was, as the elder had predicted, not in doubt. But the shape of what the outcome would enable was only beginning to become visible. Chapter 88, the 10th month, brought a visitor the household had not anticipated. The practitioner who had written to the Northern Archive after finding Pei Jinghao's preliminary abstract, the one whose household cultivation art had failed 4 years ago, wrote to the household directly. He had obtained the household's contact information through the registry, which the authentication filing had made a matter of public record. His name was Kai Yunpeng. He was 36 years old. His household art, a 4-bond art with 17 years of cultivation history, had collapsed in a process he described as follows. We were approaching the authentication threshold. We had 4 genuine bonds and a functioning household art, and what I believe, in retrospect, was something that was targeting us in the way you described the Hollow Patriarch targeting household arts. We had a series of institutional challenges that we did not navigate correctly. There were internal tensions in the household that we managed around rather than addressing directly. The tensions compounded under the institutional pressure. 2 household members left. The art collapsed before we could authenticate. He had not written to tell the household about his failure. He had written to ask a specific question. Is it possible to rebuild? If the bonds were genuine, if the genuine bonds that held the art existed before the collapse, and the bonds themselves were not broken, but the household structure around them failed, can a household cultivation art be rebuilt on genuine bonds that still exist? Wei Liangchen brought the letter to the household with the seriousness the question deserved. The household discussed it for 2 evenings. Zhao Cunming's technical assessment was careful. The design documentation did not describe a rebuild scenario. The sutra's design assumed continuity of household structure. But the design also described the bonds as enduring. Genuine bonds, once formed, did not uncreate themselves when the household structure around them failed. The bonds might be dormant. The technique functions they had opened might have gone inactive. But the bonds themselves, as genuine relational connections, would still be present in the practitioners who held them. Write to him, Wei Liangchen said, at the end of the 2nd evening. Tell him what we know. Tell him what we don't know. Tell him we cannot promise what a rebuild attempt would produce, because no one has documented a successful rebuild of a genuine household art after collapse. But tell him that the bonds he formed were real, and they may still be accessible. He paused, and invite him to the next coordination session. He should meet the other practitioners we are in relationship with. Whatever rebuilding requires, the community around him matters as much as the household structure inside him. The letter from Cai Yunpeng had arrived on a Tuesday afternoon, when the household was dispersed in its various ordinary activities. Chen Ryu had been the one to receive it from the message courier and to bring it to Wei Liangchen in the formation room, where he was reviewing Zhao Cunming's latest calibration records. She had not read it. The seal was intact, but she had noted the registry provenance marking that told her the sender was a registered practitioner, and the quality of the paper and the careful script that told her the sender was someone who had put effort into the correspondence. Wei Liangchen read it standing at the formation room table, with the calibration records still spread beside the letter when he set it down. He stood with it for a moment, with the weight of what the practitioner had described and what the question at the end of it required, and then he brought it to the evening gathering without having decided yet what he wanted to say about it. Reading it aloud to the household produced the response he had hoped for. Not immediate answers, but immediate engagement. The household understood the weight of the question without requiring explanation. A genuine household cultivation art that had failed, genuine bonds that might still be present, a practitioner trying to understand whether something irreplaceable had been merely interrupted rather than ended. These were not abstractions to 7 practitioners who had spent 9 months building exactly what Cai Yunpeng had lost. Yao Sufan said, on the 1st evening, the bonds are either real or they are not. If they were genuine when the household was intact, they were genuine. Genuineness does not become retrospectively false because the household structure failed around it. Lian Xinghe said, the question of whether they can be recovered is different from the question of whether they are real. Both questions matter, but the second question should be answered first. Zhao Cunming spent the 1st evening and the following day in the formation documentation, looking for any reference to bond endurance after household structure failure. He found the passages he needed in the design documentation section on bond maintenance, not explicitly about failure, but describing the bond as a cultivated genuine connection rather than a technique-generated state. The implication was that the bond's existence was not contingent on the technique's active function. If the bond had become genuine before the household failed, the bond's genuineness would persist even when the technique that had named and organized it ceased to function. Write to him, Wei Liangchen said, at the end of the 2nd evening, with the decision settled. He did not say it with certainty about the outcome. The certainty was not available to say. He said it because the alternative, not writing, would be leaving a practitioner with a genuine question unanswered when the household had the most relevant experience of any practitioners anywhere to offer in response to that question. The household spent that evening composing the response together. The response they composed was careful in the specific way that responses to genuine questions required care, not overwrought, not formulaic, but addressed to the specific person who had written and the specific question he had asked. The response said, in part, the household cultivation art you built over 17 years produced genuine bonds. Genuine bonds, once formed, are not defined by the household structure around them. They are defined by the genuine relational connection between the practitioners who hold them. When the household structure failed, the bonds did not become false. They became dormant, present, without the activation context that a functioning household art provides. Whether they are recoverable depends on whether the practitioners who hold them are willing to build the household structure again. Not the same structure, which failed for specific reasons that were at least partly understandable and addressable, but a structure that addresses what the previous structure could not. The 17 years of cultivation before the collapse are not lost. If the bonds are still present in the practitioners who held them, and if those practitioners build genuine household structure around the bonds again, the resumed art would not start at zero. It would start at where the bonds were when the collapse happened. We cannot promise this is possible for your specific situation. The research does not yet exist. What we know is that genuine bonds endure, and that endurance may mean what you are hoping it means. We are willing to help you find out. The closing was direct. Come to the next coordination session. Not to ask for something. To meet practitioners who are navigating household cultivation arts with genuine bonds, and to let us meet you. Whatever rebuilding requires, it requires community around it. You have already found the beginning of that community by finding Pei Jinghao's abstract. The letter was sealed and sent the following morning. 3 weeks later, Cai Yunpeng replied. His reply was brief. It said, "I am coming." He arrived 3 weeks later, the day before the scheduled coordination session, and came to the compound gate in the early morning with a travel bag and the specific stillness of someone who had been carrying something for a long time and was about to set part of it down. Chen Ryu opened the gate. She had the heart-link sight's reading of his internal state in the same moment she saw his face. What she perceived was consistent with what the letter had described. Grief, hope, careful honesty about the limits of what he knew. A practitioner doing what genuine practitioners did when they encountered something genuine. She said, "Welcome. You are the first practitioner from outside the coordination network who has come to rebuild rather than to develop. We are honored to receive you, and we are ready to see what rebuilding, carefully done, can produce." Chapter 89. The question Cai Yunpeng had raised, whether a genuine household cultivation art could be rebuilt after collapse, occupied Wei Liangchen's thinking for most of the 10th month, in the spaces between the ordinary work of the household's daily life. He brought it to Zhao Zunming's study analysis work, to Elder Fen Youlan's tracking records, to Pei Jinghao's case study review comments, looking for anything that touched on what happened to genuine bonds when the household structure around them failed. What he found was fragmentary but consistent with a specific possibility. In 3 of Elder Fen Youlan's 11 historical cases, the practitioners whose household arts had been dismantled by the patriarch had, years later, formed new cultivation relationships that showed the specific resonance quality of genuine bonds. The elder had documented these cases in the section of her tracking records labeled Post-Collapse Development, which she had maintained out of intellectual rigor rather than expectation of significance. She had not known, when she documented them, whether the post-collapse bonds were significant or simply new relationships formed by practitioners who had cultivated genuine relational capacity in their previous household art. But they might be resumptions, Wei Liangchen said when he brought this to the elder. The bonds from the original household art, accessible again in a different household structure. Yes, the elder said. She had been thinking about this since Cai Yunpeng's letter arrived. I cannot verify this from my tracking records alone. The instrument signature of a resumed genuine bond versus a new genuine bond would be indistinguishable at the measurement level I work at. She paused. But theoretically, if the bonds endure, and if the practitioners whose bonds endured rebuilt household structure around those bonds, the resumed bonds would have developmental credit for the 17 years of genuine cultivation that preceded the collapse. She paused. The art, resumed, would not start at zero. It would start at where the bonds were when the collapse happened, Wei Liangchen said, which means Cai Yunpeng's collapsed art may be recoverable. If his assessment of the bond's genuineness is accurate, the elder said, and if the practitioners who held the bonds are willing to rebuild the household structure. She paused. And if they can navigate the process correctly this time, with the understanding they lacked during the collapse. She met his gaze. This is a significant research question, not a question I can answer from my records alone. It would require the cooperation of practitioners who are willing to attempt a rebuild under careful documentation conditions. Ask Cai Yunpeng if he is willing, Wei Liangchen said, and document everything. The research Wei Liangchen did in the 10th month was, in some ways, the most difficult research he had ever undertaken, not because it was technically demanding, but because its subject was the landscape of loss. Elder Fen Youlan's post-collapse development records were careful and meticulous, and also heartbreaking in their specificity. Each of the 3 cases where post-collapse genuine bonds had appeared showed the same pattern. Years of distance first. The practitioners carrying their genuine bonds as ordinary relational connections, without cultivation function, without the shared practice context that had given the bonds their specific cultivation quality. Then, sometimes years later, new cultivation activity that seemed to pick up the thread of what had been lost. What the elder could not tell, from tracking alone, was whether the new cultivation activity was building something new or resuming something interrupted. The instrument signature was the same for both. Only the subjective experience of the practitioners involved could answer the question, and none of the three cases had been documented in enough detail to know what the practitioners had actually experienced. Which is why we document everything, Wei Liangchen said to the elder. Not just the outcomes. The subjective experience. What it felt like from the inside when the bonds were present, when they were interrupted, and if a rebuild happens, what it felt like when they were resumed. The elder agreed. She said, "The post-collapse cases in my archive are the best evidence I have that household arts can be rebuilt, but they are circumstantial evidence. What Cai Yunping's situation offers is the possibility of direct evidence, carefully documented, from practitioners who are attempting to rebuild with full understanding of what they are doing and why." "Will he agree to the documentation?" Wei Liangchen asked. "I believe so," the elder said. His letter suggests he understands that documentation is how this knowledge becomes available to others. He is not just seeking help for himself. He is seeking to understand what happened. And a practitioner who wants to understand what happened is a practitioner who will cooperate with documentation of a rebuild attempt. The elder was right. Cai Yunping agreed to the full documentation protocol in his next letter. And he added, in the final paragraph, "I want there to be a record of this attempt regardless of outcome. If the rebuild fails, the record of how it failed will matter to the next practitioner who asks this question. If it succeeds, the record of how it succeeded will matter even more. Either way, the question itself should not be lost." Wei Liangchen read that paragraph to the household at the evening gathering. Zhao Zunming, who rarely made observations about the quality of a person's character, said, "He is thinking like a formation scholar. Document the attempt, not just the outcome." He paused. "We will document everything." The documentation research Wei Liangchen undertook in the 10th month also led him to a finding he had not anticipated. In the design documentation, the original sutra texts, not the practitioner commentaries, there was a section he had read in the household's first month and largely set aside as applicable only to household arts that had already completed their development. The section was titled, "On the Continuation of Genuine Bonds Beyond Household Dissolution." At first month reading, Wei Liangchen had understood it as theoretical background, relevant to understanding the bond's nature, not to the household's practical development questions. Rereading it in the 10th month, with Cai Yunping's question as context, he found something he had missed. The section contained a specific claim: genuine bonds, once formed through the sutra's cultivation process, are not properties of the household. They are properties of the practitioners who hold them. The household's dissolution does not dissolve the bonds. It dissolves the structure within which the bonds were activated. The bonds remain in the practitioners. Zhao Zunming, when Wei Liangchen brought him this passage, read it 3 times. "This was here from the beginning," Zhao Zunming said. "Yes," Wei Liangchen said. "We did not need it in the first 9 months. We needed it now." The design documentation anticipated this question, Zhao Zunming said. He was still reading the passage. The original composers of the sutra knew that household arts could fail. They knew the bonds would survive. They included this passage because they expected the question to be asked by practitioners who had experienced failure. He looked up. This documentation was written for Cai Yunping. Wei Liangchen had felt this when he found the passage, and hearing Zhao Zunming confirm it made it more real. The design documentation had been composed by practitioners who understood the full range of what such an art would encounter, including failure. They had included the theoretical foundation for a rebuild because they knew some households would need it. The question was whether the theoretical foundation was sufficient. Knowing the bonds endured was not the same as knowing how to resume a bond that had been dormant for 4 years. The documentation described the condition, bonds persisting in their practitioners. It did not describe the method of resumption, because no reliable method had existed when the documentation was composed. That method was what Cai Yunping's rebuild attempt might provide. The tradition of genuine household cultivation arts was longer than any individual household's history. What this situation had taught the household was that the tradition's knowledge included everything genuine household arts could face, including failure. Including the possibility that failure was not final, which was, perhaps, the most significant thing the tradition had ever encoded for practitioners to find. Chapter 90 Bao Meiqing's case study for the Pre-Framework Authentication Review Advocacy was submitted to the Continental Registry's Institutional Research Office in the 10th month's second week. It was shorter than Pei Jinghao's case study, focused specifically on the institutional framework question rather than the household's full cultivation history, and it was structured as an institutional research document rather than a scholarly case study. The language was the language of policy advocacy, clear, specific, evidence-based, aimed at practitioners who made institutional decisions and who needed documentation to be actionable rather than comprehensive. Chen Ryu had reviewed 3 drafts before the final version, providing specific feedback on the institutional accuracy of the documentation and ensuring that the case study accurately represented the household's experience without overstating the institutional implications of a single case. Bao Meiqing's accompanying submission letter described the household's case as the most useful single example of what the current pre-framework authentication support system fails to provide and what an adequate support system would need to include. She noted that the household's case had not simply survived the pre-framework period. It had survived despite multiple institutional deficiencies that would have been fatal to a household with less exceptional access to formation expertise, registry knowledge, and community support. An adequate institutional framework would not require households to have exceptional access. It would provide ordinary access to all households that needed it. The case study was accepted for institutional review. The timeline was 6 months to a preliminary decision. Bao Meiqing told Chen Ryu that preliminary decisions in this type of institutional review were typically favorable. The decision to conduct the review was itself an indication of institutional receptivity, and that the real challenge would be the implementation process after a favorable decision, which is a different fight, Chen Ryu told the household, but one that the household will be in a better position to support than most, because we have the documented experience of what implementation needs to look like. She paused. This is the beginning of an institutional change, not the end of it. We will be needed throughout the process. She met Wei Liangchen's gaze. We should expect this to be ongoing work for some years. Good, Wei Liangchen said. Ongoing work is what genuine community engagement looks like. The Bao Meiqing submission marked the 4th distinct institutional engagement the household had undertaken in 9 months, and Chen Ryu spent a day preparing a comprehensive overview of all 4 for the household's institutional records. The audit by Han Weizhen. The case study by Pei Jinghao. The pre-framework authentication advocacy by Bao Meiqing. And the household's own direct authentication filing, which had been the foundation that made the other 3 possible. Each of the 4 engaged a different institutional layer. The authentication filing established the household's formal status in the registry's records. It was the household's institutional existence. Han Weizhen's audit engaged the governance layer, the systems that were supposed to support household cultivation arts and had failed to do so adequately. Pei Jinghao's case study engaged the scholarly layer, the cultivated knowledge about household arts that would shape how future practitioners and institutions understood what they were working with. Bao Meiqing's advocacy engaged the policy layer, the specific institutional framework changes that would translate the audits and case studies findings into concrete support structures. The 4 layers reinforce each other, Chen Ryu said, presenting the overview at the morning gathering. An audit without a policy advocacy has no clear implementation pathway. A case study without an audit has academic value, but no institutional authority behind its recommendations. An authentication without any of the other 3 produces a single authenticated household with no systemic change. All 4 together are a campaign, not a single event, but a coordinated effort to change the institutional environment for household cultivation arts at multiple levels simultaneously. Wei Liangchen said. Was that the plan from the beginning? Chen Ryu was quiet for a moment. No, she said. We did not plan a 4-layer campaign. We responded to each opportunity as it emerged. Han Weizhen arrived. We engaged with her audit. Pei Jinghao arrived. We cooperated with his case study. Bao Meiqing's registry contacts connected us to the pre-framework advocacy work. Each engagement was a response to genuine opportunity, not part of a pre-existing strategy. But looking back, Zhao Cunming observed, the 4 engagements fit together as if they had been planned. Yes, Chen Ryu said, because the problems they address are the same problem viewed from different angles. Genuine household cultivation arts face institutional barriers at multiple levels simultaneously. Addressing those barriers requires engagement at multiple levels simultaneously. We did not plan the engagement. We followed the genuine need, and genuine needs have a structure that tends to produce coordinated responses if you follow where they lead. Lian Qinghe said, that is the cornerstone of heaven, described as institutional strategy. The table was quiet for a moment, recognizing the precision of the observation. Yes, Zhao Cunming said. The same principle. Follow the genuine connection. Trust the structure that genuine connections produce. Chen Ryu, after the household gathering where this observation had been made, sat with her institutional records for an additional hour, tracing the connections in the way she traced cultivation patterns, not analytically, but attending to the actual shape of what she saw. The authentication filing, the household's institutional foundation, enabling everything else. Han Weijian's audit, initiated because Han Weijian had heard about the household's authentication experience through a governance colleague who had noted the institutional gaps it revealed. The audit had been initiated because the authentication had happened, and the authentication had been documented in the registry in enough detail that a governance practitioner with the right concerns had noticed it. Pei Jinghao's case study, initiated because Pei Jinghao had been researching household cultivation arts specifically and had found the authentication record in the Northern Archives Cultivation Registry cross-reference. The authentication had been the traceable event. Bao Meiqing's advocacy, initiated because Bao Meiqing had been connected to Chun Ryu through the registry's practitioner network, and Chun Ryu had mentioned the household's authentication challenges in correspondence that Bao Meiqing had read with the eyes of someone who had been documenting exactly those challenges. Every institutional engagement had been initiated by someone following a genuine connection, not a planned connection, a connection that existed because the household had done its work genuinely and documented it accurately, and the documentation had reached people whose genuine concerns were exactly what the documentation spoke to. Zhao Cunming's formulation was correct. Follow the genuine connection. But what Qin Ryu saw, tracing the pattern, was that the connections had found them as much as they had found the connections. The household had built something genuine and documented it honestly, and the documentation had moved through the institutional landscape, reaching exactly the people who needed to engage with it. She wrote a note in the institutional records. The household did not build a strategy. The household built genuine things and documented them honestly, and the genuine things attracted genuine attention from genuine people. This is not luck. It is what genuine things produce in institutional ecosystems that contain practitioners with genuine concerns. She would share this observation with Han Weijian when the audit's second review arrived. It was the kind of observation that institutional documentation benefited from having on record, not as a claim about strategy, but as a description of mechanism. How genuine institutional change actually happens, in the experience of practitioners who had accidentally been doing it the right way. Late in the 10th month, Chun Ryu sent a brief summary of her institutional analysis to Han Weijian, framed as background material for the audit's implementation documentation. Han Weijian replied within 3 days. This is exactly what the implementation section needs. Not just the documentation of institutional failures, but the documentation of how genuine practice produces institutional change without strategic intent. The mechanism description makes the recommendation concrete. We are not asking institutions to adopt a strategy. We are asking institutions to create conditions where genuine practice can produce the outcomes it naturally produces when the conditions allow it. Chun Ryu filed the exchange in the records. The methodology description, translated from cultivation practice into institutional language by someone outside the household who could see what the household had been doing clearly enough to describe it for institutional audiences, was the most useful single confirmation the audit process had produced, and only the first of many such confirmations that would come. Chapter 91, the cornerstone of Heaven Range Extension Project, moved to active preparation in the 10th month. Su Manling had completed her 5 conversations with her nephew Su Dowling. The conversations had not produced complete resolution. The household leadership question was complex enough that no series of conversations would fully resolve it quickly. But they had produced something more significant: the establishment of a genuine, ongoing dialogue between 2 people whose managed distance had been creating institutional vulnerability in their household art. The dialogue was real. The genuine problem was being addressed genuinely. Su Manling told Wei Liangchen. He understands, now, why the conversation was necessary. Not fully. I do not think he fully understands yet what genuine household cultivation arts require, because understanding that fully requires living it. But he understands enough to engage with the leadership question honestly rather than defensively. She paused. He also wants to meet you. Not the household as an institution, you specifically. He read the Continental Council authentication notification, and he has questions. Wei Liangchen said, invite him. Su Dowling came to the compound the following week. He was 27 years old, with the specific energy of someone who was good at what he did and was not yet fully certain whether what he did was being valued correctly. He was direct in the way people who have genuine skill are direct. He said what he thought, without performance or qualification. He asked specific questions about the Supreme Family Sutra's technical structure, the authentication process, the cornerstone of Heaven's range extension design, and what the household expected from the Su family in a formal household-to-household relationship. Wei Liangchen answered directly. Zhao Zuanming was present for the technical questions. Chen Ruiyu was present for the institutional questions. The conversation lasted 4 hours. At the end, Su Dowling said, "I understand what genuine household cultivation arts require, better now than I did 4 hours ago." He paused. "The leadership question in our household. I have been approaching it as a question about authority. From what you are describing, it is a question about genuine contribution. Those require different answers." He looked at Wei Liangchen. "I need to think about what the right answer is for our household. Not this week, but this year. Take the time you need," Wei Liangchen said. "The range extension project requires both households to be ready. We will not rush it." The session itself was different in a way that Yao Sufin articulated best in her notes afterward. The previous sessions had been organized around the question of how to develop. This session was organized around the question of what development looks like when it is working. The shift was not in the agenda. There was no formal agenda, but in the quality of the questions the participants brought. They were asking from experience rather than from anticipation. They had navigated things and had outcomes to report, and were now asking the next questions rather than the initial ones. Lin Fenghua's description of the fifth bond's formation occupied a substantial portion of the early session. She had not previously spoken about her cultivation experiences at this level of detail with practitioners outside the household itself. Her previous session contributions had been careful, tentative, shaped by uncertainty about what level of detail was appropriate and what level of precision was achievable in her self-reporting. The fifth bond's formation had changed something in how she related to her own cultivation knowledge. She now knew what she was describing well enough to describe it fully. The fifth bond had formed differently from the fourth. The fourth had been recognized, already present as a genuine connection, missing only the acknowledgement of what it was in cultivation terms. The fifth had been built, in the more active sense of building, a relationship that had genuine potential for a genuine bond, but that required specific development work to reach the quality the bond required. She had done that work over 3 months, with the coordination session conversations and the household's ongoing guidance, deliberately cultivating the relationship toward the quality she could now perceive clearly through the technique. "The fifth bond is newer," she said. "The fourth was 17 years of genuine relationship that had not yet been named as cultivation. The fifth is 3 months of deliberate cultivation. They feel different, not in the quality of genuineness, but in the relationship history. The fourth has depth that comes from 17 years. The fifth has clarity that comes from being built consciously." She paused. "I am learning that both are genuine. They develop from different starting points. But genuineness is not contingent on how long the relationship existed before the cultivation work began. What makes it genuine is what it actually is, not when it started." Zhao Zuanming had been listening with the specific attention he brought to accurate technical description. He said, "Your account is consistent with what the design documentation suggests about the sutra's middle bonds. The middle 3 bonds tend to develop through one of 2 pathways: recognition of existing genuine relationships, or deliberate cultivation of relationships with genuine potential. Both pathways are valid and produce equivalent bond quality if the relationship is genuinely what the art requires." "Which means," Meihua said, looking at Lin Fenghua, "that the 6th bond can be approached deliberately from the beginning. You do not need to wait to discover who already qualifies." Lin Fenghua looked at her with the expression of someone who has just received permission they did not know they needed. "I had been waiting," she said. "I thought the recognition pathway was the correct one because it worked for the 4th bond. I did not know I was allowed to build." "Both are correct," Yao Sufin said gently. "The art does not specify the pathway. It specifies the quality." Shiwei's progress report followed Lin Fenghua's. The naming had been done. The conversation had happened the day after the session where Yao Sufin had advised him. He described the conversation with the specific economy of someone reporting a significant event that had also been, in execution, simpler than anticipated. He had said the true thing directly, without performance or qualification, and the other person had received it without drama, had said they had known, had said yes. The bond had registered in the technique's awareness 3 days later. 3 days, Zhao Zuming noted. The design documentation suggests the bond forms when the genuine connection is acknowledged on both sides. Your account confirms the timing pattern. He paused. "For the archive?" Shiwei smiled. "Of course. For the archive." Su Manling's update was the note on which the session ended. She was not reporting a bond formation. She was reporting a conversation that had gone differently, better, than the previous ones, and she described what had been different about it. Her nephew had stopped being defensive and had become, genuinely, curious. Not about whether the managed distance was real, which he had stopped contesting, but about what addressing it correctly would require from him. The question had shifted from resistance to engagement. She did not know, yet, what the outcome would be. But the conversation had become real. That shift, Wei Liangchen said, is not a small thing. The shift from resistance to engagement is usually most of the work. Yes, Su Manling said. I am beginning to understand that. The session closed with the specific quality of sessions where genuine things had been said and genuinely received. The coordination network was alive. Su Daoling, on the walk back to his household compound, thought about the 4 hours differently from how he had expected to think about them. He had expected to think about the technical questions, which had been answered thoroughly. What he found himself thinking about was the quality of the household he had just spent 4 hours inside. The quality of people who had built something genuine and knew what they had built and were offering it to him with the specific directness of people who had nothing to manage and nothing to hide. He had been in rooms with competent practitioners before. He had not been in a room like this one. He would call his household together when he returned. There was a conversation they needed to have, and it had been waiting long enough. The kind of waiting that changed both the conversation and the people who would have it. Chapter 92. Cai Yunpeng came to the household's next coordination session. He arrived early, before the other participants, which gave Wei Liangchen an opportunity to speak with him directly before the session began. He was quieter than his letter had suggested. The directness of the letter had been the directness of someone writing what they needed to say, and the in-person quality was more careful, more measured. He was someone who had experienced a significant loss and had been living with it for 4 years and had not yet fully resolved how to speak about it in new contexts. Wei Liangchen told him what the household had learned about bond endurance and the post-collapse cases Elder Fin Yulan had documented. He was precise about what was known and what was uncertain, the bonds likely enduring, the possible developmental credit from 17 years of cultivation, the unknown territory of a rebuild attempt. He did not offer reassurance the household did not have. He offered what the household did have, documentation, analysis, and the willingness to support whatever Cai Yunpeng decided to attempt. Cai Yunpeng listened. He asked 3 questions, all of them precise and aimed at understanding the mechanism rather than the outcome. Then he said, 2 of the household members who were present at the collapse are still in my life. We do not speak about the household art. We speak about other things. But the relationship is there. He paused. I have been afraid to raise the question of the art with them because I was afraid the attempt would damage what we still have. He met Wei Liangchen's gaze. Is that the managed distance? That is correct, Wei Liangchen said. That is exactly the managed distance. Then I know what to do. He paused. It is terrifying. Yes, Wei Liangchen said. Addressing managed distances usually is. The tarrying quality is not an indication that it is the wrong thing to do. It is an indication that it is a genuine thing to do, something that matters enough to be frightening. Cai Yunpeng was quiet for a moment. Then, I will write to you when I have spoken with them. Write when you're ready, Wei Liangchen said. Not before and not after. The right time is the right time. The session that day had been different for Cai Yunpeng in a way he found difficult to articulate precisely when he tried to describe it in his journal that evening. He had come expecting to feel like an outsider, a practitioner who had failed, attending a session organized around practitioners who were succeeding. What he found instead was that the household's coordination session was not organized around success. It was organized around the genuine questions practitioners were actually facing. Failure was not a disqualification from genuine questions. In some cases, failure was the most direct path to asking them. The Shan family practitioners had been warm and direct with him in the way they were direct with each other, not performing welcome, simply treating him as someone present in the same space who was navigating cultivation questions as they were. Lin Fenghua had spoken with him during the break between session segments about her 5th bond's formation and had then asked, with the directness of someone who had learned directness as a cultivation practice, what his failed art had felt like from the inside. Not in a morbid way. In the way a practitioner asks another practitioner about their experience because the experience is real and therefore valuable data. He had answered her honestly. And answering honestly had felt different from every other conversation he had had about the failure in 4 years, because Lin Fenghua was asking as a practitioner, not as someone managing his grief. After the session, Yao Sufin had spoken with him briefly, in the way she spoke with everyone, directly, without excess warmth or excess distance. She had said, the bonds you formed over 17 years were real. The technique that named them failed. The relationship between the bonds and the technique is not simple. What you built did not disappear when the structure around it failed. If you can find those bonds again, you will not be starting over. You will be resuming. He had carried that home. He had sat with it for several days. And then he had written his first letter to Qin Mingfang. The conversation that followed was not the conversation he had expected. What he had expected was resistance or pain. What he found was recognition. She had been carrying the same question, separately, for 4 years, and his letter had named what she had been unable to name alone. The managed distance between them had been, in part, the shared weight of the unanswered question. What does this connection mean now? The naming was what allowed the answer to begin to form. The conversation with Chun Mingfang had happened in 2 stages. The first stage had been the letter, which Cai Yunpeng had written 3 times before sending, each version more honest than the previous one. The third version contained everything. The bond he had carried for 4 years without context, the fear that naming it would damage what remained, and the research the household had shared about bond endurance. He had not given Chun Mingfang conclusions. He had given her the information and asked for her own assessment of it. Her response had taken 8 days to arrive. The 8 days had been, Cai Yunpeng told the household, the most difficult 8 days since the collapse itself. Not because he had been waiting for a particular answer. He had genuinely not known what answer he wanted. He had been waiting to find out what was real. What was real was that Chun Mingfang had read the letter several times, had put it down, had gone about her ordinary day, had picked it up again, had read it a 4th time, and then had sat down and written back. I have been carrying this for 4 years also. I did not know it had a name. I did not know there was a framework for understanding what it was. I thought it was grief, and grief eventually resolves. But this is not grief. It is a genuine cultivation connection that has been without its household structure for 4 years, and it has been present in me the entire time. And yes, I am willing to find out what it means to have it present again in a context that can hold it. Cai Yunpeng had read this letter sitting at the small table in his correspondence room, and had been very still for a long time. Then he had written to Luo Jiangwen. Luo Jiangwen's response had been slower. 6 days, not 8, but with a different quality, less deliberation, more the sense of someone navigating resistance. When the response came, it was brief. I need to think about this. I will write when I have thought. That second letter from Luo Jiangwen had taken another 2 weeks. But it had come. The household, when Cai Yunpeng reported all of this in his first in-person visit, recognized the pattern as the pattern of people doing what genuine people do when they are confronted with something true and significant. They took it seriously, they took the time it required, and they answered honestly. Not quickly, honestly. The household's experience with Cai Yunpeng's situation produced a refinement in how Wei Liangchen understood the transition threshold's significance. Before the threshold, every relational decision had been implicitly shaped by the awareness that the household art was still in development, still potentially vulnerable to the specific complications that managed distances created. The threshold's crossing had changed that. The household was no longer navigating toward completion. It was complete and operating from completion. Operating from completion was different. The quality of stability it provided to every decision and every engagement was not something Wei Liangchen had been able to fully anticipate from inside the development period. From outside it, from the stable side of the threshold, he understood what the development period had been building toward. Not just a completed household art, but a household that could be a stable foundation for the genuine work that required stability to be done well. What that work could produce, from this foundation, was only beginning to become clear. Chapter 93. The coordination sessions developed a new element in the 11th month, alumni correspondence. Former participants who had attended sessions and then navigated significant developments in their household arts began writing to the household, not to request guidance, but to report outcomes. The Shan family's 4th bond, Lin Fenghua's 5th, Shiwei's 4th bond formation, which had proceeded exactly as Yao Sufin had suggested it would. He had named the managed distance, had the direct conversation, and the bond had formed 3 days later. The reports were brief and specific, written in the language practitioners used when reporting cultivation developments to peers. Wei Liangchen recognized what was developing. The coordination sessions had created a network of practitioners who were accountable to each other. Not formally accountable. There was no structure, no agreement, no institutional framework. Practitioners reported because they had been helped and wanted to close the loop. They reported because the household's direct engagement with their situations had made the outcomes feel like something worth sharing. They reported, most importantly, because genuine relationships generated the specific impulse to tell people you are in genuine relationship with what happened. This is what the network produces, Zhao Zunming said, when Wei Liangchen shared the pattern at the evening gathering. Not managed correspondence. Genuine follow-up from people who have a genuine relationship with this household. He paused. The cornerstone of Heaven's eventual network function will be formalized. But what is developing now is the genuine relational foundation that any formal network must be built on. The formal structure comes later. The genuine relationships come first. We should respond to each report, Wei Liangchen said. Specifically, not with a standard acknowledgement, with a genuine response to what they told us. He looked at Chen Ruoyu. Can you coordinate the responses? Already doing so, Xianxia said. She had been organizing the correspondence for 3 weeks. Each response is specific to the development reported. We do not send template responses to genuine relationships. She paused. The volume is manageable now. If the network grows significantly, we will need to develop a system for maintaining response quality at scale. She met his gaze. That is a good problem to eventually have. The alumni correspondence had begun, as most genuine things began in the household's experience, without being planned. Practitioner Wei had written after his bond formation because he felt the household deserved to know that the advice had worked. Lin Fenghua had written after her 5th bond because the case study documentation protocol included periodic updates, and she had developed, over months of coordination sessions, the habit of reporting cultivation developments to the household in the same way the household reported them to each other. The Shan family had written because their art's progress felt connected to the household's support, and they wanted the connection to be acknowledged. None of them had been asked to write. Each had written because genuine relationships generated the impulse to report. Xianxia recognized this as significant not because it was unexpected, it was entirely consistent with what genuine relationships produced, but because it was the first evidence that the coordination session network was developing a self-sustaining quality. The household was no longer the only source of cultivation guidance in the network. The practitioners who had benefited from the sessions were becoming resources for each other. Wei had written to the household, but he had also written to Lin Fenghua separately, because their situations had been similar and his resolution was information that her parallel journey could use. The network is developing horizontal relationships, Xianxia told the household. Not just relationships with us, relationships with each other. The coordination sessions were the initial connection point, but the connections are now developing independently of our facilitation. Zhao Cunming said, this is the cornerstone of Heaven's design function, operating in a non-technical context. The network building technique is designed to create formation connections between genuine household arts. What is developing here is the same pattern at the community level, genuine connections establishing themselves between practitioners who have been brought into proximity by shared purpose. Should we facilitate the horizontal connections more deliberately? Wei Liangchen asked. Zhao Cunming considered this. No, he said, after a moment. Deliberately facilitating them would introduce a managed quality into connections that are forming genuinely, because they are genuine. Our role is to maintain the space where genuine connections can form, not to direct where they form. Meihua said, we are the formation room, not the formation. The table recognized the precision of the metaphor. The household held it in the way the household held things that were true and completely, without needing to improve on them. Xianxia made a note in the correspondence log. The alumni network is self-organizing. Maintain response quality. Do not overmanage. Observe what develops. In the 11th month's 2nd week, something happened in the alumni network that Xianxia had not predicted but recognized as significant when she observed it. Lin Fenghua wrote to practitioner Wei, not to the household. She had received, through the household's correspondence coordination, the news of Wei's 4th bond formation, and she had written back to him directly, not copying the household, not routing through the coordination session format, with a specific question about the bond's character based on her own 5th bond experience. Wei replied to Lin Fenghua directly. The exchange lasted 3 letters, and the content of those letters was the kind of detailed, technical practitioner-to-practitioner discussion that required the specific experience of practitioners who had been through similar situations and could recognize each other's descriptions with the precision of shared knowledge. Xianxia knew about the exchange because Lin Fenghua, being the practitioner she had become, mentioned it at the next coordination session in the spirit of transparency about her own cultivation connections. She said, I wrote to Wei about the 4th bond's character, based on what I know about the 5th. We had a good exchange. I wanted you to know because the exchange happened outside the formal session, and I thought the household should know the network is developing that kind of direct practitioner contact. Wei Liangchen said, that is exactly the kind of development the network should have. You do not need to route everything through the household. Genuine connections, directly maintained, are the goal. We are not the center of the network. We are part of it. Lin Fenghua said, I wanted to check. You are checking correctly, Wei Liangchen replied. That level of transparency is appropriate. What you do not need is permission. The alumni correspondence network was, after that conversation, more openly direct. Practitioners wrote to each other. They wrote to the household when the household's specific knowledge or formation expertise was relevant. They wrote to each other when what they needed was the perspective of practitioners who were navigating similar terrain. By the end of the 11th month, Xianxia had documented 14 practitioner-to-practitioner exchanges that had developed from coordination session connections but were now operating independently of the household's facilitation. 14 genuine cultivation conversations between practitioners who had been brought into proximity by the household's coordination work and had then built genuine connections that no longer required the household's intermediation. Zhao Cunming, reviewing the documentation, said, "The coordination sessions have produced what they were designed to produce. Genuine connections, self-sustaining, distributed across practitioners rather than concentrated in a single household as the source of all cultivation guidance." He paused. "We are becoming one node in a network rather than the center of it. That is what success looks like." The household absorbed this. Not without some adjustment. 7 practitioners who had spent a year building something together had natural human investment in the centrality of what they had built. But the investment was in the outcome, not in the centrality. The outcome was a thriving network of practitioners. A node in a thriving network was exactly the correct place to be. The practice of genuine coordination, it turned out, was also the practice of letting go of center, and what you found, when you let go, was something larger than you had been at the center of. Chapter 94. The 11th month brought the household's first formal assessment of its own cultivation development since the transition threshold. It was not an external assessment. No Continental Council assessor, no registry officer, no institutional review. It was the household's own assessment, conducted by Zhao Cunming and Xiao Yin over 3 days with the household's full cooperation, documenting the current state of the bond network and each chapter technique in its post-threshold stable form. The assessment produced a document that was the household's most complete self-documentation since the formation installation. Each of the 7 channels was characterized in terms of its current development level, its distinctive function within the network, its developing specialized resonances, and its anticipated development trajectory in the coming year. The foundational current was measured at the calibration instrument's highest reliable reading. Zhao Cunming noted that the instruments were now at the edge of their measurement range, and he planned to recalibrate them to a wider range to properly capture the post-threshold development. The Seedling of Heaven's assessment was the most detailed, because Xiao Yan's interior perception of the technique gave the documentation access to information that no instrument could provide. His description of the continuous cultivation field awareness, the specific quality of knowing the household's collective cultivation state as a background perception rather than an active assessment, occupied 3 pages of the assessment document and was the section Pei Jinghao requested separately for the case study's supplemental documentation. The perceptual pair's specialized resonance had reached measurable levels by the assessment date. The Wind Veil and Heartlink site were developing the relational clarity function that Zhao Cunming had predicted. Meihua and Chunryu were now able to report, with cross-validation accuracy, each other's perception states at the time they were occurring. The Wind Veil's external field reading and the Heartlink site's internal field reading were becoming a unified field of relational awareness. By the 12-month mark, Zhao Cunming said, presenting the assessment to the full household, the perceptual pair's specialized resonance should be at full development. The combat stability pair will be 4 to 6 weeks behind, and the foundational current's continued development will produce the second-year effects that the design documentation describes as the household's ongoing cultivation contribution to its community. He paused. The household is not complete in the sense of being finished. It is complete in the sense of having become what it was designed to become, and now beginning to develop further from that foundation. The formal assessment document that Zhao Cunming and Xiao Yin produced was 53 pages, and Wei Liangchen read it in its entirety over 2 evenings, not because the summary at the front was inadequate. It was precise and complete, but because the detail was the point. The full document was evidence. One household cultivation art functioning at genuine maturity in post-threshold operation, documented with the precision and completeness that only the people inside it could provide. Xiao Yan's 3-page description of the 5th chapter's continuous awareness function was the passage Wei Liangchen returned to. He had read it in the context of his own experience. The same continuous awareness, felt from the practitioner who maintained the technique's active function rather than from the one who experienced its perception, and found it accurate in the way that accurate descriptions of genuine experience are accurate. It matched what he had felt, described in words he would not have chosen, but that, once read, seemed like the words that had always been the right ones. He asked Xiao Yin about the writing process. Xiao Yin said, "It took 4 drafts to find the right description. The first 3 were technically accurate, but described it from the outside, as if I were describing a phenomenon I had observed rather than an experience I was having. The 4th draft was different. I wrote it from the inside, using the first person continuously, not stepping back to characterize what I was experiencing. That was the version that was accurate," Wei Liangchen said. The difference between reporting on your experience and being in your experience while you write. Yes, exactly that. Xiaoyan paused. I had been writing about cultivation for 9 months. The assessment was the first time I wrote from cultivation, from inside the experience rather than adjacent to it. Wei Liangchen made a note of this in the household's writing practice documentation. The distinction between reporting on experience and writing from within experience was the kind of observation that would matter to every practitioner who tried to document their cultivation accurately. And accurate self-documentation was, as Elder Fin Yulan had repeatedly noted, one of the most significant gaps in the historical record of household cultivation arts. The assessment document was filed in the household's archive with the formation records, the authentication documentation, and the 9 months of daily calibration data. Pei Jinghao received a copy by express courier. Elder Fin Yulan received a copy. Han Weizhen received a copy, which she incorporated into the audit's supporting documentation. The household was, as Zhao Cunming had said at the assessment's presentation, complete and developing further. Both things at once. The way genuine things were. The formal assessment circulation produced responses the household had not fully anticipated. Pei Jinghao, receiving his copy, wrote back with a detailed scholarly analysis that identified 3 findings in the assessment that had not been explicitly articulated in the case study's current draft and that he believed deserved explicit treatment. Elder Fin Yulan, receiving her copy, wrote back with a technical observation about the 5th technique's continuous awareness function that suggested an additional measurement protocol she intended to incorporate into future tracking work. Han Weizhen, receiving her copy, wrote back, "This is the most detailed post-threshold self-assessment any documented case in the governance records has produced. I am using the assessment structure as a template recommendation in the audit's implementation framework, specifically, as the model for what we are recommending institutions support practitioners to produce during and after household arts development periods." The household received these responses with the quality of people who had produced something useful and were watching it be used. Not pride, precisely, recognition. What they had built was producing the effects it had been designed to produce, extending outward in the specific ways that genuine things extended outward when they were built with genuine care and documented with genuine accuracy. Zhao Cunming spent the final week of the 11th month revising the case study's technical section to incorporate the 3 findings Pei Jinghao had identified. The revisions were substantive, not corrections, additions, places where the assessment had generated knowledge that the case study's current draft had not fully captured. The case study was getting better because the household's own understanding was getting better, and the household's own understanding was getting better because it was in genuine correspondence with practitioners who were engaging with what the household had documented and returning their own insights. This is what scholarship is supposed to be, Zhao Cunming said, at the morning gathering where he presented the revised sections to the household for review. Not a document that is complete when submitted. A document that develops in relationship with the community of practitioners who engage with it. He looked at the household. The case study is not finished. It is alive. The household reviewed the revisions. Each practitioner contributed specific input from their own area of experience. The revisions were finalized. The updated sections were sent to Pei Jinghao with a note. The case study is better because of your engagement with it. This is what genuine scholarship produces when genuine practitioners engage with it honestly. The household sent the final revised sections to Pei Jinghao on the last day of the 11th month. The case study was now closer to the complete account of what the household had experienced than any previous version had been. The household had contributed to it. The scholarship had contributed to them. Both were better for it. The case study moved forward, and the household moved forward, and the movement was in the same direction. The scholarship and the household, moving together, towards something neither could reach alone. Chapter 95. Kai Yunpeng wrote to the household in the 11th month. The letter was longer than his previous ones, because what had happened required more than a brief report. He had spoken with the 2 practitioners, Chun Mingfang and Luo Zhangwen, in 2 separate conversations that he had approached in the way Wei Liangchen had suggested, not as requests for something, but as acknowledgments of what was real. He had described the managed distance. He had described his fear that raising the question would damage what they still had. He had described what the household had told him about bond endurance and the possibility of a rebuild. Chen Mingfang had been quiet for a long time after he finished speaking. Then she had said, "I have been waiting 4 years for you to say that. The realization had not reached me what to do with the bond. I knew it was still there. I had never considered what it meant, without the household structure, and it had not occurred to me how to ask." She paused. "I have wanted to ask. I was afraid you had moved on." Luo Zhangwen's response had been different. He had been angry at first, the anger of a person who had been sitting with a loss for 4 years and had built accommodations around it, and was now being asked to potentially disturb those accommodations. The anger was real, and Cai Yunpeng had sat with it without deflecting. After the anger, Luo Jiangwen had said, "I still feel the bond. I thought I was grieving something that was gone. But it is not gone, is it?" "No," Cai Yunpeng had said. "It is not gone." All three had agreed. They would attempt the rebuild. They would do it with Elder Fun Yolan's tracking support and the household's ongoing guidance and the coordination session network's community context. They would document everything, as the household had asked, because what they were doing had not been done before in any documented case, and the documentation would matter to every household art that failed in the future and wondered if something could still be built. Wei Liangchen read the letter to the household at the evening gathering. The room was very quiet when he finished. Then Yao Sufan said, "The bonds endured. For years. They endured." Wei Liangchen nodded. They endured. The three practitioners who had responded to Cai Yunpeng's letters were not, of course, the complete set of people who had held bonds in the original household. The original household had held 4 genuine bonds at the time of collapse. 2 of the 4 bondholders had responded. The third, the practitioner who had left the household before the collapse and had been, in Cai Yunpeng's description, the one whose departure had triggered the cascade that ended the art, had not been contacted. That third practitioner's situation was different, and Wei Liangchen spent several evenings thinking carefully about it before raising it at a household gathering. He raised it not as a problem to be solved, but as a question to be understood. The departure had happened. The practitioner had made a choice, and that choice had consequences. Whether the bond between that practitioner and the household art was still present was, in some sense, the same question as whether the bonds between Cai Yunpeng and the 2 who had responded were still present. Genuineness did not become contingent on the choices made around it. But the situation was different in a significant way. The bonds that endured between Cai Yunpeng, Chun Mingfang, and Luo Jiangwen had endured in a context where none of them had chosen to end the household art. The departure of the 4th practitioner was a choice that had, whatever its reasons, contributed to the collapse. That history was part of what would need to be navigated in any rebuild attempt that sought to include the 4th practitioner. Yao Sufan said, "The household art that collapsed was not a mistake that someone made. It was a genuine household art that failed to navigate correctly. The practitioner who left was in a situation where leaving felt like the right choice, and their feelings about that situation were their feelings, whether we think the choice was correct or not." She looked at Wei Liangchen. "What does Cai Yunpeng think about that practitioner?" Wei Liangchen said, "He thinks about them with grief. He has not described it as anger." "Then the rebuild," Yao Sufan said, "might eventually be a 4-bond rebuild. Not now. The work with Chun Mingfang and Luo Jiangwen is what is possible now. But eventually." She paused. "If genuine bonds endure, that one endures also. On both sides." The household sat with this, not resolving it. There was no resolution available in a single evening gathering. But holding it, because holding genuine questions without forcing premature resolution was also part of what genuine households did. The 4th practitioner from the original household, the one who had left, existed as a question in the background of everything the household was learning about Cai Yunpeng's situation. Not a pressing question, not an immediate question, but present. Cai Yunpeng raised it himself, in his 3rd letter to the household, before the rebuild session. "I have not contacted the 4th practitioner. I have thought about it many times. The person who left was not wrong about the problems they named. The household had real problems, and the problems they named were real. The problems they responded to by leaving were real. What I have had to understand is that being right about the problems and responding to those problems by leaving are 2 different things. Both are real. The first does not justify the second, and the second does not negate the first." He paused in the letter. Then, "I do not know if the 4th practitioner would be interested in the rebuild. I do not know if I am ready to ask. What I have come to understand is that the question needs to be separate from the question of whether Chun Mingfang and Luo Jiangwen are willing to try. The rebuild, if it is possible, begins with the 3 of us who remained in contact. Whether it eventually includes the 4th depends on circumstances and choices that are not yet determined." Wei Liangchen brought this letter to the household with the observation that Cai Yunpeng had arrived, through his own reflection, at the same conclusion the household had reached in their evening of discussion. The rebuild begins where genuine willingness exists and does not wait for circumstances that are not ready. Yao Sufan said, "He has been thinking about this carefully for a long time." "Yes," Wei Liangchen said. 4 years of thinking. What that produces, when it is honest thinking rather than defensive thinking, is genuine clarity. Elder Fun Yulan, when the household consulted her about the 4th practitioner question, gave a response that Wei Liangchen filed in the household's research records. In the 11 historical cases I have documented, 2 involve practitioners who left household arts before the collapse and who later, years afterward, re-established contact with practitioners they had been in genuine bond with. In both cases, the contact was initiated by the practitioner who had left, not the practitioners who remained. The timing was, in both cases, significantly later than any of the people involved had anticipated. What seems to have been required was that the practitioner who left had reached a place of understanding about their own choice, not justification of it, but genuine accounting of it, before genuine contact became possible again. The household held this, not as guidance about what would happen with Cai Yunping's 4th practitioner, as understanding of what the landscape of this kind of situation actually contained. The holding itself was cultivation practice. 7 practitioners genuinely present with a genuine question that had no answer yet. That was what the household stability was for, creating the ground where genuine questions could be held without being rushed toward premature resolution. Because the resolution, when it came in its own time, would be the genuine kind. Chapter 96. The 12-month mark arrived. The household held a gathering that was not formally different from any other evening gathering. Same table, same people, same tea, same ordinary movements of 7 people who had been in genuine community for 12 months. What was different was the quality of it. The specific warmth of people who have been building something together for a year and who understand, without needing to articulate it, what that year has produced. Yao Sufan brought the gray shawl she had completed 2 months earlier. She had washed it carefully and repaired a small pulled thread and folded it again and brought it to the gathering because she had always intended it to be a gift and the 12-month mark was the right time. She gave it to Wei Liangchen. He received it without excessive performance, the way genuine things were received in a genuine household, and held it for a moment and said, "Thank you." "It took exactly 12 months to complete," she said. 1 row for every week. I miscounted once, which is why there is 1 row with a slightly tighter tension than the others. She looked at the shawl in his hands. "I want you to know where that row is, so you know it is there, and so you do not worry when you find it." Wei Liangchen found it, 3rd from the end, barely distinguishable from the rows around it. "Here," he said. "Yes, the miscounted row." I did not undo it and redo it correctly because the miscounting happened in a week when the household was navigating something difficult, and I wanted the record of that week to be in the shawl. Difficulties that are part of building something genuine belong in the record of what was built. She looked at him. The shawl is the household's first year. All of it. The household was still for a moment with the specific quiet of people who have heard something true and accurate that does not require a response, only recognition. Then Lianxing has said, "A year. We have been doing this for a year." He said it with the quality of genuine wonder, not performed wonder, the real thing. I had been unaware, a year ago, that it would become what it has become. None of us did, Wei Liangchen said. That is what genuine building produces. Something more than what you could have predicted when you began. After the gathering ended and the others had dispersed to their various evening activities, Wei Liangchen sat at the table alone for a while with the gray shawl in his hands and the characteristic quality of the evening around him. 1 year. 9 months of active development, the transition threshold, and then 3 months of post-threshold operation. 12 months total, in the calendar sense, but each of the 12 had been different. The early months tentative and careful, the middle months marked by the coordinated pressure of the hollow patriarch and the crimson leash and the institutional gaps, the final months expanding outward from the household into the community and the institutional record. He thought about the practitioner he had been at the beginning of the year. The practitioner who had read the design documentation and understood it intellectually and had not yet known what it would feel like to live inside it, to navigate its difficulties and its discoveries, to sit at a table 9 months later and feel the bond network in all 7 channels as a continuous background awareness and understand, from the inside, what the technique had been trying to produce. The shawl was the household's first year. All of it, as Yao Sufan had said, the tight tension row from the difficult week, the rows from the ordinary weeks, the rows from the weeks where something new had been understood. 1 row per week, woven together, and the total was the year. He would keep it in the calibration room, he decided. Not displayed. Placed on the work surface near the calibration instruments, where it would be present during the morning calibrations without demanding attention. It would be there during the 2nd year's morning calibrations and the 3rd year's, and however many years the household built. A record of the 1st year, available in the room where the household's ongoing work was done. The 2nd year would begin tomorrow morning with the dawn calibration. The same ritual, the same instruments, the same 7 channels. But a year of practice behind it now, and the 2nd year's possibilities ahead. The perceptual pair resonance continuing its deepening, the combat stability resonance developing toward full integration, the Kai Yunpeng rebuild documentation, the coordination network's growing horizontal relationships, the institutional engagements proceeding through their review processes. More ahead than behind. And what was behind was solid. The evening continued, and the first year wound toward its completion, and the household. This household, these 7 people, this technique and its bond network in its stable and developing form, prepared, quietly, to begin the next one. The 12-month gathering had 2 qualities that Wei Liangchen noticed and filed in the household's practice records. The first was the quality he had already recognized, the specific warmth of practitioners who had been building something together for a year and who understood what that year had produced. The second was the quality he had not anticipated, the presence of Kai Yunpeng, Chun Mingfang, and Luo Zhengwen at the table, and what that presence contributed to the gathering's character. The 3 rebuild practitioners were not guests in the way that practitioners who were new to the household were guests, cautious, observing, still assessing the household's actual quality against their expectations of it. They were people who had spent 3 days inside the household's most intimate work, who had been received with full transparency and genuine care, who had experienced something real in the rebuild session's work. They were at the table as people who knew what the table was. What this meant for the gathering was that the presence of those who had lost a household art and were beginning to rebuild, it was not a weight in the room. Not the weight of grief or failure that might have made the household's own completion feel like a contrast that required careful navigation. It was the presence of people for whom the household's completion was the most living evidence available that what they were attempting was possible. Kai Yunpeng said, at the gathering, "I have been in many rooms with practitioners in the past 4 years. I have been received generously, and I have been given good counsel, and I have been treated with respect. I have not been in a room like this one." He paused. What this room has is not the accomplishment. It is what the accomplishment was built on. The genuineness of the people in it. He looked at Wei Liangchen. "I want to build that. Not the technique. What the technique requires the people to be. That is what I want." Wei Liangchen said. "Then you know what to do." "Yes," Kai Yunpeng said. "I know what to do." Zhao Tsuming noted, in the formation records for the evening, that the calibration instruments registered the presence of the 3 rebuild practitioners at the gathering table with the specific instrument response that genuine cultivation practitioners produced when they were in a household formation space. Not the household's bond network signature, which was the household's alone, but the resonance of genuine cultivation states in proximity to a fully developed household art. The instruments were designed to register exactly this. They had never registered it before in the household's 9 months of operation, because the household had never before had genuinely developing cultivation practitioners present in the calibration room's field range. It was a small reading, but it was real. The formation room now contained, in the 12-month gathering, evidence of the household's first year of work in 3 distinct forms. The 7-channel bond network in its stable post-threshold state, the gray shawl with its year's worth of rows on the table, and the calibration instruments registering the genuine cultivation states of cultivators who had come to the household because the household had built something worth coming to. 3 different kinds of evidence. 1 reality. And the reality was still growing. Chapter 97. In the 12th month, the perceptual pair's specialized resonance completed its development. Meihua and Shenryu had been tracking its progression carefully since the transition threshold. Shenryu in the cultivation session notes, Meihua in the perimeter monitoring logs, Zhao Tsuming in the calibration instruments. The development had been consistent and predictable in its pace, which made the completion easy to identify. A morning calibration during which the instruments registered the specialized resonance at a level that matched the design documentation's description of the full perceptual pair development. What changed was what both practitioners had anticipated, and neither had been fully able to imagine in advance. The Wind Veil's external relational field reading and the Heartlink site's internal relational field reading had been 2 separate perceptions throughout the development period. At full development, they became one. Not merged. The 2 techniques retained their distinct characters and functions, but unified in the sense that the relational field they together perceived was now a continuous whole rather than 2 perspectives on the same thing. The external and internal were not 2 views of the relational landscape. They were one view, complete, neither perspective privileging the other. Meihua described it at the morning gathering. "I knew, before, that there were things happening in the household's relational field that the Wind Veil could not perceive. Internal states, motivations, the quality of what people were carrying beneath what they were expressing. Shenryu could perceive those things. I could not. Now I can, not through the Wind Veil directly, but through the channel between us. When Chun Ryu's heart-link site registers something in the household's internal relational field, I know it. Not as a report from her to me, as a direct perception from the unified field. Chun Ryu. And I know what Meihua registers at the external boundary without her needing to tell me. The external field and the internal field are one field for both of us now. Zhao Tsunming, reading the calibration instruments. The unified relational field perception is, according to the design documentation, the perceptual pair's contribution to what the design calls the household's complete situational awareness. Wind Veil and Heartlink Sight together produce awareness of the relational landscape that neither technique could produce independently. He paused. The household can now perceive what is happening in its relational context, inside and outside, continuously and completely, not through active monitoring, but through passive background awareness. He met Wei Liangchen's gaze. What this enables for the household's community engagement will be significant. The unified perception had been operational for 3 weeks when its first significant practical demonstration occurred. A practitioner came to the compound's gate who was, to the Wind Veil's external perception, presenting as a casual visitor with general interest in coordination session participation. The practitioner's stated reason for the visit, a recommendation from the Shan family, was accurate. The recommendation existed. But the interior field technique's internal reading, the moment Meihua opened the gate and Chun Ryu stepped to the compound entrance, produced a more complex picture. The practitioner's internal cultivation state was not consistent with casual interest. There was a quality of deliberate presentation, a specific gap between what the practitioner was projecting and what the practitioner was experiencing internally, that the fourth technique identified with a clarity that neither technique could have produced alone. The two practitioners exchanged a glance. No words were needed. The unified perceptual field meant the glance communicated everything, because each was perceiving exactly what the other was perceiving, from complementary directions. Chun Ryu invited the practitioner in with genuine warmth, because genuine warmth was always the appropriate first response. She asked the questions she would ask any practitioner considering coordination session participation. She received answers that were technically accurate and slightly evasive in the specific way of someone for whom prepared for the questions they expected to be asked, but had not anticipated being read at the depth the household's new perceptual capacity now provided. After the practitioner left, with a genuine invitation to the next coordination session, which was extended and meant, because the household's method was genuine engagement, not exclusion, Chun Ryu and Meihua sat together and discussed what they had perceived. They are not working against us, Meihua said. The evasiveness is not hostile. It is the evasiveness of someone who has been told what we are like, but does not quite believe it, and is testing the description against the experience. Yes, Chun Ryu said. And the test they were running will produce an accurate result. We were exactly what they were told we were. She paused. They will come to the coordination session, and they will bring the accurate result back to whoever sent them. Which is not a problem, Meihua said. No, Chun Ryu said. It is precisely not a problem. The household operates in full transparency. People who want to understand whether the household is what it claims to be are welcome to test whether it is. We will be what we are every time. Zhao Tsunming, when they reported the event, noted it in the case study supplemental documentation as the perceptual pair's first operational field application. The unified awareness had, in its first significant test, done exactly what it had been designed to do. The subsequent week produced 2 more events where the perceptual pair's unified awareness had operational significance, both smaller than the first, but both instructive. The first was an internal event, a morning during which Chun Ryu registered, through Chun Ryu's Sutra chapter, that one of the household practitioners was carrying something they had not named at the morning gathering. The something was minor, ordinary background preoccupation, not a managed distance, not a complication requiring address. Just the background noise of a person living a life with more dimensions than any single gathering could contain. Before the unified resonance, Chun Ryu would have registered this and either mentioned it to the practitioner directly or noted it in her observation log for monitoring. With the unified resonance, Meihua had already perceived the same thing from the external field's perspective, and the two perceptions had integrated in the unified field to produce a combined reading, ordinary and transient, requiring no action. Chun Ryu wrote in her observation notes, the unified perception's most significant practical function may not be the dramatic cases, but the ordinary ones. The continuous assessment of whether something requires attention is most useful when it reliably identifies what does not require attention, freeing the household's resources for what does. The second event was another visitor at the gate, recommended by 3 separate network contacts, arriving to ask about remote coordination session participation for a Southern District practitioner group. The unified perceptual field registered the visitor as entirely genuine. External presentation and internal state aligned, no secondary purpose discernible. Both Meihua and Chun Ryu perceived the same thing. The redundancy confirmed that what they were perceiving individually was real. The assessment was immediate and unambiguous. The visitor was welcomed, the question was answered, and the discussion of a Southern District coordination extension began. Meihua and Chun Ryu debriefed after the visitor left, in the specific way they had developed for integrating the perceptual pair's unified observations into the household's broader coordination records. The debrief was brief. The observation had been straightforward, but the practice of debriefing was itself significant. Two practitioners with a specialized resonance that produced unified perception developing the shared language for what that unified perception produced, and how to communicate it to the rest of the household in forms that the household could use. We should document the debrief protocol, Zhao Tsuiming said, when they reported the visitor interaction and the debrief at the morning gathering. The unified perception is a new perceptual capacity in this household. The protocol for integrating its outputs with the household's decision-making is something that needs to be deliberately developed, not assumed. He paused. What we develop now will be the documentation that guides how household arts with perceptual pair resonances operate. We are the first documented case of full perceptual pair resonance development. Everything we figure out is new information. Everything, Meihua said, with the slight emphasis of a practitioner who had spent 9 months adding everything to the archive. Of course, the debrief protocol was documented. A small thing, an essential thing, the kind of small essential thing that genuine households built, one after another, until the sum of them was something that could not easily be named. Chapter 98 The Combat Stability Specialized Resonance began its active development phase in the 12th month's 3rd week. Liangchen reported the change to Zhao Tsuiming during the morning calibration. The Vanguard Surge had developed a quality in the past 4 days that he had not been able to characterize precisely, but that felt like a new kind of awareness of the household's structural state. Not the structural details, not the formation measurements or the calibration specifics. The felt quality of stability, available continuously, in the background of his combat readiness perception. The Hearthstone barrier is becoming available to the Vanguard Surge's awareness, Zhao Tsuiming said, after reviewing the calibration readings. Not the barrier's mechanism, its current quality. The Vanguard Surge is becoming continuously aware of how stable the household is, which informs what kind of response is appropriate in any given external situation. He paused. A combat readiness technique that is continuously informed by the stability it is protecting is more discriminating than one that responds to external signals alone. The Vanguard Surge can now calibrate its response level to the household's current stability state, holding back when the household is stable and a full response is not warranted, activating at full readiness when the stability requires it. Yao Sufin was listening with the specific attention she brought to developments in the household's techniques that involved her own function. And the Hearthstone barrier? She asked. The barrier's awareness of the Vanguard Surge's readiness state is the reciprocal development, Zhao Tsuiming said. It will arrive within 2 to 4 weeks, based on the developmental sequence I documented in the perceptual pair. He looked at Yao Sufin. When the Hearthstone barrier can continuously perceive the household's combat readiness, when it knows whether the Vanguard Surge is at active response or at rest, the stability it maintains can be calibrated to that information. Stability in a situation where the household is at rest is a different function than stability in a situation where the household is at active response. The barrier will be able to provide both, appropriately, in real time. Liangchen has said. This is what makes a complete household cultivation art different from 7 practitioners in the same space. He paused. The techniques know about each other. Not through my awareness of Yao Sufin and her awareness of me, through the techniques themselves. We have become each other's context. Yes, Yao Sufin said. That is exactly it. The development of the combat stability resonance required a different kind of attention from Liangchen and Yao Sufin than the perceptual pair's development had required from Meihua and Chun Ryu. The perceptual pair's resonance had developed through observation and description. What each practitioner could see, how those perceptions complemented each other, what the combined perception produced that neither alone could produce. The work was cognitive and articulatory, learning to describe precisely what the techniques were doing, and then learning to trust the combined perception that emerged. The combat stability resonance required a different kind of work, because the Vanguard Surge and Hearthstone barrier were techniques that operated under different conditions from the perceptual techniques. The Vanguard Surge's development context was external threat, real or potential. The technique calibrated to what was actually present or actually possible. The Hearthstone barrier's development context was internal continuity, the maintenance of the household's structural quality regardless of external conditions. For these two techniques to develop a genuine resonance, Liangchen and Yao Sufan had to learn to be jointly present in two different conditions at once, not alternating, simultaneously. The readiness state that the Vanguard Surge maintained and the stability state that the Hearthstone barrier maintained had to become mutually informing in real time, each technique continuously aware of the other's current state and calibrating its own response accordingly. This is harder than I expected, Liangchen told Yao Sufan at the end of the second week of active development. The Vanguard Surge wants to respond to external signals. The Hearthstone barrier's signal is internal, registering an internal signal as a continuous input while maintaining external readiness is, the two attention modes are not comfortable in the same moment. Yao Sufan said, the barrier is not asking for your attention. It is asking to be part of your context. The attention stays on the external field. The barrier becomes part of the background, the way that 5th Sutra chapter's awareness has become part of Xiao Yan's background perception. She paused. What you are developing is not a new attention task. It is a new quality of the ground that attention stands on. Liangchen worked with this. He came back 3 days later and said, I think I understand what you mean. I am trying to attend to the barrier. The barrier does not want to be attended to. The barrier wants to be present. In the way the floor is present when you are walking. You do not attend to the floor. You move through a world that includes the floor. Yes, Yao Sufan said. Exactly that. Zhao Cunming, monitoring the calibration readings through the process, noted that the resonance's development accelerated measurably after the third week. The practitioners had found their way to the right kind of joint attention, and the technique was responding accordingly. The combat stability resonance's development produced an unexpected observation that Liangchen brought to the morning gathering in the second week. The Vanguard Surge's calibration to the Hearthstone barrier was not symmetrical. The Surge was calibrating continuously to the barrier's current state. The barrier was calibrating to the Surge's state, but on a slower cycle, not moment to moment, but over longer intervals. Zhao Cunming reviewed the calibration instrument data and confirmed the asymmetry. The asymmetry is correct and intended. The Vanguard Surge responds to external events on a rapid timescale. Its readiness calibration must be fast to be useful. The Hearthstone barrier's stability function operates on a slower timescale by design. It provides the underlying structure that the Surge responds from, and structure that recalibrated too rapidly would be destabilizing rather than stabilizing. He paused. The combat stability pair's resonance is not a synchronized system. It is a system where one technique operates fast on the foundation that the other provides slowly. The asymmetry is the design. Liangchen has said, so I am fast because Yao Sufan is stable. Yes, Zhao Cunming said. That is the most direct description. Yao Sufan said, and I am stable because I know you are watching. The reciprocal relationship, Zhao Cunming confirmed. The barrier knows the Surge is monitoring external conditions and will respond to genuine threats. This awareness allows the barrier to maintain stability without itself needing to monitor externally. The division is efficient. The Surge monitors, the barrier maintains, and each is freed from the task the other performs. Wei Liangchen thought of the household's pre-threshold period, when each practitioner had been managing their technique in relative isolation, coordinated by practice and attention, but not by the specialized resonances that were now developing. The resonances were not making the techniques more powerful individually. They were making them more efficient. Each technique doing its specific work more completely, because it was not also trying to do the work the paired technique was now doing. This is the sutra's full design, Zhao Cunming said. The 7 techniques are not 7 independent cultivation tools. They are 7 components of one household cultivation system. The specialized resonances are the connective tissue that makes them one system rather than 7 adjacent techniques. We have had 7 techniques for 9 months. We are now beginning to have one system. The calibration instruments registered the resonance development with a reading that Zhao Cunming noted in the formation records as first evidence of full system integration. The household was not yet the full system the design described. It was becoming it. What becoming felt like, from the inside, was that the techniques were beginning to know about each other in ways that did not require the practitioners to actively communicate. The practitioners could still communicate, did still communicate, at every morning gathering and every calibration session. But the techniques were developing their own conversation, quieter and more continuous, below the level of practitioner attention. The system was learning itself, and what the system that knew itself would eventually be capable of was still largely magnificently, unknown. Chapter 99 Kai Yunping's rebuild attempt began in the 12th month. He came to the compound with both practitioners for a 3-day session that the household had organized specifically for the rebuild documentation project. Elder Fin Yulan was present throughout. Zhao Cunming had prepared a modified version of his formation instruments to measure the specific qi signature qualities that would indicate whether the existing bonds were in the dormant resumable state or had faded beyond recovery. The first day was documentation. Kai Yunping describing the original household arts development, the 17 years of cultivation before the collapse, the specific complications that had been managed around rather than addressed, the institutional pressure that had compounded those complications, the collapse itself. He told it with the specific honesty of a practitioner who had spent 4 years processing what had happened and had arrived at a clear-eyed accounting of their own contribution to the outcome. The two practitioners Zhang Wen added their perspectives, which differed from Kai Yunping's in specific and significant ways. The differences were not contradictions. They were the different vantage points of 3 people who had been inside the same situation and had perceived different aspects of it most clearly. The triangulation of their accounts produced a more complete picture than any of the 3 alone could have provided. Elder Fin Yulan documented everything. Zhao Cunming ran measurements throughout, building a baseline assessment of the 3 practitioners' current cultivation states and what their qi signatures indicated about the bond states between them. At the end of the first day, Zhao Cunming presented his findings to the group. The bonds were not faded. They were dormant in exactly the way that bonds remained when household structure failed around them, present, without activation, like a fire that had been banked rather than extinguished. The 17 years of development before the collapse had produced genuine bonds, and genuine bonds, as the theoretical framework predicted, had endured. The second day was the beginning of the rebuild itself, which was quieter and more careful than any of them had anticipated, because what they were doing was not starting something new. It was resuming something that had been interrupted, and the interrupted thing had its own character and its own development history and its own specific requirements for how the resumption had to proceed. The third day of the rebuild session was the day everything became clear. Not clear in the sense of resolved. Much of what had been interrupted required time and careful work to fully resume, and 3 days was not enough time for full resumption. Clear in the sense that the question Kai Yunping had carried for 4 years, is it possible, had become answerable. The answer was yes. Elder Fin Yulan's tracking instruments registered the first confirmed resonance between Kai Yunping's cultivation state and Chen Mingfang's at the second day's evening measurement. It was small, significantly smaller than what the household's fully developed bond network produced. But it was there, where it had not been when the session began, and it had the specific instrument signature of a genuine cultivation bond resuming activity after a period of dormancy. Not a new bond forming, a bond that had been present and inactive, beginning to stir toward the quality it had developed in 17 years of cultivation before the collapse. The elder confirmed this at the third day's morning calibration with quiet precision. The bond is resuming. The 17 years of development are accessible. This is not a new beginning. This is a continuation. Kai Yunping sat with this for an extended moment. The quality of his stillness was different from the stillness he had arrived with. He had arrived with the stillness of one who had learned to carry a loss quietly. He sat now with the stillness of a person who had just learned that the thing they had been carrying as a loss was not entirely lost. Chen Mingfang said, without any particular drama, I knew it was still there. I just didn't know if knowing it was enough. Luo Zhangwen was quieter. He had been the most resistant, and his resistance had been the most important of the 3 practitioners' contributions to the session, because his resistance had been genuine, and genuine resistance, honestly engaged, had produced honest clarity about what the rebuild required. He said, at the end of the third day, I want to do this. I had not understood I wanted to do this until this week. I thought I had made peace with the loss. What I had actually done was made peace with the absence of the thing while the thing itself was still present somewhere underneath. He paused. It is uncomfortable to discover that what you thought was peace was actually avoidance. He confirmed. That discovery is uncomfortable. The discomfort is accurate. The peace that comes after the discomfort is different. It is peace with the thing as it actually is, not peace with the absence of the thing. The session ended the following morning with documented baseline measurements, a protocol for the ongoing rebuild work, and a schedule of monthly check-ins with the household. The 3 practitioners left with something they had not arrived with, a genuine path forward, and the understanding that the path was real. Zhao Cunming spent the afternoon filing the documentation and told Wei Liangchen in the evening. This is the most significant cultivation research the household will produce in its first year. More significant than the case study? Wei Liangchen asked. Different, Zhao Cunming replied. The case study documents what a genuine household art looks like in development. This documents what genuine bonds do when the structure around them fails. He paused. Both are necessary. Together, they are the complete picture. The three rebuild practitioners left the compound on the morning of the fourth day, after the extended 3-day session had produced its findings and its baseline measurements and its protocol for the ongoing rebuild work. Zhao Cunming stood at the gate as they left, not as a formal gesture of farewell, but because he had been returning the formation instruments to the gate room, and the timing coincided. He watched the three practitioners walk down the compound's entrance path, and then stood at the gate for a moment after they had gone, with the calibration instruments in his hands and a quality of thought that he later described to Wei Liangchen as the specific experience of recognizing that something significant had happened. Not the rebuild's beginning. The rebuild's beginning was significant, but it was a beginning. The significance would be realized over years of careful work, not in a single 3-day session. What Zhao Cunming was recognizing was the documentation's significance, a genuine case study of what genuine household cultivation bonds do when the structure around them fails. The first documented case, in as much detail as any documentation could provide, of bond endurance and attempted recovery. He brought this to Wei Liangchen in the formation room, where Wei Liangchen was reviewing the session's instrument data. The case study we are beginning to write, Zhao Cunming said, will be the documentation that future practitioners need when their household arts fail. Not if, when. Household arts fail. The historical record is clear on this. What the historical record has not previously included is documentation of what the bonds do afterward, from practitioners who were paying careful attention to what was actually happening. Wei Liangchen said. Then we document everything. Everything, Zhao Cunming said, including the uncertainty, including the places where we do not know what is happening or why, including the questions we cannot answer yet. He paused. Especially those. The questions that cannot yet be answered are the places where the next decade's documentation will eventually provide answers. We are setting the terms for that documentation by defining what the questions are. The documentation project for the rebuild was formally begun that afternoon, with a shared research agreement between the household and Cai Yunpeng's three-practitioner group, countersigned by Elder Fen Yulan as the tracking records custodian. The agreement was simple. Everything documented, all findings shared, all uncertainty acknowledged. The genuine research relationship, as genuine as the bonds it was studying, and the bonds, dormant for 4 years and now stirring toward resumption, were more real than anyone had yet fully understood. Chapter 100. The household's first full year ended with the kind of ordinary activity that characterized all of the household's days. Morning calibration, cultivation sessions, evening gathering, the ongoing coordination correspondence, the documentation work, the formation maintenance, and also something that was not ordinary. Cai Yunpeng and the 2 rebuild practitioners were in the main hall, 3 days into their rebuild session, working through the second day's careful resumption work under Elder Fen Yulan's tracking and Zhao Cunming's formation monitoring. The work was proceeding. The dormant bonds were responding to genuine acknowledgement, slowly, carefully, in the way interrupted things resume when the interruption is understood and addressed rather than simply pushed past. At the evening gathering, both groups, the household's 7 members and Cai Yunpeng's 3, were at the table together. The gathering had its usual character, direct, warm, substantive. The 3 practitioners who were attempting to rebuild what had been lost were at the table of the household that had survived what they had not, and the quality of the gathering was not a performance of how a successful household should treat an unsuccessful one. It was the quality of people who were genuine with each other, some of whom had more experience of a specific thing and some of whom had less, all of whom were in the same community and were treating each other accordingly. Wei Liangchen looked around the table. The household's 7, the rebuild practitioners, the elder whose 11-year tracking work had made the documentation framework possible, the quiet warmth of the bond network in all 7 channels in its post-threshold stable state, and felt the specific feeling of a year's work present in the room. Not the accomplishment, the continuity, the sense of a thing that had been built carefully over a year, and that would continue to be built carefully, in the same way, for however many years came after this one. The Supreme Family Sutra, complete, in its fully integrated form, producing what it had always been designed to produce. Not a self-contained cultivation art for 7 practitioners, but a center of genuine connection from which genuine bonds extended outward, household to household, practitioner to practitioner, building toward the kind of community that household cultivation arts had always been designed to sustain. This was the first year. The second would produce more of what the first had built. The perceptual pair's full unified awareness, the combat stability integration, The ongoing development of the coordination session network, the cornerstone extension to the Su family when the time was right, the support for Cai Yunping's rebuild, the cooperation with Han Weijian's audit implementation and Bao Meiqing's advocacy work and Pei Jinghao's case study publication. There was more ahead than behind. But what was behind was solid, a year of genuine work, genuinely done, exactly what the sutra was designed to be built on. 1 year, Yao Sufan said, at the end of the gathering, with the particular quality of someone stating something that required no elaboration. 1 year, Wei Liangchen said, and the household continued. After the gathering ended and the others had dispersed to their various evening activities, Wei Liangchen sat at the table alone for a while with the gray shawl in his hands and the specific quality of the evening around him. 1 year, 9 months of active development, the transition threshold, and then 3 months of post-threshold operation. 12 months total, in the calendar sense, but each of the 12 had been different. The early months tentative and careful, the middle months marked by the coordinated pressure of the hollow patriarch and the crimson leash and the institutional gaps, the final months expanding outward from the household into the community and the institutional record. He thought about the practitioner he had been at the beginning of the year, the practitioner who had read the design documentation and understood it intellectually and had not yet known what it would feel like to live inside it, to navigate its difficulties and its discoveries, to sit at a table 9 months later and feel the bond network in all 7 channels as a continuous background awareness and understand, from the inside, what the technique had been trying to produce. The shawl was the household's first year. All of it, as Yao Sufan had said, the tight tension row from the difficult week, the rows from the ordinary weeks, the rows from the weeks where something new had been understood. 1 row per week, woven together, and the total was the year. He would keep it in the calibration room, he decided. Not displayed. Placed on the work surface near the calibration instruments, where it would be present during the morning calibrations without demanding attention. It would be there during the 2nd year's morning calibrations and the 3rd year's, and however many years the household built. A record of the 1st year, available in the room where the household's ongoing work was done. The 2nd year would begin tomorrow morning with the dawn calibration. The same ritual, the same instruments, the same 7 channels. But a year of practice behind it now, and the 2nd year's possibilities ahead. The perceptual pair resonance continuing its deepening, the combat stability resonance developing toward full integration, the Cai Yunping rebuild documentation, the coordination network's growing horizontal relationships, the institutional engagements proceeding through their review processes. More ahead than behind. And what was behind was solid. The evening continued, and the 1st year wound toward its completion, and the household. This household, these 7 people, this technique and its bond network in its stable and developing form, prepared, quietly, to begin the next one. The household's evening closing ritual, first practiced in the 3rd month, maintained through every month since, ended the 12-month gathering in the same way it ended every gathering. Wei Liangchen said, "We will continue." The household confirmed it, not performatively, as a genuine statement of intention from 7 people who meant it and would demonstrate they meant it in every morning calibration, every evening gathering, every coordination session, every letter sent and received, every day of the 2nd year that lay ahead. The Supreme Family Sutra, complete. The household, genuine. The bond network, stable, and developing further from its stable foundation. Cai Yunping, on his way to the room the household had prepared for him, and the 2 rebuild practitioners, paused in the hallway outside the main hall and could hear, faintly, the household completing their closing ritual. The quiet quality of practitioners who had done this many times and would do it many more. He stood still for a moment with the specific experience of hearing, from the outside, what it sounded like when genuine things were practiced over time. He would have that, he thought. Eventually, he would have the sound of his own household completing its evening closing, practiced until it had the quality that years of genuine practice produced. The 1st year was done. The 2nd year would begin at dawn, with the morning calibration, in the same room, with the same instruments, and the same 7 channels present and real and fully themselves. The household continued. The morning would come early. There was a bowl of fruit on the preparation table in the kitchen, put there by Yao Sufan before she had retired, because there always was. The formation instruments were in their resting configuration, calibrated and waiting. The 7-channel bond network was present in the compound's cultivation field in its stable post-threshold form, the continuous background awareness of 7 genuine connections doing what genuine connections did when they were well-maintained. Outside, the district was quiet. Other households and other compounds were in their own evening stillnesses, each with their own cultivation histories and their own ongoing development and their own unresolved questions. the district that the Crimson Leash had assessed and departed, the district whose discernment had proven adequate to what had been asked of it. Tomorrow, the second year would begin, and the household, which had learned in this first year what it meant to be genuinely itself, was ready for whatever the second year would ask of it. Previous context. Story 76. My family cultivation art requires a full household. Part 1, Step 6. Stories so far. Chapters 1 to 100. The Supreme Family Sutra's 7-bond household cultivation art reached its transition threshold in the 9th month's dawn calibration, crossing into its designed stable state when the seedling of heaven's orientation function completed at 100%. The hollow patriarch withdrew permanently from the district, confirming the household's successful navigation of the transition window. The Crimson Leash's community mapping practitioners also departed, finding no viable approach vectors in a community whose genuine relationships had rendered their methods ineffective. The household's 3 post-threshold months brought specialization. The perceptual pair, Wind Veil and Heartlink Sight, completed their unified relational field resonance in the 12th month, producing a continuous unified awareness of both internal and external relational dynamics. The Combat Stability Resonance, Vanguard Surge and Hearthstone Barrier began active development. 4 external institutional engagements are proceeding. Han Weijian's Regional Governance Audit, second review in 11th month, incorporating Elder Fin Yolan's 11-case documentation. Pei Jinghao's 240-page Northern Archive case study, accepted for committee review, expected publication in 3 to 5 months. Bao Meiqing's pre-framework authentication advocacy at the Continental Registry, accepted for institutional review, 6-month preliminary decision timeline, and the household's own authentication filing, completed in month 3, foundation for all other engagements. The Coordination Session Alumni Network has developed self-sustaining horizontal relationships, practitioners corresponding directly with each other rather than routing through the household. The Su family situation. Su Dowling visited and engaged seriously with the household leadership question. Genuine dialogue is developing, but he needed time to determine the correct answer for his household. Kai Yunpeng's rebuild attempt, with Chun Mingfang and Luo Zhangwen, began in month 12 after Elder Fin Yulan confirmed the bonds were dormant rather than extinguished. 17 years of cultivation bond development, still accessible. The third rebuild practitioner, who departed before the collapse, has not been contacted. The second year is beginning. Chapter 101. The second year's first morning calibration produced readings that Zhao Cunming documented as the most stable the instruments had ever registered. Not more powerful, more stable. The distinction mattered. The transition threshold had not increased the bond network's peak outputs. It had completed the network's development into its designed final form, which was a form characterized by steadiness rather than magnitude. What the instruments registered was a system fully itself, operating within its intended parameters with no variance, no drift, no developing corrections required. Zhao Cunming read the outputs 3 times, slowly, and then set the instruments to their maintenance recording mode, the mode he had been preparing to activate for months, waiting for the threshold to make it appropriate. The maintenance recording mode was not the development tracking mode he had used for 9 months. It did not look for changes, for corrections, for adjustments. It confirmed, each morning, that the system was exactly what it had been the morning before, that the household's cultivation infrastructure was intact and functioning. He showed Wei Liangchen the first maintenance recording. Wei Liangchen read it. Then he said, "This is what 9 months of work produced." "Yes," Zhao Cunming said. "That is what this represents." The morning continued with the cultivation sessions and the correspondence work and the formation maintenance. The second year's first day indistinguishable in its activity from the first year's final days, because genuine cultivation households did not produce dramatic calendar transitions. They produced continuity. What the second year had that the first year's final days had not was the knowledge of the year that had produced it, the full 12 months, present as context for everything the second year would build. Wei Liangchen wrote in the household's cultivation record, second year, Day 1. Bond network stable at post-threshold parameters. Calibration instruments switched to maintenance mode. Kai Yunpeng's rebuild documentation project entering its 3rd day. The coordination network continues. The institutional engagements continue. The household continues. He underlined continues. Yao Sufin, reading over his shoulder as he wrote, said, "You always underline the important things." "Yes," Wei Liangchen said. "I do." She was quiet for a moment. Then, "I did not know, a year ago, that this is what continuing would feel like." "What does it feel like?" She was quiet again, finding the accurate words. "Like something that is going to be here. Not fragile, not uncertain. Something that will be here in 10 years, in 20, Because it is built on things that do not stop being real. She paused. I spent a long time building things that were uncertain. This is the first thing I have built that does not feel uncertain. Wei Liangchen set the pen down and turned to face her. Yes, he said. That is exactly it. The second year's first week established the rhythms that would carry through the months ahead. The morning calibrations were the same ritual they had always been, but the practitioners who performed them were different in the precise way that the completion had made them different. Not dramatically different. The morning calibration was the same sequence of readings, the same instruments, the same 7 channels. What was different was the relationship of the practitioners to what they were measuring. In the development period, the calibrations had been assessments. What is the current state? How has it changed from yesterday? What does the change indicate about the development trajectory? What adjustments are indicated? The maintenance calibrations were confirmations. What is the current state? Is it within the stable range? Does anything require attention? The first type of reading required more cognitive engagement than the second. The second type allowed a different quality of presence, not inattentive, but settled, the way presence settles when the situation is stable and the task is maintenance rather than navigation. Xiaoyan noticed this first and described it in the household's practice log in the second year's first week. The morning calibrations feel like checking in rather than checking. There is a quality of greeting the bond network rather than assessing it. The technique is fully itself, and my role in the morning calibration is to confirm that it remains fully itself, which it always does, which means the calibrations have become a practice of confirmation rather than a practice of discovery. I had not fully anticipated how different those two practices would feel. The cultivation sessions in the second year had a similar quality, where the development period sessions had been focused on what each practitioner needed to do to support the art's development. The specific cultivation work that the developing bond network required. The post-threshold sessions were focused on what each practitioner needed to continue developing individually, now that the household's collective cultivation was stable. The household's collective cultivation had set the foundation. The individual practitioners' continued cultivation work would develop what the foundation could support. Wei Liangchen spent the second year's first month noticing what the stable foundation made possible for his individual cultivation that the development period's constant attention requirements had made difficult. He found, with some surprise, that the stable foundation freed cognitive and attention resources he had been using for 9 months that were now available for different work. Not more cultivation work, different cultivation work. The cultivation of specific individual techniques and capacities that the household's collective work had demonstrated were important, but had required attention resources that were now, in the stable state, available to be reallocated. He brought this to the morning gathering. The transition threshold freed something I did not know was occupied. He looked at the household. All of us, I expect. The development period required our attention in specific ways. The stable state allows us to turn some of that attention toward the second-year work. The work of individual development within the household's stable context, the cornerstone extension preparation, the institutional engagements, the coordination network. He paused. The household is stable. Now we can use the stability. The table received this. It was true. The stability was what they had built for. Now they would use it. Wei Liangchen spent the second year's first week revisiting the household's initial documentation. The records from the art's first months, when nothing was stable and everything required constant navigation. He read them not with nostalgia, but with the practitioner's habit of understanding the present by measuring the distance from the past. The distance was substantial. The household that had produced those first records had been a different household. Not different in membership, but different in what the membership understood about itself. The early records were full of uncertainty that was not recognized as uncertainty, full of developing capacities that were not yet recognized as developing. The household had been doing the work correctly from the beginning, but it had not always known what the work was producing. The second year's records would look different. They would look like the records of a household that understood what it had built and what that meant for what came next. Xiaoyan, reviewing the same early documentation in the second year's first week, said at the morning gathering, "Reading these is like reading letters from ourselves when we were younger. The same handwriting. Different people. Not different," Wei Liangchen said. "Developed." She considered this. Yes, that is the better word. The household's second year would produce records that matched what they were now. Not the records of a household becoming itself. The records of a household operating from a foundation it had fully established. That foundation was the work of the first year. The second year would be built on it. Mei Hua, who had been quiet through the exchange, said, "The first year's records show us learning what we were doing. The second year's records will show us doing what we learned." She paused. "That is a different kind of documentation. I want to write it carefully." The household agreed. They would write it carefully. Chapter 102 Kai Yunpeng's Rebuild Documentation Project entered its second week with the three practitioners working through the structured rebuild protocol that Elder Fan Yulan and Zhao Zuming had developed during the three-day initial session. The protocol was careful and methodical, daily cultivation sessions with specific documentation requirements, weekly instrument measurements by Elder Fan Yulan's tracking system, monthly formal assessments comparing the bond state readings against the baseline established in the initial session. The protocol was designed not to rush the rebuild, but to give it the best possible documentation, the kind of documentation that would be useful to every future practitioner who needed to understand what a genuine household cultivation art rebuild from dormancy required. Kai Yunpeng wrote to the household at the end of the first week. The daily sessions are different from what I expected. I expected them to feel like cultivation practice, like the sessions we ran during the 17 years before the collapse. What they feel like instead is careful conversation, the kind of conversation that names things that have been present for a long time without being named. Shen Mingfang and I are both finding that the bond's dormant state was itself a form of maintained connection. We had been relating to each other as people who had built something together and lost it, and rebuilding the household structure means learning to relate to each other as people who are building it again. The shift is subtle but specific. Luo Jiangwen's weekly note, submitted separately, was briefer. The resistance I felt at the start is still present but has changed in quality. It was previously the resistance of someone defending against potential loss. It is now the resistance of someone navigating genuine change. Those are not the same kind of resistance, and the second kind is workable. I am working with it. Elder Fan Yulan's first week tracking assessment confirmed what the practitioner's subjective reports suggested. The bonds were responding. Not rapidly. The dormant state of 4 years duration did not reverse in a week. But the calibration instruments registered incremental changes in the bond state readings consistent with early-stage resumption, the specific signature of genuine connections that had been inactive beginning to stir toward activity. She sent her assessment to the household with a note. This is proceeding as the theoretical framework predicts. The bonds are real and the practitioners are genuine. I believe the rebuild will succeed. I am documenting everything in the expectation that this documentation will matter to practitioners we will never meet who need to know that what failed is not always what it appears to be when it fails. The rebuild documentation protocol produced a body of records in its first 4 months that Zhao Zuming reviewed at the end of each month with the specific attention he brought to documentation that was producing genuinely new knowledge. Every piece of the documentation was new in the specific sense that it described something that had never been documented before. The daily cultivation sessions of 3 practitioners attempting to resume a genuine household art that had failed, the bond state readings of dormant genuine bonds responding to careful, genuine resumption work. He paid particular attention to the negative spaces, the days where nothing appeared to change, the weeks where the instrument readings were stable without being progressive, the sessions where the practitioners reported working carefully without experiencing any sense of advancement. These negative spaces were, in his assessment, as informative as the sessions where advancement was clear. He brought his month-end analysis to a working session with Elder Fan Yulan, who had been maintaining her own documentation and who brought to the analysis the perspective of 30 years of tracking work. Her conclusion matched his. The negative spaces in the rebuild documentation were not setbacks. They were the time the bonds required to consolidate the work of the active sessions. The bonds resumption was not a linear progression but a cyclic one. Periods of active development followed by periods of consolidation, the consolidation necessary for the development to be stable rather than brittle. This matches the bond formation pattern in initial household arts, Elder Fan Yulan said. The development phases alternate with consolidation phases. The consolidation phases look, from the outside, like nothing is happening. But the consolidation is doing work that the development phases produce but cannot complete on their own. She paused. The rebuild is showing us the same pattern. The bonds are developing through the same cycle, development and consolidation, as new bonds in an initial household art. Which means the timeline for full rebuild to the pre-collapse state is predictable, Zhao Zuming said. Approximately, the elder said. The bonds have 17 years of genuine cultivation behind them. The resume state bonds will not rebuild 17 years in a short period. But the pattern suggests that the quality will be genuine at each stage of development, that the rebuild is producing something real at every step, not a simulation of something real that will eventually reveal itself to be fragile. She paused. Kai Yunpeng's characterization of the first bond, that it had history, that the 17 years were present in it, is accurate. The bonds are resuming with their history intact. The rebuild is not starting over. It is continuing from where the bonds were when they stopped. Zhao Cunming recorded this conclusion in the rebuild documentation with the care it deserved. It was the most significant theoretical finding the rebuild project had produced to date. Genuine bonds resume, with their developmental history intact. The collapse does not erase the cultivation work that preceded it. The work persists in the bonds, dormant, waiting for the conditions to resume. The documentation would eventually reach practitioners who needed to know this. That knowledge would reach them because Cai Yunpeng had been willing to do the work, because Chun Mingfang and Luo Zhangwen had been willing to do the work, and because all three had agreed to document everything regardless of outcome. The rebuild documentation project's second month produced a development that neither Elder Fin Yulan nor Zhao Cunming had anticipated in their initial protocol design. Luo Zhangwen, in his fourth-week report, described a phenomenon the instruments had begun to register in the previous week: the bond state readings between himself and Chun Mingfang. The two practitioners whose bond had been the strongest before the collapse were showing not just the incremental resumption that the protocol had predicted, but an accelerating development velocity that exceeded the expected rate. Elder Fin Yulan reviewed the readings 3 times before accepting the data. Then she wrote to the household: the bond between Luo Zhangwen and Chun Mingfang is not merely resuming. It is resuming with momentum. The 4 years of dormancy appear to have created a pressure, a developmental potential that was prevented from expressing itself during the dormant period. And that pressure is now releasing through the resumption work. The bond is moving faster than the theoretical framework predicted. This was significant not just for the rebuild project, but for the theoretical framework itself. The dormancy is not neutral storage, Zhao Cunming said, at the working session where he and the elder reviewed this development. The bonds do not simply pause during dormancy and resume at the pace they would have had if they had never paused. The dormancy itself does something. It builds pressure, develops potential, creates conditions that accelerate the resumption when the resumption becomes possible. Elder Fin Yulan added this observation to the rebuild documentation with a notation marking it as a theoretical refinement. The framework would need to be updated. This was not a problem. The framework had always been a working document, built to be refined by the cases it documented. This will be valuable to practitioners who are rebuilding, she said. Not just the practical documentation, the theoretical insight. That genuine bonds under dormancy develop rather than merely wait. She looked at Zhao Cunming. It means the work of the dormant years was not lost. It was transforming. Zhao Cunming recorded this carefully. The documentation would matter. Chapter 103: The combat stability resonance between the Vanguard Surge and Hearthstone Barrier completed its development in the second year's second month. The completion was different from the perceptual pair's completion in the 12th month. The perceptual pair's development had been visible in its progress. Meihua and Shen Ryu had been tracking incremental changes in their unified perception for weeks before the completion, building toward a threshold that both practitioners could feel approaching. The combat stability resonance completed quietly, a morning calibration in which Zhao Cunming's instruments registered a reading that had not been present the previous morning, and which, once registered, confirmed itself in all subsequent measurements. Lian Xinghe described what the completion felt like from the inside. The Vanguard Surge's continuous awareness of Yao Sufin's stability state shifted from background information to background fact. Before the completion, I was aware of it, which required some portion of my attention even when that awareness was automatic. After the completion, it is simply true. The way the floor beneath my feet is simply true. I do not attend to it. It is there. Yao Sufin said. The Hearthstone Barrier's awareness of Lian Xinghe's readiness state is similar. I no longer monitor it. I am simply informed by it, continuously, below the level of monitoring. The practical implications, as Zhao Cunming documented, were significant. The household now had 2 complete specialized resonances operating simultaneously. The perceptual pair's unified relational field awareness and the combat stability pair's integrated readiness and stability function. The 2 resonances were independent of each other but complementary in their household functions. The perceptual pair read the relational field. The combat stability pair maintained the appropriate response to what the relational field contained. The design documentation described this configuration as the household's second-level operational state. Not the 7 individual techniques, not even the 7 techniques enhanced by specialized resonances, but a household cultivation system where perception and response had become functionally integrated. The household could perceive what was happening in its relational context and respond appropriately to what it perceived, continuously and below the threshold of active management. 2 down, 1 to go, Meihua said, reviewing Zhao Cunming's documentation at the morning gathering. The structural pair's specialized resonance is the third. which is also the one that will take longest, Zhao Zunming said. The pillar of heaven and cornerstone of heaven's resonance is the most complex of the three because it involves two techniques whose current developmental state is not yet fully settled. The cornerstone of heaven's network function is still developing. Until it reaches its stable form, the structural pair's resonance cannot complete. He paused. But the resonance is developing. The instruments confirm it. The third completion will come. The combat stability resonance's completion produced an observable change in the household's morning calibrations that all 7 practitioners noted in the days following. The calibration instrument's reading of the Vanguard Surge and Hearthstone Barrier channels showed a new quality of coherence that had not been present in the development period. Not a different reading, a more settled reading. The 2 channels read as a unit in a way they had not read as a unit before the resonance completed. Liangchen described the change in his cultivation practice records. I have been a combat readiness practitioner for 15 years. The Vanguard Surge has been my primary technique for 9 of those years. I understand combat readiness as a practitioner with 15 years of context. What the resonance's completion has changed is not my understanding of combat readiness, but my experience of what I am ready for. Before the completion, I was ready for external threats. The Vanguard Surge monitored the external field and calibrated my readiness to what the external field contained. The Hearthstone Barrier was present in the household structure, and I knew it was there, and knowing it was there informed my readiness in the general way that knowing you are well supported informs your readiness. After the completion, I am ready for external threats in the context of a specific household's specific stability state. The Hearthstone Barrier's current condition is part of my readiness calibration in a direct and continuous way, not a general background awareness, but a specific live input. When Yao Sufin's barrier is at full operational quality, my readiness calibrates to the high end of its natural range. When the barrier is at a lower point, early morning, before the calibration session, the brief period when it is recalibrating from the overnight resting state, my readiness calibrates accordingly. I am not managing this calibration. I am simply in it. The calibration is automatic and continuous and accurate in a way that no managed calibration could be accurate, because managed calibrations are periodic and the situation changes continuously between periods. What this means for the household's security is difficult to overstate. The household has always been secure in the sense of having genuine practitioners with genuine cultivation arts who are committed to the household's well-being. The completion of the combat stability resonance has made the household secure in a different sense. Continuously aware, continuously calibrated, continuously ready at whatever level readiness is appropriate to what is actually present. The third specialized resonance, the structural pair, was developing according to the instrument readings, which showed the slow and consistent development that Zhao Zunming had come to recognize as the cornerstone of heaven's characteristic pace. Not the rapid development of the perceptual pair or the steady development of the combat stability pair, but the careful and deliberate development of a technique whose function was to build structures, which built its resonances in the same way it built everything else. Carefully, with attention to the foundation at every stage. How long? Meihua asked, reviewing Zhao Zunming's resonance assessment. A year, perhaps more, Zhao Zunming said. The cornerstone of heaven's cross-household extension preparation will advance the resonance development. The extension preparation is relational foundation work, and the structural pair's resonance is built on the same kind of relational foundation. The preparation and the resonance development will reinforce each other. He paused. By the time the extension is ready to proceed, the structural pair's resonance will likely be at the completion threshold. The completion of the combat stability resonance produced a noticeable shift in the household's daily practice that went beyond what the technical documentation described. Liangchen and Yao Sufin had been the 2 practitioners whose relationship carried the most history of deliberate development. From the early months, when the Vanguard Surge and Hearthstone Barrier techniques required constant careful attention, through the transition threshold into the post-threshold stable state. The resonance completion was, for both of them, the recognition of something that had been building since the first months of the art's development. At the morning gathering following the completion confirmation, Liangchen has said, I want to describe what it was like before the completion, accurately, so that what the completion changed is clear. The household was attentive. Before, she said, I maintained the Vanguard Surge's awareness of Yao Sufin's stability state the way I maintained awareness of the formation's parameters during the development period, with continuous, low-level attention that I had become so practiced at that I did not notice it as attention. It was automatic. But automation is not the same as absence. She paused, organizing the next observation carefully. After the completion, that awareness is not automatic in the sense of being something I do automatically. It is something that simply is. The bond's design is complete at that level. The technique is not doing something I have learned to do automatically. The technique is simply true. The way my own breathing is simply true, not a practice I maintain, but a fact of the state I am in. Yao Sufan confirmed this from the Hearthstone barrier's perspective. The difference was not a difference in awareness quality or coverage. The awareness was the same. What was different was its ontological status. Before the completion, it was a maintained awareness. After, it was a constitutive fact. Zhao Cunming recorded this carefully. The practitioner's subjective descriptions of resonance completion were as valuable as the instrument readings, sometimes more valuable, because the instruments measured the bond state configuration, but not the practitioner's experience of what that configuration meant to live in. He asked both of them to write extended accounts. They would be included in the design documentation as the first-person descriptions of the combat stability resonance completion experience in a household that had achieved it. There will be households after us, Zhao Cunming said, who will want to know what this is like from the inside. Then they will know, Liangchen has said. I will write it carefully. Chapter 104 Han Weijian's governance audit reached its second review in the second year's first month. The committee received the revised audit documents, including Elder Fenyolan's 11-case analysis and the cross-reference timeline documentation, and scheduled the review hearing for a date that Han Weijian told the household was, by governance institution standards, rapid, 3 weeks after submission, rather than the usual 6 to 8 weeks. The rapid scheduling is a positive signal, Chun Ryu told the household. Committee chairs schedule hearings quickly when they expect the hearing to be productive. Extended schedules are how committees manage materials they find problematic. The hearing lasted 6 hours. Han Weijian reported to the household by express courier the same day. The full committee accepted all 3 findings. The contested hollow patriarch attribution finding was accepted with the precise language we developed in the revision, framed as a systematic institutional mechanism rather than as an attribution to a specific named entity, with the specific attribution available in the supplemental documentation for committee members who wish to engage with it directly. 2 committee members engaged with the supplemental documentation immediately and confirmed the attribution's accuracy. The audit is now an official governance document. The household received this news at the evening gathering. The room was quiet for a moment with the quality of people who have been working towards something for a year and a half and have just received confirmation that the work has produced what it was intended to produce. Wei Liangchen said, "What happens next?" Chun Ryu, who had been preparing for this question. The audit goes to the implementation stage. Han Weijian will convene an implementation working group, which will include representatives from the Governance Center, the Registry, and, at Han Weijian's request, which has been approved by the committee, practitioners from the documented cases, including this household. She paused. We are being asked to be part of the working group, to continue the cooperation we have maintained through the audit, now into the implementation of what the audit recommends. Yes, Wei Liangchen said. Tell Han Weijian yes. Zhao Cunming said, this is the second-year work beginning. The documentation is complete. Now the documentation does what documentation is for. Chun Ryu spent the week after receiving Han Weijian's report preparing the household's formal response to the implementation working group invitation. The response needed to be precise about what the household was committing to and what it could genuinely provide, because commitments made in institutional contexts carried institutional weight, and the household had been careful throughout the audit process not to commit to more than it could deliver. What the household could deliver, as she framed it in the response. Direct practitioner experience with the specific institutional gaps the audit had identified, the ability to speak with precision about what adequate institutional support would have looked like at specific points in the household's development, ongoing availability for consultation throughout the implementation process, and the household's existing documentation as a reference baseline for what the implemented support framework should be capable of producing. What the household was not committing to, designing the institutional structures themselves, providing technical governance expertise, or participating in the working group at a level that would divert the household's resources from its own ongoing cultivation and community work. Han Weijian accepted these terms immediately. She replied, this is exactly the right scope. The practitioners who will design the institutional structures are the governance specialists. The practitioners who will ensure the design structures are capable of doing what they need to do are the ones with direct experience of what the current structures fail to do. You are the second kind of practitioner. Your contribution is to keep the design honest, to speak directly when a proposed structure would not have addressed the needs you experienced. That is the most important function in any implementation process. The Implementation Working Group's second session, held 3 weeks after the audit acceptance, focused specifically on the list of institutional failures the audit had documented. Chen Ryu worked through the list point by point, providing specific practitioner perspective assessments of each proposed remediation. 2 proposed remediations were inadequate. They addressed the surface form of the failure without addressing the underlying mechanism. 3 were adequate. 2 were more than adequate and would, if implemented fully, produce support capacities that exceeded what the audit had identified as necessary. She reported the assessment to the household without excessive optimism or pessimism. The working group is doing its work seriously. Some proposals will need revision. The revision process will produce better proposals. The final framework will not be perfect. Perfect is not available in institutional contexts, but it will be substantially better than the current non-framework, and it will be built with the direct input of practitioners who know what it needs to do. She paused. That is what was possible. That is what we are building. The working group's first session lasted 4 hours and produced a structural framework for the audit's final recommendations that surprised everyone who had been involved in the preliminary reviews. What surprised them was not the content. The content was what the household had advocated for throughout the process, the framework they had described to Han Weijin at the initial meeting and refined through the subsequent correspondence. What surprised them was the quality of the committee's engagement with that content. Han Weijin had told Wei Liangchen, at an early stage in the process, that the governance committee's institutional culture was not naturally receptive to practitioner perspectives. The committee operated in a framework of administrative logic, documented precedents, quantifiable outcomes, standardized processes, and household cultivation arts did not map cleanly onto that framework. The challenge of the audit had always been partly technical and partly translational, finding the language that allowed the committee to see what the household saw. What the working group's first session revealed was that the translation had happened. The committee members in the working group were not translating anymore. They were thinking in the practitioner's terms, asking questions about bond network development timelines that assumed genuine understanding of what bond network development was, proposing implementation frameworks that were designed around the actual requirements of the development processes they were meant to support. I want to ask how this happened, Chen Ryu said to Wei Liangchen at the break. Elder Fun Yolan's documentation, Wei Liangchen said. 11 cases, described precisely enough that the institutional logic could engage with them. The documentation gave them what their framework needed to think about something their framework was not designed for. He paused. The elder knew what she was doing when she wrote it that way. Chen Ryu made a note. The documentation had not just informed the committee. It had given them the cognitive framework to think carefully about what the documentation contained. This was what Zhao Xuanming had called the documentation's secondary function. It did not just record. It shaped the capacity of every reader who engaged with it carefully to think about what it documented. The working group would produce a better framework than any of them had expected because Elder Fin Yulan had produced documentation better than any of them had expected. Wei Liangchen wrote to the elder that evening. He did not summarize the session. He just wrote, "Thank you." She replied, the following day, "Keep the documentation current. The next case is already out there somewhere." Chapter 105. Pei Jinghao's case study was accepted for publication by the Northern Archives Scholarly Committee in the second year's second month. The publication notification was formal, in the precise institutional language that Northern Archive decisions used. The committee finds the submitted case study to be a significant and accurately documented contribution to the cultivation scholarship record. The committee accepts the case study for publication in the Archive's quarterly monograph series, with a scheduled publication date of the following year's second quarter, subject to standard pre-publication review. Pei Jinghao's accompanying note to the household was less formal. It has been accepted. After 7 years of fieldwork and 6 months of documentation and 5 revision cycles, it has been accepted. I am writing this at my desk in the archive with the notification letter in front of me, and I find that I cannot quite believe it yet. I have been working toward this for a long time. Now that it is here, I need to sit with it for a day before I can respond appropriately. I will respond appropriately tomorrow. Today I am simply grateful that you let me document what you built. Wei Liangchen read this letter at the morning gathering and then read it again. Meihua said, "He is not describing the case study's acceptance. He is describing 7 years of work being recognized." "Yes," Wei Liangchen said. "That is what it is." He set the letter down. "Write to him this evening. Not tomorrow, this evening. Tell him that the documentation matters because of the quality of attention he brought to it. Tell him that the work he has done will reach practitioners who need it in a form that is accurate and complete because he refused to simplify what was genuinely complex. Tell him that the scholarship is not a record of what we did. It is a genuine thing in its own right, produced by a practitioner who understood what he was documenting. Chen Ruyu wrote the letter that evening. Pei Jinghao received it 2 days later. He replied with a single line, "Thank you. I will carry this for a long time." The case study's publication notification produced a secondary effect that the household had not anticipated. 3 cultivation scholars at the Northern Archive contacted Pei Jinghao within 2 weeks of the committee's decision, requesting access to the pre-publication materials for the purpose of scholarly engagement. Pei Jinghao forwarded the contacts to the household with a note. The case study is generating scholarly interest before it is even published. The scholars who have contacted me are serious. Their previous work demonstrates genuine engagement with cultivation household theory rather than cursory interest. Wei Liangchen brought this to the household's attention not as a logistical question, but as a question about what the household wanted its scholarly relationships to look like. Scholars interested in the case study would likely want to speak with the household directly, to ask questions that the documentation alone could not answer, to develop the scholarly understanding that required the practitioner's perspectives on what they had experienced. The household's discussion of this question occupied 2 evening gatherings. The key question was not whether to engage with scholars who contacted them, but how to engage in a way that honored both the scholarly work and the household's own ongoing cultivation practice. Engagement that was reactive, responding to scholars' questions one by one without a clear framework, would produce inconsistent and potentially incomplete responses. Engagement that was too structured, formal academic consultations with prepared materials, would lose the specificity that made the household's experience valuable to scholars. The approach they arrived at was the same approach the household had applied to every engagement throughout the past 2 years: genuine, direct, unhurried, and bounded by what the household could genuinely provide. Zhao Cunming drafted what he called an engagement framework, which was less a formal structure than a set of principles. Scholars were welcome to ask questions directly. Practitioners would answer from their direct experience without performing certainty they did not have, and all exchanges would be documented in the household's records so that the scholarly engagement could itself become part of the documentation record. Pei Jinghao, consulted about the framework, confirmed that it was the most valuable approach a practitioner household could take to scholarly engagement. Not expert lectures, not formal interviews, but genuine conversations between practitioners and scholars where both parties were learning. He should put that in the case studies afterward, Meihua said, when Wei Liangchen reported Pei Jinghao's assessment. He already has, Wei Liangchen said. In the section on methodology, the Pei Jinghao case study's acceptance produced a response from the scholarly community that the household had not fully anticipated. Within 2 weeks of the publication notification, Pei Jinghao reported receiving correspondence from 3 scholars at institutions where the Northern Archives journal circulated, all 3 asking to engage with the case study before publication. All 3 with specific questions about methodology that indicated they had read the preliminary materials carefully and wanted to understand how the documentation framework had been developed. This is what publication in the Northern Archive means, Pei Jinghao wrote to the household. The readership is practitioners and scholars who study practitioners' records seriously. The case study's acceptance means it will be read by people who will use it in their own work. Some of those people have already heard about it through the committee review process and are waiting. Wei Liangchen brought this to the morning gathering with particular attention to what it meant for how the household should engage with the incoming scholarly interest. The household had built a documentation framework, under Zhao Cunming's guidance, that was designed to be accurate and complete, to describe what the Supreme Family Sutra's development actually looked like, in terms and categories that a careful reader could understand and use. What it had not been designed for was to be a public document with a scholarly audience that would read it as evidence for theoretical positions. Pei Jinghao will handle the scholarly engagement, Wei Liangchen said. That is his expertise. Our work is to make sure that if scholars ask questions we can answer accurately. Zhao Cunming's documentation is available to answer them. Zhao Cunming confirmed. The documentation was available. It had always been designed to be available, to the household, to the coordination network, to institutional processes like the audit and the authentication. Adding scholarly access was a different kind of engagement, but not a different kind of documentation. We did not build the documentation for any specific audience, Zhao Cunming said. We built it accurately. Accuracy serves every audience that engages with it carefully. The household received this. The case study would be published. The scholarly community would engage with it. And the documentation that supported it would do what accurate documentation always did. It would give careful readers what they needed to understand what it described. Pei Jinghao's afterword, which the household read in draft form that month, concluded with a line that Wei Liangchen read twice and then marked in the household's correspondence file. The practitioners who made this documentation available were not documenting for posterity. They were documenting because it was the right thing to do for the household art itself. Posterity is the incidental beneficiary. Chapter 106 Bao Meiqing's pre-framework authentication advocacy reached its preliminary decision in the second year's third month. The decision was favorable. The Continental Registry's Institutional Review Office issued a preliminary finding that the current pre-framework authentication support framework contained gaps that produced systematic disadvantages for household cultivation arts in their development periods, and that addressing those gaps would require the development of dedicated institutional support structures. The preliminary finding did not specify what those structures would look like. That determination was the subject of the next phase of the advocacy process. But the preliminary finding established the institutional authority that made the next phase possible. Bao Meiqing wrote to Chen Ruyu, "The preliminary finding is the decision that makes all subsequent decisions possible. The registry has officially acknowledged that the problem exists. Everything that comes next follows from that acknowledgement. The implementation process will be long. I expect 3 to 5 years before any new support structures are operational, but the direction is set. The institutions know, now, that what your household experienced is not an exceptional case. It is the ordinary experience of household cultivation arts navigating a system that was not designed to support them." Chen Ryu brought this to the household with the precise framing it deserved. This is not a victory. It is the beginning of the work that the victory will eventually enable. The registry has acknowledged the problem. Acknowledging a problem and solving a problem are not the same thing. We are at the beginning of a multi-year process, and the household's continued participation, as documented practitioners with direct experience of what the framework needs to include, will matter throughout. Wei Liangchen said, "We participate the entire time, for however long it takes." The household said yes, in their various ways. And the implementation process began. Zhao Zunming noted in the household's institutional records, 3 years from initial authentication filing. The filing produced the audit, the case study, the advocacy submission, and now the advocacy preliminary finding. The documentation of what the household experienced has become institutional knowledge. The institutional knowledge has become institutional action. The action will eventually become institutional change. The chain of causation is direct and real. Bao Meiqing visited the compound in the second year's fourth month, the first in-person meeting since the advocacy submission, which had been conducted entirely through correspondence. She came not to discuss the institutional process, which was proceeding through its own timeline and did not require her presence at the compound to advance, but to meet the practitioners whose experience was the foundation of the advocacy work she had been doing. She was, as she arrived, visibly curious in the specific way that practitioners who have been representing a case in abstract terms are curious when they encounter the case's reality. She had read every document the household had provided. She had built the advocacy submission around the household's documented experience. But reading a well-documented case study was not the same as sitting at the table of the household the case study described. The household received her with the directness it brought to all visitors. Genuine welcome, no performance, immediate engagement with what she actually came to understand. Over a long morning, she asked questions that were very different from the questions officials and scholars had asked. Her questions were not about what had happened or what the household had done. Her questions were about what the household's practitioners had felt and thought and understood at specific moments in the development period, not as personal narrative, but as the kind of phenomenological data that policy advocacy work required to make institutional proposals concrete enough to be implemented accurately. What does it feel like to have an authentication process that is inadequately supported? Not in general terms, specifically, on the day the formation expert referral request was declined. What does it feel like to be a genuine cultivation household without institutional recognition in a district where uncredentialed practitioners are regarded with skepticism? Not in general terms, specifically, in the first month, before the authentication filing was complete. The household answered her questions with the precision she required, because the precision was accurate, because they had been careful, throughout the development period, to notice and document what they were experiencing, and the documentation gave them access to specific memories with specific qualities that general answers would have dissolved. At the end of the morning, Bao Meiqing said, "I have spent 18 months building an advocacy case around documentation. Today I understand, for the first time, what the documentation describes." She paused. The preliminary finding is correct. The problem is exactly what the advocacy characterized it as. But the implementation proposals that will address the problem need to be built by people who understand it the way you just helped me understand it. She looked at Wei Liangchen. "I want you in the implementation working group. Not just Chen Ruyu." I want multiple practitioners from the household available throughout the implementation process. Because the designers need to understand what they are designing for, and the only way they can understand that is through people who know it directly. Bao Meiqing's visit to the compound lasted 2 days, and the household's decision to receive her with full transparency proved to be the correct choice. She arrived with 3 formal questions from the Continental Registry's institutional review process and spent the first day working through them with Wei Liangchen and Zhao Xuanming in the documentation review she had requested. By the afternoon of the first day, all 3 formal questions had answers supported by the household's records, which she had reviewed personally and confirmed she would present to the review committee. The second day was different. On the second day, Bao Meiqing set aside the formal review framework and asked to understand the household in its actual operation, to sit in on a morning calibration, to attend part of a cultivation session, to observe the household's ordinary rhythms. Wei Liangchen considered this request carefully before agreeing. The cultivation sessions were intimate. Inviting an institutional observer into them was a significant extension of the transparency the household had maintained throughout the advocacy process. But the advocacy's purpose was to create institutional frameworks that understood what genuine household cultivation arts actually were, and the only way an advocate could understand that was to see it. You may observe, he said. We ask only that you understand that what you see is not a performance for your benefit. It is the household in its ordinary state. We will not modify the session to be more comprehensible or more impressive. You will see what is. Bao Meiqing, to her credit, understood immediately what he meant. That is exactly what I need to see, she said. Not a demonstration. The ordinary thing. She attended a morning calibration. She attended 1 hour of the cultivation session that followed. She did not take notes during either. Afterward, she sat at the table with Wei Liangchen and said, I have represented households in advocacy proceedings for 11 years. I have never observed a morning calibration before. I need to describe what I observed in my advocacy documentation, and I do not have the vocabulary. Wei Liangchen said, we will help you find it. They spent that afternoon developing the vocabulary. Bao Meiqing's final advocacy document, prepared over the following 2 weeks, was the most accurate description of a functioning household cultivation art that had ever appeared in a formal institutional advocacy filing. She confirmed this herself when she submitted it. No previous filing had been written by someone who had actually observed what she was describing. The preliminary finding had been favorable. The final decision, whenever it came, would be informed by documentation that was more accurate than anything the registry had received before. Chapter 107 Su Dowling's household leadership question resolved in the second year's second month. He wrote to Wei Liangchen with the specific economy of someone who had done a great deal of thinking and had arrived at a clear conclusion. I have had the conversations I needed to have within my household about the leadership question. The answer I arrived at required understanding that what we were navigating was not a question about authority, which is what I thought it was when we first spoke, but a question about genuine contribution. Once I understood the question correctly, the answer was clear. The previous holder of the household leadership function had contributed to the household arts development in ways that I had been measuring against my own contributions and finding deficient. What I had failed to understand was that the previous holder's contributions and my own contributions were different in kind rather than in magnitude. The household does not need a single practitioner to do everything the previous holder did. The household needs what the household actually needs, in its current development stage, from the practitioners who are currently part of it. The leadership question had been about whether I could match a predecessor. The correct question was whether I could contribute what the household currently requires. When I asked the correct question, the answer was yes. I have been contributing what the household requires for 3 years. I had not known that was what I was doing because I was measuring myself against the wrong standard. Wei Liangchen brought the letter to the household. Lianqing has said, he figured it out. Yes, Wei Liangchen said. He did. He looked at the letter. This is the work. Not the cultivation technique. Not the formation, not the coordination sessions. This, a practitioner sitting with a genuine question long enough to find the genuine answer. This is what the household required him to do, and he did it. Meihua said, what does this mean for the cornerstone extension? It means, Zhao Cunming said, that the Su family's household art is ready for the conversation that precedes the extension. The leadership question was the last managed distance that needed to be addressed. With it addressed, the household art can move toward the extension with its internal structure sound. He paused. The extension itself will require more preparation, but the preparation can now begin. Su Dowling's letter about the leadership question had been received at a morning gathering where all 7 household practitioners were present, and the household had spent some time after Wei Liangchen finished reading it in a particular kind of silence. The silence of people who had watched someone else do difficult an important internal work, and were acknowledging that work without performing acknowledgement. Meihua said, at the end of the silence. He solved the right problem. Yes, Zhao Zuming said. He asked the right question. Most practitioners who ask the wrong question never find their way to the right one, because the wrong question has answers that seem sufficient. The leadership as authority question has answers. The leadership as contribution question has a different answer, and reaching it requires recognizing that the first question was the wrong one. Liangchen has said. How did he figure out the question was wrong? Wei Liangchen said. He spent time with the genuine experience of leading. Not the theory of leadership, the actual practice. When the actual practice kept producing friction that the theory of authority couldn't explain, he looked for a different frame. He paused. The same way we figured things out. By attending to the genuine experience more than the theory. The household understood this. The development period had been, in significant part, an extended exercise in attending to the genuine experience more than the theory. The design documentation had been accurate and valuable, but the specific quality of what the genuine experience produced at each stage had been something the documentation could describe in general terms, but could not provide in specific detail. The specific detail had to come from the practitioners actually in the situation. Su Dowling had been in his situation, attending to it genuinely, and had found his way to the genuine understanding it required. The household recognized this because they had been through the same kind of process. The preparation for the cornerstone extension, now that Su Dowling's leadership question was resolved, began with a joint session at which Su Dowling and Su Manling came to the compound for the first extended cultivation conversation with the full household present. The session had the quality of a first genuine meeting, not first meeting in time. Su Dowling had visited before, but first meeting in which both parties came without significant unresolved questions between them. The previous visit had proceeded with Su Dowling carrying the leadership question. This session proceeded without it. What was present instead was the genuine curiosity of a practitioner who had resolved his most significant internal complication and was now available to engage fully with what came next. Su Dowling asked questions that had no managed quality. Questions about the cornerstone of heaven's technical function, about the specific cultivation experience of cross-household formation connections, about what the Su family's household art would look like in relationship to the Sutra's formation network. The joint session lasted 6 hours. At the end, Su Dowling said, I am ready for the preparation work. Not ready to begin the extension. I understand that the extension is months away, that the preparation has to precede it, that the preparation has its own requirements. But ready to begin the preparation. He looked at Wei Liangchen. Tell me what the first step is. The first joint preparation session between the household and Su Dowling lasted 6 hours, as the chapter records, but the significance of that session extended beyond its duration in ways that both households would only understand in the months following. Su Manling, who had attended with her father, wrote to Meihua in the week after the session. I came to the preparation work understanding what we were preparing for, technically. I had read the design documentation. I understood the extension procedure, its requirements, its timeline. What I did not understand, what the session gave me, was what it would mean for our household to be in formation connection with a household whose art has already reached the post-threshold state. Her letter continued for 3 pages, working through what the session had revealed about the difference between technical preparation and relational preparation. The technical preparation addressed how the extension would function. The relational preparation addressed what it would mean to be in relationship with the household's cultivation structure, a structure that had been through 9 months of development, a threshold crossing, 3 pair resonance developments, and 2 years of post-threshold operation. The Su family's household art was real and genuine, but it had not been through what the Supreme Family Sutra had been through. The formation connection would not make the 2 households equivalent. It would make them connected, which was different. And being connected to a household that had developed further meant that the connection itself would create developmental pressure on the Su family's art. Meihua brought Su Manling's letter to the household. She understood something important, Meihua said. The extension preparation is not just about us being ready to extend. It is about them being ready to receive a connection with a household whose art is at this stage of development. Those are different readinesses, and both are required. Wei Liangchen read the letter carefully. She is right, he said. Add this to the preparation framework documentation. The receiving household's readiness is as important as the extending household's. He wrote back to Su Manling that day. His letter was brief. What you have understood is what the preparation work is designed to develop. The fact that you have understood it this early, after 1 session, is evidence that the Su family's preparation is proceeding correctly. Su Manling replied within 2 days. Then let us continue. Chapter 108. The coordination session in the second year's third month was the largest the household had convened. 14 practitioners attended, from 7 different households or individual cultivation practices: the Shan family, the Min family, practitioner Shi Wei, and 2 practitioners he had referred, the Mountain District practitioner group that had been participating remotely, Su Manling from the Su family, and 3 practitioners the household had not previously met, brought by Lin Fenghua, who had been building her own referral relationships with practitioners whose situations paralleled what she had navigated. Shen Ryu had spent a week preparing for the session, coordinating the multiple arrival schedules and the meeting space and the documentation protocol that would allow the session's discussions to be accurately recorded. The preparation was necessary because the session's size meant that the informal structure that worked for smaller gatherings would not be adequate for 14 practitioners navigating multiple distinct cultivation questions simultaneously. She presented the session structure at its opening: 2 main discussion tracks running in parallel for the first 3 hours, followed by a full group integration discussion for the final 2 hours. The 2 tracks were designed around the questions practitioners had submitted in advance: 1 track for household arts in formation stages, bonds 1 through 4, 1 for arts in development stages, bonds 5 through 7, and post-threshold questions. The tracks would allow each practitioner to engage with the questions most relevant to their own cultivation situation without the session becoming too diffuse. The session produced more than any single gathering had produced before, not because of the structure, exactly, but because the structure created the conditions for genuine engagement to happen at scale. 14 practitioners, each bringing specific cultivation experience and specific cultivation questions, in a space where genuine engagement was the expectation, and genuine engagement was what had been built by 12 months of smaller sessions building the community's capacity for it. At the end, during the integration discussion, Lin Fenghua said, "This is different from any cultivation session I have attended outside this network. In other spaces, I have been careful about what I share and with whom. Here I am not careful in that way. I am careful about accuracy. I try to report what I actually experienced rather than what I think I should have experienced. But I am not careful about whether it is safe to share." She paused. "I did not know cultivation practice could feel like this. I did not know this was available." The session scale had required specific facilitation choices from Chun Ryu and the household that they documented afterward as the first elements of what would eventually need to become a formal facilitation framework. The division into 2 tracks had worked. The household practitioners had been able to support 2 parallel conversations without the discussions becoming confused or the documentation losing precision. But the integration discussion at the end had revealed a gap. 14 practitioners, each with different levels of familiarity with each other, needed more structured facilitation than the household's usual approach of open engagement provided. Wei Liangchen had managed the integration discussion with the improvisational skill he had developed over 2 years of coordination session facilitation. But he noted at the household's post-session debrief that the improvisation had cost more attention than he would have wanted to spend in an integration discussion. The integration was important. It was where the value of the parallel tracks was captured and made available to all participants, and the facilitator needed to be fully present for it, not managing facilitation logistics while also managing content. "We need a co-facilitation model," Meihua said at the debrief. 2 practitioners facilitating together, 1 managing the room's process and 1 attending to the content. "That is what Zhao Cunming and I do in the formation work sessions," Wei Liangchen said. "He holds the technical attention and I hold the relational attention. The same division makes sense in facilitation." "Who is the technical attention in a coordination session?" Chen Ruoyu asked. They discussed this for some time, arriving at a model that recognized the specific kinds of attention a large coordination session required: the relational attention that Wei Liangchen had naturally, the documentation attention that Chen Ryu had developed, and the cultivation technical precision that Zhao Cunming and Xiao Yin provided for questions that required accurate technical assessment. The model they arrived at was not a fixed structure but a principle. Facilitation at scale requires distributed attention, and the household had the specific capacities required for distributed attention. Each practitioner contributed the kind of attention they were naturally best at, and the combination produced facilitation that no single practitioner could have provided. Lin Fenghua's session evaluation, submitted 2 days after the gathering, addressed the facilitation question from the participants' perspective. The session had felt more structured than the earlier sessions, which was initially slightly jarring. The earlier sessions' intimate quality had been part of what made them effective, and scale changed the intimacy. But the structure had been adequate to the content, and the content was what she had come for. The facilitation had not gotten in the way. She added, I want to bring practitioners from the communities I am in relationship with who are not yet in this network. The session was large enough that new practitioners could enter without being overwhelmed by the intimacy that smaller sessions require. I believe the network has reached the scale where it can receive new practitioners from outside the established connection path, without the new practitioners feeling like they need to catch up to relationships they were not part of. The session felt like a community rather than a closed network. The household received this as one of the clearest external confirmations that the coordination network was becoming what they had always hoped it could become. The coordination session's growth to 14 participants represented a structural transition that Wei Liangchen had anticipated but not fully modeled before it happened. At 12 participants, the size of the previous 2 sessions, the session had been manageable with the household's established facilitation approach. Wei Liangchen and Meihua co-facilitating, the household's practitioners managing the documentation and correspondence tracking, the session's natural rhythms creating the space for genuine conversation without requiring active management of every interaction. At 14 participants from 7 different households or individual practices, the session required something different. Not more management, more structure. The difference was subtle but significant. Lin Fenghua, who had attended her 3rd session, described it afterward. The first session I attended was intimate. 12 people who mostly knew each other. The facilitation worked because the relationships did most of the work. This session had more people I had not met, which meant the relationships did not do all the work, which meant the facilitation had to do more. She paused, but it still worked. I want to understand how. Wei Liangchen's explanation at the post-session household gathering. The co-facilitation model carries the session structure when the relational network cannot carry it alone. Meihua and I provide the rhythm and the transitions. The practitioners provide the content. When the relational network is strong enough to carry itself, we step back. When the session scale exceeds what the relational network can carry, we provide the structure the network is not yet built to provide. He paused. Lin Fenghua is asking whether the network can continue to grow while maintaining the session quality. I believe it can, but not indefinitely with the current facilitation model. At some scale, perhaps 18 or 20 participants, the co-facilitation model will need to be replaced with a distributed facilitation model, where multiple practitioners share the structural role the household currently holds alone. Zhao Zuming made a note. Distributed facilitation development begins at 18 participants. The coordination network was growing. The household's response to its growth would need to grow with it, not catching up to the growth, but anticipating the next threshold and preparing the structure before it was needed. That was the practice of households that maintained what they built. They prepared for what was coming before they could see it clearly, because they had learned to read the direction of what was developing. Chapter 109 Elder Fenyolan's 30-year tracking archive acquired its 13th successful case in the second year's 3rd month. She wrote to the household to inform them officially, which she had never done with the previous 12 cases because the previous 12 cases had all been resolved before she had established the kind of direct working relationship with the household that made personal notification appropriate. The notification was brief, formal, and also, because the elder was exact in her proportions, warm in the specific way her communications were warm when she meant them to be. The household has been added to the tracking archive's successful cases. Case 13 of 13. Transition threshold confirmed. Hollow patriarch withdrawal confirmed. 30-day post-threshold verification complete. The case is closed. I want you to know what case 13 means in the context of the full archive. The 12 previous successful cases are the cases that told me it was possible. They are the cases that gave me the reason to continue the tracking work when the ratio of successes to failures made continuing seem irrational. Case 13 is the case that told me what success looks like at its fullest extent. Not just a household that survived, but a household that survived and documented everything and built a community and changed the institutional record and is now in its 2nd year building more. Case 13 is the case I will teach from. Wei Liangchen read this at the evening gathering. The household was quiet with the specific quality of people who have just been given something significant and are receiving it completely rather than deflecting it. Zhao Zunming said, she has been tracking household cultivation arts for 30 years. She tracked them when there was no reason to expect any particular case to succeed. She tracked them because the data mattered regardless of the outcome. He paused. Case 13 is what 30 years of tracking work produced. Not the case itself, what the case could become, because it had documentation built around it that no previous case had. She built the documentation capacity. We had the documentation capacity when we needed it. The case 13 designation honors both. The household received this. It was true, and it was enough, and the evening continued. The elder's characterization of case 13, the case she would teach from, occupied Wei Liangchen's thinking for several days after the notification arrived. He returned to it at the household's cultivation sessions and at his individual evening practice, not because it required resolution, but because it contained something he wanted to understand fully. What he arrived at, after several evenings of reflection, the elder had been tracking for 30 years because she had understood, from the beginning of her tracking work, that the data mattered even when the outcomes were painful. The 50 cases that had not survived the transition window were data. The 12 that had survived before this household were data. The household itself was data. The data, accumulated over 30 years, produced knowledge that could not have been produced by tracking a single case or a handful of cases. This was, Wei Liangchen recognized, the cultivation equivalent of what the household had been doing with its own documentation. The household's daily cultivation records, the 9 months of calibration data, the formation documentation, the institutional engagement records. Each individual record was small, possibly insignificant. The accumulated record, over time, was the most complete documentation of a genuine household cultivation arts development from initial formation to post-threshold operation that had ever existed. The elder had built the tracking infrastructure. The household had filled it with the most detailed single case it had ever contained. And the case would teach, not because it was uniquely successful, but because it was uniquely documented. He wrote to the elder, "Your notification named something I had not fully understood. The documentation was always for others, even when we did not know who those others would be. Now the others are beginning to be visible. The practitioners who will read Pei Jinghao's case study, the governance practitioners who will implement Han Weijian's audit, the cultivation scholars who are already requesting access to the pre-publication materials. The documentation is reaching them because it was built with the attention it required. You built the tracking infrastructure. We built the case. Together, we built something that will matter to practitioners we will never meet." The elder replied, "We did. I want you to understand something about what Case 13 represents in the 30-year record. The 12 previous successes gave me reasons to continue. They were not sufficient reasons. 12 out of 50 is not a ratio that justifies continuation on its own. What justified continuation was the knowledge that the failures were not random. They followed patterns. The patterns, understood correctly, could be addressed. The 12 successes were the evidence that the patterns could be addressed. Case 13 is the first case where the patterns were addressed systematically, with full documentation, with institutional engagement, with community building. It is not just the 13th success. It is the proof that the patterns are fully addressable when a household has adequate understanding and adequate support. That is what you built. Not just a successful household. A demonstration that success is possible when the conditions are right. That demonstration will propagate. Elder Fenyolan's letter to the household contained more than the formal notification of Case 13's addition to her archive. It contained a reflection, the first time, in 30 years of tracking work, that she had written a personal reflection for any household she had documented. Wei Liangchen read it 3 times before bringing it to the morning gathering. The elder wrote, "I began tracking household cultivation arts 30 years ago because the patterns I was observing in the district's practitioner community suggested that genuine household arts existed in larger numbers than the institutional record acknowledged. My early tracking work was clinical, identification, documentation, status monitoring. I was building a record. Somewhere in the middle years, around Case 7 or 8, I began to understand that the record was not what I was building. I was building a body of evidence for what genuine cultivation relationships produced over time. The record was the container. The content was something else. Your household is Case 13. It is also the first case where I have been present for the entire arc from initial identification through threshold crossing to post-threshold stable operation. The previous 12 cases I documented partially, some from early stages, some only in their middle or final phases. None from beginning to full maturity. I have watched your household develop the Supreme Family Sutra from month 1. I have the complete record. What I want you to know, what I have not written to any previous household because I did not have the full record to write from, is what the complete record shows. It shows that every genuine thing your household has built was already present in potential in the first month. The bond network's current stability, the pair resonances, the coordination network, the institutional engagements, the documentation architecture, all of it was implicit in the quality of the relationships and the intention the household brought to the first calibration. You did not build something new. You developed something real. That distinction matters. What is built can fail. What is developed becomes more itself. Wei Liangchen set the letter down. The household was very quiet. She will turn 91 in the 5th month, Elder Fenyolan's student had mentioned, in a note appended to the letter. She asked me to tell you. She wanted you to know the age of the person who is writing to you. Why? Xiaoyan asked. Because, Wei Liangchen said slowly. She wants us to understand that the record she built took 90 years to produce. And she is giving us all of it. Chapter 110. In the second year's fourth month, the Kai Yunpeng rebuild project reached its first significant threshold. Elder Fun Yolan's tracking instruments registered the first clear bond activation signature between Kai Yunpeng and Chen Mingfang. Not the dormant resumption readings that had been present since the initial session, but a full activation reading consistent with a genuine cultivation bond operating at its intended function level. The bond had not completed full development. 4 months of rebuild work had not recovered 17 years of pre-collapse cultivation in its entirety. But the first bond had crossed from dormant resuming to active, and the active state had a quality the instruments could distinguish from new formation bonds. It had history. The 17 years were present in it. The Wei character is present in things that have been shaped by time. Kai Yunpeng wrote to the household, "The first bond is active again." I cannot describe what it feels like to write that sentence. Chen Mingfang was present when the elder confirmed the reading, and her response was to cry, not from distress, from the specific relief of something that had been uncertain becoming certain. I did not cry. I sat with it for a long time in the quiet that the activation produced in the bond network's early formation, and felt 4 years of carrying something that did not know what it was become 4 years of carrying something that was, all along, a genuine cultivation bond waiting for the conditions to resume. The conditions had been us, all along. The managed distance was the only thing preventing the resumption. Naming the managed distance, addressing it genuinely, providing the household structure for the bond to function within, that was what the dormant bond needed. Not 4 years of grief. For months of genuine work. I am writing this with the understanding that the full rebuild will take longer. The other bonds are still in the dormant resuming stage. The household structure is still fragile in specific ways that will require more attention. The third practitioner is still not part of this. But the first bond is active, and the first bond's activation is evidence that what we are doing is real. Wei Liangchen read this to the household at morning gathering. The table was quiet, and then Yao Sufan said, "For years." And the bond was there the whole time. Yes, Wei Liangchen said. It was. The significance of the first bond's activation did not diminish as the days passed. If anything, it clarified. The first days after the activation had produced a quality of relief. The relief of something confirmed that had been uncertain, but relief is a temporary state, and as the relief settled, what remained was the more permanent quality of knowledge. The bonds were real, and the bonds had endured, and the rebuild was possible. Kai Yunpeng spent the week after the activation in a specific kind of activity that he described in his documentation as integration work, learning what it meant to be in an active bond again, after 4 years without one. The active bond was different from the dormant state in ways that were obvious in retrospect, but that had not been visible from inside the dormant state. The dormant state felt like carrying something. The active state felt like being in relationship, a genuine cultivation relationship, with its specific quality of continuous and bilateral connection, the sense of another practitioner's cultivation state as genuine background information in your own cultivation awareness. He had forgotten, in 4 years, what it felt like to have that. Not consciously forgotten. He had known the bond was there in some form. But the felt quality of it had faded from active memory in the way that the felt quality of ongoing experiences fades when you no longer have them continuously. Reactivation had not simply resumed where things had been. It had reminded him of something he had lost the continuous memory of. Chen Mingfang wrote in her documentation, "The activated bond has the quality of picking up a conversation that was interrupted rather than starting a new one. We know each other, Kai Yunpeng and I, in the specific way that genuine cultivation bonds produce knowing. That knowing did not go away during the 4 years. It simply had no active context to operate in. Now it has context again, and it is operating. And what is operating is the full 17 years of genuine cultivation relationship that preceded the collapse, present and available and real." Luo Zhangwen's note was brief, as his notes tended to be. The first bond's activation is changing the quality of the second bond's approach. The second bond knows the first is active. I can feel the difference. It is as though the activation of the first bond has made the second bond more confident of its own reality. I do not know if the design documentation describes this dynamic, but it seems worth documenting in case it is general. Zhao Tsunming confirmed, reviewing the instrument readings for the week. It was general. The design documentation's description of bond network formation included exactly this dynamic. The activation of each genuine bond within a developing household structure increased the development velocity of the bonds not yet active, because each active bond demonstrated the possibility and provided the energetic context for the next formation. The rebuild was accelerating. The first bond activation signature in the Kai Yunpeng rebuild project was between Kai Yunpeng and Luo Jiangwen. This surprised none of them. They had all watched the rebuild documentation closely enough to know which bond had the most developmental momentum, but the surprise of experiencing it, rather than predicting it, was distinct from the analytical foreknowledge. Kai Yunpeng wrote to the household the evening of the day the instruments confirmed the activation. I knew it was coming. The readings had been pointing toward this threshold for 3 weeks. I prepared for it. And then it happened, and I was not prepared for it in any way the preparation touched. He described what he meant over the following pages. The preparation had addressed the technical requirements of bond activation, the cultivation session protocols, the documentation requirements, the measurement procedures. What the preparation had not addressed was what it felt like to have a genuine cultivation bond reactivate after 4 years of dormancy. The feeling was not the same as initial activation, which he remembered from the household's beginning. Initial activation was the sensation of something new coming into being. Reactivation was the sensation of something returning, and returning not as a stranger, but as something that had been present for 17 years before its dormancy, returning with all of those 17 years intact. He wrote, I felt the 17 years. Not as memory. I was already remembering everything. I felt them as presence. The bond returned as the 17-year bond it had always been, not as a new bond that would need to grow into something comparable. It came back as itself. Luo Jiangwen's report matched this account from his side of the bond. Shun Mingfang's account described what it had been like to be in the room when the bond between the other 2 practitioners activated, to be the 3rd practitioner who had not yet experienced this, watching the 2 practitioners who had. He wrote, I saw something change in them, in the way they held themselves in the space they shared. I could not have described what changed technically, but I recognized the change as a return, something that should have been there, being there again. His bond with each of the others would activate in the coming weeks. He was ready for it, and he knew already that being ready would not diminish the recognition when it came. Chapter 111. The second year's 5th month brought the household's first visit from a practitioner whose situation was entirely new to the coordination network's experience. A practitioner whose household cultivation art had never been cataloged with the registry, had never been formally named or documented, and had been operating for 20 years without any institutional contact. Her name was Shun Yueying. She was 53 years old. She had come to the Coordination Session Network through the Alumni Correspondence Network, a letter that had reached her through 4 degrees of practitioner contact, passed from one genuine practitioner relationship to the next until it arrived in a context where Shun Yueying was present and read it and recognized, for the first time in 20 years, that there was a name for what she had been doing. Her household art was 4 bonds, all genuine, all long developed, the oldest over 30 years, the most recent 6 years. She had never thought of it as a household cultivation art. She had thought of it as a pattern of unusually strong cultivation relationships that had produced unusual cultivation results. She had not had a framework for understanding why the cultivation results were unusual or what the pattern of strong relationships actually was. I came, she said, sitting at the coordination session table, because someone told me there was a name for what I have been doing, and because having a name for it means there are people who understand it. And I have been doing this alone for 20 years. She looked at the household. 20 years without knowing anyone else was doing this, without being able to talk about it with someone who understood it. That is a long time to do something alone. The household received this in the way the household received things that were significant, completely, without performing a response that was larger than the real response. Wei Liangchen said, "You are not alone anymore." She was quiet for a moment. Then, "No, I am not, am I?" It was not a question. It was the recognition of something that had become true and would remain true. The household spent the following hours with Shun Yueying in the particular way they spent hours with practitioners who brought genuinely new situations, attending fully to what she was actually describing rather than what they expected to hear, asking the questions that would produce the most accurate picture of her cultivation situation, and offering what they actually had to offer rather than what she might have hoped they could offer. What they had to offer, in Shun Yueying's case, was primarily framework, the vocabulary, the conceptual structure, the documentation methodology that would allow her to understand and describe what she had been doing for 20 years in terms precise enough to be communicated to others. She had been doing genuine cultivation work without the framework to name it or describe it or place it in relationship to the broader tradition of genuine household cultivation arts. The framework, once given, produced something the household had seen before in other practitioners' first engagements with it, but had not yet seen in a practitioner with Shun Yueying's history, recognition. Not the tentative recognition of someone learning something new, but the immediate and deep recognition of someone who has been doing a thing for 20 years and is now, for the first time, hearing what that thing is correctly named. She said, I have been trying to explain this to cultivation practitioners for 20 years. I have never been able to make them understand. I thought the problem was that what I was doing was unusual, or unclear, or perhaps simply not something anyone else had experience with. She paused. The problem was that I had no vocabulary for it. I had a genuine household cultivation art, and I did not know the words for what a genuine household cultivation art was. So when I tried to explain it, I produced a description that did not accurately characterize what was actually happening, and the people I explained it to were confused by the description because the description was imprecise. Zhao Zunming said, the design documentation's vocabulary was developed specifically to characterize what genuine household cultivation arts are and how they develop. Without that vocabulary, practitioners who have genuine arts are describing real things in imprecise language. The imprecision creates confusion for the practitioners describing it, as well as for the people they describe it to. Yes, Shen Yueying said. That is exactly what happened. I was confused about my own art because I did not have accurate words for what it was. She looked at the table. I do now. The afternoon was spent in detailed discussion of her art's current state, bond by bond. The specific qualities that distinguished her genuine bonds from the ordinary close relationships in her life. The cultivation outcomes that had puzzled her for 20 years because she had no framework for understanding why her cultivation results were unusual. The internal structure of the household art that she had developed entirely by observation and intuition rather than by design documentation. Guidance. Xiao Yan, who had been quiet through most of the afternoon, said near the end, you built this without a manual. Everything the design documentation describes, you arrived at by attending carefully to what your genuine cultivation relationships actually produced. He paused. That is a different kind of knowledge than what the documentation provides. The documentation tells you what to expect. Your knowledge tells you what it actually is when you encounter it without expectation. Both are valuable. Shen Yueying looked at him for a moment. Then, you are the first person who has said that to me, that it is valuable. Most people, when I tried to describe it in the past, thought it was curious at most. She paused. I would have appreciated hearing that 20 years ago. You are hearing it now, Wei Liangchen said. And you are not alone now. Shen Yueying's first coordination session attendance, the week after her initial conversation with the household, produced an effect that confirmed Wei Liangchen's assessment that the session environment was what she had most needed. She sat at the edge of the gathering for the first half hour, listening. 12 practitioners from 8 different situations, talking about what they were each navigating in their cultivation work. Not all household arts. 3 of the practitioners were individual cultivators whose work intersected with household arts in different ways. All of them using vocabulary that assumed genuine understanding of what the work was. She had spent 20 years knowing what she knew and having no way to discuss it with anyone who understood the vocabulary. The session gave her the vocabulary in the first 30 minutes, not as definitions, but as demonstrations. She heard the words used in context, by practitioners who meant them precisely, and the meanings settled into place with the recognition of someone who had always known what the words meant, but had never heard them spoken correctly. In the second half hour, she asked her first question. It was a question about the cornerstone of Heaven's network function. She had read the design documentation's description and wanted to understand a specific aspect of how the technique maintained its network connections in the absence of active practice. The question was precise. It assumed the technical vocabulary. It could not have been asked by someone who did not understand what they were asking about. The household heard the question and understood that Shen Yueying had not just been introduced to the vocabulary by the session. She had arrived knowing the vocabulary already, in her own terms, and the session had given her the words to express what she already knew. Wei Liangchen answered her question carefully, with the specificity it deserved. After the session, Meihua said to him, she has been doing this work for 20 years. She knows more about certain aspects of her art's operation than the documentation describes, because her art has been operating in specific conditions the documentation does not cover. I know, Wei Liangchen said. She is not just a case we are documenting. She is a practitioner with 20 years of direct knowledge that we do not have. He paused. We need to learn from her while we help her document. Meihua made a note. The documentation was not only for Shen Yueying's benefit. Her 20 years of undocumented direct experience contained knowledge the household had not encountered before, knowledge that would matter to the documentation, to the scholarly engagement, and to the coordination network's understanding of what long operational undocumented household arts looked like from the inside. Chapter 112 Shen Yueying's household art presented the household with a research question they had not previously encountered. What did an undocumented, unregistered, genuine household cultivation art look like? And what was the correct approach to bringing it into the documented record? Zhao Cunming spent 3 days reviewing the design documentation and the registry's authentication guidelines before presenting his assessment to the household. The assessment was careful. Shen Yueying's art was unquestionably genuine. The bond quality, the cultivation outcomes she described, the internal structure she explained when asked, were all consistent with the design documentation's description of a fully developed middle-stage household cultivation art. The art did not need to be authenticated to be genuine. The art had been genuine for 20 years without authentication. What authentication would provide was not validation of the art's genuineness, but documentation of it in the institutional record. The institutional record existed so that other practitioners could know the art existed, could contact the household that held it, could potentially benefit from the household's experience, and be documented in relationship to it. The authentication was for the community, not for Shen Yueying herself. What does she want? Wei Liangchen asked. She wants to be in the record, Chun Ryu said. She had spoken with Shen Yueying at length about this. Not for institutional recognition. She has built her art without institutional recognition for 20 years and is not interested in institutional validation of something she has known to be real for those 20 years. She wants other practitioners who are doing what she was doing, alone and without a framework, to be able to find her. The same way this network was able to find her. She paused. She wants to be a node in the network. For the same reason this household became a node in the network. Zhao Cunming began preparing the documentation support for Shen Yueying's authentication process. It was, as he noted, the first time the household had provided this kind of support to another household. The first time the coordination session network had been used not to support developing arts, but to support an already complete arts entry into the institutional record. The network's capacity was growing in directions no one had fully anticipated. The documentation preparation process for Shen Yueying's authentication was, in practice, a documentation process for a 20-year household cultivation art's complete development history. The authentication required the current state to be accurately documented. What the household recommended was that the history be documented as fully as possible, because the history of a 20-year art was itself genuinely significant knowledge. Shen Yueying cooperated with the documentation process with the specific thoroughness of a practitioner who had spent 20 years wishing she could explain what she was doing accurately to someone who could understand it, and who was now, for the first time, able to do that explaining in a context where the understanding was available. She documented everything. The first genuine cultivation relationship, which she had formed at age 33 without understanding that it was a cultivation relationship in the technical sense. The slow development of her art's initial bonds over the following decade, guided entirely by what the genuine cultivation itself seemed to require rather than by any external framework. The specific challenges she had navigated at each development stage, challenges she had had no names for at the time but that were, in retrospect, exactly the challenges the design documentation described as characteristic of household arts in each development phase. The 3 points in 20 years where she had nearly lost the art, not to external threats, as the hollow patriarch had threatened the household's art, but to her own misunderstanding of what the genuine cultivation required. Misunderstanding that she had only been able to navigate by returning, again and again, to the genuine experience itself as the source of accurate knowledge. The last point was the most significant. Zhao Cunming, reviewing the documentation, identified 3 specific crisis points in Shen Yueying's art's 20-year history where the art had been at risk of failure. In each case, the art had survived because Shen Yueying had had the specific capacity to attend to what the genuine cultivation experience was telling her rather than to what her assumptions about it were telling her. She had not had the design documentation's framework. She had had 30 years of developed capacity to listen to what was actually present. She developed the art by doing exactly what the design documentation instructs, Zhao Cunming said, presenting the documentation analysis to the household. She attended to the genuine bonds, addressed complications directly when she recognized them, maintained the household structure the bonds required. She did not know she was following the design documentation's instructions. She was following the genuine cultivation's own instructions, which are the same instructions. He paused. The design documentation is a description of what genuine household cultivation arts require. She learned what they require by having one and attending carefully to what it told her. Wei Liangchen said, and the 3 crisis points, what would have happened if she had not navigated them correctly? Based on the documentation of the crisis points and the elder's case analysis, the art would have failed. Zhao Cunming paused. She navigated them without any of the support structures the audit's implementation will eventually provide. Without the tracking service. Without the formation consultation. Without the registry's authentication framework. without a community of practitioners who understood what she was doing. He looked at the table. She navigated 3 near failures of a genuine household cultivation art, alone, using only her own attention and her own genuine cultivation relationships. The fact that she succeeded is testimony to the strength of what she had built. The fact that she had to do it alone is the evidence that the support structures the audit will create are not optional. They are what allows practitioners without Xun Yueying's specific capacities to navigate what she navigated. The documentation was completed and the authentication filing prepared. It was the most complete retrospective documentation of a household cultivation art that had ever been submitted to the registry. Xun Yueying's 3 near-failure crises, as she documented them in her retrospective account, were distinct from the crisis types the household's documentation had previously encountered. The first had occurred in the 8th year, when a prolonged period of external pressure on her household's relationships had reduced the bond network's cohesion to a level that she had not known, at the time, was dangerous. She had navigated it by intensifying her cultivation practice in ways that she had not been able to explain technically, but that she now understood had been correct, an intuitive response to a deterioration she could sense but not name. The second had occurred in the 14th year, when one practitioner's extended absence from the household had created a structural gap that the bond network's compensatory development had partially but not completely addressed. The compensation had worked, but it had worked because of 20 years of genuine bonds, not because Xun Yueying had understood the compensation mechanism well enough to manage it intentionally. The third had been the most serious and the most recent, 3 years ago, when circumstances outside the household's control had forced a restructuring of the household's relationships that had strained the bond network's configuration in ways the cornerstone of Heaven technique had been designed to handle but had not, at that stage of its development, been designed to handle alone. She had navigated all 3. The household's documentation team, Zhao Cunming, an elder Funyulan student who had been assigned to assist with the retrospective work, confirmed that each navigation had been technically correct in the retrospective assessment. The crises had not damaged the art permanently because Xun Yueying had responded correctly to each one. But she responded correctly by intuition, Zhao Cunming said, not by knowledge. She knew what to do without knowing why it was correct. If the third crisis had been 10% more severe, the intuitive response might not have been enough. And she had no one to ask, Elder Funyulan's student noted. That is the documentary finding, Zhao Cunming confirmed. The art survived because of the practitioner's exceptional capacity for intuitive response to her art's condition. The art should not have needed to depend on exceptional capacity. It should have had documentation and support structures that made good response accessible to practitioners without exceptional capacity. The retrospective documentation stated this finding plainly. The support structures the audit was working to establish were not an enhancement for already successful household arts. They were a survival requirement for arts that should not have to depend on their primary practitioner's exceptional qualities to avoid failure. Chapter 113, the Alumni Correspondence Network reached its first significant size threshold in the second year's 5th month, producing a question Shinryu had been preparing for. When a network of genuine practitioners grows beyond what a single household can effectively maintain relationships with, what changes? The answer, as she presented it to the household, was not simple but was also not alarming. The network's character did not change when it grew beyond the household's relationship maintenance capacity. What changed was the household's role within it. The household had been, in the first year, both the center of the network and its most active node. Most relationships in the network were in direct relationship with the household, and the household maintained active correspondence with each relationship. That model had worked when the network was small. As the network grew to include practitioners who were in genuine relationship with other network members, but who the household had never met, the household's role shifted from center to anchor. The household was still the founding node, the place where the network had originated, the place that held the formation documentation and the cultivation history and the institutional relationships that gave the network its credibility. But the household was no longer the relationship through which every other relationship in the network passed. This was, as Zhao Cunming had predicted months earlier, what success looked like. Shunryu described it. We are now receiving correspondence from practitioners we have not met, who are asking about coordination session participation, who heard about the network from practitioners who heard about it from practitioners who heard about it from us. The network is reproducing itself through genuine relationships. That is not something we can control or should try to control. It is what happens when something genuine grows. Wei Liangchen said, what do we do? We maintain what we can maintain genuinely. Shunryu said, we respond to every correspondence with the quality of attention genuine correspondence deserves. We accept that the network will grow in directions we cannot fully track, and we trust that what we have built, the genuine quality of the founding relationships, will propagate through those directions with that quality intact. She paused. Genuine things propagate their genuineness when the conditions are right. We created the conditions. Now we maintain them. The alumni network's growth had produced a specific organizational challenge that Chun Ryu addressed in the second year's 6th month. The household's correspondence load had grown to the point where maintaining the genuine quality of response that genuine correspondence required was consuming more of the household's collective attention than the household's ongoing cultivation practice and institutional engagement work could support. She brought this to the household not as a complaint, but as a documentation of a real constraint. We are receiving more genuine correspondence than we can respond to with the quality of attention genuine correspondence deserves. This is a good problem. It means the network is growing and reaching practitioners who need genuine engagement. But it requires an honest response rather than a managed one. The household discussed the problem for 2 evenings. The key distinction that emerged was between correspondence that required the household's unique knowledge and correspondence that could be effectively addressed by other network members who had relevant experience. A practitioner asking about fourth bond formation challenges did not require the household's specific knowledge if the network contained practitioners who had successfully navigated fourth bond formation and who had developed the communication skills to support others through the same challenge. Lin Fenghua, when the household consulted the network's most experienced alumni about this possibility, immediately understood and immediately volunteered. I have been thinking about this for months. I have been receiving correspondence myself from practitioners who found me through the network, and I have been answering it, and I have been uncertain about whether that was appropriate, whether I was stepping outside the network structure by responding to practitioners I had not been explicitly referred to support. She paused. Tell me clearly, is this the right thing to do? Wei Liangchen told her clearly. Yes, this is the right thing to do. The network exists to support genuine household cultivation arts. You have relevant experience and genuine cultivation knowledge. Practitioners who can benefit from your experience are reaching out. Responding genuinely to genuine need is the network's purpose, regardless of whether the response routes through the household. The distributed response model was formalized in a simple understanding shared through the network. Experienced practitioners in the alumni network were encouraged to respond genuinely to correspondence from practitioners in earlier development stages, with the expectation that they would refer any situations requiring the household's unique knowledge, formation expertise, institutional contacts, the sutra's specific technical documentation, to the household directly. Zhao Zunming noted that this was the cornerstone of Heaven's design principle operating in the correspondence network, a distributed formation of genuine connections, each node supporting the adjacent nodes it was best positioned to support, the whole more capable than any single node could be, the design not requiring a center in the network to be effective. The network is beginning to look like what the cornerstone of Heaven is designed to build, he said, before we have even extended the formation connection to the Su family. The community is already operating like the formation the technique will eventually formalize. Chun Ryu made a note in the network documentation, distributed correspondence model implemented. Response quality maintained. Household attention freed for the highest complexity engagements. The alumni network's distributed correspondence model, which the household had formalized in the 7th month, produced its first test in the 8th month, a test that confirmed the model was working. A practitioner in the network's Eastern cluster, one of the coordination session's earlier attendees, not directly connected to the household's inner circle, encountered a development in her cultivation practice that she recognized, correctly, as requiring advice from someone with direct knowledge of her situation. In the model's earlier stage, she would have written to the household. Under the distributed model, she wrote to another practitioner in her cluster who had directly relevant experience. That practitioner responded within 3 days with an answer that addressed the specific situation correctly. She did not route the correspondence through the household. She was confident enough in her own knowledge of the relevant conditions to respond directly, with appropriate precision. The first practitioner wrote to the household 2 weeks later to inform them of the exchange and to share both letters. Her note concluded, I received the answer I needed from someone who had lived through a comparable situation. I did not need the household's analytical capacity for this. I needed the direct knowledge of someone who had been there. The network gave me access to that knowledge without requiring you to be the source of every answer. Wei Liangchen read this at the morning gathering as a structural milestone. The network is functioning as it was designed to function, he said. Not as a resource that practitioners access through us, but as a resource that practitioners access through each other. We are one node in the network, not the network center. Chun Ryu asked, Are we still needed? Differently needed, Meihua said. The network needs us for the cases where the direct experience of other practitioners is not sufficient. The novel situations, the complex developments, the situations that require the household's specific documentation and analytical capacity. The network routes those to us. The network handles everything else itself. Wei Liangchen confirmed. The highest complexity cases still come to us. And that is where our capacity should be focused. The network has freed us to focus on the work that only we can do. The cornerstone of Heaven's design principle, that genuine connections develop the capacity to maintain themselves and extend themselves without central management, was operating in the coordination network as fully as it was operating in the household's bond structure. This was what the technique was designed to produce. It was producing it. Chapter 114, the cornerstone of Heaven's network extension preparation, entered its active phase in the second year's 6th month. Zhao Cunming had been researching the extension mechanics since Kai Yunpeng's initial contact, using the design documentation's technical section on cross-household formation networks and the formation instrument's extended range readings to build a precise model of what the extension would require. His conclusion, presented to the household at a special formation work session, was careful and specific. The cornerstone of Heaven's network function was designed to create a formation connection between genuine household arts that shared a sufficient relational foundation. The Su family's household art qualified as a potential extension candidate based on the cornerstone of Heaven's own assessment. The formation instruments had been registering the Su family's cultivation field at the district level since the cornerstone of Heaven's first development period, and the quality of that registration indicated that the extension could be technically supported. But the technical support was necessary, not sufficient. The extension also required 2 specific conditions. First, both households had to have their internal cultivation structures in sound form. No significant managed distances, no unaddressed complications, no internal tensions that would create instability in the cross-household connection. Second, both households had to enter the extension process with full understanding and full genuine intention, because the cornerstone of Heaven's design was explicit that forced or pressured extension connections were structurally unsound and would eventually fail. The Su family's art was now in a position to meet both conditions. Su Dowling's leadership question had been resolved. Su Manling's 5 conversations with her nephew had produced genuine dialogue rather than managed distance. The household art had the internal soundness the extension required. What is the timeline? Wei Liangchen asked. 6 to 8 months of joint preparation work, Zhao Cunming said. The preparation is not a formality. It is the process by which both households develop the specific relational foundation that the formation connection will run on. The formation connection is built on the genuine connection. The genuine connection has to be built first. He paused. But the genuine connection's building has already begun. The preparation is the continuation of what has already started. The 6 to 8 month timeline Zhao Cunming had projected for the preparation work was, as he had also noted, contingent on the preparation proceeding at the pace the genuine relational work required rather than at the pace that a fixed deadline would impose. This distinction mattered because the preparation was not procedural, a sequence of tasks to be completed in order, but relational. The foundation the formation connection would run on was built by genuine connections between practitioners developing over time, and genuine connections developed at the pace genuine connections developed. The first month of joint preparation work focused on documentation. The Su family's household art current state, as accurately characterized as possible given that the art had not been systematically documented throughout its development. Su Manling had maintained some informal records, cultivation notes, correspondence about specific development questions, the institutional filing documents from the authentication they had been preparing to pursue. The informal records were sufficient to establish a development history and current state assessment, though the assessment was less precise than the household's 9-month calibration record. Zhao Cunming worked with Su Dowling and Su Manling over several sessions to reconstruct what could be reconstructed and to accurately characterize what remained uncertain. The uncertainty was not a problem for the extension preparation. The extension required knowledge of the current state, not perfect historical documentation. But the documentation process itself was valuable beyond its preparation function. It gave the Su family's practitioners a framework for understanding their own art with the same precision the household had developed through the calibration methodology. Su Dowling said, at the end of the documentation phase, "I have been practicing this art for 11 years without a systematic way to describe what I am doing. The documentation process has given me a vocabulary I did not have." He looked at Zhao Cunming. Is this a prerequisite for the extension, or a benefit of it? Both, Zhao Cunming said. The documentation is prerequisite to the extension. We need to know the current state of both household arts to build the formation connection accurately. And the vocabulary is a benefit of the documentation process, which is a benefit of the extension preparation, which is a benefit of the genuine relationship between our households that made the preparation possible. He paused. Everything we have done has been both prerequisite and benefit simultaneously. The preparation and the outcome are not separate. The preparation is the beginning of the outcome. The second month of joint preparation work focused on cross-household relationships, specifically, the cultivation relationships between the household's 7 practitioners and the Su family's practitioners who were not Su Manling. Su Manling had established genuine relationships with several household members over the coordination session months. The other Su family practitioners had not yet had the opportunity to develop equivalent relationships. Meihua handled this aspect of the preparation with the specific skill the Wind Veil provided for cross-practitioner relational work. She read the relational field between the household and the Su family practitioners accurately and identified, quickly, which relationships had genuine cultivation potential and which required more development time before the extension would be stable in those specific channel positions. The relational assessment produced a map of the preparation work still required. Not discouraging. Most of the relationships had more genuine potential than the limited contact had revealed, but honest about what would need to be built before the formation connection could be established with confidence. 6 to 8 months remains the right estimate, Meihua reported. Possibly closer to 8 than 6, because 2 of the cross-household relationship pairs need more development time than I initially assessed. But the preparation is proceeding. She paused. And proceeding genuinely. The cornerstone of Heaven's network extension preparation entered its 6th month, with the cross-household relationship development phase reaching a stage that Meihua described as genuinely promising. Genuinely promising was her careful language. Not ready. The extension was still months away. But the relationships between the household's practitioners and the Su family practitioners that the preparation work had been developing were no longer developing as preparation relationships. They were developing as real relationships. The difference mattered. Preparation relationships were functional, built to fulfill the requirements of a specific future procedure, structured by the extension's requirements, sustained by the practitioner's commitment to the goal rather than by the relationship's own momentum. Real relationships were different. They had their own momentum. They developed beyond what the preparation required. They created the kind of genuine connection that the cornerstone of Heaven's design required for an extension to be stable. Su Manling's weekly correspondence with Meihua had, by the 6th month, ranged well beyond the preparation work's technical content. They were writing about cultivation practice, about the experience of maintaining a household art in a district that did not have a robust support infrastructure, about the specific qualities of attention that long-term household cultivation developed in practitioners over time. None of this was required for the extension preparation. All of it was exactly what the extension required. Zhao Cunming, reviewing the relationship development documentation alongside the extension preparation's technical checklist, noted, the cross-household relationship pairs are, in most cases, developing faster than the preparation protocol requires. This is the correct direction of deviation. The extension can proceed with relationships that have developed beyond the minimum threshold. It cannot proceed safely with relationships that have reached only the minimum threshold. Which means, Meihua said, that the extension timeline may be closer than we initially assessed. The relationship development is closer, Zhao Cunming said. The technical preparation, the formation documentation, the compatibility assessments, is proceeding on the original schedule. The extension can begin when both are ready. Which of them will be the limiting factor depends on the next 2 months. Wei Liangchen made a note in the household's planning record. Reassess extension timeline at end of 8th month. The preparation was working. The households were ready to become ready. Chapter 115, the joint preparation work with the Su family began in the 2nd year's 7th month. Su Dowling came to the compound with Su Manling for the first formal preparation session. The session that Zhao Cunming had prepared with as much attention to structure as any formation work he had done. The preparation sessions were not cultivation sessions in the technical sense. They were the kinds of conversations that produced the relational foundation formation connections required, direct, specific, unhurried, attending to whatever complications were present rather than proceeding as though the complications did not exist. The first session identified 3 areas that required development before the extension could proceed. The first was the Su family's documentation of their household art's current state. They had not maintained the systematic records the Supreme Family Sutra generated, and establishing a reliable baseline for the extension required knowledge of the current state. The second was the cross-household relationship between the sutra's practitioners and the Su family's practitioners, specifically between practitioners who had not previously been in direct cultivation contact. The extension would create formation connections across all practitioners in both households, and the formation connections would be built on genuine relational connections. The genuine connections needed to exist and be of sufficient quality before the formation connections could be established. The third was Su Dowling's own relationship with the specific history of the household leadership question, not the resolution, which had been genuine, but the years before the resolution during which the unresolved question had shaped how the Su family's household art developed. There were implications of that history that had not yet been fully processed, and the preparation work needed to include them. Su Dowling received all three areas without defensiveness. He said, "I knew there would be areas like these. I came prepared to find them and address them." He looked at Wei Liangchen. "I want to do this correctly. Not quickly. Correctly. Then we proceed correctly," Wei Liangchen said. "At whatever pace the work requires." The three areas Zhao Cunming had identified in the first preparation session were all being addressed, but they were not being addressed at the same pace, which he noted was consistent with how genuine relational development worked. Different areas developed at different rates depending on the specific history and the specific people involved. The documentation area had progressed most rapidly, because documentation was primarily technical work and the Su family's practitioners were willing and thorough. By the end of the first preparation month, the Su family's household art's current state was documented at a level of precision adequate for the formation connection planning work to proceed. The cross-household relationship area was progressing at a more human pace. The pace of genuine relationships developing between practitioners who were approaching each other carefully and with genuine intention. The household had learned, over 2 years of coordination session facilitation, that this pace could not be hurried without cost. Relationships that developed at their natural pace had a quality that relationships rushed to completion for procedural reasons did not have. The preparation process was being run at the natural pace, which meant accepting that some relationships would take longer than the 2 months of joint preparation work had produced. The third area, Su Dowling's historical relationship with the household arts leadership question, was the most complex. The resolution of the question, which Su Dowling had achieved through genuine reflection and genuine conversation, was real. But the resolution of a question that had been present for years produced something more than its resolution. It produced awareness of the years in which the question had been shaping the art's development. Not all of those years' effects had been named yet. The preparation work was creating the conditions for them to be named, which was necessary before the formation connection could be established with confidence that the historical effects would not become instabilities in the cross-household network. Su Dowling engaged with this work with the same quality of honest attention he had brought to the leadership question itself. He said, at the second joint preparation session, "I am finding that the leadership question's resolution has made other questions visible. The leadership question was the largest question, and addressing it directly has produced visibility of what was sitting behind it. Questions that were present but that I was not attending to because the largest question required the most attention." Wei Liangchen recognized this pattern immediately. The household's development period had produced exactly this dynamic repeatedly. Addressing a significant managed distance directly had revealed smaller managed distances that had been present but invisible, while the significant one occupied the primary attention space. "That visibility is the preparation working correctly," Wei Liangchen said. "The questions that are now visible are questions that need to be addressed before the extension. The extension preparation is the process that makes them visible so they can be addressed." He paused. "Each question that becomes visible and is addressed genuinely is the preparation advancing. We are where we need to be." Su Dowling sat with this for a moment. Then, "The preparation is not a set of tasks before the real work begins. The preparation is the real work." "Yes," Wei Liangchen said. "Exactly that." The joint preparation sessions continued on a bi-weekly schedule, which allowed enough time between sessions for the development work of each session to consolidate before the next session advanced it. Zhao Cunming monitored the Su family's household arts instrument readings throughout, tracking the changes in the arts formation field that the preparation work was producing, subtle changes, but real ones, the kind of incremental development that was building the foundation the extension required. The joint preparation sessions bi-weekly rhythm had, by the 4th month of the cornerstone of Heaven extension preparation, produced a documentation body that Zhao Cunming reviewed with particular attention. The documentation body was not just a record of what the preparation sessions had accomplished. It was a model, the first systematic documentation of what preparing for a household cultivation art extension actually required, at each stage, in practical and technical terms. Every previous household art extension in the archive had been documented after the fact, in terms of what had been done. This was the first documentation of what was being done as it was done, with the explicit intention of creating a model that future households could use. Su Daoling, who had asked at the outset that everything be documented with the assumption that future households would need to learn from it, had made this documentation body possible. His insistence that the preparation be treated as a model-building exercise rather than a practical task had shaped how Zhao Cunming designed the documentation protocols. He understood something we had not fully articulated. Zhao Cunming told the household at the 4th-month review. The extension is significant for our household and the Su family's household. But the documentation of the extension preparation, if it is thorough enough, is significant for every household that will ever attempt an extension after us. We are not just preparing for an extension. We are building the documentation that makes future extensions possible to prepare for correctly. Wei Liangchen received this with the feeling of something coming into focus. They had known the extension was important. They had not fully understood the documentation work as a contribution to the tradition, not just a record of what they had done, but a resource for what future practitioners would do. Add this framing to the documentation's introduction, he said. The people who will use this documentation need to understand why it was built the way it was. Zhao Cunming agreed. The documentation's framing shaped what readers understood it to be, and what they understood it to be shaped how they used it. The preparation sessions continued. The documentation grew alongside them. Both were proceeding correctly. Chapter 116 in the second year's 8th month, the Implementation Working Group for Han Weijian's governance audit convened its first session. The working group included 4 governance center representatives, 2 registry officers, Han Weijian as the audit's primary author, and 3 practitioner representatives, the household, Elder Fin Yulan as the tracking records custodian, and Shen Yueying, whose 20-year undocumented household art provided a different and equally significant perspective on the institutional framework gaps the audit had identified. The household's representation was Chun Ryu, who had been the primary institutional engagement practitioner throughout the audit process and who brought to the working group the most complete institutional knowledge of any practitioner who had been inside a household art navigating the pre-framework period. She came prepared with the household's documentation, the specific institutional gaps they had encountered, and a clear sense of what adequate institutional support would have looked like for each gap. The first session's discussion was productive in the way that discussions are productive when everyone present has genuine stakes in the outcome and genuine knowledge of the problem. The governance representatives brought institutional knowledge of what support structures could be built within existing governance frameworks. The registry officers brought knowledge of the authentication process's current form and what modifications were structurally possible. Chun Ryu and Elder Fin Yulan and Shen Yueying brought knowledge of what the support structures actually needed to provide. The gap between what could be built and what needed to be provided was real, but not as large as Chun Ryu had expected. The governance framework had more capacity for genuine practitioner support than the institutional culture had been using. The audit had identified not just the gaps in the system, but the system's unused capacity to address those gaps. This is workable, Chun Ryu told the household that evening at the post-working group debrief. Not quick, the timeline will be years, but workable. The institutions have the capacity to build what is needed. The working group has the genuine intent to build it. She paused. We will be in this for the long term. Years, not months. But the direction is correct, and the work is real. The Implementation Working Group's second session, held in the second year's 7th month, produced the first specific structural proposal, a dedicated household cultivation art consultation service, staffed by practitioners with documented experience in household art formation and development, providing the kind of formation expertise access that the household had had to find through exceptional personal connections rather than through institutional channels. Shen Ryu reviewed the proposal carefully and provided detailed feedback. The proposal was structurally sound but missed 2 specific implementation requirements. First, the consultation service needed to be accessible before the authentication process began, not after. The formation expertise was most valuable in the early formation stages when mistakes were most costly, not in the authentication stage when most of the critical development decisions had already been made. Second, the consultation service needed to include practitioners with knowledge of the specific challenges that undocumented household arts faced when they entered the authentication process, because Shen Yueying's case had demonstrated that undocumented long operational arts had specific needs that the consultation service's current design had not accounted for. Han Weijian incorporated both revisions into the proposal's second draft and circulated the revised version for comment. The working group received the revisions positively. The first revision was precisely the kind of practitioner perspective improvement that the working group had been told to expect from the practitioner representatives, and its precision confirmed that the practitioner representation model was working as intended. Chen Yueying's contributions to the working group were different from Chen Riyu's in the specific way that 20 years of undocumented practice produced different insights from 2 years of intensively documented practice. Where Chen Riyu's feedback was procedural, specific institutional processes that needed to be structured differently, Chen Yueying's feedback was existential. The proposed structures would not help a practitioner who did not know they had a household cultivation art, because a practitioner who did not know they had a household cultivation art would not know that the consultation service existed or that they needed it. The first problem is not inadequate support, she said, at the working group session. The first problem is invisibility. I was invisible to the institutional support system for 20 years because I was invisible to myself. I did not know what I had. The consultation service is valuable for practitioners who know they have a household cultivation art and need support navigating its development. It does not reach practitioners who have a household cultivation art and do not yet know it. The working group was quiet for a moment. Then Han Weizhen said, "What would reach them?" Chen Yueying said, "Outreach, not passive outreach. Practitioners seeking out other practitioners whose cultivation patterns suggest they might have undocumented household arts. The pattern is recognizable once you know what it looks like. Someone needs to be doing the looking." Chen Review thought immediately of Elder Fenyolan's 30 years of tracking work, which had found the household not because the household had sought the elder out, but because the elder had been looking. The same principle applied here. The working group added an outreach function to the proposed consultation service. Chen Review made a note to discuss the outreach methodology with Elder Fenyolan, whose tracking expertise was the most relevant model for how to identify household arts that practitioners did not yet recognize in themselves. The implementation working group's second session produced a structural development that Han Weizhen had not anticipated when she proposed the working group at the first session. Chen Yueying's outreach function proposal had emerged from her own experience of 20 years without any support infrastructure, 20 years of navigating a genuine household art, without any knowledge that support was available or even possible. Her proposal was simple. The consultation service should not wait for practitioners to seek it. It should develop the capacity to identify practitioners whose cultivation patterns suggested undocumented household arts and reach out to them directly. The working group received this proposal with the attention it deserved. It was not a minor add-on to the consultation service framework. It was a structural transformation of the service's relationship to the practitioner community, from a service that responded to requests to a service that created its own conditions for being needed. Han Weizhen asked the foundational question: how do you identify practitioners who don't know they have a household cultivation art? Chen Yueying's answer was direct, the same way Elder Fenyolan identified Case 13. The instruments can register bond network formation signatures at the district level. A practitioner with a developing household art produces a specific signature, different from individual cultivation, different from formal household arts. Someone who knows what to look for can find it. Elder Fenyolan's 30-year archive had been built precisely this way, not from practitioners seeking out documentation, but from systematic observation of the district's cultivation field. The outreach function was not a new idea. It was the institutionalization of what the elder had done individually for 30 years. The working group spent the next hour developing the outreach function's design requirements. Who would conduct the identification work? What the identification protocols would look like? How contact would be initiated in a way that respected practitioners' autonomy? What the outreach process would look like from the first contact through the introduction to the support infrastructure. By the end of the session, the outreach function was not a proposal. It was a design component of the support framework. Chen Ryu wrote in her notes, "The working group has understood that the consultation service cannot fulfill its purpose if practitioners who need it most don't know it exists. The framework would reach them." That was the point. Chapter 117 Chen Yueying's authentication process completed in the second year's 8th month. The process had been supported by the household's documentation expertise and Chen Ryu's registry contacts, and had proceeded with a smoothness that Chen Yueying described as startling. I expected it to be like the processes I had avoided for 20 years, opaque, bureaucratic, requiring credentials I did not have and understanding I had not developed. What it actually was, with the household's support, was a documentation process that accurately captured what I had been doing for 20 years and placed it in the institutional record in a form that was precise and complete. The authentication notification arrived from the Continental Registry 3 weeks after submission, the fastest authentication processing the household had seen. Chun Riyu's assessment. The documentation was unusually complete because the household had built the documentation framework over 2 years of their own institutional engagement, and applying that framework to Shun Yueying's situation had produced exactly what the registry's authentication office required to process the filing without extended review. Zhao Zuming noted the authentication number in the household's coordination records. He noted it with the specific precision he brought to everything he documented, but also with the quality of recognition that a practitioner brings to a document that represents something genuinely significant. The authentication record for the first undocumented, long-operational genuine household cultivation art that the coordination network had brought into the institutional record. The first of how many? Wei Liangchen asked. The Alumni Correspondence Network has indicated at least 6 similar situations among practitioners it has reached, Chen Ryu said. Household arts operating without institutional contact, some for decades. The network is reaching them because the network is genuine, and genuine practitioners in isolated situations respond to genuine contact. She paused. The institutional support framework we are building with the working group needs to include provisions for these situations, for practitioners who have been doing genuine cultivation work outside the institutional record and who need a pathway into it that does not require them to start over. Make sure that provision is in the working group's recommendations, Wei Liangchen said. It is already there, Chen Ryu said. Shen Yueying's case made it impossible to omit. The authentication completion had 3 specific effects on Shun Yueying's situation that the household documented as representative of what the proposed institutional support framework needed to enable for undocumented arts. The first effect was institutional visibility. The registry's cultivation database now contained a record of Shun Yueying's household cultivation art, including its current state and development history. Other practitioners with genuine household arts could find her through the registry's searchable records. She could find other practitioners through the same system. The 20 years of isolation had ended, institutionally, in the moment the authentication notification arrived. The second effect was relational recalibration. Having a framework for understanding and describing her art changed how Shun Yueying related to the practitioners who held bonds in it. The bonds had been genuine for years. The practitioners had been in genuine relationship for years. What was new was Shun Yueying's ability to explain to those practitioners what their genuine relationships actually were in cultivation terms, and to have those explanations received with the understanding that the vocabulary now provided. She described this at the coordination session following the authentication. I told 2 of the practitioners about the art's actual nature, about what the genuine bonds they hold mean in cultivation terms, for the first time since we have known each other. They had known something was different about our relationship. I had not had words for what was different. I have words now. She paused. The conversations were different from any conversations we had had before. Not more emotional, more real, more specific, more able to navigate the cultivation dimensions of our relationship that had always been present but had been navigated by feel rather than by understanding. The third effect was historical recalibration. The documentation process had produced, for the first time, an accurate account of what Shun Yueying's art had actually been doing for 20 years. The informal cultivation notes and personal records she had maintained were accurate as far as they went, but they lacked the framework to identify what was significant about specific developments and what was routine. The documentation process, applying the design documentation's analytical framework to her 20-year record, had produced a cultivation history that Shun Yueying herself described as revelatory. I understood more about the first 10 years of my art by reading the documentation than I had understood while living them. Zhao Zunming noted this as a finding with broad implications. Accurate framework, applied retrospectively to a genuine household arts development history, produces understanding that was not available in the moment. This was not a failure of Shun Yueying's attention. She had been attending carefully. It was the effect of navigating genuine cultivation without the vocabulary to describe what was being navigated. The vocabulary, applied in retrospect, revealed what the experience had contained but could not articulate at the time. The documentation implications were clear. The proposed support framework needed to include not just prospective support for developing arts, but retrospective documentation support for arts that had developed without systematic documentation. The retrospective documentation was not purely historical. It produced present-tense understanding that changed how practitioners related to their current cultivation situations. Wei Liangchen added this finding to the household's contribution to the working group. Practitioners who develop genuine household arts without framework need retrospective documentation support to understand what they have built, not just prospective support for what they build next. The working group added the retrospective documentation component to the proposed support framework scope. It was the most significant structural addition since the outreach function. And it was there because Xun Yuang had been willing to document 20 years of uncharted cultivation experience with the precision and honesty the documentation required. Xun Yuang's authentication produced a formal document that the household read with the same careful attention they had given to their own authentication filing 18 months earlier. The authentication confirmed what the household had already known. The art was genuine. Its 20-year development history was intact. Its current state matched the characteristics of a mature household cultivation art that had been operating correctly for its full developmental period. The cornerstone of Heaven's formation instruments confirmed the bond network's configuration at a level of detail that, combined with Xun Yuang's retrospective documentation, provided a complete record of the art's development from its first emergence through its current state. The retrospective component was what distinguished this authentication from any previous registry filing. Every previous authentication had documented the art at its current state, with historical records where they existed. Xun Yuang's authentication documented the art's entire 20-year history, each development phase, each near failure, each successful navigation, at a level of precision that the retrospective documentation work had made possible. The registry's authentication officer wrote to the household, "This is the most complete authentication filing we have processed. The retrospective documentation component will be useful as a model for future authentications. We are adding a notation to the filing format that future submissions of long operational arts may include retrospective documentation." Wei Liangchen brought this notation to the morning gathering. "We created a new category in the registry's process," he said. "Not because we were trying to, because we were being thorough." Zhao Cunming's response was characteristic. "Thoroughness always produces something beyond what thoroughness was aimed at. We documented what was there. The registry has categories for what we documented. It added the category when it encountered something it needed a category for." Xun Yuang, at the gathering, her third attendance, heard this exchange and said, "I have spent 20 years doing something that had no category. It is strange to hear that the category now exists." "Because of you," Wei Liangchen said. "The category exists because you were willing to document what had no category. The documentation created the evidence for the category's necessity." She was quiet with this. "Then, I would have documented it regardless. The documentation was for myself, to understand what I had built." She paused. "That it has become something beyond what I needed it for is unexpected," Wei Liangchen said. "That is what genuine things do. They become more than they were built for." Chapter 118. In the second year's 9th month, the Kai Yunpeng rebuild project reached a threshold that neither Kai Yunpeng nor the household had expected to reach in the second year. All three bonds between Kai Yunpeng, Chun Mingfang, and Luo Jiangwen reached active status within a 3-week period. The second bond's activation, between Kai Yunpeng and Luo Jiangwen, had been the most uncertain of the rebuild project's anticipated developments, because Luo Jiangwen's resistance in the early sessions had been the most genuine and the most sustained. That same resistance had, over the months of careful rebuild work, transformed into something more valuable. The clearest-eyed contributor to the household's ongoing assessment of what was genuinely present versus what might be wishful. Luo Jiangwen had become the rebuild project's most reliable reality check, and the bond that activated between him and Kai Yunpeng had the quality of a bond that had been tested thoroughly and found real. The third bond, the one between Chun Mingfang and Luo Jiangwen, activated 5 days after the second. Chun Mingfang described it. "The third bond is between Luo Jiangwen and me, not between Kai Yunpeng and either of us separately. It is the bond that makes the three of us a household rather than two separate pairs. I did not realize, until it activated, that I had been waiting for it specifically, that the other two activations were preparing for this one, in the way that the foundations are built before the structure they support." Elder Fun Yolan's tracking instruments registered the 3-bond activation configuration and confirmed what the practitioners already knew from the inside. The household art had resumed. Not fully recovered to its pre-collapse state. That would require years of continued cultivation work. But the 3 active bonds formed a genuine household art structure, the specific cultivation configuration that the bonds were designed to create when genuine connections were active within a household structure. Zhao Cunming documented. First confirmed household art rebuild from dormant bond state, case 1. All 3 active bonds confirmed. Rebuild project baseline achieved. The achievement of 3 active bonds in a 3-week period was, from a documentation perspective, the most significant single event in the rebuild project's history. Elder Fun Yulan confirmed this in her assessment report. The 3-bond activation configuration matches the design documentation's description of a minimal viable household cultivation art structure. The structure is not fully developed. The bonds are at the resumption baseline, not at their pre-collapse peak, but the structure is genuine and functional. The household art exists. The rebuild has succeeded in its primary goal. Cai Yunpeng brought Chen Mingfang and Luo Jiangwen to the compound for the formal assessment documentation session, a half-day session with Zhao Cunming and Elder Fan Yulan present, running the full calibration protocol against the 3-bond structure's current state. The session was similar in procedure to the household's own early calibration sessions, but different in context. The household's calibrations had been tracking a developing art. This calibration was confirming the resumption of an art that had ceased to function 4 years ago. The readings were clear and unambiguous. Each of the 3 bond positions registered as active in the formation instruments, each with the specific signature that genuine bonds produced, different from each other, as genuine bonds between genuinely different practitioners were different from each other, but consistent in the quality that the design documentation described as the genuine bond's characteristic measurement. Zhao Cunming documented the confirmation with the precision he brought to all significant formation records. But he also noted, in his documentation commentary, something that went beyond the technical. The 3-bond structure that the instruments confirmed was a household cultivation art that had not existed, in active form, for 4 years. The confirmation was not the beginning of something. It was the resumption of something that had been interrupted. The bonds that were now active had 17 years of cultivation development behind them. The art that had been rebuilt was not a new art. It was the continuation of a genuine cultivation project that had been briefly, and now no longer, suspended. Chen Mingfang had been quiet through most of the documentation session, which was unlike her. She had been one of the most active documenters throughout the rebuild project, precise and thorough in her reports. At the end, when the formal documentation was complete, she said, "I want to say something that is not for the documentation record." The room shifted to informal mode, Zhao Cunming's instruments still recording, because they recorded continuously during assessment sessions, but the atmosphere no longer primarily documentary. She said, "I have been carrying the grief of the collapse for 4 years. Not constant grief. The kind of grief that is present in the background, part of the texture of how I experience things, there even when I am not actively attending to it. I did not fully notice it until it was not there anymore. The activation of the 3rd bond removed it." She paused. "I did not know you could grieve something that was not actually gone. I did not know the dormant state was producing grief the same way that genuine loss produces grief, because from the inside, dormant and gone feel the same." Luo Jiangwen, whose notes were usually brief, wrote a longer documentation note that day. The 3 active bonds feel different from each other in ways that reflect who we are to each other. The first is between Cai Yunpeng and Chen Mingfang, who built this art together from the beginning and who navigated the collapse and the 4 years of dormancy together. It is the deepest. The second is between Cai Yunpeng and me. It has the quality of a bond that was tested by my own resistance and survived the test, which is different from a bond that was never tested in that way. The third is between Chen Mingfang and me, and it is the one that makes the 3 of us a household rather than 2 separate pairs. Without it, we are 3 practitioners. With it, we are a household again. The formal confirmation session for the Cai Yunpeng household's full bond activation took place at the household's compound, with Elder Fan Yulan, Zhao Cunming, and the 3 rebuild practitioners present. The session lasted 3 hours. The first hour was documentation, instrument readings of all 3 bond states, formal attestation of the activation sequence, measurement of the current bond network configuration against the baseline established in the initial 3-day rebuild session. The comparison showed not just that the bonds had reactivated, but that the bond network's current configuration was comparable to, and in 2 bonds exceeding, the configuration Elder Fan Yulan had tracked before the collapse. The 17 years of genuine cultivation were present. The rebuild had not produced a new household art at the beginning of its development. It had resumed a mature household art that had been carrying its developmental history in dormant form for 4 years. The bonds are not starting over, Elder Fan Yulan confirmed, formally, in the session's documentation. The bonds are continuing. The 4-year dormancy was a pause, not an erasure. The art is operating at the stage of development it had reached before the collapse, with the additional stability that the rebuild process itself produced. The second hour of the session was for the 3 practitioners. Elder Fan Yulan and Zhao Cunming stepped back, and the household had the space they needed to be with what the confirmation meant for them. Chen Mingfang described it afterward. "We spent 4 years knowing what we had lost. We spent 8 months rebuilding it. And then we spent an hour understanding that we had not lost it, that it had been waiting, that the waiting had not diminished it, that everything we thought was gone had been there the whole time. Luo Jiangwen said nothing at the session. He wrote to the household 2 days later. I need more time before I can say anything that is adequate to what happened. I know what it is. I need to sit with it before I put it in words. The third hour of the session was Kai Yunping's report to the household. The formal notification that the rebuild project had succeeded, that his household's cultivation art was active and documented, and that the documentation would be shared with every practitioner who needed to know that a genuine art's dormancy was not its end. He looked around the household's main hall when he finished. Thank you, he said, for all of it. Chapter 119, the second year's 10th month, brought a question the household had been waiting for, expecting, and in some ways dreading. Kai Yunping asked whether the fourth practitioner, the one who had departed before the collapse, should be contacted about the rebuild. He asked it at a morning gathering where Elder Fen Yulan and Zhao Ziming were both present, which was not coincidental. He had scheduled the conversation for a time when the people whose knowledge was most relevant to the question would be available to engage with it. He said, the three-bond art is real and it is developing, but the fourth bond was genuine before the collapse. The fourth practitioner is somewhere, carrying that bond in a dormant state. The Wei Chun Mingfang and Luo Jiangwen were carrying theirs. The theoretical framework says the bond endures. If the bond endures, and if the practitioner who holds it is willing, the rebuild could include the fourth bond. He paused. I have been afraid to ask about this. I am asking now because the three-bond art's activation has made the question real in a way it was not real before. Elder Fen Yulan said, the fourth bond will endure if the original bond was genuine. You characterized the bond as genuine when you described the household's history. I have no reason to doubt your characterization. She paused. Contact is a choice that belongs to both practitioners. You can reach out. The practitioner can choose whether to respond. She met Kai Yunping's gaze. The choice to reach out is yours. The choice to respond is theirs. Those are not the same choice, and they should not be treated as though making the first determines the second. Zhao Ziming said, the documentation for this case, if it proceeds to a four-bond rebuild, will be the first documented case of a household art rebuild that includes a practitioner who chose to leave. That is genuinely new territory. Document everything, regardless of outcome. Kai Yunping was quiet for a long time. Then he said, I will write to them. Not this week. When I am ready. He paused. I am asking for the research reason as much as for the cultivation reason. Both reasons are real. Both matter. The question of the fourth practitioner had been present in the household's thinking since Kai Yunping first described the collapse, and the household spent the weeks after the gathering in careful consideration of what support they could genuinely provide for a question that was genuinely outside their direct experience. Wei Liangchen consulted the elder, who had the most relevant historical knowledge. She reviewed her tracking records for the 2 cases involving practitioners who had eventually returned to contact with their former household arts practitioners, and she reviewed them with the specific question of whether those cases illuminated what the fourth practitioner's situation might be. Her assessment was careful. Both cases involved practitioners who had left under pressure they had not been able to name accurately at the time. Both had carried the genuine bond for the years of absence without understanding what they were carrying. Both had initiated the recontact themselves, not in response to an inquiry from the remaining practitioners, but through their own independent recognition that what they had was still present and still significant. She paused. In neither case did the remaining practitioners reach out to the practitioner who had left. The contact came from the side of the practitioner who had departed when that practitioner was ready. Wei Liangchen brought this to Kai Yunping at the gathering session. He did not frame it as a recommendation against reaching out. He framed it as relevant knowledge about the historical pattern. Kai Yunping received it carefully. He said, the 2 cases, did the reaching out eventually happen in both of them? Yes, Wei Liangchen said. In both cases, the practitioner who had left eventually initiated contact. In the first case, it took 6 years after the collapse before the contact was made. In the second, it took 3 years. And the fourth practitioner left 4 years ago, Kai Yunping said. He was quiet for a moment. That puts us within the range of the historical pattern. Wei Liangchen said. The historical pattern is informative but not prescriptive. Every situation is specific. What the pattern suggests is that if the fourth practitioner carries a genuine bond, and your assessment is that they do, the bond itself may eventually generate the impulse to make contact from their side without needing to be prompted. And if I reach out first? Wei Liangchen thought about this. Then, the question is not whether reaching out is wrong. The question is whether you are reaching out because you are ready to have the genuine conversation the contact requires, or whether you are reaching out because the 3-bond activation has made the 4th bond's absence more present than it was before. He paused. Both are real reasons to reach out. Both will produce different conversations. Which reason is driving you? Kai Yimpeng was quiet for a long time. The quality of the silence was the quality of someone doing genuine work. Then he said, both. I am not ready to separate them yet. He looked at Wei Liangchen. I said both reasons are real. Both matter. That is true. I need to understand which one is primary before I know if I am ready to reach out. He paused. I will sit with it longer. Yes, Wei Liangchen said. That is the right response. The gathering continued, and the question of the 4th practitioner remained open, not unaddressed, but appropriately held in the state of genuine uncertainty that genuine questions occupied until they were ready to be answered. The question of the 4th practitioner, the one who had departed before the collapse, had been present at the edges of the household's awareness throughout the rebuild project, named once or twice, and then returned to the patient, holding that genuine, unanswered questions required. What Kai Yunping's raising of the question at the 9th-month gathering made explicit was the shape of his own consideration. He had been thinking about it for months. The rebuild's success had made the question more concrete. Before the rebuild, the question had been theoretical. With the art active and documented, the question had weight. The elder's historical pattern, as Wei Liangchen had described it, was that contact with departed practitioners came from the departed side in successful cases. The household that remained could not create the conditions for the departed practitioner to return. What they could do was be findable, to maintain the documentation, the openness, the genuine household presence that would matter to a practitioner who eventually sought what they had left. Kai Yimpeng understood this. It was not what was making the question complicated. What was making it complicated was the second reason he had named. The bond between himself and the 4th practitioner, the bond that had been dormant for 4 years with the others, had also resumed. Not at the level of the 3 bonds with active practitioners. The bond was dormant +1, carrying the resumed contact of someone he had not seen in 4 years. It was not the same as the active practitioner bonds, but it was not neutral. It was a connection to a person who was somewhere in the world, carrying something that was still real. He did not know if reaching out would serve that person's genuine needs, or would serve his own need to have the question resolved. That distinction is important, Wei Liangchen said. If you reach out because you need the question resolved, you are not reaching out on behalf of the art. You are reaching out on behalf of your own resolution. And if the practitioner needs the contact and I do not reach out because I am uncertain about my reasons, Wei Liangchen was quiet for a moment. That is the genuine uncertainty. The historical pattern suggests waiting. Your bond's resumption suggests the connection is alive. Both are real. He paused. This is not a question I can answer for you. You have to know your own primary motivation. Sit with it until you do. Kai Yimpeng nodded. He would sit with it. The question would wait, as it had been waiting, with the patience that genuine questions had when they were not ready to be answered. Chapter 120. At the end of the 2nd year's 10th month, the household held a gathering that included Kai Yunpeng, Chun Mingfang, and Luo Jiangwen, the 3 rebuild practitioners, along with Elder Fin Yulan, Shen Yueying, and Su Daoling. 9 people at a table that the household had never gathered 9 people around before. The table was large enough, but the size of the gathering had a quality that a gathering of 7 had not. It was large enough to produce the specific warmth that arises between people who are in genuine community and who are large enough in number that no single person needs to carry any particular conversation, who can rest in the collective reality of the gathering and trust that what needs to be said will be said. Wei Liangchen looked around the table. 2 years of building, present in the room. The household 7, stable in their post-threshold form. The 3 rebuild practitioners, their art 3 bonds active and developing. The elder whose 30 years of tracking work had given the household the knowledge it needed when it needed it. The undocumented practitioner whose 20 years had been spent in isolation and who was no longer isolated. The young head of a household whose leadership question had taken 2 years to resolve and whose household art was now preparing for an extension that would be the sutra's first cross-household formation connection. This was what genuine building looked like over time. Not a point of completion, but an ongoing expansion of genuine connection. Each new person in the room connected to the others by real relationships. The whole larger than the sum of its parts in the way that genuine things were always larger than the sum of their parts. Yao Sufan said, I remember when we were 7. We are still 7, Wei Liangchen said. And also more than 7. She considered this. Yes, she said. That is the right way to say it. She looked around the table. Genuine things do not stop being themselves when they grow. They become more of what they are. The gathering's particular warmth stayed with Wei Liangchen in the days that followed. Not as a feeling to be sustained. Gatherings ended. The warmth of them did not persist as a continuous state, but as a reference point. What this gathering had felt like was what the household had been building toward for 2 years. Not the specific configuration of 9 people at a table. Configurations changed, people came and went. The network was always changing its composition at the edges even as its center remained stable. But the quality of genuine community that the configuration had produced, that was what the 2 years had been for. The household's morning calibrations continued in the second year's 10th month with the settled quality of a system operating well, continuously confirming itself as genuine. The Vanguard Surge and Hearthstone barrier channels registered the combat stability resonance at its completed state. The Wind Veil and Heartlink site channels registered the perceptual pair resonance at its completed state. The remaining channels registered the developing structural pair resonance, incrementally advancing toward the completion that Zhao Tsuiming had predicted would align with the Cornerstone Extension's readiness timeline. The institutional engagements continued. The working group was advancing. The case study publication was approaching. The advocacy process was in its active phase. The rebuild documentation was producing findings that would eventually reach practitioners who needed them. The coordination network continued. The distributed correspondence model was functioning. The alumni network was producing cross-practitioner support relationships that required minimal household facilitation. The recent coordination session had been the largest and had produced the most diverse practitioner-to-practitioner connections of any session the household had organized. Shun Yueying had attended the second-year gathering at the household's specific invitation, understanding that her attendance, a practitioner who had developed a genuine household cultivation art without institutional recognition for 20 years and who was now part of the coordinated community of genuine household arts, was itself a statement about what the network had become, a community that reached practitioners who had been outside every institutional framework for their entire cultivation lives. The Su family's joint preparation work was proceeding at the pace the genuine work required. Su Dowling's engagement with his art's history was producing the understanding the extension required, at the human pace that genuine understanding developed. Kai Yunping's 3-bond art was 3 months into its resumed operation. The bonds were developing. The fourth practitioner question remained open, held in the appropriate state of genuine uncertainty. Wei Liangchen looked around the table, and then at the room, and then at the compound, and then, through the perceptual pair's unified awareness that was now part of his household's continuous background perception, at the relational field of the community they had built. Genuine connections, extending in every direction from the household that had decided, 2 years ago, to be exactly what it was. The Supreme Family Sutra was not a technique that a household used. It was what a genuine household became when its practitioners chose, consistently and over time, to be genuine with each other and with the community around them. The technique was the form that the genuine thing took when it was developed with enough attention and enough care to become fully itself. The household was that form now, and the form was alive and growing, and more of itself than it had been at the beginning of the second year, and more of itself than it had been at the beginning of the first year, and it would be more of itself still at the beginning of the third year. Genuine things did not stop being themselves when they grew. They became more of what they were. Yao Sufin's voice, from the other side of the table, "You are thinking about something," he said. "I am thinking about the third year." She was quiet for a moment. Then, "Good things to think about." "Yes," Wei Liangchen said. "The best kind." The 10th month gathering was 9 people around the household's table, which was more than the early months had seen and fewer than the coordination sessions drew. 9 people who had each, in different ways, been part of what the second year had built. Wei Liangchen had spent some time in the days before the gathering reviewing the household's record, not the formal documentation, which was thorough and available, but the cultivation records and formal entries, the notes written after significant moments that captured what the documentation protocols could not. What those entries showed was development that he had lived through but had not observed from outside. Reading them in sequence was like reading a year-long letter to someone who was not there, someone who needed to understand what the year had been, not just what it had produced. He brought one entry to the gathering, not because it was the most significant, but because it was the most accurate description of what the year had required from the household. The entry was from the 3rd month of the second year, written the evening after the combat stability resonance completion. It read, "Today the household's cultivation art became something it had not been yesterday. Not different, more itself. This is how genuine development works. You do not change into something new. You become more accurately what you have always been." He read it aloud, and then set it down. The 9 people around the table received it with the recognition of people who had watched what it described happen, who had been part of it, who had not always known what they were watching while they were watching it, but who could see it clearly in retrospect. Shen Yueying, at her third gathering, said, "That is what 20 years felt like, from inside it, without the vocabulary. More accurately itself, year after year. I just did not know that was what was happening. Kai Yumpeng. And now we both do." The gathering continued through the evening. The 9 people talking with the ease of a community that had been building itself long enough that its ease was earned, not assumed, but accumulated, session by session, year by year, through the genuine work of people who had decided to be honest with each other about what they were doing and why. Wei Liangchen looked around the table at the end and thought about the 3rd year ahead, what it would require, what it would build, what it would become more of. He thought, the household is ready for it. And then, in the same breath, whatever the 3rd year brings, this is what we have built to face it with. That was enough. More than enough. The 3rd year was waiting. They would meet it. Chapter 121 The Law of Severed Bonds arrived at the edge of the Wei family's resonance field without pause, without build, and without the atmospheric dramatics that distinguished a cultivator technique from a physical law. There was no warning pressure, no preliminary tremor in the qi, no darkening sky, or shockwave precursor. One moment the 20 active chapters were holding their counterfield above the frozen lake in the bone reaches, bright gold in the gray winter air, the mending thread running its slow sealing work against the law's outer boundary. The next moment the law focused its full force on the field, and Wei Liangchen understood, in the specific way that understanding arrived when something happened to you rather than near you, why the old text described cosmological forces as categorically different from cultivator techniques. A technique had a shape, a direction, a cultivator's intent behind it, readable if you were skilled enough to read it. The way you could read a person by watching them move, finding the pattern, the gap, the moment of imbalance. You could respond to a technique because a technique was made by someone, and anything made by someone had the maker's limitations built into it. The law of severed bonds had no maker. It was not designed. It did not have intent or strategy or any of the characteristics that made a technique vulnerable to another technique. It pushed against the resonance field because the resonance field existed and the law dissolved resonance. That was the totality of the explanation. The formation's gold light flickered. Not once, 3 times in rapid succession, 3 separate impact events compressed into a second and a half. Each flicker representing a chapter's resonance field being hit with force beyond its design parameters and holding anyway. The multiplicative resonance of 20 genuine bonds was not a design. It was the emergent quality of authentic relationships at scale, and authentic things held differently than designed things when external forces tested them. They held from the inside rather than from the outside. Pressure tested them and found they had depth rather than just surface. Formation hold, Liangchen said. He had not raised his voice. The bond network carried his intention to every member of the formation with more precision than volume could have, directly, through the resonance channels, arriving as felt understanding rather than heard instruction. Do not spread. Core compression, every member. Tai Shenru, outer anchor, northern axis. Shen Luiying, outer anchor, southern axis. Shen Luiying had already identified her position. She had been reading the formation's structural requirements since the 17-chapter cascade had lit the sky an hour earlier, her nascent soul's modified resonance-based structure giving her a specific kind of clarity about what the formation's edges needed and where they were weakest. She was at the southern axis before Liangchen finished the instruction, feet planted on the cracked ice, her nascent soul qi extending outward in a thin and dense layer over the field's southern perimeter. The modifications that the sutra's resonance had made to her soul structure during the Chapter 96 repair, the partial resonance-based quality that 30 years of conventional nascent soul cultivation had not produced, were an advantage here that no one had designed and no one had predicted. The sutra had repaired a crack in her soul. In doing so, it had made her soul structurally well-suited to exactly the kind of work that was being required of it on this frozen lake. Tai Shenru moved with the deliberate care of someone working in a context they had studied for 2,000 years and never practiced in. He understood the formation's mechanics theoretically with a precision that surpassed everyone else present, except possibly Zhao Tsuiming. He had never felt those mechanics from the inside. The difference between reading about standing inside a formation and standing inside a formation was the same category of difference as the difference between 2,000 years of calling a vigil obligation and finally, in the 17th minute of this confrontation, calling it care. He found his position at the northern axis. His hands were shaking slightly. Liangchen noticed and did not comment, because there was nothing useful to say about it, and because a shaking Dao monarch candidate was still a Dao monarch candidate. The formation's core held all 7 original bonds, and every bond that had been built across the preceding 2 years of the household's genuine development. Meihua at the outer layer with wind veil threaded through the perimeter's architectural structure. Not the crude cutting technique it had been when Chapter 1 first granted it, but something that had been refined through 2 years of regular practice into something closer to architecture. Complex, load-bearing, capable of holding shape under sustained pressure while allowing the formation's other chi channels to pass through it without interference. Grandmother Yao with the Hearthstone barrier running in 2 simultaneous orientations, which she had never practiced, and was working out the inverse mechanics of in real time while the confrontation was occurring. The improvisation was visible in the technique's slightly rough texture at the structural joints, but the technique held. 8 decades of refinement gave a cultivator resources to draw on when the standard approach ran out. Chun Ryu with HeartLink sight running its continuous assessment at the full width of its 12-person monitoring capacity, her eyes in the unfocused state that indicated she was reading the bond network rather than the physical world, her breathing measured and deliberate. Wei Boshan at the thickest structural point of the formation, using body rather than technique. Iron rampart physique dense enough to serve as a physical anchor for the field's structural edge, absorbing the formation's lateral stress without active chi investment. Liangchen with Vanguard Surge held at stored potential, the kinetic energy contained and ready, his stillness the specific stillness of something about to move that was choosing not to yet. Xiao Yin running the Seedling of Heaven technique in reverse, her natural cultivation acceleration inverted to become cultivation contribution, feeding 2 years of accumulated growth potential back into the formation, the most unusual thing she could have done with her technique, and the most genuinely useful. Wei Chongwen stood beside Liangchen at the formation's center with root memory fully active, pulling 6 centuries of sutra scholarship from his perfect archive and distributing it through the bond network as shared awareness. Every technique, every structural principle, every historical precedent that might be relevant, available to every person in the formation in real time. The contribution was not dramatic and not visible from outside the formation. It was the kind of contribution that determined whether people made good decisions or bad ones under pressure, which was the kind of contribution that determined outcomes. At the formation's center, the echo of the hollow patriarch, translucent and ancient and exhausted and present. Chapter 19's Anchor, a bond between a living cultivator and the memory presence of 2,000 years of loss. The echo of who the patriarch had been before the centuries of absorbing, without processing, had consumed the person and left the consuming mechanism. The law of severed bonds dissolved bonds it could classify. A bond between a living cultivator and the echo of someone else's grief, sustained by acknowledgement rather than affection, was not a classification the law had a mechanism for. The echo held Chapter 19 with a structural solidity that no living bondholder could have matched at that moment, because the echo's presence was precisely the kind of thing that the law could not understand well enough to unravel. Outside the formation, at the boundary where the resonance field met the null-chi landscape of the bone reaches, Zhao Zunming watched the mending thread's progress with the focused attention of a scholar watching a calculation verify itself in real time. He had spent the previous night working the sealing mechanics based on the available chapter count, and he called the result across the distance with the voice of someone delivering a number that was accurate and would not improve from being softened. 12 hours to full sealing at current output rate. The field will hold for approximately 12 hours needed. 3 hours available. The gap was 9 hours, and the gap was not abstract. It was the space between a problem being solved and a problem not being solved, and it was present in the formation's shared awareness through the bond network with the clarity of accurate information about a serious situation. The law pressed again. The ice beneath the formation groaned, not from structural impact, because the law had no interest in ice, but from the null-chi effect that the force generated as a secondary consequence of its pressure against the resonance field. The physical environment around the formation was being strained by proximity to the confrontation. The chi in the air between the formation's outer edge and the null-chi landscape was doing things chi was not designed to do. Grandmother Yao's Hearthstone barrier absorbed the impact at the perimeter. Her face went briefly pale around the edges, not from pain, but from the effort of absorbing a force of that magnitude, while simultaneously managing the inward-facing layer and the outward-facing layer with equal attention. She steadied herself through some internal act of will. No word, no acknowledgement. This was what she was here for. First impact absorbed, Ryu reported through the bond network, her voice professional and clear. Barrier integrity at 87%, recovering. All 20 chapters stable. Liangchen, your nascent soul is at 100%. The field is holding. 100%. He had earned that figure over months of careful recovery from the breakthrough that had required grinding through the damaged Chapter 8's feedback loop. He did not spend time thinking about what 3 hours of anchoring the 20-chapter field against a cosmological law would do to that figure. The gap is 9 hours, he said, quietly, stating the problem rather than its implications. What closes a 9-hour gap? Through the bond network, Zhao Cunming heard the question even from outside the formation's perimeter. More chapters, he called. Each additional chapter doubles the ceiling rate. 21 chapters would need 6 hours. 22 chapters would need 3. 3 hours is your available window. 2 more genuine bonds is the target. 22 chapters in the time available, Liangchen said. 2 more genuine bonds, Zhao Cunming confirmed. Before the law finds the formation's natural variance point and begins concentrating rather than applying broad pressure. Broad pressure is what we are facing now. Concentrated pressure is different in kind. The broad pressure is sustainable within the formation's integrity limits. The concentrated form is not something we can sustain against. If the law finds the variance point and concentrates before we have the 2 additional chapters, the timeline collapses. We are measuring this in minutes. He looked around the formation through the bond network's shared awareness. Every person who carried a genuine bond was present. Every chapter was accounted for. He had reviewed this assessment 3 times on the journey north. He had reviewed it on the departure morning. He had reviewed it the night before the confrontation. Each time there had been one possibility he had set aside as too speculative to plan around, too dependent on a thing that could not be forced. Zhao Cunming, Liangchen said. The self-bond chapter, the theoretical one. Tell me everything you know about it. Hook. The scholar's pause was very brief. 3 references in 6 centuries, he said. None confirmed. But the conditions for it may be exactly what you have been avoiding thinking about for 2 years. Chapter 122, 3 references. Zhao Cunming called from outside the formation perimeter, and his voice had the focused precision of someone who understood that clarity was the most useful thing he could contribute at this moment. Across 6 centuries of scholarship, none confirmed, all arrived at through logical extension rather than documented observation. I have read all 3 references multiple times, and I can tell you with confidence that no practitioner in the documented history of the sutra has been confirmed to have unlocked it. The law pressed against the formation again. Steady. The testing pressure of a force that had been doing this since before the current cultivation civilization existed, that would still be doing it after this confrontation ended one way or another, that did not have an endpoint or a goal except the dissolution of what it encountered. The theoretical premise, Zhao Cunming continued, speaking quickly because the window for this conversation was defined by external forces, is that the sutra's author intended a chapter tied not to another person, but to the cultivator's own relationship with their identity as the art center. The author's stated intention was that the sutra represents the complete household. A household's completeness includes the cultivator's own relationship with themselves, not with what they carry, but with who they are. Not the cultivator as the anchor of the formation, not the cultivator as the practitioner of the art, the person at the center of the family. The household is only complete when the person living in it has accepted that they belong there. Still abstract, Meihua said from the outer edge, where her wind veil was burning in its architectural configuration. Her voice was even despite the reserves she was burning, the evenness of someone who had decided that calm was a contribution rather than a performance. What does accepting yourself without qualification look like in practice? What is the specific condition? The scholarship disagrees, Zhao Cunming said. The first reference says the cultivator must consciously accept their role as anchor. The second says the cultivator must stop distinguishing between carrying the art and being what the art describes, stop thinking of the sutra as a technique they use, and start experiencing it as a description of what they genuinely are. The third says, a brief pause. The third says the cultivator must stop measuring. The ice groaned again beneath their feet. The law's steady pressure had not lessened. The formation was burning reserves against it with the mathematical patience of a clock, a percentage every 4 minutes, inexorable, not dramatic, simply the physical consequence of force applied over time. He had perhaps 75 minutes before the broad pressure found the variance point. He had perhaps 3 hours before the variance point became unsurvivable. The gap between 75 minutes and 3 hours was the window in which the concentrated pressure would be worse than what they were currently sustaining, but not yet catastrophic. In the bond network, Ruoyu's presence carried a quality that was not urgency and was not instruction. She had said what she needed to say before the formation formed, specifically to Liangchen in the bond network, privately. The words had been direct in the way she was direct when something mattered too much for softness. You have never stood at the center of your family and felt it. You have always been measuring the distance between yourself and each person rather than closing it. You treat the formation as a system to manage rather than a home to be inside. The formation's window is not long. If there is a self-bond chapter to unlock, the condition for it is the thing you have been choosing not to do. She was not repeating it now. She was trusting him to have heard it. 14 minutes into the formation hold, she reported aloud. Integrity degrading uniformly. The law has not yet found a pressure point. Rate of integrity loss approximately 2% per 4 minutes at current output. He did the calculation. At 2% per 4 minutes, the formation would degrade to critical threshold in approximately 80 minutes. The critical threshold was the point where the law could find the natural variance in the chapter's resonance distribution and concentrate its force. After that point, 80 minutes became a considerably shorter number. If the self-bond chapter unlocks, he said, and if it produces the multiplicative restructuring the scholarship suggests, if it produces that, Zhao Zunming said, the ceiling time drops to a figure that the formation's integrity limit can sustain. I believe it will produce that. The scholarship's position on what a 21st chapter does to the sutra's architecture is consistent enough across 6 centuries that I consider it reliable. The author built the multiplicative architecture in from the beginning. The self-bond chapter is the key that activates it. You believe, Mei Huan noted. Her voice was steady, but he could feel through the bond network the quality of her attention. The older sister's specific kind of focus on her younger brother. The one she had held since the morning, she found him in the courtyard reading the jade slip with the jade slip shattered on the ground beside him. He had been 12 years old, and she had already been the person who stepped toward the problem rather than away from it. She had taken his hand that morning. She had not said anything about the chapter system or the inheritance or what it all meant. She had simply taken his hand and said, "We will figure this out together." He had been measuring the distance between them for 2 years. Not unkindly, not with calculation. Simply with the habit of a person who had learned to treat their bonds as resources to be managed rather than relationships to be inside. I believe, Zhao Zunming confirmed. I have studied the sutra for a very long time. This is the first time I have had the opportunity to test whether the belief was correct. Both things are true at once. The uncertainty does not change what we need to attempt. What is the condition for the self-bond chapter? Liangchen asked. Not for information. He knew what Zhao Zunming had said, but because saying it aloud clarified what he needed to actually do. There was a difference between knowing a concept and engaging it as a real task with real stakes. Stop measuring, Zhao Zunming said. Specifically, stop being the cultivator who carries the sutra and be the person the sutra is describing. Not as a decision, as a genuine state. The author wrote that the self-bond chapter cannot be attempted, it can only be arrived at. You cannot pursue it as an objective. You can only become someone for whom it is the natural consequence of who you already are. The law pressed again. The gold light of the formation dimmed at the outer edge and recovered. 3% rather than the usual 2%. The variance in the pressure was increasing, the force beginning to probe rather than just apply. The variance point was moving closer. He looked at Mei Hua, not at her technique or her formation contribution or her cultivation output. At the person who was his sister, who had been at the gate of the family estate since the morning after the jade slip shattered, who had accepted the bond before she knew what she was accepting because accepting it was simply what she did, who had been burning her chi reserves thin at this formation's outer edge for 14 minutes because the people she loved were inside it. She was here. She had always been here. He had been tracking her presence as a variable when he should have been simply knowing she was his sister and being glad. He thought, she is my sister. I am glad she exists. He looked at grandmother Yao, not at the Hearthstone barrier, but at the 83-year-old woman who had held a debt oath for 40 years and cried alone the night he lit up golden because she had spent 40 years waiting to believe her family was going to be all right. He thought, she stayed. Through everything. She stayed. He looked at Chun Ruyu and thought, simply and without framework, I love her. Not as an assessment. Not as a factor in the formation's personnel distribution. As a fact about who he was. He looked at Wei Boshan, at his father who had stood in a mountain past choke point that had not been his to hold, who had held it and come back, and he thought. He came back, and he stayed. He looked at Lian Xinghe and Xiao Yin and Wei Chongwen and Shun Luiying, and the echo in the formation center, and Tai Shenru with shaking hands on the northern axis. Tai Shenru whose vigil had been obligation for 2,000 years and was now something else, something he was still working out the name for. And he looked at all of them, and for one moment, he was not managing the formation and not measuring distances and not running calculations about what each person's cultivation output contributed to the formation's structural integrity. He was a person who loved his family, not what the family accomplished, not what the bonds produced, not what the chapters represented or what the cultivation advancement they generated was worth. The people themselves, exactly as they were, in this moment, on this frozen lake, holding against something that wanted to unravel everything they had built. The 21st chapter of the sutra unlocked. Not with drama. It settled. The click of a door finally finding the frame it had been slightly off of, the sound of a fit becoming correct. A warmth that was not temperature spreading from the center of his chest outward through every bond channel simultaneously, touching each chapter in sequence and being returned, a loop that closed on itself and held. And then the sutra's multiplicative restructuring began. 21 chapters of genuine bonds did not add to each other. They multiplied. The output was not 21 times a single chapter's resonance. It was the resonance of each chapter amplified by the presence of every other chapter, cascading inward and outward simultaneously, each bond feeding every other bond's expression until the collective output bore no linear relationship to the sum of its parts. The gold light of the formation went from the ambient glow of a working cultivation technique to something that threw hard shadows across the frozen lake. The ice reflected it upward, gold on gray, the light sharp enough to see by at noon distance. The mending thread's sealing rate, which Zhao Zunming had been tracking through a combination of direct observation and theoretical modeling, changed so rapidly that he audibly stopped calculating and started again. Outside the formation, Zhao Zunming made a sound. Not words. The specific sound of a cultivator encountering something they had theorized about for centuries actually occurring in front of them. A breath released with no particular direction. The chapters are not adding, he said. His voice had the quality of someone choosing words with extreme care because what he was saying was extraordinary enough that precision mattered. They are multiplying. The 21st chapter has restructured the sutra's operational architecture. I can see the mending threads rate from here, and it is. I need to recalculate. He calculated for 45 seconds in silence, visible even at distance, moving through his scholarship with the focused intensity of a man who had waited centuries for this particular calculation. Hook. 45 minutes to sealing completion, he called. Down from 12 hours. But we are still short on the safety margin. 45 minutes is not 3 hours. The formation's integrity will hold for perhaps 30 minutes before the law finds the anchor. We still need Chapter 22. Chapter 123. The law of severed bonds registered the exponential increase in the counterfield's output and responded the way forces responded to greater counterforces. It concentrated. Not a strategy. Not a decision made by an entity with purposes and plans. The physics of force encountering resistance. When broad application fails to dissolve a target, concentration is the available alternative. The law did not decide to change tactics. The change happened because the law was a force and forces behaved according to their nature, and the nature of a force that dissolves resonance, when it encountered resonance it could not dissolve through broad application, was to find the point where all that resonance converged. The anchor. The shift in the pressure distribution was visible through the bond network before Ryu reported it. A felt quality in the formation's shared awareness, the specific sensation of even pressure becoming uneven, of something distributed becoming pointed. Like the difference between walking into a wind and walking into a jet of air from a single direction. The broad assault had been survivable. The concentrated form was a different question entirely. Pressure redistributing, Ryu said. And her voice was controlled in the way it was controlled when she was processing alarming information and had made the decision that control was more useful than alarm. The law is concentrating. It is targeting the anchor. The resonance convergence point. Liangchen, your nascent soul integrity is dropping. Not your reserves, your structural integrity. The force is targeting the soul itself. Soul integrity, not chi reserves, which would refill after the confrontation. Soul integrity was the structural coherence of the nascent soul itself. The thing that determined whether the cultivation base remained functional after extreme pressure. Soul integrity below a threshold was not recoverable through rest. The threshold was not zero. The threshold was the point below which the soul could no longer hold its own architecture without external support. And at that point the consequences cascaded in ways that ranged from cultivation-based damage to cultivation-based destruction. He held at the anchor position. The formation needed the anchor held. The mending thread's progress. 45 minutes to full sealing, with 21 chapters, according to Zhao Zunming's revised calculation, required the counterfield to remain coherent for the full window. If the anchor broke, the counterfield collapsed. If the counterfield collapsed, the mending thread's progress was not saved. The law simply resumed dissolving the resonance from the point where sealing had been interrupted. Every minute of progress lost to a broken anchor was a minute that would have to be earned again from a formation that was now depleted rather than fresh. How far, he asked. 78%, Ryu said, dropping at 3% per minute. At this rate, 26 minutes before we reach the threshold. We need the seal to complete before that. 26 minutes. Zhao Zunming had said 45. The difference was 19 minutes, and 19 minutes was not a rounding error. 19 minutes was the measure of a problem that required a different solution from the one currently in operation. The 22nd chapter, he said. He said it to the bond network, to all of them, because the problem belonged to all of them, and because the bond network shared awareness meant that collective knowledge about a collective problem arrived faster than any individual could route it. There is a chapter that has not been formed that could be forming. I need the person who holds it to decide whether it is real. Taishanru, Wei Chongwen said, from beside him at the formation center. His voice was even and precise, root memory active, 6 centuries of scholarship informing the suggestion. The Vigil Bond. Liangchen, it is already present in the network's potential field. The chapter structure is there. It formed partially during the extended winter visit. The question is whether Taishanru would recognize what he has been calling obligation as what it has actually become. If he recognizes it and names it, Taishanru heard this from the northern axis. He had been holding his position with the stillness of someone managing a very large internal process very quietly. The shaking in his hands had not stopped. It had become more visible in the minutes since Chapter 21 unlocked. The specific quality of a person working through something significant in real time, not a physical difficulty, but a reckoning of some kind. The kind that came when a person had been using one name for something for a very long time and was about to discover whether the name was still accurate. The vigil, Taishanru said. He said it the way someone said something they had been carrying and had decided, in this moment, to put down. Not dramatically, with the specific quietness of a long-delayed action finally taken. 2,000 years of vigil. I have been calculating, Liangchen Wei, from the moment the sutra scholar described how the chapters worked, from the moment I understood that the vigil's continuation was producing something in the bond network's potential field. I have been calculating whether what I call the vigil was, what the vigil was. A pause in which the formation held steady and the law pressed against the anchor with the concentrated force of a cosmological principle encountering the thing it was designed to dissolve. The ice groaned under the pressure. The gold light held. I think I have been calculating because I was afraid to stop calculating and simply know. Knowing is not reversible. Calculating can be suspended and resumed. Knowing must be lived with. What do you know? Liangchen asked. The pause before the answer was not long. It only felt long because of what was at stake. Both the formation's window and the truth that a 2,000-year-old cultivator was about to say out loud for the first time. I came back, Taishanru said. I called it obligation for 2,000 years, because obligation was a category I could hold without risk. Obligation has a defined scope and defined requirements, and when the requirements are met, the obligation is satisfied. Genuine care does not have a defined scope. Genuine care does not have a point at which the requirements are satisfied. I called it obligation because obligation was safe. But I came back every 6 months and I taught you things, and I made the journey in the cold months and the uncertain months and the months when I had other work I was setting aside, and I told myself each time it was the vigil's requirement. I came here, to this frozen lake, in this formation, with these people I have watched become a household, and I told myself it was scholarly duty to witness the sutra's operation at scale. His voice was not shaking. His hands were shaking, but his voice had the specific steadiness of someone who had found the accurate thing and was saying it. It is not scholarly duty. The vigil was never only obligation. I do not know when it stopped being only obligation. I think it stopped before I was willing to admit that it had stopped. The bond network responded, not through an announcement or a report, through the direct resonance of the channel, the felt quality of something that had been a thread becoming a cable. Chapter 22 locked. The warmth that moved through the network was different from the 21st chapter's warmth. That had been the warmth of a person accepting themselves, spreading outward. This was the warmth of a connection being named after 2,000 years of being present but unnamed, and it had the specific quality of things that have been waiting a long time to be what they are. 22 chapters. The sutra's multiplicative architecture absorbed the additional bond, and the ceiling rate shifted again, not as dramatically as the 21st chapter's restructuring, but measurably, the mending thread's progress accelerating by the calculated amount. 31 minutes to ceiling, Zhao Zunming called. And your integrity? Hook. Dropping, Ryu said, her voice still controlled, still steady, her heart-link sight reading the bond network's structural data with the precision of someone who had spent 30 years making this technique exactly what it needed to be for exactly this kind of moment. 23 minutes before threshold at current rate. We are 8 minutes short of the seal completing before you lose anchor capacity. We need either another chapter, or we need Liangchen's soul protected from the concentration. Chapter 124, I can hold the anchor, Liangchen said. He said it not as reassurance, but as a calculation he was performing in real time, testing the proposition for accuracy. 23 minutes was the window. He was at 74% and dropping at 3% per minute. The threshold was 50%, below which the soul's architecture could no longer self-maintain without external support. At 3% per minute, 50% was approximately 8 minutes away if the rate held. If the rate increased, if the law found a way to concentrate its force more precisely, the number was smaller. Not without protection, Ryu said. Her HeartLink site was reading the bond network's structural channels with the precision that 30 years of development had given the technique, and what she was reading was accurate. The law's concentrated force was not going through the formation's perimeter, not targeting the chapter's resonance bonds, not doing any of the things that the formation's structural architecture was designed to resist. It was targeting the convergence point, the place where all 22 chapters' resonance met and accumulated, which happened to coincide with the cultivator who was anchoring the art. Every bond's chi flowed to that point and amplified at that point, and the law was hitting the amplification nexus with everything it had. The chi dissolving at the nexus was not drawn from his reserves. It was drawn from his soul's structural coherence. The soul integrity loss is not from chi depletion, Ryu said. It is direct structural erosion. Your nascent soul is taking direct damage from the concentration. At the current rate, you will hold the anchor until you cannot, and then you will not be functional enough to hold anything for the remainder of the confrontation. We need a way to protect the soul structure. Not refill it, protect it. 8 minutes short on the math. 8 minutes between the 31 minutes Zhao Cunming had calculated for sealing and the 23 minutes Ryu had calculated before Liangchen's soul hit the threshold. 8 minutes was not a small number when you were standing in a formation absorbing a cosmological force. The formation cannot spare reserves for a soul barrier, Meihua said. She was not dismissing the option. She was stating the constraint that needed to be worked around. The perimeter is using everything I have available, and I am maintaining the minimum. If I redirect toward a soul barrier, the outer edge loses architectural coherence, and the law gets direct access to the formation's interior. The Hearthstone barrier, Grandmother Yao said. Her voice was entirely steady. She had been managing the Hearthstone barrier in 2 simultaneous orientations for 19 minutes, which was 19 minutes longer than she had ever practiced that configuration. Her reserves were not what they had been at the formation's start. She had the quality of someone who had been doing something very demanding for a long time and was about to offer to do something more demanding still, and who had already made the decision and was stating it rather than asking permission. The inward-facing orientation of the Hearthstone barrier, she said. I have been using it to manage the formation's internal cohesion. The 22 active chapters generate sufficient intrinsic cohesion at this stage that the internal barrier is redundancy, not necessity. If I collapse the inward-facing orientation and redirect that output toward a direct soul barrier around the anchor, the formation's internal cohesion without active support, Liangchen said. 22 genuine chapters at multiplicative scale, she said. The cohesion is intrinsic. The barrier was a precaution for a formation at an earlier stage. We are past that stage. A pause that was not hesitation but calculation. I can do it. The soul barrier will protect the anchor's structural integrity. The 22 chapters hold the formation's internal cohesion. The seal completes. The numbers work. He could feel, through the bond network, the weight of what she was offering. Not just the technique. The 83-year-old woman who had already been holding 2 simultaneous orientations for 19 minutes was proposing to collapse one orientation and redirect the output to a third function that she had also never practiced. The total chi management load did not decrease. It changed shape in a way that was perhaps more efficient, but was certainly not easier. He thought about telling her to find another way. He thought about that for approximately 1 second before recognizing that there was no other way, and that she knew this, and had done the calculation before he had. She had done the calculation the moment she recognized the problem. That was who she was. That was what 40 years of being the household's continuity had made her, a person who assessed and acted, who did not wait for authorization when the need was clear. He also thought, briefly, about the Bone Reach's journey, about the 4 days of travel through Nulchi landscape that had preceded this moment, about the night before the confrontation when Grandmother Yao had sat with the household's formation planning documents for 3 hours and asked Zhao Cunming questions until Zhao Cunming ran out of answers and admitted it. She had been preparing. She had been preparing for the possibility of exactly this contingency. The anchor in danger, the formation unable to spare reserves, herself the only option. She had not said any of this. She had simply been ready. Do it, he said. Grandmother Yao made the adjustment. Through the bond network, he felt the inward-facing orientation of the Hearthstone barrier dissolve and a new layer form around his nascent soul. Not cold and rigid the way a formal defensive technique would have been, but warm in the specific way that the Hearthstone barrier was always warm, the quality of something built from years of genuine domestic cultivation. It felt like being wrapped in something that had been made with care. He did not use that word in his internal assessment of the technique's effectiveness. He used it anyway. Soul integrity loss rate dropping, Royu reported. Her voice had changed slightly, the quality of someone whose instrument had just started reading a number that was better than the previous number. Still losing, but slowly now. I am recalculating the threshold timeline. A pause. 34 minutes before threshold at current rate. That is 3 minutes past the sealing window. 3 minutes of margin. 3 minutes between the seal completing and Liangchen's soul reaching a point of structural damage that would require intervention. 3 minutes was not comfort. But 3 minutes was a margin where no margin had existed 30 seconds ago. Holding, he said. He did not say thank you aloud. He said it through the bond network, directly to Grandmother Yao, as the felt quality of what the barrier meant to him. The acknowledgement she actually needed rather than the form she would have accepted. She received it through the bond network's direct channel. He felt her receive it. The mending thread's progress came in steady reports from Zhao Tsuanming. 60%, 70, 87. At 87%, the rate of progress was visibly accelerating. The formation's resonance building on itself at the sutra's multiplicative rate, each chapter's output feeding the others, and the collective output increasing as the sealing process neared completion. 92%, Zhao Tsuanming called. Liangchen's soul integrity, 68%, down from 74 at the start of the soul barrier, but the drop was slow enough that the math held. 96, 64, 98, 2 minutes, 61. The formation held. Every person in it held. Grandmother Yao with the soul barrier and the outer perimeter simultaneously, the lines around her mouth set with effort. Tai Shinru on the northern axis, hands finally still, the shaking resolved into the stillness that came not from suppression but from arrival. A person who had said the true thing and found themselves on the other side of it. Meihua burning the last of her secondary reserves through Wind Vale's architectural configuration. Ruoyu tracking 11 people through Heartlink sight without looking up from the unfocused state of pure monitoring. Wei Boshan standing like something that had been put there for the specific purpose of not moving. 100%, Zhao Tsuanming called. The mending thread has completed the seal. Hook. The gold light held for a moment, and then the law of severed bonds went quiet. Not defeated. Not weakened. Sealed. The cosmological force that had been pressing against the formation with the patience of something eternal went still, because the mending thread had closed the aperture through which it acted, and through a sealed aperture, a force could not press. Liangchen's soul was at 59%. 3 minutes had been exactly enough. It had been exactly enough. Chapter 125. The gold light of the formation did not fade immediately. It took 11 minutes for the resonance field to recognize that the pressure it had been countering was gone, and in those 11 minutes the field burned as brightly as it had at its peak. 22 chapters of genuine bond resonance, multiplicative in structure, holding a counter field against nothing. The mending thread seal was complete, and the law was sealed, and the counter field had nothing to push against, and it pushed anyway, because the formation structure was built for that, and the formation structure took time to read the new situation and adjust. They stood in the light of that burning for 11 minutes, and did not speak. 11 minutes was a long time to stand in gold light on a frozen lake at the edge of the Nulchi landscape of the Bone Reaches, after 31 minutes of holding against a cosmological force. It was a long time to stand anywhere after that. No one moved to fill it with words or action, and this was because the bond network carried the collective understanding that the moment required standing in and not translating into something more manageable. Some things earned their 11 minutes. When the light finally began to settle, not fade, settle, the gold becoming less ablaze and more an ambient glow, the formation's output stabilizing around its baseline maintenance level, they moved. Not on any signal. The bond network read the moment, and the bond network's members read each other, and the moment was now. The held breath released. Grandmother Yao sat down on the ice. She did it precisely and without making it theatrical. She assessed the situation, determined that sitting was the appropriate response to having managed the Hearthstone barrier in 2 simultaneous orientations for 31 minutes, while also holding a soul barrier for the final 8 minutes, and sat. Xiao Yin was beside her immediately, not because anyone had asked her to be, but because her Chapter 15 bond was with Grandmother Yao, and her body had processed the proximity requirement before her mind had consciously directed it. She sat down on the ice beside the 83-year-old woman without asking whether her presence was wanted. I am fine, Grandmother Yao said. I am sitting because this was demanding. Not because I am in distress. There is a difference. I know, Xiaoyan said, and sat beside her. No further commentary. The presence was the thing, not the commentary. Shen Luing had stepped back from the southern axis when the light settled and was standing with her eyes closed and her hands at her sides, doing something quiet and internal. The soul structure modification that the sutra's resonance had produced in her during the Chapter 96 repair, the partial resonance-based quality that had made her useful as an outer anchor, had been working in a sustained way throughout the confrontation, and what it cost her to use that capacity extensively was something she was processing now, privately, with the specific privacy of someone who had built a practice of assessing her own state accurately and without drama. After a few minutes, she opened her eyes. She looked at the space where the seal had completed. She nodded once, as if confirming something to herself, and then she looked at Liangchen with an expression that communicated, I am functional. Continue. Tai Shenru had not moved from the northern axis. He was standing with his hands at his sides, still, genuinely still, the shaking resolved, looking at the space where the mending thread seal had closed. His expression was the expression of someone processing something significant at a pace they had determined for themselves. He had said the true thing. He was living with it now, which was the part that came after saying the true thing and was always different in kind from what you expected. The chapter held, Liangchen said to him. Not a question. The chapter held, Tai Shenru confirmed. A long pause that contained the weight of 2,000 years of a word being used to describe something that the word did not quite fit. I was not certain it would. I was not certain the thing I called the vigil was. I was not certain whether what I felt was genuine enough for the sutra's requirements. The sutra apparently adjudicates these things with more generosity than I would adjudicate them myself. The sutra attracts genuineness, Zhao Cunming said, from outside the formation perimeter, crossing toward them now over the cracked ice. His gait was unhurried. The gait of a man who had spent 31 minutes watching something he had theorized about for 6 centuries and was still processing the fact of having seen it. Not perfection, not clarity, not the absence of complication. The question is not whether the bond was uncomplicated or unmixed or easy to name. The question is whether it was real. What you held was real. Tai Shenru considered this for a long moment. Then he made a small sound, not agreement, not disagreement. Something that was closer to the sound of a very old thing being set down carefully after being carried for a very long time. Through the bond network, Liangchen ran the formation status check. 22 chapters, all present. Soul integrity at 59%. Not as low as he had feared when the rate was 3% per minute, and not as high as he would have preferred, but within the range that Ryu's monitoring had said was survivable. His nascent soul's structural integrity was recoverable with rest. He had 12 days of reduced cultivation output ahead of him based on the standard recovery curves for this level of integrity loss, and then a month of careful rebuilding before he was back to the level he had held walking into the bone reaches. None of that was comfortable. All of it was survivable. He was alive, and the seal was complete, and the formation had held. He stood in the settling light and let himself feel that fully. He had a habit, developed over 2 years of managing the sutra's development, of converting significant events into data points before he had finished experiencing them. The advancement that became a cultivation log entry before he had sat with what it felt like. The chapter formation that became a structural analysis before the warmth of it had finished moving through the bond network. He set that habit aside for the moment. 31 minutes of holding against the law of severed bonds, with 22 chapters of genuine bond resonance, and a Tao monarch candidate's vigil, and an 83-year-old woman's soul barrier, and it had held. The seal was complete. The law was sealed. He let that be what it was for a few minutes before he let it become anything else. He walked to Ryu, not because she was the nearest person, she was not, but because she was who he walked to at the end of something significant. She had been tracking 11 people's vital states for 31 minutes, and she was doing the final readings now, moving through the bond network's monitoring with the methodical efficiency of someone finishing a task before allowing the task's completion to register as complete. He waited for her to finish the last reading. She looked up. Everyone is functional, she said. Grandmother, Yao will need 3 days of rest. Meihua will need 2. You will need 12. Shen Luiying will need 4. Everyone else is within normal recovery parameters. A pause. The seal held. The law is sealed. Good, he said. Good, she agreed, and let herself lean against him briefly. Not a collapse, not a dramatic release, just the specific movement of someone who had held very still for a long time and was allowing themselves, now, to stop holding still. He put his arm around her. They stood there for a moment in the settling gold light and the cold air of the bone reaches. Hook. Outside the formation perimeter, Zhao Cunming had opened his notes. Before we discuss the journey back, he said, there are 3 intelligence reports I received in the bone reaches that I believe belong to this conversation. 2 from Fengluo's network. 1 from Wei Chongwen's deep contacts. He paused. The Remnant Covenant has hired an assessor to evaluate the Wei household's resonance signature. His name is Grey Iteration. He is Ancestor Realm. He is already in the northern reaches. Chapter 1:26 The journey back from the bone reaches took 4 days. The formation dissolved 12 minutes after Zhao Cunming shared the intelligence. The 22 chapters settling back from active resonance to their baseline maintenance state, the gold light fading into the gray winter air until all that remained was the quiet warmth of the bond network operating at rest. The silence after the formation's dissolution felt different from the silence that had existed before the confrontation began. The same physical quiet, but with a different weight, the weight of something that had been tested and had held. They traveled through the Nulchi landscape with the careful pace that was appropriate for a group that had been doing what they had been doing. Grandmother Yao accepted assistance over the most difficult terrain without comment. She accepted it as a practical response to a physical situation, which was the same way she accepted assistance with anything, without the performance of either false independence or excessive gratitude. Tai Shinru walked near the center of the group rather than at its periphery, which was different from every previous journey they had made together and which no one pointed out, because pointing it out would have made it a thing to be acknowledged rather than simply what was happening. Zhao Cunming shared the intelligence in full on the second day of travel. In the evening, gathered in the shelter that Lian Qinghe and Wei Basan had constructed from the landscape's sparse materials and Meihua's wind veil. The fire Lian Qinghe had coaxed from damp wood burned without being particularly warm, and they sat close to it, because cold was cold regardless of what else was true. Grey Iteration is not a name, Zhao Cunming said. He had a scholar's habit of leading with the most important structural fact about a topic before providing detail. It is a designation. The Ancestor Realm cultivators who work as assessors for the larger political organizations use designations rather than names. It provides operational security and establishes that the work is being done in a professional capacity rather than a personal one. An Ancestor Realm assessor arriving at a designated location under their designation is communicating that they are operating within contracted parameters. They have formal obligations to their contractors, and formal obligations create predictable behavior patterns. Predictable behavior is something we can plan around. What are they assessing? Meihua asked. The resonance signature, Zhao Cunming said. Specifically, the scale, stability, and practical application ceiling of the Supreme Family Sutra's current operational state. The Remnant Covenant wants to know how powerful the household has become and what the realistic limits of that power are. They want a professional evaluation, not a raid. This suggests they are making a decision rather than executing one they have already made. What decision? Wei Chongwen asked. Root memory was active. Liangchen could feel the deep archive being queried in real time. 6 centuries of political history being searched for comparable scenarios involving large organizations assessing smaller cultivation families. 2 possibilities, Zhao Cunming said. 1. They are deciding whether the household represents a threat that justifies a direct engagement. 2. They are deciding what the household is worth to someone who might pay for access to it or removal of it. He paused. The second possibility is supported by the 3rd intelligence report. Wei Chongwen, your contact confirmed the ancient entity's activity. Wei Chongwen's expression did not change. It rarely changed, for reasons connected to the specificity of his technique's effect on emotional processing. Root memory organized information with the precision of a perfect archive, which meant the emotional weight of information was registered and stored accurately, but was not always expressed in the face. What changed was his presence in the bond network, which carried a quality he rarely showed. The specific quality of someone about to share information they had been holding carefully and were now releasing into a shared space. The entity, Wei Chongwen said, is not a cultivator. It does not cultivate. It does not accumulate qi or advance through ranks or develop techniques. What it does is collect genuine bond resonance from active sutra practitioners. It has been doing this for a very long time, longer than the sutra's documented history. My contact's assessment is that the collection is architectural. The entity is building something that requires genuine bond resonance as a structural component, the way a building requires specific materials. The resonance is not a fuel source. It is a component. Building what? Lian Qinghe asked. Heaven's sovereign ascension architecture, Zhao Cunming said. He said it quietly, with the quietness of someone saying something whose implications they have had time to process and have not fully resolved. The fire popped. Outside the shelter, the Nulchi landscape stretched in every direction, gray and empty and ancient in the specific way that places far from cultivation civilization were ancient. The highest tier, he continued, above Tao monarch, above ancestor realm. The cultivation world has no confirmed examples of anyone reaching heaven's sovereign through conventional means. If someone is building the architecture, if there is a way to construct the path rather than discover it through cultivation, then genuine bond resonance at scale is apparently one of the materials required. And not just any bond resonance. The resonance produced by bonds that are real, authentic, irreducible, which makes what we have been building very valuable, Meihua said. Yes, Zhao Zuming said. That is the correct word. And valuable things in the cultivation world attract the full range of responses that valuable things attract: protection, acquisition, competition, and removal. The Remnant Covenant's interest is one of those responses. The ancient entity is another. We should not be surprised that two of those responses have arrived simultaneously. We should expect that more will follow. No one said anything for a moment. The fire burned and the shelter held against the bone reaches cold, and all of them sat with the specific weight of that word applied to what they had spent 2 years building. Valuable was a neutral word in most contexts. In this context, it meant something that powerful parties wanted to acquire or neutralize. It meant a target. We knew this was a possibility, Meihua said. She said it not to minimize the weight, but to locate it accurately. Not a new development, but a development they had seen coming from a distance and had chosen to continue working through anyway. We knew the art scale would draw attention. We knew this would happen. Knowing and arriving at it are different, Liangchen said. Yes, she agreed. They are. She paused. We dealt with the law. We deal with what comes next. That is the sequence. Lianxia had been quiet through the intelligence sharing, which was not his usual mode during planning discussions. He was typically the person who identified tactical angles earliest. His quiet had the quality of someone running calculations and not yet ready to share the conclusions. Gray iterations timeline, he said finally. Zhao Zuming, when does the assessment report reach the Remnant Covenant? After 30 days of observation? How long after that before they act on it? The contracted assessment is 30 days of observation, Zhao Zuming said. Report delivery within a week of conclusion. The Covenant's decision cycle after that is variable. It depends on what the report says and how much internal debate the decision generates. I would estimate 2 to 4 months from the assessment's end before any Covenant action. He paused. That gives us approximately 4 months from now. Possibly more. For months. Through the bond network, the 22 chapters held their warmth, stable and present, the seal complete and the law quiet. Hook. It was near the compound, Liangchen said. Before we left, Wei Chongwen reported an observation in the southern orchard. Wei Chongwen nodded. 3 days before we departed for the bone reaches, he said. It observed from the orchard and left. My contact's assessment is that it was evaluating whether the compound's resonance had reached a sufficient scale for its architectural requirements. It has not taken action. A pause. But it knows what we are building. And now, after today's formation, the compound's resonance output has changed substantially. Chapter 127 Liangchen's recovery began the day they returned to the Wei compound. Ruoyu managed it with the combination of medical cultivation precision and the specific quality of attention she brought to people she loved, which was the same attention but applied with different warmth, not less rigor, but more of the care that went beyond what was professionally required. She established the recovery protocol on the first morning, 12 days of reduced cultivation output, the first 4 essentially none, then a graduated return built around the soul integrity readings she would take twice daily. She checked his nascent soul's structural state each morning and evening, using HeartLink sight to monitor the recovery with the directness of a technique that had been developed for exactly this purpose over 30 years. You are healing correctly, she said, on the 4th morning, which was the first morning she said it with the quality of someone stating a fact rather than watching for a fact. The soul barrier limited the damage. If Grandmother Yao had not redirected in time, the integrity loss at 3% per minute, unprotected, over the full 31 minutes, you would have needed 6 months of recovery rather than 12 days, and the integrity floor afterward would have been lower than what you started with. I know, he said. I want to make sure you know that you know, she said. Sometimes knowing a thing and feeling the weight of it are separate processes. The weight is important. It changes how you move through the world. He thought about that. About the specific way Grandmother Yao had made the adjustment. The fact that she had been holding 2 orientations for 19 minutes before that, and had redirected to a 3rd function without pausing to assess whether it was something she could do. She had assessed that it was necessary and done it. She has done something like this twice now, he said. The first time was the spirit fire breakthrough. She stepped between me and the backlash because she saw it coming before I did and moved before anyone had time to discuss it. She will do it a third time if the situation calls for it, Ryu said. That is who she is. The relevant question is whether you appreciate that now, while nothing significant is happening, or whether you need another moment of crisis to make you notice it. He thought about this. The pattern she was describing was real. He had seen it in himself, the way he processed the most significant moments after the fact rather than in them. The Chapter 21 unlock had worked precisely because he had stopped that habit for 30 seconds. He had been present instead of processing. He had felt his family instead of assessing them. I will work on that, he said. I know you will, she said, with the specific confidence of someone who had watched him work on things for 2 years and knew how he worked. Not blindly, not with the generic optimism that dismissed the difficulty, with the assessment of someone who had watched and believed the assessment. He appreciated it. He went to Grandmother Yao's room in the East Wing that afternoon, not because she needed anything. She was 3 days into her own recovery and doing fine, reading the cultivation text she kept in the East Wing with the unhurried pace of someone who had earned unscheduled time, but because she was who he wanted to sit with. He brought tea. She accepted it without making a production of the visit and moved the text to the side table to make room. You came back from the bone reaches, she said, after the tea was poured. We all came back, he said. Yes, she said. That was the important part. They sat in the afternoon light that came through the East Wing's windows, which faced the inner courtyard where Xiaoyan was practicing the prior warning technique in the careful way she practiced things. Not fast, not showy, testing each element of the movement before committing to the next, then repeating it until the repetition produced understanding rather than just familiarity. They watched her practice for a while without commenting on it. Grandmother Yao had a quality in those moments that Liangchen had come to recognize over the preceding year. The quality of someone who was exactly where they wanted to be, doing nothing in particular, entirely present. The 23rd chapter, Liangchen said eventually. He had been thinking about it since the journey back. Zhao Zunming's notes mentioned the place bond as a theoretical possibility. The same category as the self-bond chapter, logical extension from the scholarship rather than documented observation. No confirmed instances in 6 centuries. You were thinking about the threat picture, Grandmother Yao said. It was not a criticism. It was an observation delivered with the mild fondness of someone watching a pattern they recognized. I am thinking about the threat picture, he confirmed. Gray iteration is 3 days from the valley. The ancient entity has been in the valley twice. The remnant covenant is making decisions about us. 22 chapters sealed the law, but 22 chapters is the current state, and the current state faces threats that may require more than the current state can manage. The question is whether trying to force the next chapter into existence because I need one would be exactly the wrong approach. The self-bond chapter did not come from trying, she said. No, he agreed. It came from stopping. From being present in what was already there instead of managing the distance between myself and it. You stopped measuring, she said. She looked at the courtyard, where Xiaoyan was running the prior warning technique's third movement with careful attention, and found that you had already arrived somewhere you had been standing in for 2 years without noticing it. The 22nd chapter formed the same way, he said. Tai Shenru stopped calculating whether the vigil was genuine and simply knew it. The knowing had been there the whole time. The calculating was the thing in the way. He paused. I think the self-bond chapter was the same principle at a larger scale. I was the one in the way. My own habit of measuring was the obstacle between me and what was already present. The sutra is patient with that habit, Grandmother Yao said. It waited 2 years. The sutra did not wait, he said. The sutra was ready the entire time. I was the one who needed the 2 years. She accepted this as the accurate correction it was, with the small nod of someone who finds the distinction meaningful. He turned his teacup in his hands. Outside the window, Xiaoyan had moved to the 4th movement of the prior warning technique, the one that extended the detection field outward in a 3-dimensional cone rather than a flat plane. She had been working on the 3-dimensional extension for 3 weeks and was getting it right. The technique's chi taking the shape it was supposed to take, not with the effort of construction, but with the ease of something that had been practiced until it was natural. That was how the sutra's chapters worked too. You did not construct them. You cultivated the conditions for them, and then they arrived. The compound has accumulated 2 years of genuine welcomes, he said. Every person who came through the south gate and was received with actual care. The compound holds that. Ryu has been saying it is building into something. I have been noting it in the cultivation log as an interesting phenomenon rather than as something that requires engagement. You have been measuring it, Grandmother Yao said. He paused. That was exactly the word. He had been measuring the place bond's formation the same way he had measured the distance between himself and his family members before Chapter 21. tracking it as data rather than being inside it as experience. Yes, he said. I have been measuring it. Hook. He turned his teacup in his hands. Through the bond network, the 22 chapters held their warmth with the steadiness that had come through the bone reaches intact. The 23rd chapter, he said. If it follows the same principle, I may have already built what it requires. The question is whether I am willing to recognize it. Grandmother Yao looked at him with the specific patience of someone who understood that this recognition was not something she could provide, and that the most useful thing she could do was confirm that it was already there. Yes, she said simply. The question is that. Chapter 128 Tai Shenru requested permission to study the Supreme Family Sutra directly. He made the request formally, in writing, through Wei Liangchen, which was unusual given that he had been in the compound for 10 months and had developed what appeared to be a genuine relationship with most of the household. He could have asked Liangchen directly. He chose not to, and the choice communicated something. This was not a casual request growing from existing familiarity. It was a formal request that deserved a formal channel and a considered response. He understood what he was asking for. He wanted the answer to be a decision rather than a default. Liangchen read the written request twice. Then he read Zhao Cunming's note that accompanied it. A brief character assessment from the scholar's perspective, 3 sentences, the economy of someone who had spent a lifetime writing precisely. Asterisk Tai Shenru's scholarship is genuine. His intent in this request is genuine. The sutra benefits from being studied by people who care about it. In my assessment, he is one of those people. Asterisk he approved the request. The study sessions began the following week. Once Liangchen was past the worst of his recovery period and able to participate in the discussions rather than observing them from a distance. Tai Shenru's approach to scholarship was different from Zhao Cunming's in ways that were illuminating to watch. Zhao Cunming worked from the text outward, constructing models from the author's documented intentions and testing those models against observed behavior. Tai Shenru worked from observed behavior inward, reconstructing the text's underlying principles from what the sutra had actually done in practice and comparing those observations to what the text said it was doing. The two approaches were complementary rather than competitive, and the sessions frequently produced insights that neither scholar would have reached alone. Their conversation styles were different as well. Zhao Cunming worked in long, structured analyses, building arguments from foundation to conclusion with the patience of someone who had spent centuries reading scholarship that required the same patience in return. Tai Shenru worked in shorter observations that he offered more tentatively, not because he was less confident in his scholarship, but because 2,000 years of being the most advanced cultivator in any given room had given him a specific kind of awareness about the weight of certainty, and he was careful with it. When the two of them disagreed, which happened regularly, the disagreements were productive in the specific way that disagreements are productive when both people are more interested in accuracy than in winning. It was in the third session that Tai Shenru noted the incomplete technique. This section, he said, spreading 3 pages of copied scholarship across the study table. Copies from Wei Liangchen's archive, the original text sealed against direct handling. He handled the copies with the same care he would have given the originals, which was a habit formed over centuries of working with texts that were older than most of the people in the room. The author describes a technique in the introduction that is never completed in any subsequent document. The first 3 stages are documented in full. The 4th stage is described in principle, but not in method. The author writes, he found the passage and read it aloud, precisely. The 4th stage will be addressed when the practitioner has sufficient context to receive it. There is no document containing the 4th stage's method. The author's intention was to write it. The intention was never fulfilled. Because the author died, Zhao Cunming said, with the bluntness of accurate information. The technique was contemporary with the sutra's development. The author's documented lifespan ends before the 4th stage was written. The document does not exist because there was not time to write it. That was my conclusion also, Tai Shenru said. But the note's wording is interesting. When the practitioner has sufficient context. Not, when I return to this section. The author was writing for someone who would read the text later. The technique's 4th stage was intended to be derivable from context, the practitioner's own experience with the art, combined with the existing documentation. Liangchen looked at the copied pages. The technique's name, in the margin notation, a personal cultivation method for the sutra's practitioner, described as something that would allow the practitioner to continue advancing through individual cultivation while the sutra's resonance field was active. The specific problem it addressed, that the sutra's requirements for genuine bond maintenance could interfere with the cultivator's individual advancement path if the two systems were not integrated correctly. He had been managing that interference for 8 months. He had been managing it as a known constraint, the price of operating the art at scale. The interference was not dramatic. It was not the kind of thing that caused cultivation accidents or produced visible problems during ordinary sessions. What it did was slow the advancement rate, keep the two systems in a state of mild mutual competition rather than integration, and require him to consciously balance the sutra's demands against his individual cultivation's demands every time he entered a cultivation session. It was the kind of invisible constraint that was easy to accept as a fixed condition once it became familiar. He had accepted it as a fixed condition. He had not known it was solvable. The technique is real, Tai Shinru said, with the care of someone making a distinction that mattered. Not theoretical. Documented. The author intended it as a practical method, not a scholarly note. The first 3 stages are fully operational as described. The 4th stage is the only gap. The 4th stage is the gap that matters, Zhao Zuming added. Without it, the first 3 stages provide calibration data, but no resolution. The resolution is specifically in the 4th stage's stabilization mechanism. It is the mechanism that converts the calibration into a functional integrated system. Liangchen considered the shape of the problem. He had lived with the interference patterns for 8 months. He had learned their rhythm, the way they expressed during long cultivation sessions, the slight drag they produced on the advancement rate, the sense of two systems wanting to move in slightly different directions and being managed into parallel motion by conscious effort. He had not known these patterns had a name and a cause and a solvable structure. He had accepted them as the natural consequence of operating the sutra at scale. The natural consequence. He had accepted a solvable problem as an inevitable condition because he had not known the problem was solvable. That was the nature of incomplete scholarship. It did not only prevent you from doing things, it prevented you from knowing that things could be done. The technique's existence changed not just what was possible, but what he understood about what the sutra's author had intended. The author designed the interference to be solvable, he said. Yes, Tai Shinru said. The author anticipated the problem. The technique exists precisely because the author knew every practitioner of the sutra at scale would encounter it and would need a solution. The gap in the scholarship is not a design flaw. It is a documentation gap. The solution existed, the documentation of the solution was not completed. Your mother was working to complete it. Is there any indication of where the 4th stage was intended to go? He asked. The marginal annotations in the 3rd stage document, Tai Shinru said, mention the practitioner's mother, not as a bondholder, as someone who was developing a related technique independently, without knowledge of the sutra, and whose work the author believed would eventually intersect with the 4th stage's requirements. He paused. The phrase used is, the threat of returning, in the hands of someone who understood why genuine relationships modify qi at the structural level, would supply what this technique requires. The author knew of a related cultivation method, one that operated on compatible principles, that could provide the missing component. The compound was quiet around them. Through the east wing window, the late afternoon light was settling across the inner courtyard. Hook, my mother's family worked with resonance-based cultivation, Liangchen said slowly. He had known this. Wei Chongwen had mentioned it years ago, in the context of explaining the household's cultivation history. He had known it as a biographical fact. He had not known what it meant, specifically, until this moment. Before she met my father. Before she came to the Wei compound. They had a tradition called the thread of returning. Chapter 129. Wei Chongwen confirmed what Liangchen had half understood from Tai Shinru's discovery. Your mother's family had a cultivation tradition of their own, he said. Root memory was active, pulling from the archive's deepest records, the ones that predated his own extensive documentation, the family history that had accumulated over centuries before Wei Chongwen arrived to preserve it. A resonance-based method, yes. Not the sutra, an independent development, arrived at through different principles over a different generational arc. The family called it the thread of returning. It was designed for practitioners who maintained cultivation-based relationships, not romantic bonds, not family bonds as the sutra defines them, but a broader category. The thread tracked the resonance signature of anyone the practitioner had a sustained cultivation-based relationship with. Over time, sustained tracking produced a modification of the practitioner's qi, a qi that was partially shaped by every resonance signature it had long contact with. The 4th stage, Tai Shinru said, with the specific quality of a scholar who has been working toward a conclusion and is arriving at it in real time. The sutra's technique requires a qi that is already modified by resonance contact. The first 3 stages assume the practitioner's qi has been in sustained contact with genuine bond resonance for an extended period, which every practitioner of the sutra would have experienced simply by operating the art. The 4th stage requires the modification to be stabilized, locked into the qi's base structure without requiring continuous active input. The The thread of returning's development was moving toward exactly that stabilization mechanism. She was working on it in the last years before her death, Wei Liangchen said. I know this because she left notes. I preserved them when I preserved everything else in the household's archive. In the way that I preserve things I am not certain are of practical value, but which belong to the family's record. I understand now that they are of practical value. You have her notes, Liangchen said. In the Cedar archive. The restricted section. Wei Liangchen was quiet for a moment. The restricted section contained documents he accessed rarely and handled carefully. The oldest family records, the most personal materials, the things that were preserved not because they were useful, but because they were true records of people who had lived here. I should tell you before you see them. They are written in her hand. The notes themselves, not copies. I preserved the originals because the copies would have lost the marginal annotations, which are significant. Another pause. I should also tell you there is something else in the cedar box. Something that is not scholarship. What is it? Liangchen asked. A letter, Wei Liangchen said. Written to you. She wrote it when she was pregnant, when the resonance complications were significant enough that she understood there was a real possibility she might not survive the birth. She placed it in the box with the notes and asked me to preserve them together. I have held both for 23 years. He met Liangchen's eyes with the directness of someone who has been keeping something for a long time and is offering it with the full weight of what the keeping meant. I will retrieve them now, if you are ready. He thought about what ready meant in this context. He had known his mother as a name, as a biographical fact, as the source of certain cultivation tendencies that Wei Liangchen had occasionally referenced in explaining why Liangchen's resonance sensitivity was unusually high for someone whose formal cultivation path began with the sutra. He had not known her as a person who left handwritten notes. He had not known her as someone who wrote letters to children who had not yet been born. There was a difference, he recognized, between knowing a person existed and knowing a person. He had the first. He had had the first for 23 years. The notes and the letter were going to give him something closer to the second, at a remove of more than 2 decades, through what she had chosen to put on paper rather than through direct presence. That was a different kind of knowing. Not less real. Different in kind. Mei Hua had gone very still near the window. He could feel her stillness through the bond network. Not the stillness of someone suppressing a response, but the stillness of someone who had just understood something and was letting it be understood. She had known the same biographical facts he had. She had also not known their mother as a person. The handwritten notes and the letter were going to be the first time either of them encountered her that way. Mei Hua, he said. Yes, she said. Do you want to be present when I open them? She considered this for a moment with the deliberateness she brought to questions that mattered. No, she said. I think that moment belongs to you. I want to know what they say afterward. But the opening is yours. He nodded. That was right. She understood it correctly, which was what she did. I am ready, he said. Please retrieve them. Wei Liangchen left. The study room was quiet except for the sound of Tai Shenru examining the scholarships spread across the table, making small notations in his own notes with the systematic attention of a scholar working a problem. Zhao Zunming had come in during the exchange and was reading the third stage document that Tai Shenru had set aside, his eyes moving through it with the focused speed of someone who has read a text many times and is reading it now with a new lens. Mei Hua said, quietly, from the window, I did not know about the thread of returning. I knew our mother had her own cultivation background, but I did not know it had a name or a documented method. I knew only that she came from a family with resonance-based cultivation, Liangchen said. Wei Liangchen mentioned it years ago, once, in a different context. I filed it as biography. Biography becomes more than biography when it turns out the biography connects to the work, she said. It was an observation rather than a judgment. The way she processed the distance between what she had known and what was now true, quickly and without drama, was a quality he had always admired about her. She adapted. She updated. She did not spend time on how things should have been, Zhao Zunming said, without looking up from the third stage document. The thread of returning's documentation style is consistent with the Northern cultivation scholarship traditions of 30 to 40 years ago. Specific conventions in the notation and the problem framing indicate someone trained in that tradition. The technique itself is original. I have not encountered it in any of the scholarship I have reviewed over 6 centuries. This is not a derivative work. It was developed independently. She invented it herself? Mei Hua asked. She developed it within a family tradition, Wei Liangchen said, from the doorway. He had returned more quietly than Liangchen had registered. He was holding the cedar box with the careful grip he used for restricted archive materials. But the framework she built on was her own generation's extension of what came before. The thread of returning as it exists in these notes is substantially her own work, built on a family foundation, but carried significantly further than the foundation extended. Through the bond network, 22 chapters held their steady warmth. Outside the window, the winter light was low and long across the courtyard. Hook. Wei Chongwen returned with a cedar box that was not large, the size that would hold a small sheaf of papers, sealed with archive preservation wax, smelling of cedar and thyme. He set it on the table between them and stepped back. The notes are complete through 3/4 of the 4th stage, he said. The gap at the end is the stabilization mechanism. The final step. He paused. She was close. Chapter 130. The notes were in a hand that was small and careful, and that pressed more firmly on the downstrokes than the upstrokes. He noticed this before he noticed anything else, in the way that handwriting tells you things about a person before the words do. The hand had been trained in a particular style, probably a family style, the kind of writing that showed its formation, the specific choices made by teachers passing a method to students across generations. The downstroke pressure was not a quirk, but a decision, probably an aesthetic one, the preference of someone who had strong opinions about the look of a well-made character. He sat with the hand for a moment before he read the words. Then he read the words. 42 pages. The thread of returning method, documented in full through its first 3 stages, then increasingly detailed notation as she worked through the 4th stage's 3 interlocking problems. The first problem was mechanical. How to make the chi modification persist without continuous active input. The second problem was structural. How to prevent the stabilization mechanism from interfering with the practitioner's advancement path. Exactly the interference problem that Liangchen had been managing for 8 months. The third problem was theoretical. How to determine that the stabilization had been successful rather than partial, so the practitioner could advance with confidence rather than uncertainty. She had the first 2 problems solved on page 34 and 36 respectively. The solutions were elegant in the way that true solutions were elegant. She had found the principles underlying both problems and solved them from the principle level, which meant the solutions were robust rather than case-specific. The third problem's solution was present in partial form on pages 37 through 41. The framework was there. The mechanism was described in principle. The final derivation, the specific mathematical relationship that would allow the practitioner to confirm successful stabilization, was not complete. She was close, Taishanru said. He had been reviewing the notes for 20 minutes with the careful attention of someone reading a document they understood was significant and were treating accordingly. The third problem's solution, she had the architecture. She was working out the calibration constants. The mathematical framework is present. The gap is here. He touched a passage on page 37 gently. She knew what the 4th stage needed to do. She had not yet determined the specific relationship that confirms the stabilization is complete rather than partial. This is what she was working toward when she stopped. When she died, Meihua said. She was present. She had come in sometime during the first reading without announcement, which was her habit when something significant was happening. She had been reviewing the scholarship for the previous 15 minutes with the attention she brought to things she was genuinely trying to understand. Yes, Taishanru said. He said it with the weight appropriate to the fact. I believe, and I want to be careful here, because what I am about to say is a scholar's assessment rather than a certainty. I believe that the final derivation is completable from the existing work. She had built enough of the foundation that the conclusion can be reached through extension. It would require time, concentrated work. It is not straightforward, but the foundation is sufficient. How long? Liangchen asked. With my scholarship on the sutra and your mother's notes and Wei Chongwen's archive, Taishanru said, I estimate 8 to 12 days of concentrated work to determine whether the derivation is possible and, if so, to complete it. 8 to 12 days. He looked at the 42 pages spread across the table. He thought about what it meant to finish something that had been interrupted rather than abandoned. He thought about the difference between those two things, an abandoned project and an interrupted one. An abandoned project had been set aside. An interrupted one had been stopped mid-step, in motion, by something external. The person doing the work had not made a decision to stop. Something else had made the decision for them. She had not finished. The work was 3/4 complete, and she had not finished because she had not had the time. He looked at page 37, where the third problem's framework was present and the calibration constants were absent. He looked at the margin notation on that page, where the handwriting changed slightly, more compressed, the characters slightly smaller, as if she had been writing in a space she had already used up with previous notations and was finding the margins. The handwriting in the margins was different from the handwriting in the main text. The main text was careful, deliberate, the hand of someone working at a steady pace. The margin notations had a different quality. They were faster. They were the handwriting of someone who had a thought and was capturing it before it escaped. She had been thinking about the third problem's solution. She had been capturing the thinking. The capture was incomplete, but it was present, and it was hers, and reading it was a specific kind of intimacy with a person he had never met. The intimacy of reading someone's thinking at the moment they were trying to work something out. He looked at the pages for a long time. Tai Shenru did not interrupt. Zhao Cunming had come to stand near the table during the reading, moving silently with the courtesy of a scholar who understood when presence was appropriate and intrusion was not. When Liangchen finally looked up, Zhao Cunming said, "The third problem's calibration gap, the specific relationship that confirms successful stabilization, is derivable from the principles she established in the second problem's solution." She had the tools for the third problem's solution already in the document. She had not yet applied them to the specific derivation because she was working systematically and had not reached that step. The derivation is there. It simply has not been done. Could you do it? Liangchen asked. Not alone, Zhao Cunming said. I do not have the practitioner's experience with the sutra's resonance field. I understand the stabilization mechanism theoretically. I do not have the felt sense of what the interference patterns actually produce in a cultivation session, the specific quality of the tension between the two systems, and that felt sense is what the confirmation method needs to accurately detect. The practitioner and the scholar working together can derive it. The scholar alone cannot. Tai Shenru said the same thing, Liangchen said. Tai Shenru is correct, Zhao Cunming said, with the equanimity of a scholar who found agreement with another scholar's correct conclusion entirely comfortable. We should begin tonight, if you are ready. Hook. Wei Chongwan, he said. The letter. What does it say? Wei Chongwan was at the edge of the room with the cedar box in his hands. I have not read it, he said. It is addressed to you. I preserved it for 23 years without reading it, because it was not mine to read. He held it out. It was a folded paper, once sealed, the seal broken only by whoever had folded it in the first place. Chapter 131. He read his mother's letter alone. Not because he was asked to. No one suggested it, one way or the other. But the study room had emptied with the natural tact of people who understood what kind of moment a person needed privacy for. Wei Chongwan and Tai Shenru had moved the research materials to the outer room. Zhao Cunming had gone with them. Mei Hua had squeezed his arm once, briefly, in the specific gesture she used when she was saying something she could not currently say in words, the gesture he had learned to read as, I am here, I am not going anywhere, take the time you need. Then she followed the scholars out and pulled the door closed behind her. The letter was not long. His mother had known what she was writing, and she had written it with the economy of someone choosing words for someone who did not yet exist and could not ask questions. The hand was the same as the notes, the firm downstrokes, the particular character formation, but the register was different. The notes were scholarly. The letter was personal in the way that letters written to children who have not yet been born are personal, specific and honest and careful, because you do not know what the child will need and you cannot ask. So you say the true things and trust them to be sufficient. She had written about the threat of returning and about what she understood of its relationship to the cultivation art she had married into without having access to it directly. Wei Chongwan had told her what he could. She had understood more than he had told her, because she had 30 years of her own resonance-based cultivation to reason from. She had understood that the two methods operated on compatible principles and that the intersection she was working toward was real and not imaginary. She had written, the notes are 3/4 complete. There is a final step I have not solved. I am telling you this so you know. If you are reading this, it means you found them. It means the archive preserved them. It means you have both the sutra and the notes, and whatever scholarship has accumulated in the family's keeping since I wrote this. The final step is derivable. I believe this. I was close. Someone with the right scholarship and the right practical experience with the art should be able to complete it. She had written about what she hoped for him, briefly, without sentimentality, specific things, named things, the hopes of someone who had thought carefully about what she was hoping rather than using the broad, comfortable language of general blessing. She had written, I do not know what your family will be. I do not know what the cultivation art will become in your hands. I know that genuine bonds can do things that design techniques cannot, because I have built something real and watched it do things I did not predict. I am leaving you the foundation. The rest is yours. He sat with the letter for a while. The window's light had moved while he sat, shifting from afternoon to early evening, the compound's inner courtyard going from amber to blue. Through the bond network, the household moved through the evening in its usual patterns. Xiao Yin finishing practice, grandmother Yao reading in the east wing, his father in the training hall going through the iron rampart forms he had maintained every evening since returning, Wei Chongwan moving between the archive and the outer study, Ryu beginning the evening medical rounds. The ordinary domestic sounds of a household going about its evening with the warmth of 22 active chapters in the background of everything. He folded the letter and put it in the cedar box with the research notes. He would keep both. They belonged together, the finished work and the unfinished work and the letter that connected them. They were part of the same thing. A woman had worked steadily and carefully for years on something she understood was important, and she had not been able to finish it, and she had left the foundation precisely as she intended, reliable, complete enough to build from, trusting the rest to someone she had not yet met. He sat with that for a moment longer. The cultivation garden was visible through the window. The winter light had gone, and the courtyard was lit by the compound's lanterns, amber in the early evening dark. The willows were bare. In a few months they would have their preliminary green. The compound would be different in spring from what it was in winter, and he would be different in spring from what he was now, because the technique derivation would be complete, and the interference patterns would be resolved, and the sutra's resonance field and his individual cultivation path would be running in the same direction instead of in managed parallel tension. He thought about what his mother had built for 30 years. He thought about the compound she had come to after 30 years of her family's tradition. He thought about 2 cultivation methods that had been moving toward the same intersection from different directions, and the practitioners who had worked on each, and the work that had not been completed, and the work that was about to complete it. The household was going to be different in the spring in ways she could not have predicted and would have been glad to see. He sat with that too. Then he opened the door and went to find Taishanru. Hook, the Tao monarch candidate, was in the outer study with the scholarship spread around him and a pot of tea that had been kept warm through some small cultivation method. He looked up when the door opened. "I want to begin the derivation work tonight," he said, without preamble, "if you are willing to work alongside me. The final step will benefit from both your scholarship and your practical experience with the art. Your mother worked alone. We do not have to." Chapter 132. 3 months passed. The compound's winter became early spring in the gradual way that the high northern valleys managed it, slowly, grudgingly, the ice retreating in the mornings and returning at night before finally yielding entirely, the gray sky giving way to the particular sharp blue of elevation in the warming season. The inner courtyard that had been frozen through the formation fight thawed, and the willows by the east gate began their preliminary green, thin and tentative at first, and then fuller as the weeks accumulated, and the household continued to be a household. Taishanru and Liangchen worked on the technique derivation in the evenings, 2 to 3 hours at a sitting, methodical and unhurried. Taishanru had discovered early in the process that the final step was not a single gap, but a sequence of 3 interlocking problems, each solution depending on the one before it, and the 8 to 12-day estimate had expanded to accommodate the actual complexity. The expansion was not a failure. It was accurate information about what the work required. The 3 problems were: first, identifying the correct mathematical relationship that would confirm successful stabilization. Second, determining whether the confirmation method was general or specific to the practitioner's particular resonance profile. And third, deriving the calibration constant that would tie the confirmation to an operational procedure the practitioner could actually perform. Liangchen had found, as the weeks accumulated, that the slow pace of the derivation work had a quality he had not expected. His mother had worked on this for years. The weeks he was investing were a small fraction of that original investment. Each evening he understood the problem a little better than the evening before, and the accumulated understanding had a texture that rapid progress would not have produced. He was learning his mother's method the way you learn someone's work, through sustained engagement rather than summary, from the inside, following her reasoning, finding the places where she had gotten stuck and worked through the sticking point and left the solution in the margin notation. The margin notations were the part he returned to most often. They were the places where the formal documentation gave way to the thinking, where the writer's voice shifted from the careful language of scholarship into the faster, more compressed language of someone working out a problem in real time. He had started to recognize the patterns in those shifts. A particular shorthand notation she used when she was approaching a breakthrough, a specific question form in the margins that she used when she was identifying a constraint she had not yet resolved. By the end of the 2nd month, he could read the notes the way you read a person, not just the surface content, but the quality of the attention behind it. Taishanru noticed this. "You are not just reading the documentation," he observed, during a mid-session break in the 4th week. "No," Liangchen said. "No." Taishanru was quiet for a moment. "I have studied a great deal of scholarship over 2,000 years. The documentation that has the most power is always the documentation where you can see the practitioner thinking, not just the practitioner's conclusions. Your mother's notes have that quality. She was not writing for posterity. She was writing to help herself work, and leaving the work for someone else to find," Liangchen said. "Yes." whether she intended that or not. His nascent soul had recovered fully by the end of the first month, the soul integrity returning to its pre-confrontation level through the careful cultivation schedule Ryu had designed. By the middle of the second month, he had resumed the full cultivation routine. By the beginning of the third month, he was advancing again, not the dramatic advancement of a technique breakthrough, but the steady month-by-month progress that came from consistent cultivation with a resonance field amplifying every session at the multiplicative rate of 22 active chapters. Nascent Soul Rank 2. The advancement arrived on a Tuesday morning with the quiet inevitability of something that had been accumulating for long enough that the arrival was almost anticlimactic. The cultivation log noted it. Ryu had already noticed through Heartlink sight and acknowledged it with the specific warmth she reserved for advancement events. The warmth of someone who had been watching the process and was glad to confirm what she had been watching. Zhao Zunming was visiting for the third time since the Bone Reaches confrontation. He had settled into a pattern of working visits, arriving with new intelligence reports and leaving with new scholarship observations, spending half his time with Tai Shenru on the technique derivation and half with Wei Chongwen in the archive working through the historical record for anything that might relate to the ancient entity's activity patterns. On the morning of the advancement, he was in the archive and did not hear about it until the afternoon, when he appeared in the cultivation garden with the expression of a scholar who had just learned something he was genuinely pleased about. The advancement is ahead of my projected timeline, he said. By 3 months, accounting for the recovery period. The multiplicative resonance is producing more consistent output than the historical record suggested was possible at 22 chapters. Is that a concern? Liangchen asked. The opposite, Zhao Zunming said. It is data. The sutra has never been active at 22 genuine chapters in documented history. We are generating new data with every month of operation. What the data says is that the art is more powerful than the scholarship predicted. He paused. What is a concern is the intelligence from Fanglo's network this morning. He handed over the report. Liangchen read it. Read it again. Hook. Gray iteration arrived in the northern reaches 3 days ago, he said. He is 2 days' travel from the valley. Zhao Zunming nodded. And Fanglo's network has identified a secondary observer, not the ancestor realm assessor. Something older. Something that does not match the profile of any known remnant covenant operative. It was observed at the southern approach to the valley yesterday. A pause. Your advancement just changed the compound's resonance output signature substantially. If the observer was uncertain before, it is no longer uncertain. Chapter 133. Xiao Yan found him in the training hall the next morning. She arrived at the 6th hour, which was early enough that the training hall was empty except for him. This was deliberate. She had spent the previous day working out the right time to come, which was neither so early that it seemed urgent nor so late that the training period had ended. She had an instinct for timing that had developed alongside her prior warning technique, the cultivation sense for where people were and what state they were in translating into a social awareness that was more acute than most 9-year-olds had access to. She stood in the doorway for a moment, looking at him working through the movement calibration that was the 4th stage derivation's current physical focus. Then she said, I want to learn to fight. He paused mid-movement. He looked at her. She had grown in the 2 years since the first bond chapter. Not just physically, though she had, the child's proportions gradually extending towards something longer and less rounded, but in the way that cultivation affected a young practitioner. Steadier in the bearing, more deliberate in the movements. The seedling of heaven technique having deepened her cultivation base in ways that would become significant at foundation establishment and beyond. She was looking at him with the directness of someone who had decided to ask for something and had committed fully to the ask. You are already learning cultivation techniques, he said. The prior warning method. You have been practicing it for 5 months, and your progress has been consistent. That is sensing, she said. I want to learn to defend. To protect. I want to learn how to keep someone from being harmed if I was the person in the position to keep that from happening. He recognized the specific origin of that desire. She had been present at the briefing when Zhao Zunming shared the intelligence about gray iteration. Not physically present, but present in the bond network. And the bond network did not filter the emotional register of significant events for children any more than it filtered it for adults. She had felt the weight of the intelligence the way everyone in the household had felt it. She had been 9 years old and had felt the weight of an ancestor realm assessor moving toward the compound, and had processed it, and had arrived this morning with a request. The gap between feeling and request was the span of one night, which was the span of someone who had already done the thinking before they came to the conversation. You want this because of the reports, he said. Because of gray iteration. I want this because I want to be able to help, she said. If something happens. The reports are the reason I am asking now instead of in a year. But the wanting was already there. I did not know how to say it before. He considered the request with the full attention it deserved. She was 9. She was a chi condensation cultivator, which was early. The seedling of heaven technique had compressed her early development significantly. The compound had Xianxia, who was both a skilled practitioner of offensive cultivation methods and a thoughtful teacher with a specific aptitude for working with younger practitioners. He had been watching her morning practices with the focused attention of someone considering whether to offer something. He thought about the broader question behind her request. What did it mean to teach a 9-year-old cultivation defense techniques in a household that was accumulating threats at the rate they were accumulating them? The obvious answer was that it was premature. She was 9. She had years of cultivation development ahead of her before defensive techniques would be genuinely useful in a significant confrontation. The less obvious answer was that the years of cultivation development she would have were years in which she could be building a foundation. Lianxing's Vanguard Surge was a technique that rewarded long cultivation at its base layer. The practitioners who developed the best command of it had started young and built up through decades of incremental work. Starting at 9, with the seedling of heaven techniques' accelerated foundation, Xiao Yin would be unusually well-positioned. And there was the question of what it meant to be a member of a household that was going to face significant challenges and not know how to contribute to facing them. She had been in the bond network for 2 years. She had felt everything the formation at the bone reaches had felt. She was not unaware of the household situation. She was choosing to engage with it rather than wait to be old enough to be told about it. You want this for the right reasons, he said. Not the generic statement it might have sounded like. The specific observation that her motivation was genuine. The sutra's 22 chapters were warm in the bond network because they were genuine. What she was bringing to this request was also genuine. The condition is that you continue the prior warning practice alongside whatever Lianxing teaches you. Sensing and defending are 2 sides of the same capacity. You do not set down one when you begin the other. I was planning to continue it anyway, she said, with the mild exasperation of someone correcting a low estimate of their foresight. He could not entirely help the smile. I will speak to Xianxia today. She nodded and turned to go. Then she stopped at the threshold, with the quality of someone who has one more thing and has been deciding whether this was the right moment. Hook, there was someone in the southern orchard last night, she said. After the evening meal, my prior warning field picked up a presence. Not hostile, not threatening, but watching. They were there for about 12 minutes, and then they left through the south approach. I did not say anything last night because I was not certain it was significant. She met his eyes steadily. I am saying it now because of the intelligence reports. It has been there 3 times in the past month. I have been keeping count. Chapter 130 for the figure in the orchard had been there before. Liangchen checked with Wei Liangchen. A quiet inquiry through the bond network, the kind of query that arrived with its own context. And Wei Liangchen's root memory produced 3 instances, once in the first month after the bone reaches, twice in the second month, and now this 3rd time. Each instance in the late afternoon or early evening. Same area of the southern orchard. Same duration of approximately 10 to 15 minutes before departure through the south approach. Not the gray iteration, Liangchen said, at the morning meeting. The resonance signature Xiao Yin described from the prior warning field does not match the ancestor realm characteristic. Gray iteration would register differently in the detection layer. Ancestor realm cultivation has a specific weight in a resonance-sensitive technique. This is something lighter, more subtle. More subtle than ancestor realm is not the same as less significant, Lianxing has said. He had been present at the last 3 briefings with the kind of operational attention that came from someone whose technique was kinetic predictive and who therefore naturally mapped threats in terms of approach vectors and timing. An observer who is not detectable through conventional means, but is detectable through a 9-year-old's prior warning technique, is either less skilled at concealment than ancestor realm or is choosing not to conceal fully. Choosing not to conceal fully is a message. What message? Meihua asked. That they are watching without wanting to be confrontational, Ryu said. She had the specific quality she had when HeartLink Sight's monitoring layer was processing ambient data alongside the conversation. 12 minutes in the orchard, then departure. If the intent were hostile, 12 minutes in the orchard would be setup time, not observation time. The duration and departure pattern read as assessment. Not assessment for attack. Assessment for understanding. It is possible, Wei Liangchen said, from the archive side of the meeting room, that this observer is one of the practitioners drawn to the compound by Chapter 23's attractive field. The place bond's pull has been reaching further than the immediate valley. Someone with enough resonance sensitivity to feel it at distance, but not enough cultivation knowledge to understand what they are feeling might approach cautiously and repeatedly rather than presenting directly. Liangchen had been thinking about this since Xiao Yan's report. He had been thinking about it in the context of something Ryu had said 3 weeks ago, sitting in the cultivation garden. Asterisk, the compound has been accumulating genuine welcomes for 2 years. Every person who arrived here and was received with authentic welcome, actual welcome, the compound knows who belongs in it, and the compound's knowing is becoming a resonance entity of its own. Asterisk, he had felt it in the bond network. Not a new chapter, not the warm solidifying click of a genuine bond formalizing, but something in the direction of that quality. Something building. The observer in the orchard is not the entity and is not gray iteration, he said, which means it is a third party, and the third party is approaching cautiously rather than directly. If they are being drawn by the place bonds field, they are not a threat until they become one. The appropriate response is the same as it was for the other visitors the place bond has drawn. Welcome, if they come to the gate. Wait, if they do not. And if they are not drawn by the place bond, Liangchen has said, and are instead a remnant covenant advanced scout. Then Xiaoyan's prior warning field has been detecting a remnant covenant advanced scout for 3 months, Liangchen said. And the remnant covenant has had 3 months of opportunities to act on whatever the scout observed and has not acted. A pause. That is information. If they had found what the scout reported threatening, they would have acted. If they have not acted, the scout has reported something that does not require immediate action. Or they are patient, Liangchen has said. They are patient, Zhao Cunming agreed, from the far end of the meeting room. The covenant does not act on incomplete assessment. They hired gray iteration precisely because they want a professional evaluation before making decisions. The scout's observations have been feeding into that evaluation. The evaluation is what determines action. We have 30 days from gray iteration's arrival before the evaluation concludes. Ryu, he said, what you described in the cultivation garden, the warmth in the southern wall and the gate and the courtyard. Have you continued monitoring that? Yes, she said. It has been building consistently over the past 3 weeks. The resonance in those areas is different from ambient qi and different from the bond network's standard warmth. It has the quality of accumulated presence, the way a place that has received many genuine arrivals accumulates the resonance of those arrivals over time. I have been calling it the place bond field in my internal notes. I was waiting until I was more certain before naming it publicly. How certain are you now? He asked. Certain enough to name it, she said. The 23rd chapter structure is present in the bond network's potential field. It has not formalized, not the way the human chapter bonds formalize. But the conditions are met. What it is waiting for is recognition. Hook. Through the bond network's 22 active chapters, Liangchen felt the compound's warmth, different from the bond warmth, older somehow. The warmth of 2 years of genuine arrivals and genuine welcomes accumulated in the stones, in the courtyard, and the south gate. The compound has been a household for 2 years, he said quietly. Every person who came through that gate and was genuinely welcomed, the welcome stayed. Ryu met his eyes. Yes, she said. The welcome stayed. Chapter 135. The 23rd chapter formed on a clear spring morning, 8 weeks after the bone reaches. There was no event that caused it. No dramatic moment. No confrontation. No threshold consciously crossed. The place bond simply arrived. The way the self-bond chapter had arrived. Not through pursuit but through recognition. The acknowledgement of something that had already become real. The way compound's 2 years of accumulated genuine welcomes had become a resonance entity, and the resonance entity recognized Liangchen as its practitioner, and the bond between them formalized in the bond network as Chapter 23. The warmth that moved through the bond network when it formalized was different from all the previous chapters' warmth. The human chapters had been warm in the specific way that particular people were warm, each one carrying the quality of the person who held it. Meihua's warmth different from Grandmother Yao's, different from Ryu's. This warmth was not a person. It was a place. It was the accumulated quality of every genuine arrival and every genuine welcome that the compound had received and held for 2 years. It had a depth that individual human warmth did not have, the depth of sediment rather than presence, the warmth of something that had been building for a long time in a place where people kept returning to. Zhao Cunming, who was in residence for a working period, sat with the data for 4 hours before commenting. He had learned, in the months of his involvement with the household, that the more significant something was, the more time it benefited from before being spoken about. The self-bond chapter had received 2 hours. Chapter 22 had received 3. The place bond received 4. The sutra's author wrote about the place bond in a different context than the human bonds, he said finally, in the afternoon study session. The author described it as the art's acknowledgement that a cultivator does not practice in isolation from physical context. The household is not only the people. It is also the place the people have gathered. The place accumulates the history of their gathering. The meals, the arguments, the arrivals, the mornings when everyone was tired and present anyway, the evenings when the household felt like itself. And over time the place becomes a participant in what the household is rather than just a location where the household happens to be. The South Gate first, Liangchen said. Ruiyu said she felt it there first. Where arrivals happen, Wei Chongwen said. Where the household has given welcome. The most concentrated accumulation point. 2 years of people arriving and being received genuinely. It makes sense that the gate would be the center of the place bond's formation. The practical effect of Chapter 23 was different from the human chapters in a way that Zhao Zunming had theorized but not been certain of until the data was available. The human chapters contributed resonance through the bond network, warmth, structural coherence, the multiplicative amplification of the 22-chapter architecture. Chapter 23 contributed differently, not resonance in the direct sense, but a kind of foundation. The compound's place bond provided a structural anchor for the entire formation that was independent of any individual person's cultivation state. It was there when everyone was present, and it was there when everyone was gone, and it would be there when the household changed and grew and continued to be what it was. Grandmother Yao was in the courtyard when the chapter formed. She felt it through the bond network the way everyone did. The warmth spreading from the southern wall, the compound's qi taking on a quality it had not quite had before, a settling. She looked at the south wall for a moment. Then she said, to no one in particular, with the satisfaction of someone whose assessment of a situation has been confirmed. Good. It was past time. Liangchen stood in the courtyard and let the chapter settle around him. The place bond's warmth was different from what he had expected, though he could not have said precisely what he had expected. He had been thinking about the place bond for weeks, watching it build in the bond network's potential field, waiting for the formalization. Now that it was formalized, what he felt was less the addition of something new and more the recognition of something that had already been fully present. The compound had been a home for 2 years. The chapter that acknowledged it as a home had arrived. Those were not the same event, but they were related. The South Gate, Meihua said, from the doorway of the East Wing. She had come out when the chapter formed. She had been inside, reading, and had felt the warmth the way everyone had. I remember the first time I came through it. After the jade slip. The morning after. I remember, he said. The gate felt different then, she said. Or I did. It is hard to separate those two things. She looked at the south wall with the expression of someone finding the right distance to look at something from. 2 years of genuine welcomes, she said. You welcomed me that morning. You did not know what was happening, and neither did I, and you welcomed me anyway. You showed up, he said. That was the part one did not do. You arrived. We both did what we could, she said. That is how chapters form, apparently. In the 2 weeks following Chapter 23's formation, the compound's resonance signature changed in a way that Fanglo's network reported with some confusion. Practitioners in the vicinity of the valley reported feeling drawn toward it, a subtle pull in the qi that was not threatening and was not a technique, but was clearly something. Several Foundation establishment cultivators from the town 2 valleys arrived at the South Gate over 3 separate days, with the slightly dazed expression of people who had been walking and realized they were somewhere they had not planned to be. They were not hostile. They were uncertain. They looked at the gate with the expression of people who had followed a feeling and arrived at a destination they had not known they were looking for. Liangchen welcomed all of them. He explained what the compound was and what the Supreme Family Sutra was, at the level of detail appropriate to people who had not been briefed. 2 of them left with polite thanks and did not return. One of them, a woman in her mid-20s with Foundation establishment cultivation and the specific quality of someone who had been traveling for a long time and not toward anywhere in particular, sat in the courtyard for an hour and then asked if she could come back. He said yes. Hook. That evening, in the cultivation log, he wrote, Chapter 23 formed this morning. The place bond. The compound is beginning to draw people toward genuine belonging. Zhao Zunming added a note in the margin of the entry when he reviewed it. The attractive field is the precondition for Chapter 24. The art knows what it needs next. Chapter 136. The 24th chapter took shape in the way that all chapters took shape. Through genuine relationship, patiently built. The woman who had asked to return. Her name was Shun Weiling. No relation to Shun Ling despite the shared surname. A coincidence that grandmother Yao found faintly amusing and mentioned once with the dry humor she reserved for things she found genuinely funny rather than performatively so, came back 4 times over the following month. She arrived each time at the South Gate in the mid-morning, which suggested she was traveling from a distance and had planned the timing, and she left each time in the late afternoon before the evening meal. She spent her visits in the courtyard or in the East Wing's common room or in the garden, talking with whichever members of the household were available, doing the ordinary things that ordinary visits consisted of. She was 26 years old. Foundation establishment rank 3. Originally from an orphanage in the lowland provinces that had been dissolved when she was 11. She mentioned this matter-of-factly, without distress, in the way people mentioned things they had processed enough that the facts were just facts now. She had been placed with a cultivation sect at 12, had trained through the ranks without anyone who could be called family at any point in the process, had reached Foundation establishment through the specific combination of talent and sustained solitary effort that was the cultivation world's standard path for practitioners without support structures. She traveled between sects on assignments because no particular place held her, and the movement was a way to avoid noticing that no particular place held her. The place bond's attractive field had reached her somewhere in the mountain pass between two ranges, while she was on a routine assignment that could have been completed by a dozen other practitioners, on a day when the assignment felt less like work and more like the absence of anything particular. She had followed the feeling without entirely deciding to follow it, the way people did when they were following something more than a cultivation signal. Grandmother Yao noticed her on the second visit. Not because Liangchen pointed her out. He did not. But because Grandmother Yao had been managing the household's human landscape for 40 years and had a well-developed sense for which arrivals were passing visits and which arrivals were beginnings. On the second visit, she found reasons to be in the same spaces as Xianxia without arranging to be there. And by the end of the second afternoon, they had talked for a total of 2 hours on subjects ranging from the cultivation sect system's treatment of practitioners without family backgrounds to the specific quality of the East Wing's afternoon light. By the fourth visit, the conversations had lengthened and deepened in the way that conversations deepen when both parties are genuinely interested in each other. Grandmother Yao asked direct questions and received direct answers and gave direct answers in return, which was a mode of engagement that Xianxia had apparently not encountered frequently in cultivation circles and found, based on the quality of her attention, something she had been looking for without having a name for. The 24th chapter formed on the fifth visit. Grandmother Yao and Xianxia were in the courtyard, talking about the orphanage, about what it meant to grow up outside the cultivation family structure that most practitioners took as a given background condition of their development, about the specific quality of loneliness that was different from ordinary solitude and different from the kind of loneliness that could be resolved by adding people. Grandmother Yao had her own perspective on the topic. She had spent 40 years maintaining bonds against time and difficulty. She had spent 40 years being the household's continuity, the person who stayed when other people left, who held the shape of the family even when the family was only her and an empty compound and a dead oath. She had also, Liangchen knew, been a person who experienced a specific kind of solitude for 40 years, not the solitude of being alone, but the solitude of being the only keeper of something. The only person who knew the household's full history, who remembered all the people, who held the compound's accumulated years in her memory. That kind of solitude did not end when people arrived. It ended when someone else was holding the same thing. When the keeping became shared. He was watching from across the courtyard when the conversation shifted into its final register. When Grandmother Yao said something he could not hear, and Xianxia's expression changed. The change was the change of someone who had been holding something alone for a long time and had just been offered confirmation that they were not the only one who knew what they were holding. The bond formed between them while they were talking, not as a dramatic event, as the natural conclusion of something that had been building across 5 visits and 2 months of genuine engagement. A bond between a woman who had spent 40 years keeping family alive by herself and a woman who had spent 14 years growing up without family, who had found at this compound something she had not known she was missing until the place bond's warmth showed her what it felt like. Liangchen felt the chapter forming from the training hall and went to the courtyard. When he arrived, Grandmother Yao and Xianxia were looking at each other with the expression of people feeling something significant in their cultivation base without entirely understanding what had just happened. Ruiyu was already there, heart-link sight in full monitoring mode, her eyes in the assessment state. Chapter 24, Ruiyu said. Grandmother Yao is the anchor. Hook. Wei Chongwen had emerged from the archive. He stood at the courtyard entrance with his hands folded and his expression in the specific state it took when root memory was processing something at depth. When he finally spoke, his voice was quiet with the quietness of someone delivering a fact whose weight he has been holding carefully. 24 chapters, he said. The historical maximum, the number beyond which no practitioner in 6 centuries of documented history has ever gone. We have arrived at territory for which there is no scholarship. Chapter 137. Wei Chongwen spent 3 days with the archive before he came to speak with Liangchen. He arrived in the cultivation garden on the 4th morning, at the hour when Liangchen was doing the contemplative cultivation work that had become a morning practice since the bone reaches recovery. The garden had a specific quality at that hour. The compound's chi settled and warm, the place bond's foundation layer giving the space a depth that made cultivation feel different from what it felt like in neutral environments. Chapter 23's contribution to the sutra's architecture was structural in a way that was difficult to describe but consistently present, like the difference between standing on solid ground and standing on something that held. Wei Liangchen sat down across from him without preamble. He set a single page from the archive on the bench between them, an original document rather than a copy, handled with preservation gloves, set down with the care that 60 years of archive management had made automatic. The ancient entity, he said. Liangchen looked at the page. The ink was 70 years old. The hand was not one he recognized, a practitioner's hand, precise and trained, with the specific character formation of the northern cultivation schools. A contact's report. A practitioner who had encountered the entity at a different household, a different cultivation art, not the sutra, a resonance-based method with a different structure, and had survived the encounter and documented it with the thoroughness of someone who understood they had seen something that needed to be recorded. This practitioner, Wei Liangchen said, encountered the entity at a household that had been developing a resonance-based cultivation method for 3 generations. The household was not the sutra. The art was different, but it was genuine. 3 generations of real bonds, real cultivation, the same category of authentic resonance that the sutra produces. He indicated a section of the page. What the entity did when it arrived is documented here in detail. Liangchen read the section. It did not harvest, he said. No, Wei Liangchen said. It did not extract the resonance or damage the bonds or harm the practitioners. What it did is described in the report as, it stood at the household's resonance boundary for approximately 4 minutes, and then the boundary's outer layer showed a change in its resonance signature. A copy, the practitioner assessed. Not a reduction. A copy. The original remained intact. The entity left. Copying is still taking something that is not offered. Yes, Wei Liangchen said. The report uses the word appropriation rather than theft, which I think is the practitioner's attempt to describe the specific quality of what happened. Something was taken without the taking reducing what remained, but it was taken without permission, which makes it theft by the standard definition regardless of whether the original was harmed. The entity does not appear to understand permission as a relevant concept. It does not appear to understand consent as a framework. It takes what it needs, and it does not need to damage what it takes. What does it need it for? The heaven's sovereign ascension architecture, Wei Liangchen said. Zhao Zuming's assessment was correct. The report supports it. What is in this report that the more recent intelligence does not have is this. He touched a second section of the page. The practitioner assessed, from the entity's behavior and from the specific quality of what was copied, that the entity is not collecting resonance indiscriminately. It is collecting the pattern of genuine bonds at scale. Not just any resonance. The specific resonance produced by a large number of genuine bonds operating in a coherent architecture. The kind of resonance produced by a household that has spent years building something real. The cultivation garden was quiet around them. Through the east wing window, the morning was advancing. Xiaoyan at practice, the compound's ordinary sounds. The warmth of 24 chapters steady in the bond network. 24 chapters. The historical maximum. The most complete example of what the entity needed that currently existed in the cultivation world. He stayed with that assessment for a moment. The entity was not the only party who understood that what the household had built was the most complete example of genuine bond resonance at multiplicative scale in the known cultivation world. Gray Iteration was 1 day from the valley, commissioned specifically to evaluate the same thing. The Remnant Covenant was making decisions based on the same assessment. 3 separate parties had converged on the same conclusion through 3 separate routes. The Wei compound had become something that multiple significant forces recognized as uniquely valuable. The appropriate response to that recognition was not to become smaller. He understood that clearly. The appropriate response was to become more fully what they were, more precisely, more completely, more visibly. The entity wanted the pattern. The Covenant wanted to understand the power level. Gray Iteration was here to assess the reality. What all of them would find, if they looked accurately, was a family practicing a cultivation art with genuine bonds. That was the answer to all 3 inquiries. It was the only answer that was both true and worth giving. Is there a defense? He asked. The practitioner in this report developed one, Wei Liangchen said. A resonance concealment method. It masked the household's bond signature from external detection by wrapping it in a neutral chi layer. The concealment was partially successful. The entity visited twice after the method was implemented but did not copy again, suggesting the copy required a clear read of the genuine bond pattern and the concealment disrupted the read. He paused. The method is documented in a second report I am retrieving. It is complex. It would require Tai Shinru's cultivation level to implement. Hook. One more thing, Wei Liangchen said. The compound in the report, the household with the resonance-based art. After the entity's second visit with concealment implemented, the entity sent a representative. A human cultivator who arrived at the gate and delivered a message. He was quiet for a moment. The message was, "What you have built is the most genuine thing in the cultivation world within 1,000 li. I am not asking permission. I am telling you that your work is valuable and I intend to use it." This was stated, not as a threat, as a fact. Chapter 138, Zhao Cunming arrived the following morning with Fanglu's latest intelligence summary and the expression of someone who had been reading reports that required careful consideration. He spread the documents across the study table and went through them in the systematic order that was his habit, chronological, provenance of each report noted before the content, the reliability context present before the conclusions. 3 reports from field contacts in the northern reaches. 1 intercept from a remnant covenant communication channel that Fanglu had been monitoring for 7 months. 1 direct observation from a scout assigned to track Gray Iteration's current position. Gray Iteration arrived at the valley's northern threshold this morning, Zhao Cunming said, at the end of the summary. He is 1 day's travel from the compound. The Remnant Covenant's assessment contract specifies 30 days of observation before a formal report is submitted. He will not approach the compound directly. Assessors observe from distance. He will position himself somewhere with a clear resonance read on the compound's signature and spend 30 days building a comprehensive assessment. 30 days, Meihua said. That is the timeline. That is the timeline for Gray Iteration, Zhao Cunming said. The Remnant Covenant's decision, based on his assessment, will come after. The entity's timeline is its own and does not intersect with Gray Iterations. They are independent threats operating on independent schedules. They share a subject, Liangchen has said. He was at the study table with the maps and the kinetic tactical orientation of someone who had been thinking about approach vectors since the briefing 3 days ago. Both are here because of what we have built. The question is whether they will come to the same conclusions about what to do about it, and whether those conclusions will arrive in a coordinated way even if they are not coordinating. They will not coordinate, Zhao Cunming said. The Remnant Covenant and the ancient entity have no known relationship. The Covenant is political. The entity is something else entirely. They have different interests and different methods, and there is no intersection in the intelligence record. He paused. This does not mean their independent actions cannot compound in timing. If the Covenant's assessment concludes that the household represents a threat and they act on that conclusion within the same window that the entity attempts another copy, we face 2 separate problems simultaneously. Then we address them separately, Meihua said. 2 problems with different natures require different tools. We address each with what it requires. The concealment method, Liangchen said. Wei Liangchen had briefed Tai Shinru on the historical report the previous afternoon. Tai Shinru had reviewed the concealment method's documentation and had delivered his assessment that morning. The method was implementable by someone at his cultivation level, would require 3 days to establish, and would be effective against the entity's copy mechanism. It would not be effective against Gray Iteration's resonance assessment. An Ancestor Realm assessor had the cultivation sensitivity to perceive the compound's signature through the concealment layer. The concealment was a single-target solution, useful for one problem and not the other. The concealment addresses the entity, Liangchen said. For Gray Iteration, we cannot conceal from an Ancestor Realm assessor. His assessment proceeds on the Covenant's timeline regardless of what we do. What we can do is ensure that what he assesses is accurate, a household that is exactly what it appears to be, with the cultivation capacity its resonance signature suggests, and no hidden information that would suggest a threat posture toward the Covenant's interests. Be what we are, visibly, Liangchen has said. Continue operating normally. Let the 30 days of observation show what 30 days of normal operation looks like. That is the only honest approach, Liangchen said. And honesty is the approach most consistent with what the sutra requires us to be. The assessment's conclusion depends on what he reports, Zhao Cunming said. What he reports depends on what he observes. What he observes is 30 days of the compound's normal operation. The compound's normal operation is already its strongest argument that it is not a threat. It is a family practicing a cultivation art. That is accurate. The question is whether the Covenant finds accurate information reassuring or threatening. Accurate information about 24 chapters of genuine bond resonance at multiplicative scale, Meihua said. They hired an Ancestor Realm assessor. They are taking this seriously. Liangchen had been calculating since the previous morning. The technique derivation, 3 months into a process that had resolved 2 of its 3 interlocking problems and was approaching the third. The 8 to 12-day estimate had become, in Tai Shinru's most recent assessment, a 3 to 5-day estimate. The final problem was in view. The solution was derivable. He could feel its proximity the way he felt the proximity of advancement, the specific quality of something that was about to become true. He thought about what his mother had written in the letter. The rest is yours. He thought about what 3/4 complete and 3 months of work and a Dao Monarch candidate scholarship and a practitioner's lived experience with the art had produced together, and what the combination was about to produce, and what that would change. Hook, set an 8-day window, he said, for the technique completion. I want to finish this before Gray Iteration's 30-day assessment reaches its midpoint. The cultivation capacity available to me now, constrained by the interference patterns, and the capacity available after the 4th stage resolves are different enough that they change the options in every scenario. If we are going to be assessed for 30 days, I want what is being assessed to reflect what we are actually capable of. Chapter 139. The evening before the 8th day, Grandmother Yao came to the cultivation garden. This was not her usual habit. Her evenings were typically the East Wing, with tea and the 60-year reading practice she maintained because she maintained it. But she arrived at the cultivation garden at the hour when the light was going, carrying 2 cups of tea with the purposeful unhurriedness of someone who had decided to make a visit and was making it on her own terms. She sat down on the bench beside him. Tomorrow, she said. Tomorrow, he confirmed. The technique derivation was complete, or as close to complete as it could be before the actual attempt. Tai Shinru and Zhao Zunming had worked through the 3rd problem's final derivation 4 days ago, the 2 scholars arriving at the calibration constant through a convergence of the sutra's structural principles and his mother's mathematical framework. They had tested the mechanism through every theoretical verification they had methods for. Tai Shinru's 2,000 years of cultivation scholarship and Zhao Zunming's 6 centuries of sutra-specific knowledge applied simultaneously to a derivation that was both a cultivation technique and a mathematical proof. The conclusion was consistent across all verification methods. This should work. Whether it worked in practice would be determined tomorrow. Your mother's technique, Grandmother Yao said. She held her teacup with both hands. Looking at the darkening courtyard in the unhurried way she looked at things when she was giving them the full weight of her attention. I knew her briefly, before she came to the Wei compound. Your father's family and my family had some overlap in the northern cultivation circles in those years, before my family's dissolution. She was 22 when I met her. Perhaps 23. She had a way of working on problems, very steady, very patient, the way you work on things when you know they are going to take a long time. But underneath the patience there was a force, like water moving slowly and carving stone. He thought about the 42 pages, the firm downstrokes, the careful hand. She left the work 3/4 complete, he said. She left you the foundation, Grandmother Yao said. The rest was yours. She said so in the letter, according to what you told me. She knew what she was leaving and she trusted it. She trusted a person she had not met, he said. She trusted her own work, Grandmother Yao said, with the precision of someone correcting a framing they find imprecise. She knew her own work was solid. She had 30 years of resonance cultivation experience, and she knew when a foundation was reliable. What she trusted was the foundation's reliability, not the specific person who would build on it. The person turned out to be you. But she built the foundation well enough that it would have served whoever came to it. He sat with that. Through the bond network, the household moved through its evening. Xiao Yin finishing practice with Lianchen, who had been teaching her the defensive orientation of Vanguard Surge for the past 6 weeks, and who had the specific quality of a teacher working with a student whose aptitude exceeded initial expectations. Wei Chongwen in the archive implementing the concealment method Tai Shinru had begun establishing 2 days ago. His father in the training hall, Ryu completing the evening rounds with the systematic care that had been the household's medical rhythm for 2 years. 24 chapters. All present. All warm. If the technique completes tomorrow, he said, the interference patterns resolve. The sutra's resonance field and my individual cultivation path stop competing for the same chi architecture. The advancement rate changes substantially. Zhao Zunming told me his estimate, Grandmother Yao said. I found him in the cultivation garden 3 days ago and asked directly. A pause. He said the rate change would be significant. Yes, Liangchen said. Significant enough that 30 days of Gray Iteration's assessment will be measuring something different on day 30 than it measured on day 1, if the technique completes on day 8. An Ancestor Realm Assessor's report filed at the end of 30 days will include an advancement event in the middle of the observation window. You are thinking about whether that is a problem, she said. He considered the question honestly. I think demonstrating that the household is growing is both unavoidable and accurate. Gray iteration is here to assess what we are. What we are is a household that is continuing to grow. Hiding that would be possible only by stopping the growth, which would mean stopping what makes us what we are. The assessment will record what it records. He paused. I'm also thinking about something else. The technique completes tomorrow. 3 months of work. My mother's work, with 3 months of extension. What it means to arrive at the end of something that has been moving toward its end for a long time. Is that a comfortable feeling? She asked. He thought about it. Not exactly comfortable. Significant. It has a weight that does not feel like accomplishment yet. More like the feeling before something changes. The threshold feeling. Hook. Grandmother Yao placed her hand over his, briefly, in the specific gesture of someone saying something that words would have made smaller. They sat with the darkening courtyard and the 24 chapters' warmth in the coming morning. After a while she said, she would have wanted to see it. I am glad someone will. He looked at the stars appearing over the valley's ridge and felt the weight of the letter in the cedar box, and felt the sutra's warmth in the bond network, and felt the particular quality of being about to finish something that mattered. Tomorrow, he said. Chapter 140 morning arrived clear and cold, the spring having retreated overnight to produce the kind of sharp early-hour air that made everything more vivid and more precisely itself. He was in the cultivation garden before the sun cleared the ridge, which was early enough that only the household's earliest risers were moving. His father passed through the outer courtyard on the way to the training hall at the 5th hour, paused to acknowledge him with the nod that was Wei Liangchen's form of early morning communication before the cultivation period, and continued. The nod was the same nod it had been for 2 years, the deliberate, minimal gesture of a man who had learned to be present without requiring conversation. The acknowledgement that said, I see you. I am here. The rest can wait for the hours when words are easy. He had been giving that nod since returning from the mountain pass. It had taken Liangchen until chapter 21 to understand that the nod was not the communication style of a distant father. It was the communication style of a man who had learned, in the hardest way, that presence was the real language and everything else was translation. Xiaoyan appeared at the east wing door at the 6th hour, looked at the cultivation garden, correctly assessed that today was not a morning for practice, and correctly assessed that she should bring tea. She set it beside him without comment and went back inside, her 9-year-old prior warning field reading the situation with the accuracy of a child who had been practicing attention for 2 years. The tea was the right temperature. She had thought ahead. Tai Shenru arrived at the agreed hour with the derivation notes organized in the order he always organized scholarship he was working from. The foundational documents first, the extension documents second, the practitioner's notes third, the conclusions last. He had a scholar's habit of structure, which was the habit of someone who had spent 2,000 years discovering that structure was what made work survivable at scale. Zhao Zunming arrived 5 minutes later, which was his consistent timing. He was never first to arrive and never last. He had with him the sutra's technical documents in a secured case and the expression of a man who had been waiting 6 centuries to see what the art could do at full capacity and was 2 hours from finding out. Wei Chongwen came last, carrying the cedar box. He set it on the bench without ceremony, the right thing to have present for this occasion, without any of the formality that would have made it a performance rather than what it was. They sat in the cultivation garden, the 4 of them, with the spring morning around them and the 24 chapters warmth in the bond network and the cedar box containing 42 pages of a dead woman's handwriting and a letter to a child she had not met. Walk through it once more, Tai Shenru said. Liangchen walked through it. The first 3 stages, the calibration, which oriented the practitioner's qi toward the resonance signatures it had sustained contact with and confirmed the modification was present. The 3rd stage's confirmation method, which identified the degree of modification and its distribution across the qi's base structure. The 4th stage, the stabilization mechanism, which locked the modification in place without requiring continuous active input, resolving the interference between the sutra's resonance field and the practitioner's individual cultivation path. The calibration constant derived from the 3rd problem solution, which allowed the practitioner to confirm the stabilization was complete rather than partial, so advancement could proceed with confidence. I am ready, he said. Then proceed, Tai Shenru said. He said it with the formality of a scholar marking a moment for the record, and with something else alongside the formality, the quality of someone who was here not only because they were a scholar, but because they cared about this. The cultivation session took 4 hours. The first 3 stages moved through their calibration in the established pattern. 30 years of gradual modification already present in his cultivation base from 2 years of operating the sutra at the household scale. The calibration confirmed what was already there. The fourth stage was different in kind. Not a technique being practiced, but a structure being built, the stabilization mechanism locking into place around the modification with the precision that 3 months of derivation work had made possible. He could feel each of the 3 interlocking problem solutions operating simultaneously. The persistence mechanism, the interference resolution, the confirmation method. The 3 faces of a single problem being resolved from the principal level. The solution robust because it was true rather than because it was carefully constructed. He felt it settle, somewhere in the second hour. The way the self-bond chapter had settled. The way the place bond had settled. The click of the right fit, the structure finding its alignment. The feeling of something that had been slightly wrong becoming correct. Not dramatic. Correct. By the third hour, the interference patterns were gone. 24 chapters of genuine bond resonance were operating in full multiplicative architecture without the compatibility limitation that had been the cultivation base's persistent background condition since chapter 15. The chi moved differently. The sutra's resonance field and his individual cultivation path were no longer 2 systems managing a shared resource intention. They were one system, integrated, the genuine bond resonance and the individual cultivation advancement running in the same direction for the first time. Through the bond network, everyone felt the change. Not because the technique announced itself. Because the bond network's quality changed, a deepening of the warmth that was the collective experience of 24 chapters suddenly operating without constraint, the resonance field expanding to its natural ceiling rather than the managed ceiling the interference patterns had imposed. In the east wing, Grandmother Yao set down her tea. She said nothing. She looked at the courtyard. She looked at the warmth in the bond network and recognized it for what it was, and felt the specific quality that she had felt 40 years ago when the household had first been a household, the quality of something being what it was supposed to be. Meihua said, through the bond network's direct channel, the word she used when something was exactly right. Yes. His father, in the training hall, paused in the iron rampart forms and was still for a moment, his presence in the bond network carrying the quality of the morning nod. I see you. I am here. Full acknowledgement. Present. Ruiyu came to the cultivation garden an hour later, when the post-cultivation integration period had stabilized enough for assessment. She ran HeartLink site in full diagnostic mode, systematic and thorough, and when she finished she looked up with the expression she had when a projection had proven accurate. The interference patterns are absent, she said. Your advancement rate, the projection with the wide error bars, the error bars have collapsed. A pause, the pause of someone finding the right level of precision for a significant number. At this rate of advancement, with 24 multiplicative chapters fully operational, you will reach nascent soul rank 3 within 6 months. Rank 4 within 14. Core formation becomes a different calculation, but the trajectory is substantially changed from yesterday. Tai Shenru was writing in his notes. Zhao Cuanming was writing in his notes. Wei Chongwen stood at the garden's edge with the cedar box in both hands and the archive keeper's expression of someone who had witnessed something they intended to preserve in full detail. The technique is complete, Liangchen said. He said it as a statement of fact, which was what it was. The technique is complete, Tai Shenru confirmed. He said it as a scholar recording a result, and as a person who had been part of something and knew it. The morning continued around them. Shen Weiling arrived from the guest quarters. She had been staying for a week now, the pattern of visits giving way to the pattern of residency, without any formal announcement of the change, and understood from the quality of the atmosphere that something significant had happened, and that the right response was presence without interrogation. She sat in the garden with them. Lian Xinghe came from the training hall with Xiao Yan, who had been at defensive cultivation practice since the 7th hour. Grandmother Yao emerged from the east wing at her usual hour, which was the hour when the light was right. 24 bonds. 24 chapters of genuine belonging. A technique 3/4 written by a woman who had worked steadily and with force and had not been present for the conclusion, who had trusted the foundation to hold. The foundation had held. The compound held them all. The Southgate's place bond warmth extending through the courtyard. The willows in early leaf catching the morning light. The sharp spring air softening as the sun cleared the ridge. A household that had come into being through genuine work, chapter by chapter, through years of ordinary days and significant moments, and the slow accumulation of real bonds between real people. 3 threads remained, clearly defined, real in their weight. Gray Iteration was completing his 3rd day of observation from the valley's northern approach. 27 days remained in the assessment window. On day 8, the compound's resonance output had changed substantially. An Ancestor Realm Assessor's report, filed at the end of 30 days, would include that change. The Remnant Covenant would make its decision based on what he filed. The decision was not made. It was coming. The ancient entity had been in the valley twice in the preceding month and had not approached the compound since the concealment method was implemented. Taishanru's concealment was holding. The entity was patient in the way that old things were patient. It had been working on its architecture for longer than most cultivation sects had existed. It would try again. The question of whether genuine bond resonance could be protected from an entity that collected patterns without permission, and whether there was any approach other than confrontation to answer that question, was open and remained open. In the 25th chapter, the one for which there was no scholarship, no theoretical extension, no historical precedent, was forming at the edge of the bond network. He could feel it in the quality of the household's collective warmth, in the way 24 chapters of genuine belonging generated the conditions for a 25th that no one had mapped. Whatever it was already present. It was becoming real the way all the chapters had become real. Through time, through genuine presence, through the ordinary work of living with people you loved and doing that work without measuring the distance. He looked at the household gathered in the cultivation garden on a sharp spring morning, and he felt the warmth without framework, the clarity that arrived when you stopped calculating and were simply present in what you had built. He was a person who loved his family. The art was growing. The threats were real and the path forward was clear, and the work continued, chapter by chapter, through whatever came next. If you want to continue Wei Liangchen's story, the conclusion of Gray Iteration's assessment, the ancient entity's next move, and the formation of Chapter 25, Part 2 picks up exactly where this ends. Subscribe to the channel so you will not miss it when it releases. Thank you for listening to the full first part of this story. This one belongs to everyone who has spent time thinking about what genuine family actually means, and what it is worth to build and protect and keep. Ring the notification bell so you never miss a new story.